What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Tuesday, December 5th, 2023, and the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock this morning. On today's show, some good, bad, and ugly transfer portal news. We'll talk Texas. We'll also go around the country and break down some of the biggest transfer portal news that's out there. Some NFL recap. We spent most of yesterday's show talking Texas football, but plenty of NFL to get into from the weekend. The Texans pick up a big win. The Cowboys are getting set for the biggest game of their season. And unfortunately, another quarterback injury on Monday Night Football last night that we've got to talk about. We've got ridiculous stories involving former NFL players, a funny casino video that we've got to play for the people, and we'll continue to talk plenty of Texas Longhorn football as Texas gets closer and closer to a college football playoff semifinal matchup against the Washington Huskies. A lot to get to over the next couple of hours, and we are glad that you are here with us today. Good morning, Buck.
Good morning, BK. How are you this morning, my friend?
Oh, I am a little sore this morning.
Ooh.
Yeah. I did
She's
something
kind of rough. Aren't you kind of rough last night?
I wish it
Sometimes
was.
that happens, man. Sometimes you got to be up for the battle.
Is that right? You get sore from that from time to time?
Oh, sometimes, but you got to win the war. The war is about being in the battle. That's all. You know what I mean?
What does the war mean? You're killing her during?
Oh, no. That means I'm fighting for territory. I want territory. That's what I want.
What is this, a game of Risk?
Yeah, that's right. Sink my battleship, baby.
Yeah, no, I did something yesterday that I haven't done in a long time, and I am paying for it today.
Tell me you worked out.
I worked out.
Oh, yeah, I know that pain. I started that madness the other day at the hotel for 2 days, 2 mornings in a row at 5 o'clock. And believe me, on Sunday when I got here, I said, you know what? Am I going to do this Sunday or am I going to take off Sunday? I took off Sunday. I got right back after it yesterday. And then I had a night of my wife and her snoring. Well, a morning where it started at 3 a.m. And I just got up here and went upstairs and slept on the couch because, I'm not allowed in the guest room.
You're not allowed in the guest room?
No, I don't get to sleep in the guest. It's not like I can go into that really nice, comfortable bed that's in the guest room. I have to come upstairs to my office and this couch where I fall into the abyss when I lay down in it. And so my back is like humming this morning. But I couldn't tell if it was her or the dog. So I couldn't blame it. She wanted to try to blame it on the dog. Zach. She said it was Zach. And I'm like, no, you've been congested for 3 weeks now. It had to be you. And, once you get that rhythm of hearing somebody snore, it's like you're waiting for the next one. And I just said, I can't do it. I got to get up. And like I said, I'm going to get a man. I do have a cot that I slept on when we had this house and we had some stuff in this house and it wasn't totally locked when we first moved in. We built the house. I slept on a cot in the garage one time because the garage door wouldn't come down. And we had all these cabinets in here. So I have a cot, but I need a man's sleeping bag, not like a little kid's bag, because I can sleep on top of a rug and then use my pillow and I'm fine.
Hold on. Why can't you sleep in your guest room?
I don't know. Maybe I'm just a filthy animal or something. You know what I mean? It's supposed to be, it's for guests. It's just like the stove. It's everything else. Don't go in there. Don't dirty up the sheets.
How often do you have guests over?
I don't know. 3 times a year.
Okay. Why can't you sleep in the guest room? That's absurd.
Now, when she comes down with COVID or some of these other strange diseases, she gets to sleep in there, but I can't sleep in there. She's a lot cleaner than I am. Oh, no, she's cleaner than I am. I'd sleep in the
whole point of the guest room. When the husband screws up, he's got to go sleep in the guest room. You're not even allowed to do that? How bad are you screwing up?
I'm not screwing up at all. I got to go. I have my office up here and the couch should be good enough. But it's really not. What sleeping on couches are like, unless you have the great blue herring. That's it.
That's absurd, dude.
This couch up here, the minute my body hits it, I go into it. It like folds around me. You know what I mean? There's no support in it whatsoever.
I'm going to talk to your wife.
I could come and sit back in my the back chair and just fall, but except for I'll fall out of it.
Yeah.
It's not possible. That's all right. It's not that often. It's just, you get to sleep. I only need about 3.5, 4 hours of sleep, and I'm good to go anyway.
Here's your solution. Here's how we fix this problem that you have right now of you not being allowed to sleep in the guest room of your own house, even when nobody else is ever in there.
Not when a guest is here, yeah.
You've got to learn how to do laundry.
Yeah, I think that could be it. You think that's a part of it?
I think that's a part of it. If you tell your wife that, hey, I'll wash the sheets, I'll sleep in here, but I will wash the sheets, then she couldn't say no, right?
Well, who's going to put them on once I wash them? Me?
Yeah, you probably should.
You know how difficult that can be. They want those sheets tucked the right way. It's got to fit right over. There can't be any wrinkles in that stuff. I don't know. That sounds like a lot of work to me. It's easier for me to crawl up the stairs like a rat.
Yeah, and sleep on a couch that you can't sleep on.
Oh my goodness,
that's absurd.
I'm going to the academy today and get me a man bag.
A man bag.
Yeah, a sleeping bag.
Like a purse, like a satchel?
No, a man sleeping bag. I got these sleeping bags for kids. I got all these grandkids. I need to get like a real grown-up sleeping bag. I'll be good then. I'm telling you. I got a beautiful rug up here. I can just lay on that thing with that man sleeping bag, not a kid sleeping bag, my pillow, and I'm good to go. I don't have to go through all that. I don't dirty up anybody's sheets. I don't cause any problems. I don't wake the dogs. By the way, I'm not snoring. Well, at least she can't hear it. She wears earplugs to sleep.
Well, she wears earplugs because she snores, it sounds like. She doesn't want to hear herself.
Probably. Maybe that's the whole gig. She doesn't want to hear herself.
Put her in the guest room.
I don't know why. She can't hear. I mean, really, she can't hear. She wears earplugs. She can't hear anyway. I get yelled at for not coming down and talking to her. I talk to her from upstairs, and she can't hear. How do you like that?
I hope she's not listening right now because they're dunking on her here.
What? It's always, what? I get more, what? What? It's like when I had little kids. You say something to them, you'd be right in their face, and you start walking away, and they go, what?
Oh.
Like I just got through screaming at you right in your face. You heard everything I said. Then you walk away and go, what'd you say? What'd you say, Pops?
That's selective hearing for the kids.
Oh, yeah. They have selective. So does she.
Yeah, it seems that way.
It's the same. They're the same way. Those people are the same way. They have selective hearing too.
Those people.
Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated. Thank you very, very much to you and your families, and please be safe out there.
Amen. Can I show you something real quick, Buck?
Show it to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's for real?
That's for real.
Where's Florida State? They're pissed. Oh, are they pissed?
They've got they got Florida State senators, like not from the university, but from the actual state of Florida, who are like releasing statements talking about how garbage it is that Florida State got left out of the college football playoff. Like this thing has gone beyond sports now. You've got politicians who are
Ron DeSampson or whatever his name is.
Ron DeSampson? I believe that's a woman.
Oh, okay.
You're talking about Ron DeSantis?
Oh, that guy, not Rhonda DeSantis. I mean, he's pissed too. He didn't play it down. He didn't do anything.
Oh, the governor is mad about something now?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Guy running for president. Yeah, he's got something to say too.
Yeah. Well, Florida State's got every right to be pissed. We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah, get over yourself, Florida State. Have some angst for a while. Hey, embrace the hate.
Embrace the hey, we don't know if you're ever going to make it to the college football playoff again, and this was your best chance. But
yes,
hey, don't get over it. Don't worry about that, guys. You'll be fine.
Well, they look like that defense they got going. They'll find a quarterback somewhere.
Yeah,
that program is picking up guys doing a good job.
They're on the rise. Yeah, they got a little Texas to them where. It was a sluggish start for their coach, Mike Norvell, and some people were wondering whether or not he was the right guy. And then he finally got a few things figured out. And
yes, he did.
Florida State had a great year. I mean, they're 13-0. They've won 18 straight games dating back to last year. They obviously won the ACC championship. They just got screwed, obviously, by the injury to Jordan Travis. That was brutal. And then the college football playoff committee decided to Sean Kemp dunk on them on Sunday and say, yeah, sorry, even though you guys didn't lose a game, you can't get in. But yeah, I think there'll be a factor, especially in the ACC, right? Like Clemson's at this weird impasse right now where they've obviously dominated that conference, and they've been one of the more dominant teams in college football.
But they've been in battles, BK, with Mac Brown in recruiting now all of a sudden,
Yeah.
Mac's getting some of the kids that Clemson was getting when North Carolina was down and Mac was out of football for a while.
I'm not super worried about North Carolina. Like, they just had maybe the number 1 overall pick at quarterback, and they couldn't make a ton of noise with him. So I don't know. I mean, the ACC is just not that good. Obviously, most of the talent in college football is headed to the SEC and the Big Ten. So Florida State's got a chance to make the playoff the next few years by getting the automatic bid in the ACC, or maybe they'll be good enough for an at-large bid, even if they can't win the conference. But
that was the group that wanted out. Remember how they wanted out of the ACC? We're the ones holding up the mantle for the ACC.
Yep.
Well, not so much. There's your power right there. You couldn't get it done.
Well, Florida State
undefeated.
I know. Florida State's thinking if they were in the SEC and they did what they did, then they'd be in. And they're right. They're right. Now, they played a much easier schedule in the all-cupcake conference, as I like to call the ACC, than they would have in the SEC. But, so there it is. It's not photoshopped. I've spent many an hour photoshopping Texas's logo into the CFP graphic, and it's still glorious, man. I'm still on cloud 10. Like I have been really ever since Sunday. I was pretty happy after the game Saturday, walking out of AT&T Stadium in Arlington. But obviously, once the selection show went down yesterday, I've been pumped, and I want to keep making sure. I'm going to keep looking at this at periodic times over the next month, just to make sure that it is in fact real and we are playing in the college football playoff.
When it all came down to a BK, it was Alabama that screwed Florida State.
Yeah.
That was the only one that it could have been. There was nobody else on there. It had nothing to do with Texas.
Yeah, Texas, I think it would have been us. It would have been us, right? Like if Georgia beat Alabama, we would have been the team to knock Florida State out, right?
Yes, that's right.
Would Florida State have gotten in over Texas, you think?
No, I mean, still not with, I mean, they would have, I mean, still with the quarterback deal, they threw it all on the quarterback. They really made it simple when it was all said and done. It was all about their quarterback. The committee made it all about that guy not playing because there was no other reason. There just wasn't. You could have messed with schedule. It was all about the quarterback, and their job was to get the best 4 teams. If that quarterback's not playing, they're not one of the best 4 teams. So everybody can talk about how they were undefeated. Nobody beat them. They got in there. They had their backup to the backup, still win a conference championship. But the committee, when they sat down, said, we're going to do what we're supposed to do for the very first time in all of this. We're supposed to get the 4 best teams. And without that quarterback, they're not.
Yeah. Here was Boo Corrigan from Sunday. Boo Corrigan, of course, the College Football Playoff Committee chairman. He was asked basically how important the Jordan Travis injury was to this ultimate decision. And here's what he said.
Yeah, we had 8 really good teams this year, right? Somewhat of a unique year in the last year of the 4, right, as we go through this. But, looking at the player availability was really important to what's going on. And I think someone said it there, you can lose a running back, you could lose a wide receiver, but, a quarterback as dynamic as Jordan Travis, it changes their offense in its entirety. And that was really a big factor with the committee as we went through everything.
So there you go.
I believe that's the truth. That's very much. I mean, that was a 14-point. That's a 14-point guy that they lost, and that doesn't make them part of that Final Four.
Yeah, as DJ says, if Florida State would have beaten Louisville by 50 points on Saturday night, they would have gotten in, right? Like if they looked really good in either the Florida or the Louisville game, right? Like either or, because they didn't have their second string quarterback against Louisville. But if that kid, Tate Rodemaker, who played against Florida, the number 2 QB, if he played awesome and Florida State beat Florida by like 30 or 40, then the committee might have been like, well, that guy was just concussed. He's probably not out for the year. He might be able to play in the semifinal game. And Florida State showed us that no, like even without Jordan Travis, they've got a quarterback capable enough of actually making them a legitimate threat.
Yeah, so their guy with the soft melon crossed them too.
Yeah, but I mean that guy sucked. Like, yeah, like they neither of their backup quarterbacks looked like they had any juice, and they didn't play well in either game. Obviously, the defense is great. You feel for the other kids on that team who clearly did enough to make it to the college football playoff. But yeah, just the injury.
Yeah, their defense is as good as Michigan's or better.
It's legit. I mean, they've got some NFL talent on there. Jared Verse, the edge rusher, is probably a top 10 pick in April's NFL draft.
Two cornerbacks are good. Yeah, they're good. They're good players.
Yeah. So I feel like, look, if Georgia beat Bama, we'd be looking at Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Washington 3, and Texas 4. Like, it feels to me that the committee had its mind made up that they just didn't want Florida State to get in. And they felt better about both Texas and Alabama. And obviously, when the committee put Bama in, they had to put Texas in, right? Because of the head-to-head matchup. That's the one thing, for as critical as we were of the CFP committee throughout this entire process, and they deserve to be criticized, especially with their ridiculous Oregon love that they had throughout this thing. They always maintained that Texas was better than Alabama.
Yes.
Right? Even though Texas was too low at 7, they were still always a spot ahead of Bama throughout this entire thing. So once it was decided that they were getting in, you knew Texas had to get in, and you knew they had to be ranked ahead of Alabama. So, yeah, Bama winning probably helped us out, because otherwise we'd be playing Georgia.
Yes.
And look, maybe Texas could win that game, but you'd be, I think, a little bit more nervous going up against the 2-time defending champs who hadn't lost a game in like 3 years versus this Washington team that is good, really good. You don't make it to the playoff. You don't go 13-0 and win a conference championship if you're not good. This is not me dunking on Washington or trying to give them bulletin board material or anything like that, but they ain't Georgia, Buck.
No, I don't. I don't know if their defense can hold Texas to 30 points or less. I see this as they're going to score too, because that secondary, somebody's going to get open. Yeah. They're going to be people open in the secondaries. If Michael Penix doesn't get pressured, I mean, we did see him last year in that other bowl game, that home away from home bowl. I mean, we saw him. That guy can throw it, and that guy will throw it to the same guy over and over. If you can't cover a guy on their offense, that's a problem for anybody that they would have been playing.
Yeah,
but you got to be able to pressure him. He doesn't want to run. He doesn't like to run. That's not his deal.
No, you're right. Yeah, Texas's defense has to be aggressive. They can't play soft coverage. They can't just let Michael Penix sit back there in the pocket and have time to throw the ball down the field, because he's one of the best in the country. He leads the country.
Somebody.
He leads the country in passing. Well, they've got the best wide receiving core in football.
Yes,
Texas might be number 2 right behind Washington, and Texas's receivers are awesome. And you throw JT Sanders in the mix, then this group is elite. But Washington's just got 3 studs on the outside. And I mean, it's going to be a tall task for this Texas defense for sure. They've got to be aggressive. They can't let Michael Penix Jr. have time in the pocket to just kind of pick and choose where he wants to go with the football. I know Texas at times has been very good at getting pressure with just 4, and that's great. But you can't just consistently hope and pray that your 4 guys are going to win up front. You got to bring extra blitzers just to make sure that you're forcing Penix into some questionable decisions.
Yeah, and he makes good decisions when they're questionable. That's the thing with him. I mean, as you said, pressure, he has to be sacked. I mean, you got to be on his arm or in his face. You can't just push the pile back, because he steps from side to side. Yep. He can go, for a lefty, he can go to his right and throw back across the field like nobody's business. He throws darts. So he's got to be sacked a couple of times, BK. You have to make him more than uncomfortable. You got to force him to spin around and move around in the pocket. I mean, he does it well, but he's not escaping the pocket like some of these other throwers that we've seen. He's not like the kid from Oklahoma that'll take off and hurt. He's like none of those guys. He doesn't want to even do that stuff. He's done it over the last 2 games because he's had to. Their team has been pressured into a lot of things lately. Their offense has been kind of sluggish. Their defense has been really bad. They started out the season, their defense was just on top of the world, and they started to get some injuries, and then they start to falter a little bit. Yeah. Then the offense just wasn't scoring enough. They were scoring enough to win because that guy was still throwing darts. But like you said, you got to make him want to think he has to run,
Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of a tale of 2 seasons for Washington. Now, they didn't lose. So
no, that's right. They didn't screw up. They didn't lose a game.
But early on, they were just beating the brakes off of teams. They were winning by 30 and 40. It felt like they were scoring 50, 60, 70 every single Saturday. And then they played that Oregon game, the first Oregon game, and they won. A game-winning field goal, and then Oregon missed a game-tying field goal at the end that would have forced overtime. That was a huge win for them.
Weren't they in a dogfight with the Buffs for a while even?
Yeah, after that, they just they kind of struggled in the second half of the season. I don't know. No, Washington did not play Colorado this year,
Okay.
but they beat Arizona State 15-7
Yes.
the week after the Oregon game.
One of the
Arizona State's
weaker,
one of the
yeah, one of
worst
the
teams
weaker
in Power
teams.
5. Yeah.
Yeah.
They beat Stanford by 9. Like, Stanford sucks. They beat USC by 10, but this was when USC was completely falling apart in the second half of the season. They beat Utah, quality team, but by 7, and then they beat Oregon State by 2. Washington was an underdog in that game. That was in Corvallis. It was a game a lot of Texas fans were obviously rooting for Oregon State in. Washington got it done, and then they only beat Washington State, who went 5-7 by 3. They needed a game-winning field goal at the buzzer to win the Apple Cup this year. So it's like there were a lot of people doubting Washington. That's why they were a 9.5-point dog going up against the rematch against Oregon, even though they beat Oregon in the regular season. They just weren't really passing the eye test. And if you think Texas played a bunch of close games, Washington, like every game Washington played in the second half was close. They didn't have 35-6 over BYU. They didn't have 57-7 over Texas Tech. Like, all of their games were basically decided by one score. And that's why people were like, well, I don't know if they're good enough because they haven't looked good enough to beat an Oregon team that was starting to blow people out. But clearly Washington still has some juice to them. They beat one of the hottest teams in college football in a neutral field. So they're still legit. And yeah, their offense, even though it isn't quite as explosive as it was early in the season, it's still filled with NFL talent. I mean, they've got a first-round offensive lineman. They've got a first-round receiver. Michael Penix is a Heisman finalist. Those came out yesterday. Like, that group is loaded with talent. And I think Vegas has the over-under at 64.5. They're like you, Buck. They're expecting a lot of points in this matchup.
Yes. Yeah, I am too. I just think it's going to be a free-for-all. It's going to be a passing frenzy. I think both teams – I think Texas will be able to run the ball against that Washington defense. I think Texas just does what they've been doing. That's all. Nothing changes with the way Sark calls his off. But you got to score, because you need to understand this. As much as you love your players and your team, that secondary is weak. And a guy like this will tear that secondary apart. And, Sark schemes guys open. This secondary, this wide receiver group, like you said, is just talented enough. You can scheme it right all you want to. They can out-jump you. They can outrun you. They are really skillful.
Yeah, that's
They're
the biggest
receivers.
That's the biggest on-paper disadvantage for Texas, right? Washington's got the number 1 passing offense in the country. Texas has the number 85 pass defense in the country.
That's a mismatch.
Yeah, that's a mismatch. It is, and that's why, yeah, you're thinking Texas's offense might have to look like it did against Oklahoma State.
Oh, there's no doubt. Or Texas Tech, they have to play that way. It's got to be that game. It's got to be high 40s. You got to try to get in the high 40s or maybe even 50s, because that team right there is getting at least 28 points.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. At the least they're getting is 28 on this defense.
Yeah. So look, the good news is it feels like Texas's offense is playing as well as it's played all season long.
And I believe they'll be in the 30s. I believe their Texas is going to be in the 30s. It doesn't matter who they play. I don't care if it was Michigan. I think Texas right now offensively would be in the 30s.
Okay.
Against any, whether it's Georgia, Florida State, they were going to get in. I'm glad they never had to play Florida State. I didn't like the way those defensive ends were coming. That one dude, number 5, who was a pro, who could have gone last year. That guy's a scary player.
I would have loved to have played Florida State. You kidding me?
Oh, without the quarterback. Yeah. Yes.
I'd rather play them with the quarterback than the other 3 teams that are in the playoff.
Really? Even including Washington?
Yeah. I would. It'd be a good game, be a close game, but I felt like Texas is better than Florida State all season long. So I wouldn't have hated that matchup. It would have been pretty fun too, with those historic brands and those uniforms. That would have been fun to watch. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I just don't know if low 30s is going to be enough in this game for Texas, honestly.
Oh, like, if I say in the 30s, I mean
you're saying Washington scores 28?
Yeah, that's on the low end for them. Is 28, I believe.
Yeah, like 31.
Yeah. I mean, if you give me 34 to 38 points, I'm okay.
Okay. Yeah, that might be what it takes. I mean, if it's like 31-28, then that doesn't even hit the over. Maybe the game doesn't go over, but Vegas is telling you they expect more than just that. So some of the games that Texas has played this year, it's felt like first to 30. This might be a first to 40 kind
Oh
of
yeah,
game.
for sure. Yeah, but because and one thing about Sark now is I think it is put your foot on the gas and let's go. I think if you're playing well and you're in the 20s, I think he's looking to get into the 40s. I don't think he's like trying to run the clock out with his run game because of the way they can play offense. I think it's not a conservative game plan. It's not conservative whatsoever until maybe if you get into the finals, it gets a little conservative at places where you may kick a field goal because you need the points. But in the semifinals, oh no, playing this group, you've got to score. I think you got to be in that high 30s to 40s against Washington. Washington, I just don't trust the secondary. And I like the defense. I like them against the run, but I don't trust that they'll get all that enough pressure on a quarterback that's as good as this kid is. Now, of course, we've got it. We saw him last year, and they get after him, but that guy can throw at people in his face. I mean, you have to sack him. You got to really push him off the spot. You got to make him think that, okay, I better run this football instead of throw it. But he's looking to throw as he's moving around always.
Yeah, he doesn't run at all. I just had to.
And he had a couple key first down runs the other day to save their ass, in that game where he took off.
Michael Penix Jr., here are his rushing numbers for this season. He's got 29 carries for negative 18 yards.
Oh.
And that's sack yardage, obviously included, which is why the number is in the negatives. But 29 carries, including sacks. He doesn't run. So that's like, you don't have like, Michael Penix is better than Dylan Gabriel, but you don't have to worry about the Dylan Gabriel athleticism.
You don't need a spy. You don't need to waste a guy in spy. No. You need him in coverage.
No, you need him blitzing. You don't need extra guys in coverage. You need them blitzing. That's what you need, because that's when Texas's defense is at its best, when they're bringing more pressure and not dropping more guys in the secondary. It's annoying.
We need to drop 8 and rush 3.
Oh, my God. What are we, Auburn? God, on 4th and goal from the 31. Unbelievable.
What a college football season this was, man. And it still is. It's awesome. And sorry about that, Florida State. But, as I said over the last week or so, the committee's job was to get the best 4. Sorry somebody got hurt, I mean, I felt bad for the kid when it happened. I knew that was going to affect that team. You just knew it. BK down. And they still won. And that's why people are pissed that they still won despite losing a star. But you're supposed to get the 4 best teams. And that committee over the last couple of years, they've had it pretty easy. This was a hard one, so you had to make a hard choice. And that hard choice was getting that Florida hate now. Sorry about that, Florida.
Let me ask you this, and this really doesn't matter at all. How's that for a tease? I'm sure our listeners will be locked in to what I have to say now. Why is Florida State ranked ahead of Georgia? Like, they're playing each other in the Orange Bowl, and Georgia's a 14-point favorite. So does the committee really think that Florida State is better than Georgia without Jordan Travis? Like, they're not better than Alabama in the committee's eyes, which is why Bama's in and FSU is out.
Right.
But they think they're better than Georgia, even though Georgia's a 2-touchdown favorite in a game that's going to be played in the state of Florida.
Isn't that something?
Weird. Yeah, like irrelevant because they're both out, right? But like, I thought that was kind of bizarre. Like, Georgia dropped from 1 to 6. They dropped 5.
That was the hammer that I was worried about more than anything. Where's Georgia going to drop? I said that last week. They're not dropping past 4. Well, they did because they look like crap against Alabama. That's why.
Well, they did because they had to put Bama in because Bama beat Georgia, and they had to put Texas in because Texas beat Bama. Like, if Texas didn't beat Alabama this year, if Texas played some crappy FCS team in week 2, then Well,
somebody remembered. The committee remembered that win. They've been remembering it now. Other people around the country had forgotten about it. All the sports pundits, you would hear them. It was like, oh no, well, that game doesn't matter. That's when Alabama wasn't this or they weren't that. Look at them now. No, they're still Alabama when you beat them in the first couple of weeks of the season. Sorry about that. That just shows you how good Alabama is because of the fact that they bounced back after that and never lost another game.
Yeah, so the worst Nick Saban team in history.
Oh,
a team that was going to win 8 games. Hell, a team that might have won 6 games this year.
And that damn team is still good enough to win a national championship.
Hell yeah,
that piece of crap that they pulled out there this year.
Yeah. Everyone was trying to discredit Texas for winning that game the way that they did. Oh, by the way, we'll talk plenty of transfer portal today because there's a lot of news from around the country to get to. So when Texas beat Alabama in week 2, Jalen Milroe, of course, was the starting quarterback for the Tide. He got benched after that game.
Yes, he did.
for a guy named Tyler Buckner, who started the game against South Florida. Alabama barely beat USF in week 3. And then obviously they went back to Jalen Milroe, and Milroe took off and Bama took off. Tyler Buckner entered the transfer portal yesterday, and he's already committed somewhere, Buck. He's going
to Tech, Texas Tech.
Nope. He's going to Notre Dame to play lacrosse.
Nice.
Yeah. That guy Nick Saban thought might have been better than Jalen Milroe is now about to play college lacrosse.
Yeah, I was hoping he was going to Tech because they will have 47 portal quarterbacks, but before this time is up, they'll have Lehigh's quarterback.
Lehigh? Who is that? Who's Lehigh's quarterback?
I don't know, but the Texas Tech will grab about 5 or 6 of them because they need about 5 or 6 of them during the course of the year.
Yeah, they always hurt.
Yeah, they'll be hurt. They'll be at number 4 by game 2. I'm so excited for the Longhorns. It's just I never thought they were in position on Sunday to get screwed. I never felt that way.
Yeah, I mean, I was worried Saturday watching the Florida State-Louisville game because we all wanted Louisville to win because we would have felt more secure about making it into the Final Four. But there were 2 things. I think I mentioned this to you yesterday. If not, I said them to Trey. 2 things that made me feel good going into the selection show on Sunday morning. The AP poll had come out, and Texas was ranked number 3 in that. And the Vegas odds, that was the bigger one. Like the Vegas odds, because they did live odds, just whether or not a team was going to make it to the college football playoff. It was a yes, it was a no. And the Vegas odds just throughout the night and into the morning on Sunday just kept going in favor of Texas. And I think by the time we got to 11 a.m. when that show started on ESPN, Texas was like minus 1,000 to get in to the CFP. And you know as well as I do, Buck. And our
Vegas says it.
Yeah, Vegas ain't losing money. Texas was like plus 500 to not make the playoff. Vegas ain't giving out those slips. They knew what was going on. So at that point, I was like, oh, yeah, now it's just a matter of where Texas is going to be ranked. But we knew their name was going to get called. Yeah,
I mean, I love it. Like I said, I love it for the team. I think it's great. I think the college committee got it right. People are talking about how wronged Florida State. Hey, eventually somebody was going to get wronged in this deal. It just that was the way it's going to be. You can't continue to do this year in, year out without somebody getting a Scroogey. Hey, it just so happened to be the Seminoles this year.
Yeah. Well, there have been a lot of years where it's like it's almost felt like the committee has just had to reach to find 4 teams.
How about when you had two teams that were? I mean, it was a struggle of 3 teams that were undefeated. Which 2 were you going to take when it was the BCS? Yeah. I mean, that was tough. It's been tough. This one didn't seem. It just didn't feel like it was as tough. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's tough luck for Florida State.
Oh, whoa. This was the hardest year maybe they've ever had.
It was tough for Florida State. Like I said, somebody was going to get the Scroogey, and the whole thing with Texas beating Alabama couldn't have been Texas. Yeah. They weren't going to stick it to Texas. Now, even though people were pretty mad at Texas for jumping to the SEC, as we talked about. Now, that did come into my mind a little bit. Are they going to be still that pissed about all of this?
Yeah.
Who's on that committee? I mean, who's on that committee from? There's nothing from Texas. There was not enough representation on that.
No.
So it was all about the game. It was all about the Alabama game. And like you said, that committee never wavered of putting Alabama in front of Texas after they lost to Texas.
Yep. And Alabama beating Georgia obviously helped too.
Sure.
Because if Alabama was getting in, Texas had to get in. So
yes.
No, this was tough for the committee. I mean, it's kind of funny. The first year back in 2014, when you had Ohio State, Baylor, and TCU all vying for one spot, that was a tough decision, and that was criticized forever. And Baylor and TCU fans still are mad about that, even though Ohio State won the national championship as the 4 seed that year. And then this year, the last year of the 4-team playoff, like those were the toughest 2 years the committee had. And like last year was like, shit, man. I mean, TCU lost in the conference championship and got in. Like Georgia was undefeated. They were number 1. They had won 2 championships in a row. They lost in conference championship play. They dropped to number 6. TCU last year lost to K-State in the conference title game, and they dropped from number 3 to number 3. Like last year was like, oh shit, now we got to leave them in. Like this is pretty easy. And then Ohio State, we had 2 teams in the same conference get in.
Yes.
And Ohio State, who didn't even play in the Big Ten title last year, they got in. And this year it was like, well, Ohio State's, they lost to Michigan. They're not in the Big Ten championship game. They've got no shot. Sorry, Buckeyes.
Yeah,
So
we
it was
talked
tough.
about that. No chance this year. You're watching this weekend.
No, we had like this would have been a great year for 8 teams, obviously 12. I'm happy for Texas. Like, shit, that's one fewer game Texas has to play and win now. So it worked out well. But from my unbiased college football fandom standpoint, I would be like, 8-team playoff or 12-team playoff this year would have been electric.
Oh, yeah.
Electric. All right, Buck. I didn't even ask you before we started today. I'm sorry to put you on the spot here, but any tip for kids this morning?
Hey, kids, how about this? Don't count the days. Make the days count.
Wow.
I know you're getting ready. You're getting ready to be on your vacation, but don't start thinking about your holiday vacation. Make every day count today. Start today. Make them all count. Don't count the days. Make the days count.
I like that.
It's for you too, BK. That's one for you too.
I'm counting down the days till Hanukkah, baby. 2 days.
2 more days.
December 7th. We've got an early Hanukkah this year, baby.
Sort of like winter.
Sort of
my
like
early winter call for the 17th of December.
That's still your call?
That's my call.
Even though I can show you proof that winter starts
How
on
can
the
you give?
21st?
There's no proof. Somebody just said that, and you guys bought into it.
That's the proof.
No, you can't believe. Believe in me. Believe in my picks. Believe in my 5,000 unit plays. Don't believe in anybody else's. Come on now.
You're down 32,000 units this season, and you're asking people to believe in you?
I made a little something this weekend, didn't I?
Yeah, you went up 4,000 units this week. Congratulations. You're still down more than 30K on the year, which means, if you are Jewish, you are not getting any gifts this year.
Well,
sorry
you know
about that, Jewish kids.
Yeah, well, all you Catholics and Baptists out there, I'll get you a little something before Christmas. Because we got some NFL. We got some time here.
Yeah, I heard there were record numbers of homeless under the bridges this year.
I gave them sandwiches for Thanksgiving. What else did I need to do?
Yeah, you had stolen all of their money with your shitty gambling picks, and they needed food, and you did deliver them food, so it was nice of you to pay them back in that regard, but they would have preferred to have had, a home to spend Thanksgiving.
It wasn't $100 sandwich, believe me.
No,
it was not.
You got time. You got time. You got Army-Navy this weekend you could bet on, which that's the most American thing ever, to bet on the most American game ever, right?
Yes, it is.
Like, that's one of my biggest bets of the year every year is the Army-Navy game.
Go Army.
You're Team Army this year?
I'm Team Army this year. I'm generally Team Navy. I'm Go Army this year.
Army's a 2.5-point favorite, and it feels like the line is 2.5 every year. I'm not sure
it's never more than 3.
I don't think it's just like, man, you pick one, and both teams are 5-6 this year, apparently. So it's
Go Army. I'm going to make some coin this week.
Okay. Well, then
game, yes.
I'd like to congratulate the midshipmen of Navy for a win in America's game because the Buck has Army. Just like you're disparaging our military.
Come on, man.
Yeah, you're literally.
There's a game that the Cowboys this weekend. I got big picks for you. Anybody playing San Francisco has got a problem from this point on. After what I saw this weekend, wow.
Yeah, how about their performance?
Who woke them up? Who told them to get out of bed and start playing football?
Yeah, the bye week came at a perfect time for them, didn't it? They had lost 3 in a row. They had the bye. They got some guys back from injury, and since then they have just been running over teams, including that blowout victory in Philadelphia on Sunday afternoon. Cowboys fans don't like rooting for the Niners, but Cowboys fans were left pretty happy with that result because the Cowboys have a chance to get back into first place with the win over Philly. Easier said than done, of course, this Sunday.
But you know what? Philly can't get pissed. They don't have enough players to get pissed. I saw guys limping around out there. They got a secondary that can't cover anybody. Good luck covering CeeDee Lamb this weekend at home.
Indeed.
Wow.
Indeed. All right. Before we get into that, we've got some NFL to talk about, some transfer portal stuff to talk about. You did give your tip for kids, Buck, brought to you by our great friends at Relax the Back.
I love those folks there. Relax the Back. They give me the comfort that I needed, which I should have sat in my Relax the Back chair last night instead of getting up on the sofa. Now, take advantage of Relax the Back when they have the Tempur-Pedic, all those mattresses and those wonderful select massage chairs that they have, the unbelievable pillows. And I've taken advantage of with those folks the last 20 years with my back. I needed to. I had thoracic reconstruction done. And without that chair, if I was sitting in that thing that BK is sitting in right now, there'd be tears rolling down my eyes. I couldn't take it. and the pain would be that way. But I have been saved thanks to Relax the Back. Heal, work smarter, sleep, reimagine, recover overnight, restorative sleep, and live pain-free just like the Buck at Relax the Back. 2 locations, BK at the Hill Country Galleria, across from the Whole Foods, and, of course, in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store, folks. We love the folks at Relax the Back. Thank you very much, Jason, and your gang.
Absolutely. Yeah, perfect holiday gift for your loved one or yourself. A new chair.
You know who needs a new chair?
Who's
Is
that?
my doctor. Doc Trey has hip problems now. He doesn't know where he hurt his hip, which scares me because, playing in that sand can do that to you. That little sand volleyball, don't quite get your feet stabilized in there. Your feet move around a lot. So
Yeah.
probably he's playing a dangerous sport and he doesn't even know it. There's danger in that sand volleyball, obviously.
Mid-40s Top Gun level sand volleyball is dangerous now.
No, that's Olympic level that he plays
Oh, yeah.
with those dudes, with
Hell,
Goose and the rest of them.
shirtless dudes just lathering each other up, playing that beach
Smacking each other's
volleyball.
guys.
Yeah.
Like those dudes in the booth. I mean, oh, yeah, that's those dudes.
Dudes in the
Love those
booth.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Brando and Tillman.
It's Tillman. Yeah, those two dudes.
Want to see those guys again?
Let me see a couple of Top Gunners. Oh, Trey, you've slammed me again. Oh, my God.
Which guy is Trey in that video? Is he Brando or is he Tillman?
He's Tillman. He's Tillman. He's the catcher.
Trey's doing the twerking and he's catching, huh?
Yeah, he's the catcher for sure.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I don't ever want to see those two. Those are they done? We don't see them anymore. They don't do bowl games together,
I'm sure they'll call a bowl game or two for Fox. Yeah. They won't have our game, thankfully.
Oh, my goodness.
Because, we're playing for the college football playoffs. So
Woo!
That's on the ESPN family of networks. So we don't have to
It's
worry
not
about
a Fox Network deal, is it?
No, thank God. Hey, shout out to Relax the Back. And if you pick up a Relax the Back chair, you got to be watching your AV Consultations TV.
Yes.
Like the Buck. Buck's got the Relax the Back chair, and he's got that ginormous, 85 inch?
85 inches.
Yeah,
Yes.
from AV Consultations. Here's a word from our man, Tom McKay.
McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and all of us at Audiovisual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call for all your home entertainment needs. If you save the time you spend in traffic and big store crowds, you'd have more time with the people you actually enjoy. So smile, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and cheer the game with your friends. Call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Is he Linus? Is Linus the guy who played the piano or was it Pigpen? Which one? It was Linus, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I think it was Linus. Somebody's going to correct us if we're wrong about that. But no, Pigpen didn't do anything. They didn't let him in the house. He could never play the piano.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I didn't watch enough.
You didn't watch
Charlie
enough of
Brown.
that Peanut stuff? No, I wasn't a big Charlie Brown guy either.
I don't know if it was a little bit after my time or it was just not something my family was into.
I think I was digging on Lucy. Who's Lucy? Was that Linus's sister?
You were digging on a young girl who's also animated?
I was
Giddy?
young at that time too. I was into cartoons and things.
Okay. Josh Giddy over here just
Oh my God.
trying to pick up these young girls, underage girls. My God.
Josh Giddy, that's a high school girl. What is wrong with that dude?
Well,
I did go out with a girl 2.5 years younger when I went to college. And I went to her prom when I got to Boston College. There's nothing wrong with that.
There's nothing right with that either, Carl Malone.
What? Come on. I was 1 year removed from high school.
Everybody's saying Schroeder played the piano.
Oh, Schroeder, that clown.
That
guy wouldn't have been in my gang. Schroeder didn't do anything but play the piano. Was that his deal for them?
I don't know.
He wasn't like a wide out. He didn't play DB. Schroeder just was a piano guy. Like the bass, dun, 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 dun. That was his deal for athletics.
I guess.
Come on, Schroeder.
You got to have an organ guy.
I mean, really?
Come on. Those guys make the baseball games. You need those dudes.
Of course you do.
Oh, man.
Now I feel even worse that it was Schroeder.
Double D. I could never tell if Schroeder's knees were his feet or his feet were his knees.
Oh, man.
All right, hold on. Let's see how quickly I could pull up a video
Or Schroeder.
of Schroeder. I don't even know what to search on YouTube. Well,
What the hell
probably.
did Linus do? What was Linus? Linus was a linebacker. He was the one who walked around with the blanket over his shoulder all the time. Yeah, Linus had the blanket. He was all insecure about everything.
All right, let's see if I can share this screen here.
Somebody tell me if Lucy was Linus's sister, and Charlie Brown was trying to bang Lucy.
Well, you're trying to ask for Linus's permission so you can hook up with the underage Lucy.
There's Schroeder and that stupid Snoopy.
Okay, yeah. Now I'm curious. Where are his feet and where are his knees?
He's got his butt cheeks on the ground.
Is that what that is? Like,
those are his feet. Those little brown things.
okay, yeah, those look like shoes. And then what is that? Just black blob? Are those his pants?
That's his butt on the floor. He didn't even have a chair.
I think it's huge, man. Guy was packing back then.
That was his ass, dude.
God. Here's your random Charlie Brown
Thank you.
GIF of the day. I don't know how the hell we got to that thing.
I just still need to know whose sister was Lucy.
Yeah.
I'm
You
thinking
got
it's
to ask
I'm
somebody.
thinking it's Charlie Brown. No, Charlie Brown didn't have a sister.
I don't know.
Come on, you people. It's Tuesday. Wake up.
I'm still concerned about you hitting on
On Lucy?
yeah.
Lucy
Yeah,
was okay.
What was the story of you at prom? You were like a senior in college and you went to prom with a freshman in high school or something?
I had met a girl who was in my class, a freshman. I had met her. We went to some party together. I came back to her room. She showed me her photograph book. And I like, who is that? And she said, that's my sister. She's a junior. She's going to be a senior in high school. I met her. Then I met her and I dated her for 3 years in college.
The sister.
Yeah, I went to her high school prom when she became a senior.
You took a girl home and then asked about her sister?
Her sister was in the book. She showed me her photo book, and I said, who's that? She said, that's my sister. Well, I wasn't trying to date the girl that I took to a party.
Oh,
I was
okay.
just being a friend. We were friends. We had, met at school for a couple months, and we were friends. We weren't trying. I wasn't trying anything. I wasn't going above and beyond. She just invited me up after that. I sat there. We had a couple of drinks. She showed me her photo book, and I said, wow, who's that?
I was going to say, that would be impressive if you bagged a couple of sisters like that.
No. I then dated her sister for 3 years, but I went to her sister's prom, and then my old partner there back at the radio station said, oh, no, you can't do that. I'm like, what do you mean I can't do that? I'm 1 year removed myself. And she goes, no, you're a college guy. She's still in high school. Stay away from her. I mean, is that true?
Well, she was of age, so legally you were fine.
I don't know. State of Massachusetts. She was like 16.
She was 16?
She was still in high school. She was
senior. When you're a senior in high school, you're 18.
She was going to be a senior in high school. She was turning 17. She was 17 years old, I got to believe.
Okay. And
I don't know what the state thing was. I was just getting to be 18 as a freshman.
Goodness, we got R. Kelly over here.
Come on, man. Come on. It wasn't like I'm being one of those teachers trying to bag one of my students. It was just a year, a little bit more than a year difference.
Goodness gracious.
Her family was okay with it. Okay. I dated her for 3 years. It wasn't like I was trying to bag some high school chick and take off being a freshman in college. No, we dated. We went to Martha's Vineyard. We hung out together for 3 years.
All right, Carl. Whatever you say, man.
Okay, here's something from my sister. Linus is Lucy's brother.
Okay.
Linus, the guy with the towel, the guy with the dirty towel over his shoulder all the time. I think that's Linus.
What was he doing? His best John Thompson impersonation?
I don't know what Linus did. I think he was the linebacker coach. He always had the towel, and Pigpen always had that cloud of shit around his head. Remember? He wasn't allowed in anybody's. I never saw Pigpen in anybody's home. He was always like, "Hey, stay out in the backyard. You can't come." All the other kids could come through the back door. That dude, look, where's that cloud of shit around? See, there's the dude with the towel. See the guy on the right with the towel?
Yeah, we got John Thompson over here with the sweat towel.
He had his thumb in his mouth and he had the towel. He's a linebacker coach.
A little blanky, probably. A
His
little
little
kid.
blankie.
Yeah.
Where's Pigpen at though?
I guess Pigpen didn't show up today or that day.
Yeah, because he's a dirty, filthy. He was like that little homeless girl that wanted me to hug her. That little cloud of dirt around him.
Well, I feel like the Peanuts actually hung out with Pigpen a little bit. You just kicked that homeless girl to the curb.
Wow.
Maybe she was too old for you or something.
No. She just wanted to go bone to bone, and I wasn't into hugging. She wanted to go clothing to clothing, and I just no.
Bone? She wanted to bone?
No, dude. She wanted
with the clothes on. What is she, Amish?
No, she wanted physical contact with me, and I wasn't giving her. I was giving her lunch or some cash, but I wasn't doing physical contact. I didn't want to hug anybody that day. She was filthy.
Incredible.
Once again, she was filthy, okay? She had dirt spots on her face. It wasn't like the linebacker that puts all the eye black on, or the quarterback and all that crap. No, she was filthy. I didn't want to hug her. That's not a big deal. I would have made her a sandwich. Remember, I went out on Thanksgiving with all my sandwiches. Let's not forget that now.
Yep.
I was almost going over by that McDonald's to see if she's around. She would have told me, get lost with your sandwiches. How about a hug? And I would have F-bombed her and said, no hugs on Thanksgiving for you.
I'm glad you didn't ask her to make you a sandwich.
Oh yeah. I know what kind of sandwich I got. All right.
Oh, man. All right. I don't know how we got there. My boy Alex is watching this morning. What the hell did I just tune into? Yeah, I don't know how to answer that, Alex. I don't have any clue.
I'm looking for answers on Charlie Brown characters. That's all.
Here we go. All right.
Okay, let me ask last final.
Yep.
Who does Snoopy belong to?
Who does Snoopy belong to?
Yes.
Like whose dog was he?
Yeah, whose dog was Snoopy?
I actually don't know.
Interesting. What family? He didn't come from the Pigpen family. He didn't come from the Linus and Lucy family. Was that Charlie Brown's dog? Was Snoopy? Yeah, I think Charlie Brown's dog. Yeah.
And Charlie and Sally, because Sally was the sister.
She didn't have much to do in this deal, did she? Did she always show up, Sally?
Text on the Coda text line: Peppermint Patty Peas standing up. Do we have that confirmed?
Oh no! Come on.
I don't know.
Oh, Paulie Patty, come on.
I've got some research to do today,
Yes,
I guess.
now.
Goodness gracious. All right. NFL, we'll get to some transfer portal stuff. Jalen Catalon is into the portal. We'll talk about that and what that means for Texas in hour 2. Monday Night Football last night, though, Buck. How about Jake Browning? Speaking of Washington, the former University of Washington quarterback.
That guy's been to some places.
Yeah, he was awesome against a really, really good Jacksonville team on the road last night. The Bengals get a 31-28 overtime victory in Jacksonville in Duval last night, keeping their playoff hopes alive. And the Jags, a bad loss, but the bad loss was turned worse by an injury to Trevor Lawrence in the fourth quarter. It looked bad. Walker Little, state of Texas kid, his left tackle kind of got pushed back into Trevor Lawrence, and he stepped on his ankle, and Lawrence went down. He got up. It looked like he was going to be okay, but then like a second after he stood up, he fell right back to the ground again, smashed the turf, threw his helmet. He looked pissed, and I think they're saying it's a high ankle sprain for Trevor Lawrence. So it looked like it could have been worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like it could have been Aaron Rodgers-like, where it was an Achilles, because he started grabbing for that ankle area, and you always feel the worst. And they showed video. I don't know where the hell the cart guy was last night. And they've got the cart at every stadium around the league, right?
Yeah.
Like Trevor Lawrence was basically being carried by a couple of dudes because he couldn't put any weight on that ankle. He had to make the slow trek back to the locker room while the game was going on.
Yeah, I mean, you don't understand that. That's almost like college basketball in the NBA. When those guys go down, why is it always somebody with their arm around their shoulder? Why can't they bring out a certain kind of cart? They don't bring it out for basketball. Basketball players, when they tear up something, the cart doesn't come out for them. They find a way for their teammates to put their arm around them, around their arms, and they get off the court. I always thought that's kind of weird. Why isn't there like a unit you roll out there, almost like the one you put what is that where you're moving your furniture? Why can't we roll out one of those, stick one leg on
dolly?
Why can't we have a dolly for those guys? Why do they always have to hobble off the court? That doesn't seem right. You know, it doesn't seem like it make any sense that they don't have a tool that comes out there and picks them up.
Well, basketball is a little different than football, right? Because basketball, the amount of space between the court and the locker room is significantly less than what you have in football. And it's just harder to get one of those carts on. I mean, they've got stretchers and carts in basketball arenas if they need them, but football, you've got to go a lot further distance to get back to the training room. But yeah, I
need to see a dolly take a guy off.
What kind of dolly is that big?
You can get a body on a dolly. They can lean back and you can dolly them right off of there. But they always seem to hobble off. I mean, it feels like you could do more damage the way they take you off in basketball. You know what I mean? By the way, as we're talking, who is the black kid with the Charlie Brown group? What was his name? What was that dude's name?
Well, is it bad if I don't know?
No, it's probably worse that I don't know. Was it Trevor? Ishmael? I mean, who was he? What was that dude's name? There was a black kid that hung out with Charlie Brown's gang, wasn't there?
Yeah, I think.
He didn't come in until the later years. The original Charlie Browns, the original clan there, or whoever Charlie Brown's group was.
Franklin?
Franklin? Was it Franklin? Oh, yeah. It was Franklin. Oh, that's my son-in-law's name.
Not Token.
It was not Token. No,
Token's the South Park guy.
No. There was a black kid that hung out, but he didn't come into the later years as Charlie Brown, as we got away from the 50s and 60s. And I think about the 80s or 90s, that's when they had a black friend that used to hang out with them. I think you're right, BK. Did you know Franklin? I mean,
they were gonna get canceled if they didn't bring a brother into the show.
Oh yeah, so that was his name, Franklin?
They brought in Frank.
Oh, good job there, Frank. And what was his deal?
Look at this comment.
Oh, there's Franklin. He's listening. Franklin. So what was the deal? What was his gig? Did he coach DBs or something?
Because he's black. You think he was a football coach?
Well, they were all kind of little coaches. Like I told you, the dude with the wraparound around his neck, the linebacker coach, Linus.
You're right. Yeah, I don't know what position group.
Lucy was a cheerleader, period.
I wonder if I'd rather have Franklin as our safeties coach than Blake Gideon.
Oh, great.
I'm not entirely sure. Hey, here's a live footage of the cart that is trying to pick up Trevor Lawrence on the field in Jacksonville last night. Have you ever seen this?
I saw that. That was at the Cowboys. That was great.
This was during a high school game. Craig was on the call for this.
Yes.
A runaway cart that there was, I guess, a pylon that had gotten lodged under the gas pedal. This cart just went rogue and like a bowling ball just knocked over a bunch of people.
Dudes. Oh, that had to hurt.
Where was that last night? They didn't have that in Jacksonville? They got that for the high school kids?
They need that on the NBA courts too.
God, I mean,
this is one of my athletes hobble off.
It's one of my favorite moments in football history right here. Oh, God. So, yeah Trevor Lawrence.
When I played at Boston College, when the guy from Texas cheap shotted me in the knee, when I came back and he hit me low and I tore up my knee and I went off. I hobbled off with my two buddies on my shoulder. I just hobbled off. I needed something then. Well, I didn't want to do that.
You could have just been like Paul Pierce and shat yourself. Then they would have had a wheelchair for you.
Ooh.
Remember that?
He had to sit in his own shit. That's right. He had to sit in his own shit. I remember that.
Yeah, well, he acted like he had broken his leg in 12 places and become paralyzed from the waist down. But really, he had just crapped himself. So he called the wheelchair out. And
they were wearing their Celtics whites that day.
Yeah, he didn't want anybody to see that he had made a little mess in his pants. And that's what happened.
Well, thanks for the Charlie Brown update, y'all. Appreciate that. Thank you, Franklin. I'm sorry you're listening this morning.
Yeah, here's the updated list of quarterback injuries. Well, actually, this doesn't include Trevor Lawrence, and it doesn't sound like Trevor Lawrence is going to be out for the year because they are saying it's just an ankle sprain, which, look, he'll miss a few weeks. And if you're a Texans fan, you're probably not rooting for injuries, but that kind of opens the door for the Texans a little bit in the AFC South, right? Because Jacksonville, they've got the lead. They obviously won that game in Houston a couple of weeks ago, but maybe the Jags slip up a little bit with C.J. Beathard in at quarterback instead of Trevor Lawrence. Could open the door for the Texans in the AFC South. But yeah, look at this list, man. I mean, a ridiculous amount.
Now, has Aaron Rodgers, I haven't heard that Aaron Rodgers talk about, I want to get back there. It sounds like they suck so bad with the Jets that he's not really, I don't hear him pushing to get back anymore. He was singing that tune for about a month and a half, and now I've heard that thing go silent. They're looking for another quarterback.
They opened up his 21-day practice window to leave the door open on a potential return this year, but it's just not worth it. Like, it'd be one thing if the Jets were still in the mix, and I know they haven't been eliminated from playoff contention, so technically they're still in the mix, but
yes, and I'm truly sorry I gave you people the Jets last week as a 1,000-unit play. That was just a throw-out game. How did you let me even think of doing that? That was terrible.
I told you to not do it. Don't blame me for this. I literally asked you 3 or 4 different times if you were serious about betting on the Jets. And I know they were playing the Falcons, who also kind of suck. But the Jets, dude?
Yeah, anybody playing the Jets is a winner. I mean, I thought they were at least going to be able to run the football. They can't do anything now.
No, they're terrible. And that game was ugly. 13-8, the final score.
Wow.
In New Jersey. Just bad quarterback play all around. I mean, Desmond Ridder isn't good. Atlanta's going to have to figure out their quarterback deal after the year. And, yeah, I mean, Tim Boyle started the game for the Jets. He got benched for Trevor Seaman. That guy sucks. And then, yeah, I mean, there was a report out of New York today or yesterday or Sunday, I don't know, at some point after the game, that said that the Jets wanted to go back to Zach Wilson, but Zach Wilson didn't want to play for them again.
What?
And then that's kind of been debunked, or at least someone in New York media has done damage control and come out and said, no, that's not true. If the Jets want to go back to Zach Wilson, he'll play. But, yeah, it's bad. It's bad up there is the point of bringing up that story. The Jets are 4-8. If the Jets were like 6-6, maybe Rodgers should be like, yeah, no, like I want to rush back because we can make the playoff. But it's, this year, there's just no point. Get healthy for next year, dude.
He's not coming back, Nate. He's done.
You keep saying that, and he keeps saying the opposite.
That dude is not coming back to football. Not there. He just collecting. He's getting free money this year, just like I give you with my picks. Free money.
You're right. If you fade the buck, you will get free money. That is how it works this year. So the Jags lose. Miami is the number 1 seed right now in the AFC. They and Baltimore have the same record at 9-3. Then you've got Kansas City and Jacksonville at 8-4, and you have a log jam. I mean, you've got 11 teams within 1 game of a playoff spot in the AFC right now. Like the NFC, you've got I guess some competition towards the back end of the wild card, but we know the AFC is the much deeper conference. The AFC or the NFC, it kind of feels like you've got 4 really good teams and then a bunch of The AFC is deep this year, man, and it's going to be fun over the last month of this regular season to watch who rises to the top and who finds their way into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, the NFC, the 4 teams that are with Detroit, even maybe is there a possibility the Rams could get in there with their last couple of weeks of winning?
The Rams are 6-6 right now. They've got the same record as Minnesota and Green Bay, who are also 6-6.
Yeah, and Jordan Love the other day.
They're in the playoffs.
Boy, I liked the way Love played the other day. That was good stuff.
Yeah, that was a big win for Green Bay on
Absolutely.
Sunday night. Obviously, the refs were a huge part in the storyline, but it shouldn't take away from the game Jordan Love played. Like, the Chiefs' defense has been one of the best in football all year, and I think the Packers scored, 27 in that game?
Yeah, was there more than that one call? I mean, although that one call was, I don't know, I could have made that call when I was 9. That over-the-top interference call, that was just plain passing. How can you not make that call? How can you call that a breakup? I mean, you're talking about going through a guy to get to the ball.
Yeah, I mean, there were 3 or 4 awful calls on the last drive alone. Like, the Chiefs got a gift earlier in the drive when Mahomes took off and ran, and it was Jonathan Biles, Simone Biles' husband, and he had to take the last name on that one. The former Houston Texan. He pushed Mahomes, and they called a late hit out of bounds, but Mahomes was still in bounds. Like, So that was 15 yards for the Chiefs right there. And then a couple of plays later, you had one of the most egregious missed PIs you'll ever see. And that would have given the Chiefs the ball inside the Packers' 10-yard line with a couple of chances to, they needed 8. They needed the touchdown and the 2-point conversion. They would have had a few chances to score if they made that call. And then on the last play of the game, the Hail Mary the Chiefs had, dude, I know it's a Hail Mary and you're not going to get calls very often. But
the guy somebody just yanking them down.
If you were to get a call on a Hail Mary, like this was the one. And I don't know how many people would have complained about this being called. There would have been some people who were like, the Chiefs get all the calls, whatever. But Travis Kelce, like just a full two-arm shove from a Packers DB on Travis Kelce and just completely took him out of the play. Again, odds Kelce would have caught it very slim. Of course, it's a long-ass Hail Mary.
But he had a chance.
Even the TV announcers and whoever was it Bill something, the ESPN referee analyst. I hate those referee analysts. They don't provide anything for me. But even that guy was like, no, they could have definitely called that, even though it's a Hail Mary. Like that was a PI. So they missed a few bad ones on the last drive of the game, both ways. It was a joke.
Yeah, I loved when around Thanksgiving time because I was a part of one of the greatest Hail Marys of all time with Doug Flutie's throw. As my fullback goes down the field, supposed to be in protecting, and as the Miami players jump, he undercuts like 2 of them at the height of their jump. They come down sideways, and our guy catches the ball in the end zone. And you looked at that play over and over again. I'm like, why are you down there?
Yeah.
You're supposed to be back here protecting the quarterback. He said, I just wanted to go down there and get in. I want to get into it just in case there was a tip ball. I said, well, dude, you can't undercut guys while they're up in the air. Hit them low. And he did, and he knocked 2 of them right. They never got to the height of their jump because he undercut them, and the ball went right over the top of them. Great job, guy.
It worked.
Great job, Steve Strahan. Played for the Raiders for about 7 years. Loved it.
Michael Strahan's dad?
Yeah, Steve Strahan.
Oh, sorry about that, Steve and Michael. Hopefully Steve had better teeth.
He did. Always
Michael.
carried the ball in his left hand, no matter which way he ran.
Is that right?
Yes, never changed the ball.
That's not what you want.
Yes, it is. I want him not to fumble.
You would always protect it if it was in the left hand?
Always protect it. I said, was that your dominant hand? He said, yep. I said, well, keep it there. Even when you're going the other way, even if you're going to the right side and you want to keep it away from the defender, I said, if you feel more comfortable in your left hand, it's the funniest look with a guy going right with the ball in his left hand, right from the get and kept it that way.
Yeah.
Never put it on the outside. He never switched. He never did that. He never switched. And I never said switch the ball. I just said, whatever your dominant hand is, leave it there, please, because I don't want that ball on the ground. But the minute it goes on the ground, you're going to start making a switch. Never fumbles.
Yeah, I've got let's see if I could pull. All right, now we'll do that. We'll talk about that later. All right, we'll get into the transfer portal stuff. Interesting news for Texas in regards to the portal, and obviously some big-name quarterbacks from around the country.
Boy, some of them bailed out, didn't they, in a hurry?
Oh, yeah, put their names in the portal. The portal opened up on Monday, and I think we're already at more than 1,000 people who are in it right now. It is portal season in college football, and this is as wild as it gets right now. But before we do that, we've got to give some shout outs to some of our great sponsors, Buck.
How about Texas Orthopedics? If you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact the experts at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults. Now, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. And our good buddy Christopher Danny, of course, big mullet open guy, Christopher Danny, and a surgeon there along with Christopher Stockton. Their goal is to get you back into good health, of course, and that great quality of life that you deserve. Visit Texas Orthopedics, txortho.com. Now, Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And I think Texas Orthopedics has already committed to be a travel partner.
Very nice. Thank you, Dr. Danny.
As we make our trek to New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl. Getting a lot of travel partners on board already. If you want to be a part of our trip to the Big Easy for the Sugar Bowl, hit us up. Reach out. Text on the Coda text line, 512-222-9328. You can DM me. You can email me. However you want to get in contact. Our buddy Steve a.k.a. Cooter at Pest Wranglers. He's already committed to be a part of things. And Altstat Beer, they've also committed to be a part of things.
Big time.
That's my favorite beer in the world, man. At some point this week, I'm going to crack open an Altstat on our show, Maybe when Hanukkah gets here, we'll be celebrating that. Altstat, the best beer that you could find all throughout the state of Texas, whether you're in Austin, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, or anywhere in between. They've got Altstat wherever you shop for beer. HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine, wherever you go, you can find some Altstat. And hey, if you're hitting the town for some of these bowl games coming up, for the big college basketball game tomorrow night, Texas, Marquette, if you're going to be watching that at a bar somewhere, make sure you ask your bartenders, waitresses, waiters, servers, whoever, for Altstat beer. And hey, if you're looking for those extra stocking stuffers, doing some holiday shopping, Altstat. That's as simple as that. Just throw a 6-pack in there, and whoever's getting that gift is going to absolutely love it, and they're absolutely going to love you as well. Altstat is liquid gold. One sip, and you won't go back to the other beers that you have been drinking in the past. Check out their website, altstatbeer.com, for more information. It is Altstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. Buck, let's start with the Texas transfer portal news. And the biggest named Longhorn to enter the portal is Jalen Catalon, who, of course, transferred in from Arkansas. A lot of Longhorn fans had high hopes and expectations for Catalon. He was really one of the best players in college football as a freshman at Arkansas. Pretty highly touted recruit, and burst onto the scene at Arkansas in his true freshman season, maybe 2019, but just dealt with a myriad of injuries at Arkansas. I think had 2 season-ending injuries in back-to-back seasons, and we just never got to see Jalen Catalon play a whole lot. But we knew the ability was still there. He entered the portal last offseason, and then he committed to Texas, and I was pumped about this. Now, we all had the caveat of, well, if he can stay healthy, but Jalen Catalon, with what he had done on the field during his time at Arkansas, gave me, and I think Longhorn fans everywhere, some hope and optimism that the Longhorns might have found a gem in the portal, but it just didn't work out. Catalon was dealing with a shoulder injury that caused him to miss some time. And even these last few weeks, when Steve Sarkisian has said that Catalon is fine and healthy and good to go, he just hasn't played a whole lot. So it almost feels like he lost his spot in the rotation. I don't know if there was any, off the field doghouse type of stuff going on with Jalen Catalon, but I was really hopeful and optimistic that Jalen Catalon could be a difference maker for this Texas team. And unfortunately, it just didn't work out that way.
No, it just didn't work out. I mean, if a tree falls in the woods, I mean, do you hear? I mean, do we hear it? I mean, he just never really was here. It just didn't seem out. The injuries, we knew about the injuries. We understood about the injuries. I got it. It was just a flyer that they took on a kid that they thought was going to be he was a talented freshman. He had been out with those shoulder injuries, and he just hits that way. He plays the game really, really, really tough, very physical. And those injuries, I mean, I guarantee you, they just lingered on and on and on. And even when he got here, remember, he wasn't ready right away. They kept saying, we're going to wait to conference play before we get him in there. And he just never healed, and then by the time he got healed, other guys was in there that they thought BK were just better because they had played more football than he had played.
Yeah.
It was just kind of chancy. And to me, he just never got here, never got healthy enough to actually do anything for this football team.
17 tackles and a forced fumble for Jalen Catalon this season. But, he did miss a lot of time with injuries. And like you said, it just kind of felt like he lost his spot.
Sure.
Which I don't get. Like, if Catalon was truly hurt and the coaches were just keeping that a secret, then okay. Like, if he's hurt, he can't play, whatever. But it's not like the safety play on this team was good enough to justify leaving a healthy Jalen Catalon on the sideline, right? Like,
that dude never was healthy.
That's probably been the worst position group for Texas this year, which is why I and a lot of Texas fans are critical of Blake Gideon, even though this team is in the playoff. Like, the safety play, the rotations were questionable. Just felt like guys weren't getting better. You've talked about Jaron Thompson a lot, and it just hasn't really felt like he's taken the steps that we had hoped he was going to take as a Texas Longhorn.
That guy was a starter. That guy was a starter and much better a year ago.
Yeah.
And then this year, something happened to him where, it just, when they talk about development and player development, that's a group that didn't develop.
No. Yeah, I mean, and you've got, Michael Taff in there. You've got Derek Williams, the true freshman, in there. Both of those guys have done some great things this year. I mean, Michael Taft has been Johnny on the spot. He's had a few big takeaways for this Texas team, and he's a smart player. But he's not that great. We're talking about a former PWO. And then Derek Williams is a true freshman. He's shown you some signs, but he's not quite there yet. And Jaron Thompson, Keaton Crawford had the great diving pick against Oklahoma State, but he's obviously had some issues in coverage this year. So
you want to know if they're going to get better. This place has all about development. The defensive line is developed. The wide receivers have developed. And so even though you're in the playoffs, you got to hope for the future that you've got somebody that's going to develop these guys, or these guys are going to develop. I don't see it. I mean, I don't see it. Like you said, when Michael Taft is playing for you and starting in a bunch of games and doing good stuff, that's a kid who is a walk-on, developed himself. I mean, that guy has developed. He wasn't getting scholarship. He's developed himself. He's played well enough. He's just instinctual for the football. But the group that these highly recruited guys are supposed to be, they haven't developed.
No, and I think Texas realized they need some safety help going into this year, and that's why they went and got Jalen Catalon. And it didn't really work out. And
I think he's just been injured. I don't think it's anything to do with the fact that, that was a good football player. We knew what kind of player he was. Those shoulders just never got healed.
I don't know, man. I don't know. Either way, it sucks. And it's obviously, I understand the move and the timing of the move for Jalen Catalon, because the earlier you get into the portal, the earlier teams can reach out and contact you, and the more options you're going to have, right? Because, teams fill their spots pretty quickly, and Jalen Catalon wants to make sure he's got as many options as possible for where he plays next. But
somebody's going to pick him up. Somebody's going to say yes.
Yeah, but it's just like, nah, dude, he's leaving a place that has an opportunity to win a national championship.
Yeah, why don't you just get healthy and spend your last year here? It's not like you need the team to get back. You're trying then to get some money for the NFL. You're trying to position yourself. Why not stay at a place who now understands that you've got shoulder problems? Let's fix it. You have all kinds of time to fix it. Why get up and leave and go somewhere where you got to prove that you can throw your body back in there? You're going to have to go somewhere. If you're injured, you're going to have to go somewhere and sit around anyway until you're better.
Well, that's why I don't think it's injury related. That's why I just think Jalen Catalon lost his spot. Like, it's as simple as that. Or had
you think he's a healthy guy
with the coaching staff? Yeah, I do. I don't know if he's 100% healthy. And I'm sure if he went out there and played more, there was a chance he would have gotten injured again, because that's just kind of who he's been over his college career, unfortunately. But no, I think he's mad that he wasn't getting as much playing time as he felt like he deserved down the stretch. And I get it, because this safety room has not been great this year. So it feels like he should have played more, but he's gone.
Well, I don't get it, because if that guy is healthy, he should be playing or getting more opportunities. But we've seen him in games where he hasn't made a difference. None of them have made a difference at that position. That's a scary position for this football team. Yeah. They've just got to get better. The young ones who are back there have to develop. Whoever's developing their job is to develop those guys. And then your job is to also go out and find more of them, because you need more, whether they come out of the transfer portal. They brought the kid from Wake Forest. My expectation is that he was going to be a little bit better too, because he's played a lot. He's a senior. He's played a lot. He was at Wake Forest when they had Hartman there throwing the ball all over. So he's practiced against a pretty good quarterback, but he never showed out to be that kind of guy either. Yeah. He just was spotty play.
Yeah. Gavin Holmes.
Gavin Holmes.
He's relatively low on the depth chart for Texas at cornerback this year. Look, the good news is Texas has 13 to 14 practices between now and the Sugar Bowl to try to get guys better, try to develop guys a little bit more. And I'm sure that will happen. But no, in the offseason, I would expect the Longhorns to be in the market for another safety.
Absolutely.
In the transfer portal.
Another cornerback.
Maybe another cornerback too, because Ryan Watts is off to the NFL, I think, after this year. So they've got some areas to address. But yeah, Jalen Catalon, a couple of other Longhorns have entered the portal. I'm sure there will be a few more between now and January 1st. But Jalen Catalon, obviously the biggest name, and just kind of the end of a disappointing Texas tenure for a guy that I had some pretty lofty expectations for.
Yeah, well, you're going to see guys on this team that are 4 stars and whatever that thought they should have been even playing more early, or maybe even in their sophomore years haven't seen the field. Those guys are going to be thinking, well, I can go somewhere in this country and play some ball. So, it's just that's the nature of the portal. That's what it's about.
For sure.
While they're going out, let's bring them in. And for me, this is a team now that doesn't need to be bringing in guys they need to bring in guys who can play now.
Yep.
Come in here and they play. They don't. This place has enough depth at positions, except for back there where you throw them in. The ones that are depth wise back there are freshmen that should be getting better when they become sophomores. That's what your expectations are. That their sophomore years, they've been in this program for a year. They understand what the defensive backs and what the defensive scheme is all about, and they'll get better. But you still got to look for guys. You still have to go, and the guys that you get have to be guys. They aren't there for depth purposes. They're there for playing purposes.
Yeah. Well, the portal's been great for Texas, right? I mean, the starting quarterback was a transfer, and maybe the best wide receiver on this team, and Adonai Mitchell was also a transfer. So, the Longhorns have had success with depth pieces, but they've also gotten two of their most important players and two of their best players out of the transfer portal. So, yeah, look, I mean, Sark's done a good job in the portal in recent years, but now Texas is going to be turning away people from the portal. Like you're going to
have to get your receiving core, and you're not going to depend on young high schoolers and a sophomore who will be that guy next year. You're going to need portal guys who are wide receivers that can come in here and play and take the spots of some of these guys.
Yeah.
And there are going to be a bunch of them out there.
There already are. And I think Texas will be in the market for at least one receiver in the portal. Now, they've got Jonte Cook. That's the freshman you're talking about.
Yep.
They've got Ryan Wingo coming in, the 5-star, one of the top players in the country in this year's recruiting class. DeAndre Moore coming back. Casey Kane coming back. Isaiah Nayor, if he doesn't hit the portal, I don't know what to expect from that guy, but he can come back.
He has another year to play football. He has another year to be a part of football.
Yep.
Texas.
Yep. So they'll have some dudes, but I do think they will be hitting the transfer portal. And there are some big names that are either already in the portal or some names that might be hitting the portal very, very soon. Matthew Golden at Houston, a name to look out for. That guy played pretty well against the Longhorns this year. Super highly touted recruit. Texas offered him out of high school. He could be in the mix. Obviously, Texas fans talking about Evan Stewart, the Aggie, former 5-star. If he decides to hit the portal, although I don't think.
Well, they thought he was going to hit it last year, didn't they?
What's that?
Didn't they think Evan Stewart was going to be gone last year? That was the scuttlebutt that he may be leaving A&M, and he did not.
He did not. But now you've got a coaching change and another disappointing season behind him. So,
True.
No, I think there's definitely a chance. I'd be surprised if Stewart doesn't hit the portal, but I'd also be surprised if Texas is in serious consideration for Evan Stewart. But what about these quarterbacks that are hitting the portal across the country, man? I mean, you've got some big names from some big-time programs who are in the portal right now. We talked a little bit about Dylan Gabriel yesterday. He's in the portal. He's leaving Oklahoma. Mississippi State, a reported finalist. Oregon, a reported finalist as well. And I think I've been hearing that Oregon might be the leader in the clubhouse for Dylan Gabriel because Bo Nix is gone after this year.
Wouldn't you like to be a team that's got a pretty good team without missing a quarterback and grab that guy in the portal?
Yeah. That's the way college football works for a lot of teams. Now, Texas feels like, all right, we don't need to hit the portal for a stud quarterback because Quinn might come back. And then we've got Arch Manning, who we recruited out of high school, waiting in the wings. And obviously Malik Murphy is still here too. Curious to see if any of those guys decide to hit the portal. But yeah, a lot of teams are just like, I mean, we'll just go transfer to transfer.
Their quarterback, a young guy who plays.
Yeah, Ohio State's quarterback hit the transfer portal, Kyle McCord. That was the big surprise, right? Like there were some rumors about maybe Dylan Gabriel hitting the portal, some rumors about Riley Leonard at Duke hitting the portal, and he's going to Notre Dame. Speaking of schools that are just going to the portal every year for quarterback play, right? They went and got the Sharp man last year, and now they're getting Riley Leonard. They're just going to the ACC every year to
That's
get
a good get right there for them.
Yeah, Riley Leonard is good. But yeah, Kyle McCord, that's a big surprise. I mean, he wasn't great this year. Ohio State was still a top 10 team, and they were 11-0 before playing Michigan.
Why is he not staying there to develop? I mean, obviously he knows the wide receiver group they always have a good wide receiver group at Ohio State.
Oh yeah.
That's just year in, year out. I don't know why would he take off? That just must be something with the coach.
Yeah, I don't, maybe it's an NIL deal. I don't think Ohio State tried too hard to keep Kyle McCord.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you're right.
If most really good starting quarterbacks for top 10 teams, maybe calling Kyle McCord really good as a stretch, but I'll just say if most quarterbacks for top 10 teams went to their coach and said, I'm thinking about hitting the portal. I feel like most coaches would be like, what do we have to do to keep you here?
Yeah, no
And
kidding.
my guess is in Columbus, Ryan Day is like, all right, cool. That's
Yeah,
fine.
because I'm good because I got to take a chance myself because I need to do something a little bit better. I may be gone.
Yeah.
I lose to Michigan for fourth time or fifth time?
It'd be 4 in a
time.
row if they lose next year.
Ooh.
Yeah. Michigan has overtaken Ohio State in the Big Ten, and Buckeyes fans obviously don't like that. So I am curious to see where Ohio State goes. Like they've got a couple of stud recruits waiting in the wings, or do they go the transfer portal route to try to bring somebody in for that quick fix? Sometimes when coaches are feeling that their seat is warming up a little bit, they get impatient. And they don't want to build through recruiting. They want to build through the transfer portal and get those quick fixes.
Sure.
So I do wonder if that's where Ohio State goes. But yeah, Kyle McCord, that's a big name. I am fascinated to see where that guy ends up because even though he wasn't awesome this year for Ohio State, I mean, still put up some good numbers and still was good enough to start at Ohio State for basically a full season. So he'll be a big hit for somebody.
Yeah, I don't know if he's the difference maker on a team because there's not many teams better than Ohio State,
Right. Another Big 12. I guess we're not going to see this guy anymore, so maybe we don't have to care about this. But Will Howard from K-State in the portal.
Really?
Yeah. So they've got that Avery Johnson kid who played a good amount down the stretch for K-State, and he was really highly touted recruit, and he's the future there at QB. Cam Ward from Washington State has entered the portal. Another guy who had a pretty good year. He's explosive, dynamic as a runner.
He is.
And as a thrower. And then DJU back in the portal.
I'll pass on that.
Yeah, I mean, he went to Clemson and then went to Oregon State. Oregon State's coach, Jonathan Smith, left to take the job at Michigan State. Maybe that's where DJU goes. Maybe he thinks about the NFL. I don't know, but some big names there in the portal. Tyler Shuck, by the way, speaking of Texas Tech, he's also in the portal too.
Oh, he is?
Yep.
They'll be looking for more quarterbacks?
Yeah, well, they got Baron Morton and they've got Jake Strong, who are the two backups who play. Now they're going to need a quarterback.
Yes, they are.
They're going
especially if everything's going to start running through Lubbock now that Texas is out of the way.
Yeah. We'll see about that. I don't think Tech fans believe shit's going to run through Lubbock anymore.
You don't?
I haven't heard a lot from Tech fans since 57-7.
They've been relatively quiet, haven't they?
Not a lot for them to talk about.
How's basketball going for them? They're okay basketball-wise, huh?
Yeah, they're okay. They got a first-year head coach in Grant McCasland, and they've been fine to this point. I think they've got a couple of losses so far this year.
Maybe they're hanging in there for baseball season again.
Well, that's how it works for Texas Tech, right? It's always the next sport. It's always their year, and then it's not, and then it's, we're a basketball school.
Hey, congratulations to Texas women's basketball beating UConn the other night.
How about that? Yeah, a lot of good happenings on the 40 acres this weekend. Obviously, Texas football winning the Big 12 is taking the majority of our conversation, but you're right. Yeah, the Texas women's basketball team, a nice win at the Mood over UConn over the weekend, which is great.
Sorry, Gino.
And Texas is now number 5 in the AP poll that came out yesterday. So shout out to Vic Schaefer and the entire Texas women's basketball team for taking care of business in that game against the Mobster.
Nice win.
Gino Auriemma. And then Texas volleyball. What is it, 18 years in a row they've made it to the Sweet 16?
Oh, yeah, that's the expectations that they're going to be there.
They're in the final the Stanford Regional. Texas, a 2 seed in the Stanford region. They'll play Tennessee in the 2-3 Sweet 16 matchup coming up later this week, and then potentially a date with Stanford in that regional final. These games will be in Palo Alto. Texas plays Tennessee on Thursday night at 8 o'clock. So the defending national champs still alive in the NCAA tournament. We'll see if they can get back to the Final Four. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 18 straight trips to the Sweet 16.
Man.
How effing absurd is that, dude?
Almost as effing. It's almost as bad as what they do in swimming.
All right. Yeah. I mean, the swimming and diving program has been incredible.
I wonder if they're going to win the last Big 12 championship. Have they won it already for swimming and diving? Is that over with by now?
I think
they've already won that.
Probably won it twice this year. That's how good they are. Yeah, I don't know. I actually don't know the answer to that question, but I'm sure they did.
I get that they will win.
Yeah.
Big 12, yeah.
And I think a lot of the tournament stuff, though, for swimming and diving happens in the spring too.
Which will be great. I mean, that's another reason that I think it's great for Texas to move to the SEC. SEC's got pretty good swimming too. I mean, it's not just Texas and then the Pac-12 in swimming. The SEC's got, with Florida. I mean, they've got pretty good swimming programs too. So that should be fun too.
Yeah, I don't know every sport in college athletics.
Well, we know baseball is pretty good in the SEC.
Yeah, I think the only sport where the competition will get worse in the SEC than what it's been in the Big 12 is men's basketball. Like the Big 12 has been the best men's college basketball league for years now, and obviously you had Houston into the mix this year, and it got even better. So, yeah, the SEC basketball-wise is not as good. You've got Kentucky, obviously. You've got Tennessee. It's not a bad basketball conference, but the Big 12 has been the creme de la creme in college hoops for a long time.
They picked up the pace, as Tennessee with Rick Barnes.
Yeah,
Chris Beard is now at Ole Miss.
Yep. Yeah, we'll have to see Chris Beard again at some point in the next few seasons, which will be interesting. I'm intrigued to see what the reaction will be when Chris Beard comes to town to play his first game at the Moody Center against Texas. But yeah, like every other sport, the SEC is better than the Big 12. But the men's college basketball, the Big 12, once again, better than the SEC. It'll be a good test for all of the athletics programs. But like the only question for me was football, Buck. Like I knew Texas was fine in every other sport. I know they were going to be confident and comfortable in making the leap to the SEC in literally every other sport besides football. And this year, I think has shown all of us that now we don't have too much to worry about. Like, yes, of course, the SEC is better than the Big 12, but I mean, Texas went on the road and beat an SEC team by 10 in the non-con, and they're playing in the college football playoff, and they're 2 wins away from a national championship. Like, this team is going to be a factor. They've got football figured out. This was such a big year. We talked about this right before the season started.
Absolutely.
Like obviously a big year for Sark to prove that he's the right guy, and you felt like Texas had the talent and experience to maybe make something special happen, and then they went on the road and won that game in Tuscaloosa, and that really raised the bar for this team. But this was not just about, winning a lot of games and trying to be competitive in your last year in the Big 12.
This was preparation.
Yeah, this was about like proving to everybody, the guys inside that locker room, but also Texas fans and just college football fans, that you were going to be okay when you make the move to the SEC. Because
I think they will, and I know you do too. But boy, there's a lot of people to be replaced here after this. I mean, you don't get to a championship and then play for a college championship without losing some incredible players on your football team. I mean, there's some seniors or whatever they are that may decide to go elsewhere. That there's a lot to replace. I know your recruiting has picked up, and yeah, eventually, down the road, if you're recruiting and you're coaching the way this coaching staff has, there's going to be a lull. I think there's somewhere. You know what I mean? I really do.
They're going to lose some guys, but think about all the guys they might get back. And shout out to Engaging Life's Moments for the super chat.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, the women's volleyball team is ridiculously good every year. No doubt about that. Quinn Ewers might come back. You might get every running back on this team back. Most of the offensive line is coming back. Barron Sorrell, Byron Murphy, those guys could come back. Anthony Hill coming back. Terrence Brooks coming back. Like, they're going to get a lot of guys back. So, yeah, I can't argue against it. They're going to lose a lot of important players. T'Vondre Sweat, one of the best defensive players in the nation this year. He'll be gone.
Xavier Worthy's not coming back here.
Yeah, Worthy, Mitchell, Sanders, right? Your three best weapons in your passing game on offense. Those guys are gone. But, no, it's not like Texas is going to have to start from scratch. Like, if Ewers comes back, they're going to have a 3-year starter at quarterback.
That's very important.
So rare in today's college football. I think Texas will still be competitive next year. Of course, the roster is going to look different, but they're going to bring in a top 5 recruiting class. They're going to bring in some dudes from the portal. Like, I expect Texas to be very competitive in year one.
Yeah, and I think that's why when we talk portal, it's not just about bringing depth in. You need to bring some dudes in. They have to come, and they have to be ballers. They can't come and just be okay. They can't be the guys from Wake Forest that are just okay. They have to come in, and they're going to have to start at positions. Yeah. You're going to have to bring a bunch of wide receivers in here that are ready to play football. That are above and beyond. They just can't be just players. They have to be legitimate players that are going to have to do some amazing things. That position is going to be key right there, I believe.
Right.
That's not
It
an
will
easy
be.
one to do when you talk about this type of offense.
But I've got faith in Sark figuring it out because everywhere Sark has been, he's had really, really good wide receiver play. Like he knows what he wants. He knows how to evaluate that position.
Mm-hmm.
And he and Chris Jackson, the wide receivers coach, it's clear that they know how to coach guys up and develop them. So I've got faith.
Some of the names you said, without the exception of Cook, some of the other dudes that you said, those aren't guys that step right in and become big name players.
Well, we just don't know. They could. They just didn't play this year, right? Like Sark just kept, Worthy, Mitchell, and Whittington on the field throughout the season. So I think so. There's some juice to a guy like DeAndre Moore. It's like a high 4-star recruit. Obviously, I'm excited about Jonte Cook. I mentioned it a couple of minutes ago. I think they're going to go to the portal to get at least one receiver.
Sure.
But like I'm not sitting here saying there's no chance that anybody on this roster right now can step up and be really, really good. Look, Texas might have 2 first-round wide receivers.
Yeah, that's hard to replace. Yeah,
they're not going to have that next year.
Right.
But I think there's some serious potential with the guys on campus, and I expect, Sark to address that in the portal once we get to the offseason too.
Yeah, that portal is going to be important for him.
Yeah, but this year was big, man, just to prove that you could actually hang when you make the move to the SEC. And I think regardless of what happens in the playoff, Texas has done enough to instill confidence.
Oh, no, you're still moving forward. You're not moving backwards. You're not staying the same. You're moving forward. As Sark says, you can't, if you're the same, if you're not getting better, you're getting worse. So right. I think that's what we see from this football team. They're getting better.
Yeah, you obviously can't have a post-2018 situation resurface where Texas beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. You had Sam Ehlinger saying we're back during that post-game celebration, and it almost felt like, it almost felt like Tom Herman just kind of, relaxed, took his foot off the gas, just kind of leaned back in his chair, put his hands behind his head, and was like, "Yeah, damn people, how could Charlie Strong not figure this out? How could Mac Brown not figure this out? This is easy. Year 2, we just beat Georgia in the Sugar Bowl. Like we're good here. I don't even need to put in the work that I put in." To make it to
work
this
harder
point.
Even the next year. Work harder than you worked that year that you got to those spots.
And I'm not worried about that with Steve Sarkisian. I'm not worried about the letdown. Everything he said and what you just said, right? You can't stay stagnant. You've got to keep getting better. If not, you're getting worse. Sark said that like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
So it tells me that now the dude realizes that there's a lot of work to be done. Obviously, before the playoff, getting ready for the playoff. But then after this year, just because we've made it to this spot doesn't mean we're fine and it's all good. You got to keep the pedal down. And
you got to go. You got to go. You got to move forward. You got to keep owning the recruiting. I expect him to own the month of June, like he always does. And I mean, on some great players. And that's not just in the state of Texas. That means you go pick and choose. Now that you're going to the SEC, you get down into the Atlanta area, and you've been taking some Alabama players before. You take them away from Alabama. You take them away from Georgia. You recruit that part of the country just like it was in your home base. But you don't leave any stone unturned in this state because the Aggies still do well. I don't know how they continue to do it in recruiting. Whatever deals they got going on down in College Station, they've been getting it done. They've been getting these classes now. They haven't been developing anything, but you got to go down there and you got to beat them out on some of the guys that they get who go there and then they leave there.
Well, yeah, you know how the Aggies have gotten it done in recruiting. Come on, man. I mean, they've got resources. They've got money. NIL has helped them out a ton. I do love watching how many players from that historically good number 1 ranked recruiting class
have bailed,
right? I mean, Texas has brought in 1 recruiting class in school history, and that class won the national championship. Right? That was the 2002 class. It was ranked number 1 in the nation, and most of those guys were the key catalysts for the Longhorns winning their last national championship. A&M brought in its first recruiting class in school history, and their coach got fired 2 years later, and all of them are bailing to go somewhere else. I get a kick out of that as a Texas grad and fan. All right, before we get into the Heisman finalists, we got to talk about this. We also have a hilarious video. I think I found a video of you in the future, Buck.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So definitely stay tuned for that one, but we've got to give some love to some of our sponsors.
How about Dr. Greg Eckert? Now, as I told you folks, that dental insurance that you have right now, we're getting there. We're heading towards December. We're heading towards Christmas time. It's going to start to get too late to get an appointment with Dr. Eckert, but he's still taking appointments And as I said yesterday, remember this, he will be taking on new patients for 2024. Give him a call at 512-345-3166. Find out if you can get in there and see the good doctor if you have a problem, or if you want a new dentist in the new year. Think of Dr. Greg Eckert. He's been doing this for over 28 years, 3,500 cases of restoring teeth. I had mine done in just 2 visits. He's doing general dentistry also. If you got a problem with one tooth or many teeth, see Dr. Eckert. And by the way, if he can't get to you, he will get you to somebody else. That's how good the doctor is. He wants to make sure that your teeth are healthy, that you're not in any pain. Find out if you're a candidate for, how about this, dental implants? How about turning a frown upside down in just one day? Leaving his office with a smile. He can get that done too. Give him a call at 512-345-3166. Folks, he is our dentist. He should be your dentist also.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Doc U, and shout out to greatblueheronfurniture.com. A custom
one
leather.
of those couches.
Oh, man. Custom leather furniture company. They've been around since 1991. The gorgeous couches, the recliners, the chairs, the ottomans, the bar stools. If you're in the market for some new furniture, you've got to check out greatblueheronfurniture.com. You will not find more stylish, more comfortable, and more well-built furniture anywhere in the world. Furniture is a big investment. You shouldn't just go to that blue and yellow Swedish store with the shitty meatballs and say, yeah, I'm gonna buy that. No, that's going to last you for like a year, and it's not high quality, and you're going to have to replace it all of the time. You don't want that. Get you a nice piece
those
of
little
furniture.
puzzle things that you put together in order to put the furniture together.
Yeah, it takes you 2.5 hours to put it together, and then you realize like there's a missing piece.
Oh, yes.
That's like crucial for the install. Don't do that. Get real nice custom leather furniture company that is going to last you decades, not just years, decades. Style, comfort, built to last.
Style matters.
HeronFurniture.com. Use the promo code HOOK'em. You're going to get 15% off your purchase. That's right. HOOK'em will get you 15% off the best looking and the best built furniture that you can find. It's greatblueheronfurniture.com. And also a shout out to Olipop.
Yes.
I got to restock. I got to hit the grocery store today and get me some more Olipop. But the Buck's a believer. Trey's in on the Olipop. Chip Brown is in on the Olipop. I'm in on the Olipop. So many of you are in on the Olipop. I get texts and tweets all of the time from you people saying that you've tried Olipop and now you're a believer of Olipop. This stuff can change your life. It's great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I don't know how they do it, but they found a way to make a healthy drink that actually tastes good. And it tastes like soda. And they've got all the classic soda flavors, cola, root beer, lemon lime, cream soda, cherry cola, all that stuff, plus some other great flavors as well, like the grape.
Oh, yeah. I love the grape. I'm now getting into the cherry a little bit more right now. Yeah, and also our good friends over at 7-Eleven. Speaking of changing your life, changing my life every day at 7-Eleven. I find something new at 7-Eleven every day. A different type of water that I may like in there, because they have cases of water, different types of water. Of course, Clean Cause is there at 7-Eleven. Olipop is at 7-Eleven. They've got everything that you need. Let me tell you, BK, today I'm playing golf. It's a quick pizza day. 7-Eleven. I think my wife's in the house. Can't let her know that I'm going to load up the side of my passenger seat over there with some of those. I'll get about 3 or 4 of those slices.
Yeah, of course.
They've gotten back to the good pizza people, so I'm very happy with what's going on at 7-Eleven right now with their pizza. I'm not touching the wieners. I'm not messing with the rotisserie. I'm not putting my fingers on it. I use the tongs. I just take the little tongs, move it around a little bit. Not using my fingers like some of those construction workers like you people that go to my favorite 7-Elevens. Don't put your hands on the wieners, okay? Don't do that. There's all kinds of stuff at 7-Eleven. You like all the different kind of things. I get into one group, and mine's is the pizza. I've never had one of those wieners from 7-Eleven. One of these days, I'm going to slap that dog in a bun and put some mustard on it and relish and go to work. You've
never even tried one?
No, I've never tried a dog there at 7-Eleven.
You're missing out, man.
Once I hit the pizza, I was good.
You talk about changing your life.
Really?
Change your life. I'm a roller. I'm a roller guy, man. Give me those like taquitos.
You mess with everything on that roller, don't you?
The steak and cheese roller, the buffalo chicken roller. They got all sorts of. They got pepperoni pizza rollers.
You know what's really more important is they've got the Austin American Statesman hard copy waiting for me. That's right.
I don't read the newspaper because it's garbage.
Well, I'm gonna miss that guy. That guy's such a clown.
He is, man. He is indeed. All right, let me show you this video before we get into the Heisman finalists, and I want to get your thoughts on the voters' decisions. So used to talking about a committee, but these are voters who determine who wins the most prestigious individual award in college football.
Chip has a vote.
Yeah, Chip has a vote, and he submitted his vote, I think, yesterday. He posted on social media that his vote has been cast. Buck.
Nice.
But he is not allowed to tell you who he voted for until the announcement is made. So there you go. But here's this. I apologize for not remembering who sent me this, but somebody DM'd me on either X or Instagram saying that they found a video of you in the future. This comes from a casino, so that part of it checks out already.
It's not that lady pissing on herself again, is it?
No, it's not the woman peeing on herself at the slot machine. But this is what, maybe you already do this. I don't know. If you're not already doing this now, this will be something that I can basically guarantee that you'll be doing at some point in the future.
That dude is playing 4 slot machines going around and around.
The guy's in a wheelchair, like an electric wheelchair. And yeah, there are 4 slot machines in a circle. And I guess he's got money in all 4 of them. And he's literally wheeling around, hitting the button, going around and around in circles.
I won't be at the casino in one of those. I won't be at the HEBs or your local Randall's in any of that. I won't be at 7-Eleven. I'll be on a skateboard before I'm in one of those. I don't. I mean,
a wheelchair?
No, I'm one of those little wheelchairs going around. No.
What if you need one? What if you can't walk when you get older?
I said I'll be on a skateboard. I'll
put you on a skateboard.
Yes, I'll be able to skateboard. That's right.
If your feet can't work to walk, there's no way your feet are going to be able to work to.
You expect me to have diabetes? What are they taking my feet off or what?
I don't know. You've already had like 6 knee replacements and 2 hip replacements.
One knee replacement I have, thoracic back surgery. Come on, man. I'm not doing that. I won't be out in public if I have to be in a little wheelie. I won't go to church if I have to be wheeled around. I get to a certain point.
We'll go to church right now. What do you mean? You can walk and you don't go to church. Why are you talking about church?
Forget it. I'm not going to be in a scooter, and I'm not going to have that thing on the side of my steps coming up here, the 18 steps. I will crawl up the 18 steps before I sit on one of those. I will not sit in one of those chairs. I'm going to keep telling me, Buck, don't worry about the elevator. You can go up the side of the wall. I'm not getting on one of those things.
I'm going to have one of those when I'm like 35, dude.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't want to walk. I want the easy, free ride up the stairs.
I don't want that. And I see the people having to go get a scooter. I understand if you have to, that's necessary. No, I'm going to be like the guys in the NBA. If I'm going to get my teammates to hustle me to HEB, I'll be calling you and Trey. Hey, I got to go to HEB. Let me put my arm around your shoulder. Let's just hop around to different parts of HEB.
I'm not doing that shit.
Yes.
You're on your own.
No.
Get you a wheelchair. They got him there for you.
I'm not getting in a scooter and driving around with a little basket in the front. Hell no. No. I'll pay some kid. I'll pay one of Trey's kids. I'll get one of those little blondies to go to the store for me and bring my groceries to the house. I'm not going out in a scooter. I'm not doing that. Certain things I'm not sharding myself. I'm not shitting in my pants, and I'm not doing scooters at HEB. That's it.
You're not doing those scooters anywhere.
No, anywhere. No.
And what about a wheelchair? Not even a wheelchair?
No. And I'm not doing this. And I'm not doing the deal up against the wall, coming up the stairs. I'll crawl up the stairs. I'll get a little handrail things on the steps themselves and pull myself up to get up here. And I'll put a sliding board to go down. I'll get a slide. No, I'll get a house slide. You know what I mean? One of those little. I'll get a sliding board that goes down, or a fireman's pole. That's what I need. I get a stripper pole to get downstairs.
Oh my God!
I'm not doing scooters. I see too many people in scooters. And I'm going. You don't really need to be in there. You can walk. Yeah. Why are you doing that?
That's a problem. Like I do see people in scooters who clearly just do not need them at all, and they're just running into my cart at HEB. They're just running into people. There's usually no respect, no manners for the folk in the scooter.
Yeah,
they don't say, excuse me. They don't stop and let you pass. They just dart.
And I'm probably so mean that I'm looking at these places that have all this handicap parking. We don't have enough handicap. What the hell?
Not enough handicap parking or not enough handicap people?
Not enough handicapped people. There's thousands of parking spaces. Can't normal people fill these up? Can't we have a little thing where we can pull the thing down and it doesn't show a wheelchair where a normal person who can get around can park there?
A normal person.
A person with normal, whatever it is, that's not, we don't need a handicap sign. There's a million of those handicap signs. And like for normal people that can get around who aren't handicapped, they got no place to park now.
Well, sorry about that if you're disabled because you're
not.
No,
it's not. I get it if you are. I got that. But we have an overabundance of empty spots now. Am I wrong?
Yeah, you're saying we need to make more people handicapped. So what, are you going to take a 9-iron like Tiger Woods' wife and just start hitting people's knees?
Like I did to the Roadrunner when I saw the Roadrunner had one leg and was hobbling around. I hit a Roadrunner with a golf ball.
You're Jeff Gillooly, man. That's you.
Oh, the Roadrunner had one leg. What was I supposed? I wasn't supposed to take a 9. What's a Roadrunner with one leg? A dead Roadrunner.
Yeah.
Well. So I put the 9-iron to him and threw him in the woods.
So are you going to do that? You see a handicapped person at the HEB, you're going to kill them because they're not normal?
No.
Yeah. What is wrong with you?
I'm not going out in that chair.
Okay.
I'll get amnesia of whatever it is and go out that way with my head exploding. But you're not going to see me at your local HEB. My wife's not sending me out to get milk, and I'm going to be in one of those. I'm calling you or Trey or Trey's kids, one of those two blondies, to come over and get me and pick me up and take me.
No service. I might do what this guy did anyways, even though I could walk. Like, this looks efficient as hell. That's efficient right there. Playing 4 machines at once, the amount of winnings you could have on that deal.
How much money that guy's spending zipping around that thing and losing money for it a shot? No, thanks. I'm going to be the lady. No, I prefer to be the lady peeing at the machine now. After seeing that, no. I prefer to be that woman.
You're a one-machine guy, right? You like to hump your machines. You like to feel them up a little bit.
No, I put my arms around them. I talk to them and I put my arm around them. Okay? Yeah. I don't feel them up. I just make contact with the machine and then I pull the lever and I'm at one with the machine.
You're Tim Brando and the machine is Spencer Till.
Man, they're actually liking it. Yeah. That's the thing. Not if there's nothing wrong with it if you like it like that. But why are they on TV liking it like that? I mean, serious.
I don't know.
It's not for the song. Does that song make you do that?
No, it's jump around. You're supposed to just jump.
Like up and down, right?
Yeah.
It's jump, not hump, right?
It's not hump around.
Okay.
I grind on your broadcast partner around either.
Wow. Yeah. That is so sad. Well, I'm saying all this, but there will come a time where I could get to that point. I'm going to ask my wife. She's in the house now. I'm going to ask her about the thing with the stairs, because the 18 flights of stairs that I go up.
Nope.
18. There's 18 of them.
There's 18 stairs. 18
steps.
One flight.
One flight. Okay. Yes.
Yep.
And we weren't smart enough to get the bathroom up here.
Yeah, so y'all blew that one.
Yeah, we did. What about the fireman's pole to get down though? All right, will there come a time when I won't be able to grab it? I'm just going to go straight down and slam it.
If you tried that now, you would die. You couldn't do it now.
I can go down a fireman's pole. Yes, I'm strong enough. I've been working out, remember? Yeah. And I'm going to ask if I can just get those. Look, if I can just get little handrails on the steps, I can eventually pull myself up 18 stairs, right? To get to this part of the house.
Yep. We'd have to start the show at 9 every morning because you would be
45-minute stair walk.
Taking an hour plus to get up here. Oh man. All right.
I could stand on and come up. I can lean back and stand on it and hit the button and come up the steps that way. But I can't sit there. I saw that deal in a movie once where those little gremlins that you put water on, they had the old grandma. They kept on putting that thing. She was sitting in it. She kept going up and down because the gremlins kept screwing up the buttons. They screw with the electricity. I'm not doing that. I'm not having my grandkids screw with me, and I can't get out of there.
The Gremlins. What a reference.
Yes, no, it's not happening. That thing, I got horrified when I saw that Gremlins movie of the old lady going up the stairs like that. It's not going to happen. Certain ways I'm not going out, not shitting on myself. That's been already determined. I will shit in your golf bag first or the golf cart before I shit on myself. It's happening. It's going to happen first. Okay. There's not going to be a time where I shard my pants.
I'll bet you. I'll put 5,000 units on that.
No.
That's going to happen at some point.
No.
All right. Heisman finalists. We got about 5 minutes left before we hand it off to Wags and Rodney for a little chaos theory. Heisman finalists have been announced, Buck. There's 4 of them. 3 quarterbacks and a wide receiver. You've got Bo Nix from Oregon.
Yep.
You've got Michael Penix Jr., the nation's leading passer from Washington. You've got Jane Daniels, led the nation in total offense this year.
There's your winner.
And you've got Marvin Harrison Jr. He's the one wide receiver, of course, from the Ohio State University. Now you're going with Jane Daniels?
Yeah, Bo Nix blew it the other day when he lost to Washington. And Michael Penix Jr. doesn't have enough numbers now. You know, he's had that little lull in his season. Yeah. And they're not going to give it to a wide receiver either right now. Jane Daniels' numbers are too ridiculous.
Yeah, they are. And Marvin Harrison Jr. had a great season, and he might be the best player in college football, and he's going to be a top 3 pick more than likely in the NFL draft in April. But his numbers aren't good enough. Like, he didn't even have the best wide receiver numbers in the country, if we're being completely honest with you. Now, if he played with like a Michael Penix or a Bo Nix or a Jaden Daniels instead of a Kyle McCord, then maybe he would. But now, like, you look at what Devontae Smith did a few years ago, the receiver out of Bama who did win the Heisman. He had better numbers. And yeah, once again, I mean, for as good as Marvin Harrison Jr. is, like, he didn't have the numbers, I think, to win that award. And you're probably right. Like, if you looked at the Vegas odds last week, Bo Nix was the favorite to win it. And a large part of that was because most people assumed Oregon was going to beat Washington. They were damn near 10-point favorites in the Pac-12 title game. But Bo Nix, he was fine statistically. If you watch that game, though, he wasn't great. Obviously,
you can't lose twice.
Yeah, Oregon lost, and they lost twice to the same team, and that second loss kept them out of the college football playoff. And Jaden Daniels just has better numbers. Like, even though LSU lost more games than Oregon, and they didn't play in the SEC or in their conference championship game like Oregon and Washington did, Daniels, I think with the numbers that he has, he's probably going to get that award if the voters waited. Sometimes voters cast their votes, which is absurd, and you should lose your vote if you vote before conference championship weekend. But sometimes some voters do cast their ballots early. That's a joke. Maybe some people had Bo Nix if they voted before the weekend, but I think, Bo Nix's performance on Friday kind of swayed people away from him.
Now with your guy at the Texans going down with his ankle, his fibula. I mean, is Marvin Harrison? Do they have? No. Do they have? They don't have a high enough draft choice to get to him.
No. With everything that's going on? They traded their first round pick, which obviously isn't that high because the Texans are good this year. Right. They've got the Browns' first round pick, but that's also not that high because the Browns are in the playoffs right now.
Sure.
So no, Marvin Harrison's going to go top 3, top 5 at the latest. The Texans, unless they trade up, obviously, they've got no chance to get that dude. So maybe Chicago's got a couple of high picks because they've got their pick and they've got Carolina's pick.
Well, they're going to go for a quarterback. They
could take Caleb Williams and Marvin Harrison Jr.
Wow.
They could do that. And then, well, it's still the Bears, so they're still going to suck. Those are the rules. But obviously, those are just the rules. That's just the way that goes. I don't make the rules here.
The Bears make the rules.
The Bears make the rules, and they absolutely suck. I wish Devondre Sweat got invited, by the way, to New York. I figured it wasn't going to happen. I'm sure he got some Heisman votes.
Oh, he would have been great there.
But yeah, it would have been awesome for that guy.
Can you imagine that dude around all those flat bellies there? That dude hanging around with all those Heisman guys.
Oh, yeah, 350, 360-pound T-Sweat with 3 skinny quarterbacks and an in-shape wide receiver.
That would have been great.
Yeah. Ryan, what's up, Ryan? If Jordan Travis was important enough to keep FSU out of the playoff, he should win the Heisman. If it was an MVP award, you could maybe make the case that Jordan Travis should win it.
That's the way that works.
It's just the best player in college football, which, hey, Travis was in that discussion for a while before he got hurt. But yeah, he as soon as he got hurt and as soon as his leg was turned the other way, that was it for him. All right, we do. I don't think we've given love to Covert Bee Cave yet.
Love the folks out at Covert BK. Folks have been doing it since 1909. Covert Bee Caves, of course, they've got 42 acres of 7 unbelievable brands out there. And I love the Jeeps out there. They're about to start into BK for the new year doing their own Jeep brand. Dan was telling me about it. And so they're excited about doing that. And of course, they've got Covert Chevy and Ford in Hutto. They've got Covert Lincoln Ford right there in Austin. But the 7 brands that they have out there in Bee Caves, and they've got them all. And that lot is filled with everything that you're looking for. Jeep, Cadillac, you name it, Chrysler, Dodge, they're all out there. And if you bought your car from the Covert family and you live in that area and you don't want to go all the way out to, say, Hutto to get it done, you can get it done right there. You can get it serviced right there at BK. So they said they've got 86 service bays out there available for you. And they've got wonderful folks that just want to do good by you. So go out to the Coverts. You know, the holiday season's around the corner. Make somebody happy with that Sierra, maybe. Yeah, make Buck happy by sending him a Sierra his way.
You ain't getting shit, dude.
There ain't nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with giving your boy something. I don't, even though it may cost you a little bit, send your boy something for the holidays. I'm out there beating the streets, helping these folks out.
Yeah, you're
beating
what I'm saying? The streets.
You know, I'm working it hard. But folks, nobody beats that Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
You're going around beating people on the streets?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you did also say we need more handicapped people in the world. So now I'm worried you're going to go.
Rodney,
he's just making some handicapped people. That's manufacturing handicapped people. That's nothing wrong with that.
Man. Rodney, I'm just trying to say, I go to all these stores. There's these handicapped spots. There's 500 handicapped spots. But for people that aren't handicapped, there's no space available. Shouldn't there be a card on the other side I could flip over and say non-handicapped? Let me slide in there. Nobody's using all of those spots. It's an overabundance of handicapped spots.
I had a buddy years ago. We go on this beach trip, and we're going to different places or whatever. And we took his parents' car. So we're in this ultra full club, going to go in and dance and do all this different. So couldn't find a place to park. This dude reaches in the glove box, and apparently his parents had one of those placards. He hung that sumbitch up on the mirror. We were right in the front. Right in the front. Right.
No, in the military, they actually have hard placards for pregnant ladies, for people that are expecting a child or whatever. If you're pregnant up to 6 months, you can't park there. No shit. There was a dude in my platoon that parked right in there and just had no problem at all. Just said, yeah, I'm gonna fake that my wife's pregnant or whatever. It's like, dude, your wife's not in the fucking car. Like, you can't park here. Like, she's not. He didn't care. He parked right there. Of course, he got locked up by a sergeant major. Sergeant major saw his ass parking in that spot and then yoked his ass right up. Son, you can't park here. Well, he got duty for the weekend.
Now it's like if you go out to a restaurant now there are so many spots that are designated for carry out and Uber Eats and all that.
Oh yeah.
And you've got to go park like at the hotel, down the road over there and walk your ass. I mean,
I've never done it. Rodney, I've never done it. I've never parked in a handicapped spot and said, I'll be back in 4 minutes. No, I understand that. But if there's 7,000 of them, I'm like, wait a minute.
Well,
I'm like, this thing is packed. There's no place for me to park.
Well, and you're right, because a lot of people in those carts, they don't need them. I watch them. They're sitting there riding around in the cart, taking up space and doing all this stuff. They get out in the parking lot and they just walk right out, get in the car.
And then they jump in a scooter when they get in there. I understand. Right. I mean, I see some people that are extremely heavy. I got it. It's hard to walk around. I just said, no, they're just extremely heavy, round shouldered, all that.
Round shoulder.
I told BK this morning, I said, guys,
girthy.
When it comes to that time, I'm not getting that scooter going to HEB Randall's or anywhere else. I'm just calling up one of Trey's little blonde-haired kids, giving them $30. Come over to Uncle Buck's, pick me up, take me shopping, just carry me on your shoulders, drag me along, or I'll hold on to a
carry you on your shoulders. They're 9 and 6.
No, not now. I'm not going to be in. Hopefully, willing that I won't be in one like tomorrow. But they'll come that time because Trey's not going to give them any money. They'll be my little private blondies where I call them up and say, hey.
My private blondies.
Hey, Josh Giddey, will you stop with that? All right.
I'm going to pay them. I'm going to pay his kids. He's not going to do it. I don't want them out on the streets.
It's all for the kids. As long as it's all for the kids.
It's about the kids. I'm not abusing the kids. I'm trying to pay his kids. He's not going to help them kids.
I think Michael Jackson called them his private blondies as well.
No. All right.
I seem to
gotta
recall
go.
No,
that.
hold on. Before you go anywhere, you've really never shit yourself before?
No, and I'm not going to.
Okay. All right. I have shit myself before. You've never shit yourself before?
No, I've come close, but I've never made that mistake where I had like some in. No.
Okay.
No. I'm very careful about that. That's one of my main head things.
I've had to lift myself up into the attic before, right? You know where you had those attics, like the cubby holes, like the 2x2s cut out in your ceiling or whatever to get up into the attic. Well,
yeah.
I had a ladder that was kind of, you couldn't get the ladder into the damn closet. And of course, the only way into the attic was through the closet, right?
Sure,
through the
right.
2x2. And this is actually when I was working for Tom. So I was on the job and
That's recently, dude. You didn't shit yourself recently,
yeah, dude,
did you?
Yeah, it was last year. Yeah, it was last year. So, dude, like my stomach was all jacked up, and I told Tom too. I was like, man, my stomach's a little bit of a mess, man. I might not be able to get on the job. You know, I don't want to mess up the people's house. You know what I mean? I know what I had done before I got to the shop, and I didn't want to do it in someone else's house. Tom's like, yeah, don't worry about it. You know, if it gets too graphic or too groovy, you got to get up out of there or whatnot. So I didn't think it was going to be that bad, right? Well, I had to do a retro and hide some cords up into an attic. Well, I had to hoist myself in there, and as I'm pulling myself up, it just fucking happened.
Like, your bowels just let loose like that?
It wasn't solid. It was water come down the leg and everything, man. And
Did you shit on their house, like on their floor?
No, thankfully, it went into some of my boot, right? And so I was just like, hey, man, I called the project leader. I was like, hey, Nathan, man, I got to get the hell out of here. I just shit my pants. He goes, are you serious? I'm like, yeah, man. So thankfully, it was like right by Lake Creek Parkway or whatever. So it was like 5 minutes from my house. I had to get in the damn work truck. Oh my! It smelled the smell, the fucking smell.
Oh, dude, I gotta go. That is nasty.
Now you can slam it. Slam it. Oh, around the corner, the shit truck flew. Streams were there, Wags was there, and streams were heard. Wags got hit by a big fat turd.
Oh man,
and
what a mess!
Chaos Theory. They just left. You just gonna leave the bar after that story? That's fucked up.
Yeah, they're like, man, we got nothing. We got nothing.
How are you doing, man? Welcome back to Texas.
I'm good, dude. I'm good. I got back last night, happy and healthy and ready to rock and roll. Glad to see everybody back on. And good trip. And the good thing was, I think I posted somewhere on Saturday, our Saturday race day was a washout. So I got to watch every damn college football conference championship. So it all worked out. But
and also in a race still went down, right?
Yeah. We had the main event on Sunday. They wanted me to stay on Monday. I thought I was going to, but then it didn't work out. Airlines just didn't want to cooperate, which is okay. I was ready to get back, man. I missed the house.
For some reason, man, I thought you drove down there.
I was supposed to. And then as things kind of changed with different duties I had, they're like, hey, we'll fly you up. One network couldn't pay me, actually pay me. So they're like, hey, we'll cover your flights. I'm like, hey, I'll take that.
All right. Yeah. I mean, it makes it a little bit easier, convenient for travel or whatnot.
It does.
Anyways, man, welcome to Chaos Theory. It is your boys, Wags and Double R. You can find me on Twitter or the X, whatever you want to call it. Rodney calls it the X. You can find me there at Not the Fake Wags. You can find Rodney there at the Rodney R. And then on the gram, he's at the _Rodney R. And I'm at the Wagner Wire. We invite you to be a part of the conversation. If you are mobile, hit us up on that Coda text line, 512-222-9328. And also smash that subscribe button if you hadn't done so already. Tell 5 friends like Harge always tells you to. And be a part of the conversation. Get up in here. Let us know in these comments what's going on, man. And we got some quarterbacks entering the transfer portal. One, Mr. Dylan Gabriel. That news was leaked yesterday. I mean, more than just Dylan Gabriel. I think Dylan Gabriel is probably the marquee headline in the transfer portal right now, just because he's from Oklahoma, and Oklahoma was a top 25 school going into the SEC. So we'll break that down. We'll also talk a little bit more. I'd like to get Rodney's thoughts on what he saw from the championship Saturday, and also on Friday as well. So we'll break that down as well. Give you a little bit of some NFL talk. If you guys are into hockey, it was a terrible night last night for the Washington Capitals. They got a touchdown scored on them. No extra point, but a touchdown. Yeah, and by the way, shout out to Tom McKay. We're also going to have Tom McKay on here probably next week or in 2 weeks. And then also on the Wagon Wire. I mean, hockey is heated up. The ice is starting to melt because of Tom's picks. So we got to make sure that we get him on here and talk about all the ice information that you need to know. And everybody, Longhorn Bear, what's up? What's up, CB? What's up, Sal? Everybody, Jake and all the crew, Double D, Rue, what's up, my guys? Everybody, good to have you all back. It is back. I mean, I was thankful to have Jeff, man. Jeff and I chopped it up. We had a great conversation, man. But it does, like, it feels, it's like going out on a date, right? You're trying to find the right people.
And dating again, right?
Yeah. All of a sudden, it's bad. This is familiar. I've dated this guy a couple of times now. I'm going to keep on dating this dude. And I tell you what, if I could wake up next to you every damn day, Rodney, ooh, what a sight that would be.
Yes, what a sight indeed that would be right there. I got to tell you what, man, that would be a lot of fucking heat right there that you would have going on right there if you had all that going on. Wags, I got to tell you, one of the funniest things on Sunday.
What? Heat? What are you talking about?
Couple of hot dudes. I mean, just a couple of hot dudes. You know what I'm talking about? So Sunday, selection Sunday, or whatever we call it, as this playoff thing comes out. So you got to remember, I'm in Florida. Mm-hmm. So I'm sitting there, you know, I see it come out. I finally see it come out. And so then I'm kind of rapping over there, old 80s term. I'm kind of rapping over there with some folks from Tallahassee with all their Seminole shit on, you know, or whatever. And we start talking.
God, oh my God.
Well, we start talking, and of course it's pretty obvious I'm from Texas. I had a Texas cap on at that point before I went to work, and so there, one dude's like, "Man, I just want you to know. We're not holding this against you guys at Texas." I'm like, "Why the fuck would you hold it against us? We have the body of work to get in."
Right. I was going to say, did they not think that Texas deserved the nod?
The consensus over there is that Alabama is the one that shouldn't have got in. And that's the ones that they're you know, really pissed off about, you know, where it's rigged and what did Alabama do and all this, that, and the other. But I got to tell you, man, I watched that SEC championship game, and if there was any question right there, that was Alabama at its best. And this is one of Nick's best teams. We've talked about this. I mean, doing what he's been able to do here with this and to knock off Georgia. This has all been, you know, the other funny part about this to me, Wags, is all this has transpired coming up from Saturday all the way up to even still today, trying to figure out all the pundits talking about Florida State getting left out. People are on both sides of that. Have you noticed a lot of people don't even mention anymore the Michigan cheating scandal? You got to think Michigan's sitting back and they're like, "Oh man, we love this chaos," because everybody forgot.
Michigan loves the chaos for sure, but did you see the reaction to them not getting the Seminole? Or maybe they thought they were getting the Seminoles. I assumed they thought they were getting the Seminoles, but their reaction to getting Alabama, did you see that? Did you see how they responded?
Yeah, I did. Yeah. So
sounds like, or it looked and sounded like they maybe it was just the surprise, but they did not. It felt like they did not want to see Bama.
Yeah. I totally agree with that.
Do you have a scare? Do you have a legitimate scare from any team in this college football playoff?
I think if I'm looking at this from the outside in, I'm scared of Texas, to be honest with you.
Right.
I mean,
now 2 weeks ago, I was terrified of Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, when I saw them on the screen, I was just like, God, they're bigger. They're just bigger. I don't know if they are that big anymore. I think I was just blowing them up, just, you know, making them bigger, enlarging them in my mind. You know what I mean? Just making them bigger than what they were. When you compare them to Texas, I feel like Texas stands up pretty damn well to them, right? And then also, you want to talk about how potent they are at running the ball. Well, let's talk about how potent Texas is at stopping the run. All right. Yeah. Now, look, I'm getting ahead of the game or whatnot. Texas still needs to take on Washington, and we'll continue. We'll break this game down as we move throughout the week or the month or whatnot. But I don't want to pour everything into Washington right now and then just kind of have a stale and burnt out about it. So we'll tease up to it and you know, sprinkle a little bit of Washington, Texas as we go about this month. But anyway, like, I don't want to get too far ahead of Washington here, but when I look at the college football team, like, I'm not even afraid. Like, people don't want to mess with Bama right now. Fuck it, bring Bama on. Like, seriously, like, you want to talk about, one of the best teams in all the land? It's us, dude. It's us from the 40. The 40 acres are representing the entire damn nation here. Yeah, like at first I thought I was a little bit reluctant to play Michigan, but now, man, I'm just like, bring it on, dude. I don't think there's a damn school in this college football playoff that can stand up with Texas right now. Or, there are. I just think Texas is playing the best football right now.
Yeah, that's it right there. I mean, Texas is the best right now in all three phases, in my opinion. And the big one to me, I mean, they're great. I mean, the special teams this year, I mean, whether it be the kicking, the punting, special teams plays, run backs, and so forth, that's been a huge kind of under the radar thing on one of the things that have made this team, this program so much better. I mean, because last year, the year before, I mean, the Longhorns suffered, horribly in all of that. And now all that's been turned around. And it really does seem, because you get Washington coming in, and I think it's the Washington thing that I look at this. And again, I'm not going to go in right now and say, Texas is going to steamroll Washington. But the one thing that is going to cost Michael Penix the Heisman Trophy is the fact that you've watched this Washington team in the last few weeks. They've been susceptible. They have been susceptible. And a lot of times the games that they have won in the clutch, they've won it with defense, not the Heisman Trophy quarterback. I mean, you look at his numbers from the first 6 games up until now, and they're drastically lower. It's going to cost him the Heisman Trophy, like I said right there. So, I mean, you look at that with Michigan.
Jaden Daniels gets it?
I think so. Because now after Bo Nix falls out of the mix, with the loss right there, the Penix stuff.
This Penix didn't do enough in that championship game to win it, right?
Right. That was my
Washington
thought.
did enough. Washington did enough to keep Bo Nix out of it.
Yes, they did.
Actually, Bo Nix had a decent game.
He did.
If you want to look at the stats, they just didn't win. So
yeah,
to me, like, but see, taking this logic and saying that you can't give a 2-team or a 2-loss team, the Heisman candidate or whatever. Well, hell, I mean, that's essentially what we're doing with Jaden Daniels, aren't we?
Well, and the whole thing is,
I think Jaden Daniels is the better quarterback.
He should be, and this is where you fall back on the statistics. I mean, Daniels has just been unbelievable, and I was still hanging in there with. Yeah, I was still hanging in there with Penix to win the Heisman up until Friday, up until Friday, because that game was Friday night. But then Penix didn't do anything. It was going to have to be one of those things to where Penix was going to have to be lights out, because he hadn't been as lights out in the games before, and he just wasn't. I mean, he was good. He was good. I mean, any team will take that kind of performance from a quarterback, but he didn't do anything that was going to solidify him and bypass those amazing stats from Daniels. And the whole thing is, it's 2 losses. I mean, if this, and kind of back, it's Bo Nix. It's unfortunate because he was. I think he was in the driver's seat.
Bo Nix is going to be one hell of a Sunday quarterback.
Oh, no doubt.
Whoever drafts Bo Nix is going to get a franchise quarterback. Now, that might be premature because I've only seen him in college for about 5-6 years.
Yeah.
But I think he's going to transfer well into the NFL.
Yeah. And here's another great stat right there from Daryl G. I mean, look at the passing stats right there, and look at the yards rushing. I think that's the other part right there, to where this dude really is the most valuable player of his team. And that's what hurts Penix, because going back to what I was talking about, the defense seems to have been more valuable at times as we've been in the stretch run to make them stay undefeated. And that's
I can find that.
Yeah, and to me, that when it comes to Heisman criteria and the way folks should Heisman vote, that makes more sense than just, oh, well, Michael Penix, 11-2, now 13 or 12-0, whatever it is. Yeah, it should be him, just based on what he's done and that he's been good enough.
Let's go to Daryl G one more time here. I agree with that, Rodney. That's a strong take, and I agree with that. I like it a lot. Thoughts on Coughlin missing the college football semifinal? I think he's actually transferring. I think he's not due to injury. I think he's trying to get out of here. He's entering the entering the portal. Sometimes English is tough, guys, especially on Tuesday.
Well,
look, this tells me a couple of things, right? When you have talent like this that's looking to leave, it tells me that there's talent better coming in, or that's what I deduce. Because I see a lot of shiny, happy faces on the 40 acres right now, and rightfully so, because we're candidates to win the national championship. We're playing for the college football playoff. Some people just fit in a scheme better, and you know what? Deducing what I think's happening, I think we got some decent talent coming in for our secondary, and positions might be going away, spots might be going away. So instead of fighting for your spot, I think people want instant gratification. We all do, right? We all want instant gratification. We all, especially if we feel like we're alphas, if we deem ourselves to be alphas, and in a college landscape that is win now, and you can win now because of the transfer portal. I mean, hell, you've heard Dion talk about this. Coaches aren't exactly hitting the pavement that hard these days for the recruiting cycle, right? To go out and get these new seniors and stuff like that. Why? Because they have the transfer portal. If you can take talent that's already known out there, that's already been touted and held up, at a high esteem, then why not go get that? Go with the known instead of the unknown, right? See, if you know how they're going to play on the field Saturday, why not go out and pursue them instead of, worrying about a hypothetical that you could get transferring from a Friday night player to a Saturday player. Now, of course, recruiting's not going to take a dip in any of this. There's going to be studs coming out of high school, and always. I'm just saying the portal is going to be utilized a lot more for freshman players that didn't get to play, or sophomore players that didn't get a chance to play at their program. Originally, they're just going to be utilizing and taking more of advantage of that transfer portal, and that's what you're seeing happen. You're going to start seeing this happening with a lot of programs that have studs that just aren't getting playing time, man. It's there's a pro and con with this, right? It sucks that we're getting some studs leaving, but you also got to look at the hypothetical that could be coming in, or deduce what could be coming in, is that we got a lot more studs coming in. So
yeah,
that's my thought process on that. Daryl or DJ, I hope it was Daryl that said that. Daryl, I hope that answered your question.
1,127 players into the portal yesterday on day one. And that, that number is staggering. And the thing about this is, look, it is what it is. And the thing about with the portal right now, am I the biggest fan of it? Absolutely not. I mean, I think, when it comes to, I mean, I do and I don't. I mean, a lot of this, with the scholarship players and so forth, to where they were granted a scholarship, based on whatever. I mean, I do like it. I do like it, Wags. But in the sense that I don't like it is because when you get these guys that go into the portal, where do they want to go? They want to try to go to Oregon. They want to try to go to Texas. And that's what the rich get richer. But I mean, that's just the bottom line. But you do see some to where maybe it's to a mid-level or to a team on the rise. And where it sucks is for, like, I mean, look at A&M, that amazing class that they pulled in. Hell, that thing has fallen. That thing has sunk like the Titanic.
Well, so you got to keep that recruiting class together, right? And that's
now 1183. Thank you, 1183. So it's the wild west, and there's no regulation on it too. It's like, this is where I look in the NCAA is like, for all those years the NCAA didn't want this, and now that it was forced upon them to where it had to happen, they're like, fuck it. Let it go. I mean, just let it happen. And I'll be curious to see how this evolves in the years moving forward. I mean, if this just continues to play itself out, the 12-team playoff, I think is going to make this even more interesting, because there's more options. There's more options for better programs. So it's new, it's different. It's one of the things to where I heard the Florida State administrator say, that it was a dark day for college football on Sunday. Messing up the institution of college football. A lot of folks have said the same about this with the transfer portal, but what?
Do you think college football is in a bad spot right now?
No. Look at the popularity.
I think college football is the most booming sport right now.
Look, and here's something that I'm going to tell you. And yes, we're Texas guys, but we have talked in the past, Wags, about when certain teams or certain programs or franchises are relevant and in really good spots. The fact that the Texas Longhorns are relevant and in the college football playoff, that is really, really good for college football because, dude, it's the biggest brand. And that's why I was talking about last week when it came down to the playoff, when who was going to get left out. How would you forcibly or unforcibly want to leave that brand out for any reason? Because that's something that's only going to imagine how much Texas merchandise is about to be sold in the next month across the country.
We talk about it all the time. $2.1 billion in revenue sold each year from Texas, man. The next behind that is $1 billion off, and that's Bama. You know what I mean? With 1.1 billion. So you got the two biggest brands in college football, in the college football playoff right now. I want to go back to what Jake said about a couple of minutes ago. Let's go up. Oh no, that was we'll talk about Grand Theft Auto as well, Jake. But where was right here? This is one right here. Styles make fights, and UW style, Washington style is the worst matchup for us. I agree with this. I do not like the fact that they can just come out here with Penix Jr. and spin the damn threads, laces. I was going to say laces out like a damn Miami Dolphins, Ray Finkelstein shit kid, quote, but completely would have missed with that one. Anyways, my point is, Washington comes out here and they can spin the damn ball, man. They can throw it. They can carve us up through the air, which gives me a lot of reason to be cautious and concerned with what's going to happen in a month from now on January 1, right? Dude, if we were going up against a strong run team, I would not, I wouldn't think anything of it, right? But now that we're going up against a team that can just, beat the hell out of, I mean, maybe if we can hold them to one-dimensional, right, and just play the, put 8, drop 8 back there and get a rush off of our 3-down linemen or whatnot, have Murphy and Sweat get after it. But that's not going to happen. We'll come up with a 4-man front. Hopefully, we can just drop 7 back there and kind of, take away passing lanes and kind of hold a traditional front base and be able to maintain their rushing attack that way. But look, dude, what Jake says here, this is a tough matchup for us. I think offensively we won't struggle. They're decent on defense, but I think we have the schemes right now to bust any type of coverage busters or man busters, whatever you want to roll out there. But I do have a lot of concern going up against this offense of the Huskies, man. Will our secondary be ready? Will we be able to dial up a pass rush, strong enough, fast enough to throw Penix off his spot? That's what's going to have to happen. Like, I would love to sit there and play a base 4 and just be able to stunt and get pressure that way with our front 4 and drop 7 back. But you can't. You're going to have to dial up 5, 6. Hopefully not 6-man. Hopefully you can get there with just 5-man pressure, because if you go 6-man pressure, I'm worried that, too much vulnerability is going to be there in the secondary and Penix is just going to carve you up.
Yeah, that's going to be the key. And you mentioned right there the secondary. That's the one that I am kind of falling back on, because that has been a spot. Is it going to be something to where maybe the linebackers will fall back in coverage depending on, down and distance and so forth? Maybe it's drawn up that way. But obviously the concern not along the front, because that's the one area that, man, has been lights out. I mean, I think it's going to be a matter of getting to Michael Penix Jr. early and making him have to force throws. I think if you make him have to force some throws, I think that's something that's definitely going to be in your that'll help the secondary. That's going to help the secondary. The defense is going to play a complete unit right here, because these guys, they average somewhere around 38 points a game. But they have been struggling. So that's the other thing that you're going to go into right here. And I think that this front is going to be the best front that Michael Penix Jr. has seen maybe in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
In the last 2 years, maybe. So that's going to be the key right
Remember,
there.
we didn't play with everybody last year on defense either. When we played Washington last year in the bowl game, we didn't have. I mean, I can't remember the linebacker that set out. Damn it.
Yeah, you had
name association's terrible right now.
Yeah. And kind
we
of
had a lot of people sit out in the bowl game last year.
There was a bunch last year. And kind of back to the comment about Catalan, I think I saw somewhere that he played in 16% of the defensive snaps this year. So number one, why is he leaving? because he wants to play, and he's going to find a place.
Thank you, Overshown.
Yeah, that's right. He's going to find a place to play. A lot of that has been injury related, but it just kind of seemed like, because I remember here on the show so many different times in these past weeks, it's been like, okay, when's Catalan going to be a part of the game plan, or what's going to happen? So I don't know. I mean, I think it's so important. I saw a message there that you have to build culture to keep these folks around, and Sarkisian has done that.
Right.
Garcesian. What did Brett?
Is that where we're at? Is that where? Well, let me ask the chat this. Let me ask the fans of Texas Sports Unfiltered and Chaos Theory this. Like, how do you feel about Catalan leaving? Like, I mean, clearly you guys are on the same, or hopefully you're on the same thought process that I am with the deduction method, right? With like, okay, if Catalan's leaving, it makes me think that studs are coming in. I don't know. Hopefully, I mean, my point is, we got something really good to look forward to in a month. I don't, try not to take some of the negative that you're going to see, or try not to take some of the, I don't even want to call it fallout or negative news, right? I mean, if people leave, that just sucks. But to each their own, right? Like nothing but success for him. I hope, I hope he becomes an All-American, honestly. I just, I can't throw shade at somebody for wanting to better themselves. That's my take on that.
Well, and that's what this does. I mean, and it's all in control of the player or their handlers, or however they're approaching this decision. I mean, it's the same thing, like when a player commits, it's like they're going to have parents, they're going to have people in their ear, high school coaches, whatever it is,
right,
telling them, what's going to be the best fit, what's going to be the best culture fit, and all of that. And the culture is very much important. And I think that maybe that's part of what's happening right here, because maybe he would slide in next year and get that playing time that he's looking for, but for whatever reason, it's just not going to work out. And like I said, that's the beauty of this, that he can go find the greener pastures that he's looking for. All these guys right, can go find the greener pastures that they're looking for.
And we're going to get greener pastures in, guys. Trust me. Greener pastures.
That's the whole thing. How much more appealing is it going to be now to want to possibly come here, if you're one of these folks in the transfer portal, when you hear about the culture, when you see obviously what's happening on the field, and it's just even more enticing. And then, oh yeah, there's the brand, there's being in Austin, there's all of that. You are putting yourself in a spot to attract some of the best talent that hits a transfer portal. That hits the waiver wire.
I like it. The waiver wire, close to the Wagner wire, which can be heard on Sundays, 10 to noon here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Can I geek out real quick, Rodney?
Yeah, go ahead.
Jake? Yeah, I saw it. Rodney, do you play video besides your damn Atari games that you got going? Have you ever seen any of the next generation games so far?
No, man, I don't.
Are you familiar with the Grand Theft Auto?
Yeah, I know what that is. But I don't indulge in it at all.
So it's been about 10 years, over 10 years since Grand Theft Auto 5 has been made. And fans of this series, fans of Rockstar games, have been waiting for the next Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto 6 might break the damn internet. It is 2 to 3 times larger than the map of Grand Theft Auto 5. And when I mean map, I'm talking about like the actual board, like where you drive around, fly around, shoot people, rob people, go be heinous, go be great if you want to. But why would you want to be great in Grand Theft Auto? You can be what you want to be. That smuggling crook, robbing all the gas stations that you can't do in the real world. I'm not saying that I want to do that. I just think it would be a little bit fun sometimes. Anyways, man, you can be you. You can let your avatar be you. Grand Theft Auto 6 looks fantastic, Jake. I can't wait to play it. Unfortunately, hopefully I'm still around when it comes out. The year 2085 is when it's going to be released. No, it's a joke. It's 2025, Rodney. I'm kidding.
Okay.
Dude, I'm kidding, my guy. But no, it's been that long. Like, it's been 10 years since release. And the funny thing is that there were talks, in my development department with where I work at, people are talking about, just how long it's actually been in the works and being developed, right? 3 weeks after Grand Theft Auto 5 was released, that's when developers started working on Grand Theft Auto 6. It's been over 10 years. That's how long crazy. That's how long a video game takes to be made. And granted, you're taking a lot of the same code and implementing it into the new game that you're going to roll out, right? If you're going to make a game or make a title that's 2 or 3 times bigger than the one that you made, new code has to go into it, man. I can't.
Wags, so how does that happen? I mean, if it takes that long, because I've asked the same thing, when it comes to movies, when it comes to films, because they sit in the can for 3 years. But how do you know 10 years ago what you're going to have like now? I mean, I totally don't.
You don't. You keep it, like, as engines keep updating.
You just keep on.
You keep rolling back your time, right? That's why I think it's never a good idea to give a deadline on when a game's going to drop. Like, or like when you write an article, when you write anything, right? Do you have like a specific page number of when it's done? Like, to me, like, when an article's done, the article is done. It doesn't matter how long it is. It doesn't matter how short it is. If you have your piece, if you have your message that's rolled out there and then supported, it's done. Don't try and make more of it than it's not, or don't try and make less of it than more of it. To me, like, when there shouldn't be a page limit, or there shouldn't be anything on when the message needs to be out there or when a story's been told, right? It's done when it's done. That's how I feel about a video game. You can't put it
So like in this case, let's say that it's going to be March of 25, just hypothetically, March of 25 when it's going to drop, when it's going to be released. Are you guys working on that game up until like the fucking last month before?
Oh yeah. The entire cycle, rollout cycle and everything. Hell, dude, you're probably working until that day, or until the Friday. Wow. It would probably release on a Friday or a Monday. You're working up until that damn day for sure. You're making sure every build that comes out, every build that you're testing before it comes out is flawless before it gets released.
Yeah.
You can't put a bad product out there, man.
Well, no, I totally get that.
And a product like this, a title like this that's been, coveted and waited for, like, this has been the next thing. Like, people have been waiting on this thing for what, 5 years ago? You know what I mean? It was supposed to come out 5 years ago, but they waited. Rockstar waited and said, "No, it's not done yet. It's not done yet." And I respect that, man. Don't release a product that ain't finished. You see a lot of people do. You see a lot of studios do that, and then they're like, "Oh, pay for our DLC." That's bullshit. That's laziness.
Yeah.
That's my take. Anyways, that's my take, guys. All right, thank you guys for letting me geek out. I appreciate that. Jake, I will geek out with you anytime, my guy. You want to talk about video games? Anybody wants to talk about video games, make sure you text me, tweet me, do whatever you want. Rodney plays video games too. It's just that Atari stuff. Hey, look, I got the classics back there too, guys.
They're releasing. Did you see they're releasing like the Atari 2600 in limited version with I guess upgrades to where you don't have to have the slider.
Upscale graphics?
I think so.
Sign me up. Let's go.
Very
guys.
limited. I saw that this morning. It's going to be
a tournament. We need a. Oh my god. Yeah. When college football is released, because college football is coming back, guys. Like how college football used to be. Where we used to be able to take our rosters and implement them and draft them up to Madden. College football is coming back out. EA is going to release college football.
Nice.
When that happens, we need to have a tournament, a Texas Sports Unfiltered tournament. I'll set it up. I got you guys. I got us. Here we go.
There you go. Find a location.
Winner take all tournament, man.
Find a location. Hey, speaking of, you got to have a good product. You know who does? Actually, they've got 7 brands of them in 3 state-of-the-art dealerships. It's Covert Bee Cave and covertbeecave.com. Nestled in 42 acres in beautiful Bee Cave out in the hill country. Go out and see our great friends out there. Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. And, of course, the Fords and the Chevrolets out north or up north in Hutto down Highway 79. The Fords and the Lincolns as well on Research Boulevard at 183 in Austin. Covert Bee Cave also services all makes and models, 86 service bays that they will take care of all of your dealer needs or whatever the case may be on your new or pre-owned vehicle. Speaking of new or pre-owned vehicle, check out covertbeecave.com for weekly specials. weekly specials right there, covertbcave.com. And of course, with the holidays rolling themselves around, you can damn well bet that the Coverts are going to have great holiday specials coming up as well. Since 1909, the Covert family has been serving generations of families with new and pre-owned vehicles in the state of Texas. And it is covertbcave.com. Check them out at covertbcave.com. And remember, nobody beats Covert Deal. Not now. Sure as hell, not ever.
And of course, we'd be remiss if we didn't tell you about our guy, Tom McKay, in Audiovisual Consultations. 512-255-8678, the very best in audiovisual automation. Since 1988, we've been setting the standard in Austin, Central Texas area for over 35 years. That's right. We were just talking about some video games. You see behind me? Yeah, I got some arcade machines. Tom McKay can provide those arcade machines too. If you're a gamer like me, or if you're a sports nut like me, Audiovisual Consultations is the perfect number to call. You see the screens behind me, the flat screens behind me, 4K style. They can get you set up just like that as well. Make sure you're giving them a call. And also, I got a Dream Theater system downstairs. Yeah, they can hook you up there too. The gallery of projects that they've done can be seen on their website at avconsultations.com, and I guarantee you'll get an idea of what you want in your house. It's getting a little cold outside. Maybe you want to put a little chimenea out there on your patio with a little TV so you can watch a little fall ball out. Or I guess our winter would be people's fall, but I mean, it's the perfect time for sports anyways. You got, basketball, right? Basketball is just starting to tip off now. You got the ice that's starting to melt because of all of Tom McKay's, algorithms and stuff that you got to get the green in your pocket there. It's all deadly, man. avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, my guys. Yeah, okay, now look, I don't want to make this like a Clark W. Griswold scene in Christmas Vacation where he talks to the family about putting in a new pool, and if there's enough money left over, I'm going to fly you all in to break it in for me. But look, if this happens, guys, it's not a secret. I work at EA, all right? If I can make this happen to where we can get a few free codes for college football, and again, the game hasn't even been released yet, but I'm thinking I can make some magic happen to where we can award some of our listeners with probably the best game that's ever going to hit the shelves again. Or can we call them shelves? Games come out on hard copies still exist, but we usually go with the codes. But I think I can get us some codes for one hypothetical college football game that comes out. I'm pretty sure. If I can get some codes for Madden, I'm sure I can get some codes there.
The EA codes. We get the Aaron Andrew codes. Aaron Andrews.
I don't have that code. That's a different code.
Wags, work on that too.
Yeah, nah. I don't think my wife would enjoy that too much. Have you seen my wife's a smoke show, bro? My wife, I don't really have to look too far. My wife's a smoke show. Anyway, let's get off of wives and on to football, huh? Let's get off of wives and on to football. We had some
wives and everybody else
last night. Did you watch any Monday Night Football last night?
I watched that football game last night.
How about that?
I'll tell you, man, that was a Monday nighter that kind of lived up to the excitement right there. That was, dude, I was so freaking tired after standing on my feet all those days and then sitting on my ass all day yesterday trying to get home, and the game wouldn't end. I'm like, come on. We get to overtime, and they damn near played that whole overtime. But I'll tell you what, man, the Bengals, how about Jake Browning, man? That dude looking like a franchise quarterback over there when you bump in there. Dude, quarterbacks are going down like flies.
The Browning rifle, man. I was getting ready to ask you, any fantasy toters out there, any fantasy managers out there that's toting Jake the Rifle Browning, I think you're looking for some success. Now, look, I'm going to give you this scenario of kind of what went down. Now, people might have drafted Matt Schaub back in the day to couple him up and stack him with one Andre Johnson, who was one of the best wide receivers in all of the land at one time, right? In all of the NFL league, right? However, Matt Schaub went down, and Sage Rosenfels had to enter the game. And not just play the remainder of the game, had to finish the season about 4 or 5 games for the Texans. Your boy, who had drafted the Matt Schaub and Andre Johnson stack that year, went on the waiver wire and got himself one Sage Rosenfels, kind of like what you're getting with Browning right here, and was able to stack it with Andre Johnson. Now you have the Browning and Chase stack still, remember, right? You still got that stack, and he's still throwing for over 300 yards and a touchdown. The stack is available, and some would argue that he's throwing just as good as Joe Burrow. Huh?
He looked like Joe.
Pretty damn good, man.
Looked like Joe Burrow, except with a 6 on his chest. I mean, he looked amazing. But hey, man, how about Joe Mixon? I mean, I know he's a Sooner, but man, that dude got off last night, man. That a couple of touchdowns and making plays. I mean, that was a Joe Mixon huge. And man, when you got Jamar Chase that you're throwing the ball to, but I mean, some of those passes, man, that he was laying in last night. I mean, it really did. I mean, it really looked just like the other dude.
Dude, you want to talk about Mixon too? We want to talk about Chase. Mixon had one hell of a screen to the bottom of our screen. I can't remember if it was in the third quarter or the fourth quarter. I can't remember actually when it happened. But Mixon was basically, it might have been the second quarter. Mixon was sprung because of Chase's block. Chase is a fantastic wide receiver. We all know how great of hands that he has, but he came up and laid a lick. And actually, he kind of got his bell rung a little bit while he was making the block, but he laid the lick and he took a shot for it as well, right? But whatever the case may be, he was able to spring Mixon there for what? 40 yard scamper on that screen pad. You guys know the screen that I'm talking about. It actually was the thing that helped the Bengals offense get going that night, last night rather. But anyways, I just don't think we give Jamar Chase his roses. Like we talk about all, how he's always open and whatnot, and he's fantastic. He's a fantastic wide receiver, but it's receivers like that do the little things that don't really stand out on the stat book that make them the number one wide receiver in all the league for me. That's what.
Well, and when Jake Browning has a dude like that, it's like not that it's going to make Jake Browning look good, but it's really going to make Jake Browning look good. But a lot of what Jake Browning is doing, he's doing on his own. But
Beathard had to come in and spell of Trevor Lawrence. Trevor Lawrence went down. Trevor Lawrence is out for 3 to 4 weeks, almost 4 months. So if anybody that's got him for fantasy football, you're pretty fucked. If you're relying on him, 100.
If you're a Houston Texans fan, you look at this. I mean, Texans fans watching that game last night, they see Trevor Lawrence go down, and it's like, I mean, you're not like, I mean, you don't want to see a guy go down, but when Trevor Lawrence goes down and he's going to be out 3 to 4 weeks, and the Texans coming off of another win. Here's your opportunity right now with the AFC South. I mean, get on a roll right here.
My guy. You said the Texans were going to make a push and contend for this AFC South, dude. I honestly thought that the Jacksonville Jaguars were going to be able to wrap this thing up, man. But now with the, not to add insult to injury, man, but I mean, hell, Jacksonville loses last night, and also they lose their quarterback.
Yeah.
You guys, the Texans are primed, man. Actually, I keep saying that you're a Texans fan, but I'm looking at your damn shirt. You're clearly
I can't get on board with the Texans. The 1 week that I sat there and tried to watch them, they got boat race. So that's usually what happens right there. But man, I think this sets up nicely right here. I mean, if you're the Texans, you see him go down. I mean, Anthony or Richardson is out for the Colts, and that's the other discussion right there. Wags, look at the list of quarterbacks, man.
Benchie's playing decent in spell of.
He is. But man, look at that list of quarterbacks that are down right now. And I heard somebody mention at some point last night where, man, this really isn't fair for the quarterbacks. I'm like, how is this not fair? This is a brutal game that you're playing. You got big old dudes, pissed off dudes chasing you down, and these injuries are going to happen. And I think as an NFL fan right now,
at least quarterbacks get paid. I mean, the running backs don't get paid.
That's right. You're sitting on the edge of your seat right now, hoping like hell, especially if you've got a team that has just amazing momentum right now. If you're a fan of one of those teams, you're hoping and praying that your fucking quarterback doesn't go down, because in there you're going to be in the list of all these other teams that are with backup quarterbacks. The game ends up last night with backup quarterbacks in overtime.
Yeah. Double D. I feel bad for Double D right now, Rodney. And Rodney, you're hitting the nail right on the head with all of that, my guy. Yeah, Double D. I got Bijan Robinson as well. I don't know. I think Arthur Smith. I don't think that he's got him on his fantasy team, and that's why he doesn't use Bijan Robinson. I have no idea why Bijan Robinson has not been implemented the way that he should be into this Atlanta Falcons offense. I don't have an answer. I wish I did. I've been trying to conjure up one. I've been trying to look do some research and seeing if Bijan Robinson just doesn't do well in certain situations.
No,
that is just not the case. You got a stud like Bijan Robinson. My only question to Arthur Smith is, why the hell did you draft him this high if you weren't going to use him?
Well,
you know what I mean? Did you just not want another team to get him? Because if you want to covet the best running back in the league, I can understand that. But still, you'd think that you would find a way to get him into your offense and implement him into ways that work. I mean, hell, it looks like if you put him on the field, he's going to have success and make anyone around him better, man. He just looks like that type of prototype back. But I don't know. I could be wrong, but I feel for you, man, because it's like, when do you not play Bijan Robinson? Because he's almost taken up a roster spot. Like, you could argue like only 15 points when you have some decent running backs like I don't know, maybe like there's a Ferguson that's sitting on your back or sitting on your bench, in spell of a Kittle or another tight end, right? But Ferguson can get you 19 points from Dak sometimes. He did that this past week, right? With Ferguson or other tight ends that can start getting to a flex position, you kind of start, questioning yourself, hey, do I really want to put Bijan Robinson in? That answer is yes, because you always want to have Bijan Robinson in, but damn, dude. I mean, you'd like to think that Arthur Smith would know how to utilize this guy.
I think the answer to it, Wags, is I don't think this was his pick. I don't think this is who he wanted. I think that's the bottom line right here. I think this may be another Jeff Fisher conspiracy type of thing right here. To maybe this isn't the dude that he wanted. And it was really disappointing to see. It was really disappointing to see on Sunday where, the highlight that you see of Bijan Robinson, they decide to hand him the ball at the goal line and he gets tackled in the fucking end zone for 5-yard loss and a safety. Come on. That's where you don't use him. I really don't get it. I really don't get it. And I don't know. Here's the other part about it, though. You've got an Atlanta Falcons team sitting at 500 at 6-6, first place in the AFC South, brother. Wow. First place in the AFC South. What does that, or NFC South? What does that tell you about that league, man?
Terrible, man. And how are the especially in a league that is driven by quarterback play and of course, I know all football is tailored around quarterback play or led by quarterback play, but hell, the NFL has basically doctored their rules, conditioned their rules to make it to where it's all based around quarterback play, man. You'd think that the Saints would be able to run away with this thing. They have the better quarterback, you would argue, with Derek Carr, but they still just haven't been able to put anything together, man. No continuity in any of the teams for the South.
Well,
somebody's got to win. Somebody has to win. Somebody has to represent the AFC South. So I guess, sure, give it to Atlanta. I don't know how Atlanta's going to right the ship. They have a terrible their quarterback scenario is awful. Heineke and Ritter. I'm riddled by Ritter anyways, man. He's sometimes he has it, and then there's just times, Rodney, where he misses some basic quarterback, basic high school quarterback level throws, I think. If you can't hit a slant, if you can't consistently hit a slant, you don't belong in the league. That's my opinion.
And with the conversation about college football playoffs and all this, we still have here in the NFL, whether it's going to be the Falcons or the Saints or whoever it's going to be, they will host a wild card game because they are going to go in as the divisional champion. So that in and of itself, is going to be a whole different conversation that we'll have a little bit further on down the road. And I think one thing to talk about later in the week, Wags, is definitely going to be the Cowboys and the Eagles, because the Eagles getting steamrolled by the 49ers the other day. How's that bye week benefited the 49ers, man? They come out and they're looking like
I'm sorry, man. You gotta repeat everything you just said. You guys, hold on. Let's stop. You guys can't put video game questions in the comment. You can't do it until the end of the comments, because it's gonna distract me. I won't be able to listen to my man Rodney Rodriguez here. Also, these video game questions, bring them for the Wagner Wire on Sundays as well, guys. Like, we're talking a lot of sports here. I'll geek out. I'll get to the questions here at the end of them. But yeah, dude, like video game questions, try and hold to the end, because Rodney doesn't play that many video games yet. You know what I mean? I'm gonna force him to sleep over here, and I'm gonna shove video games down his throat all damn night. Anyways, my guy, what were you saying there? I'm sorry about that. I got distracted.
Shit, I don't remember what I was talking about.
I knew it. Damn it. Chaos theory at its
I
finest.
forgot. Well, somebody will comment. If it was worth a shit what I said, somebody will comment there about it. Hey, I want to play pinball with Bucky. I want to play pinball with Bucky. Do you have a pinball machine in there?
I don't have a pinball machine.
You need to get one of those, dude.
I'm sure I could get like an emulator and put a. You know what? I'll bet we could call our guy. I'll bet our guy can find some pinball machines. That's for sure. Right. Anyways, man, we did have some quarterbacks acting like pinball machines, trying to get up all out of the damn college football landscape. One, we teased it a little bit. One, Dylan Gabriel, he's leaving. How about Riley? Riley leaving from Duke there. Who's the number one quarterback that has entered the portal that has, I guess, has the most limelight for you?
Yeah,
or the marquee name. Is it Gabriel?
It's Gabriel to me, because I really didn't see that coming.
Bowman leaving too, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So somebody messaged me that yesterday, and I'm like, no, I thought it was just somebody, trying to yank my chain or something. And I started looking around, and I saw him in there. So here's something else that I'm looking forward to watching here with the transfer portal and what's going to happen next as these guys start moving around. Lincoln Riley needs his next quarterback. Because, his Caleb Williams, he's going to not play in the bowl game. He's not going to play in that massive bowl game that USC is going to be in. So we've watched Lincoln Riley do fantastic work getting his quarterbacks out of the portal. So now taking a look, who goes there? Is it the dude from Kansas State? I'm surprised.
And also, like, who's coming into Oklahoma?
Yeah, exactly. So
like you're about to enter SEC land, and you don't have a quarterback. Your quarterback's leaving.
Well, and that's how much I started thinking. Okay, does Dylan Gabriel not want to play in the SEC? Does he go to Oregon? How are these guys going to shift around? How much of that factors in? Maybe there's something within the program, like I was talking about, that he's not happy in the program. He should be happy in the damn program. He's a starting quarterback, but I don't. That one baffles me, dude. I have no idea why he made that move. I thought, I was actually concerned, moving forward, that Oklahoma had their dude in place, and it was going to be something you had to deal with moving forward. But I don't know, man. I don't know.
How bad does this set Venables back? Not having or losing your. Hell, dude. You'd like to think losing your quarterback going into any season is going to be, detrimental or tumultuous, and now you add the fact that you're leaving the Big 12 and entering, the first year of the SEC.
Yeah,
that shouldn't have.
There's the answer right there about Levy. That would have to be
okay. All right, that is a. I didn't even think about that. I didn't even put two together there, but that's probably why.
I think it puts them in a terrible spot. Just like talking about A&M, with A&M, with Oklahoma and Texas coming in, and you've got to start over essentially, because you've lost a lot of that draft or recruiting class, and now you've got a whole new system that's going to come in. Well, maybe not new, because Elko was actually a part of this system before. But when you look at Texas or A&M and Oklahoma as they go into the first year in the SEC, and then you look at where Texas is at, it's like, holy shit, man! Talk about a flip here in a matter of 2 years as to the way that they go into the SEC. God, we're going to hear that shit a lot. Man, we're going to hear that a lot.
I was surprised. Who's the damn quarterback for Ohio State? It's not McNabb. I can't think of the damn.
The one in the portal?
Yeah, the one he just left. Ohio State going. My God, guys! What McCord? Thank you, McCord. McCord. I was kind of surprised with McCord leaving Ohio State. Like, sure, Gabriel is the head marquee for me, being the quarterback that's trying to enter the transfer portal, but McCord leaving Ohio State, I thought Ohio State was trying to piece something together here. What's that say about Ryan Day and company?
Yeah, exactly. What does happen right there, and that kind of does correlate over to Dylan Gabriel with both of those guys.
Clearly there's talent coming into Ohio State, right? But absolutely. Is McCord leaving because of a Ryan Day scenario, not being able to beat Michigan? Am I just trying to piece too much stuff together here?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If you're looking for greener pastures, how much greener do you get than OU or Ohio State with both of these guys? Like I'm talking about, the Oregon thing, there's something there. I don't know, man. Started all 12 games for the Buckeyes this season. 65% of his passes, 3,170 yards, 24 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. And it was called an inconsistent season. So there's going to be folks up for them. And I saw that somebody posted earlier about the word that I said, the handler. That's really what this is, where you have folks looking for these kids and they're just trying to find them a bigger deal, trying to get them more money in their pocket, man. This is big time sports right here, dude. This is big time sports.
Do you know, I think Lincoln Riley is toting for DJ Uga. I hope I say this right. Uga Alele. I can never say that damn thing right. But I think that's who Oregon State's quarterback. I think that is who Riley is touting. Or maybe he's trying to court there. Also, I think I saw some people mention Cam Ward. Where would you think Cam Ward goes? What about Cam Ward to USC? Huh? Or what about Cam Ward to Florida State? Maybe.
Could be.
Huh?
Could be. I mean, the whole thing is, dude, I don't know what to think. This is where the sell job starts coming in, you know? This is where these coaches become sales. I mean, they're doing it right now, brother.
They've been selling for a damn good bit, man. That sales thing just isn't coming right now.
Yeah.
Riley met with Will Howard. Okay, Will Howard might be heading out west too.
I think, in my opinion, Will Howard's going to end up with Lincoln Riley. When I saw that he was in the portal, that's the first thing I thought, that he would go to Lincoln Riley. So, you know, wild west, my man, and there's just so many of them.
So look, when we don't have college football bowl games to hypothetical, do hypothesize about and make hypothetical remarks about and stuff. I guess we have the college football portal. So yeah, great.
You know,
hold on. Can we go back?
Like the NFL, it never stops. Even in the downtime, now there's shit to talk about all year with college football.
Oh, 100%. All right, we got some geek out questions real quick before we turn it over to It's Only an Hour, okay? All right, from DJ Wags, quick geek out question. When do you think Fallout 5 will come out? 5 years? No, I mean Bethesda usually turns over what they just launched and released Starfield. So you'd like to think that Elder Scrolls has been worked on since Skyrim, or actually since Starfield's been released. However, maybe 2-3 more years. I don't have any friends that I know like firsthand off that are in the studios for Bethesda right now, but I'm sure I can reach out. I'm sure I got some third parties that I can reach out to. After Elder Scrolls 6, guys just beating up a dead horse now, man. Now, look, we talked about it, man. It takes a decent length amount of time for a title to be developed and launched there. So, look, it's been almost 10 years since college football has been worked on and being released, right? I also saw comment about micro actions. I don't think there's going to be that many micro actions for college football. I think Madden has kind of worked out those kinks well enough. I think you're starting to see some pretty good rapport with fans and with gamers of Madden and how the devs respond to the rollout of Madden as well with the microtransactions. My question to that is, of course, there's like, Madden Ultimate Team. I'm wondering if there would be a college football Ultimate Team. That would be pretty damn dope if you could do microtransactions that way. That's something that I would like to pitch to the studio as well. Anyways, man, we appreciate all the comments. Great conversations today from all you guys. Any last save rounds, Rodney, before we get out of here and turn it over to Jeff and Jordan?
Hey, you know what we do have to talk about? There's a link right there in the top of this video.
Oh, the doggo.
Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that right there. Coolest stuff you're going to find. Since 1991, focusing on heavy leathers, hides, and fabrics ranging from modern farmhouses to Western. Man, you got to look at that stuff. It's really cool. If you click right there, it's going to take you to the Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. 15% off using the promo code HOOK'em. Be sure and do that as well. And get 15% off the purchase. That's one of the. It's a holiday time. Get your loved one some Great Blue Heron furniture. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and it's going to last for decades, one place, Great Blue Heron Furniture, greatblueheronfurniture.com, or pick up the phone and call them 866-247-9688 as the gentlemen from It's Only an Hour are set to join us, Wags.
All right, let's bring one in. Hey, boys,
what's up, fellas? I'm good, man.
Hello, man.
Looking good, man. What's behind you, Jordan? What is that, like centerfold pictures behind you? What we got going on there?
No, I get asked that a fair amount. It's just basketball cards. When I was like 8 or 9,
right. I thought they were pinup.
I thought it was like
centerfolds, man. That's what my dad used to do back in the day. Like all the centerfold girls that you piece out and cut the posters out and put them all around the room.
I thought it was glass tile, dude. It looks like glass tile on mine. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, well, luckily, Wags, I've been born with the internet, so never had to figure it out that way.
We don't do print. His generation said we don't fuck with print.
Yeah. They're like, he's like, what's a centerfold poster? What the
hell is that? But no, it's when I was like 8 or 9 years old or some shit, I for some reason asked for like a ton of basketball, like they're like vintage basketball cards from like the 80s or 90s. And my parents got them, and at 8 or 9 years old, I just loved opening them and looking at them and having them in a box. And then I got older.
I'll rip packs open, man. I'll buy. I see Jeff's in the cards too. I think that's what happened with the pandemic. Like all of us went back to our roots, right? Like we all went back to ripping cards open and shit, trying to see if we can score gold in a couple of packs. Man.
It was the combination of the pandemic. People had nothing to do. Some stimulus money. And honestly, man, the last dance,
stimulus money. Yeah,
I'm not joking, man. When the Last Dance came out, man.
Oh yeah,
people went crazy over Jordan stuff, man.
Yeah, no doubt, man. All right, guys, you guys have a great show, man. Thank you guys for tuning in to Chaos Theory and the rest of Texas Sports Unfiltered. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Hook 'em.
Have a good show, boys.
See you, boys. All right, it's only an hour. Jeff Howe, Jordan Scruggs. Jordan's busier than a one-arm paper hanger with portal stuff going on. Has anything dropped since the Andrew Makuba news, or am I caught up? Because I just had a doctor's appointment. So,
that's the biggest name as of this morning that's entered this morning.
Okay,
let me look. Oh, Trey Moore from UTSA was pretty big.
Okay,
he had a pretty solid year. I think he had over 10 sacks.
I'm
just looking at. Oh wow. Oh, wait, that's a different person than I thought. Never mind. I was like, wow, what the hell is he doing in the portal? And I'm like, oh, never mind.
Let's see. Trey Moore finished with 14 in the regular season.
I guess I kind of know what I'm talking about. Yeah, I guess you want to start it off, I guess, talking about the two guys who left from Texas.
Yeah, so and I think that ties into the Andrew Makuba news too. So Jalen Catalon's done, Xavier Bryce is done. The Xavier Bryce thing didn't surprise us. We were prepared for it because you had heard about that. You told me about that. Shoot, Jordan, probably about a week ago, maybe, that Xavier Bryce was headed to the portal, and it makes sense. The numbers at corner, the guys in front of him, if he wants to play, probably needs to find somewhere else to apply his craft. Jalen Catalon thing is interesting because he did have the option to come back. He was scheduled to participate in senior night for the Texas Tech game. He didn't. He ended up not doing it. So he's in the portal. But, we talked about it yesterday, Jordan. We've been talking a lot about it just with Kobe Black, and maybe he transitions from corner to safety. I know he has played some safety for Connolly this year. And we got him listed as a safety in the database. And Hudson Standish gave a really good explanation of why he was moved to safety. So I can reference that at Horns 24/7 if you need to. But Mike Roach reported, I think this was on Sunday, that Xavier Filisame, his official visit. Jordan, I know you were told initially that it was tentatively scheduled for that December 8th weekend. Mike reported that is locked in for the following weekend, the 15th through the 17th. So not going to belabor the point here. Some of y'all owe Jordan an apology. Him reporting on the official visit didn't ruin Texas's chances or anything. Don't worry, Jordan. The same thing happened to Mike a couple cycles ago with Terrence Brooks. Oh, you're going to ruin it. You're reporting a visit. Well, knowing who told Mike was well within his rights to report that, and obviously it didn't hurt Texas with Terrence Brooks. But I digress.
Yeah, while we're on that topic, I would just like to say that, like, I reported those dates because the person that told me has literally never been wrong and has helped me break a lot of other stories. So that's why I felt good enough about it. Actually, whenever I talked to his dad, he was like, "How do you find this out?" And, you know, I said it came from basically what I just said. Like, it came from a trusted source that's never been wrong, never given me a reason. He's like, "Well, dude, like, no one even knows about." Like, the dates were correct as of that morning. Like, him and his dad and I were communicating. The dates were definitely correct. He told me then they might move it. I said, that's fine. And, like, I know how it is, man. Like, people getting upset or whatnot. Like, I understand it. And I understand it comes with the territory. Like, I understand it. You have all the right to get mad at me and express your First Amendment. Luckily, being the youngest of 7 kids and a twin, I have pretty thick skin. But, you know, I'm all for taking the heat. I understand it. Yeah, Phil Smee's going to come in the 15th to the 17th. He is that weekend open because McKinney's out of the playoffs. That weekend is state championship weekend. Is why I said that. But yeah, man, as of right now, I really do think Texas is going to end up signing Phil Smee. I feel confident enough to say that. Crystal balls could be a little tricky with this one, just because there's a lot, I guess, going on. So I'm not sure if I'll be able to put in a crystal ball. I really am not sure.
Well,
but as of right now, I feel really good about Texas's chances of getting Phil Smee.
I want to expand on that. I'll come back to safety in a minute because we talked about Phil Smee and Kobe Black. Texas looking really good with both of those guys right now. And Phil Smee is technically still committed to Florida as of right now. Hadn't backed off of that commitment publicly. But Texas, obviously, as we said, looking good for both those guys. So I'll get back to safety in a minute. The crystal ball is one of those things that I know some fans love it. Some fans don't like it. When do you – because I think the crystal ball protocol has changed. I think early on, and you went through some of this, some of the old picks, you know, back looking at some of my picks when we first launched crystal ball. Shoot, it's been almost 10 years now that we've had that crystal ball product at 24/7 Sports. But I think people would just put in picks sometimes just for the sake of putting in a pick, hoping you were right. There's a little more of a science to it now, a little more rationale to it now. When do you decide, all right, I'm going to put in a crystal ball prediction for this guy? Whoever it is.
Yeah, a lot of it's different. With a lot of it's just situational stuff. Like, for example, the kid I went and saw this last Friday, Jackson Christian at Port Neches Groves. I've put in a Texas pick for him, I think, in October. He's a 2025 offensive lineman. I'm probably not going to be able to write a story about him based off my interview with him just because he's so focused on P&G in the playoffs. That he was like, yeah, you know, I like Texas a lot, but I like every question he redirected it back. So I was just like, okay, man. But like for him, he's not close to making a decision. He hasn't given a silent commitment, but Texas is just out by a mile in front of everyone for him. So like, I think he's going to end up at Texas. So I put in the pick. I like where they stand. One thing that I was going to write about sometime today, I know Elko is going by the school at P&G sometime this week, and probably A&M he's the type of guy who should have an A&M offer. Like Texas is his only major Power 5 offer, which is another reason why like I feel good about it because watching him play, he's a guy who leaves school with 20 plus, right? So Texas getting in early now only helps him, and it's only going to help him down the road, which is why I felt good enough putting in the pick. But he's a guy who I could also see A&M, like kids from Southeast Texas profile to Texas A&M much more than they do to Texas, and specifically him, like his family, his whole family. I got a lot of family down there, so I kind of understand the lay of the land pretty well in Southeast Texas, but his whole family works in refineries, man. You know, he's blue collar through and through, and those kids just profile to A&M a lot more than Texas, and that's just the facts. So will I maybe end up backing off that pick and putting in an A&M one if they end up taking the lead over Texas? Probably. Could I end up sticking it through and Texas ends up getting him in a year from now? Probably. You know, we don't know. So there's certain crystal balls like that. There's also the ones like I mean, y'all know how it works. Like, we hear that kids give silent commitments, we put in a pick. I mean, everyone already kind of knows that. You know, I don't think it's really revealing any secrets there. But you know, if the way I kind of try to set myself up to cover these recruitments, sweet. Just got my credentials approved for Cibolo Steel Summer Creek. But no, I try to set myself up to know where the recruitment's going before official visits are taken. Now, OVs obviously do change a lot of things, but you know, usually before it's silent commitment time of the year, we already got a pretty good idea where these guys are going, who they could be wanting to silent commit to. So, you know, there's crystal balls like in the Jackson Christian scenario I explained first, and there's also the ones where it's, hey, we get a call, this kid's committing at 6. It is 4:30 right now. And then it's like, okay, scramble, put in the story. We're going to write the commitment story right now. Or scramble, put in the crystal ball. We're going to write the story right now, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Hey, I was just going to ask you something about crystal ball, but I totally just lost my train of thought because I looked at something in the chat. So that was my bad. My bad for spacing out on that. All right. So I just want to get your take on crystal balls real quick. So we talked about Xavier Bryce and Jalen Catalon entering the portal.
Yeah, I do want to say,
go for it.
They knew about Bryce. Catalon, they were pretty surprised about. But I mean, I'm talking about the staff. And
because for the record, we had heard, like I said, you had told me about Bryce about a week ago that was looking like it was going to happen. None of us, I can honestly say this, none of us as a group, as a staff in our text, our communications had heard anything about Catalon.
Yeah. You know, I mean, shit, man, about 2 weeks ago, I wrote down a list in my phone of probably about, I don't know, like 2.5 dozen names of guys who I could see maybe entering or like just to like keep watch on. And he was on there, but like, in my opinion, he probably like the second least likeliest guy whenever I first made it. At least those are my thoughts. And with Xavier Bryce, it's just, he understood the situation. The staff was pretty honest with him about it, and he appreciated that. But, you know, luckily for Xavier Bryce, whenever you go to a school like Texas, even if you don't play, coming out of a school like Texas, you're going to have a lot of opportunities.
For sure. And
for him right now, it's looking like he'll find a home at TCU. If it's not TCU, I assume SMU, and if it's somehow not those two, it's going to be UNT. At least that's how it's looking right now, and talking with the source that was keeping me in the loop with him the past few weeks. But yeah, Catalon, they were surprised about it. A lot of these schools, like for example, I know someone who has a source in the TCU compliance department, and I also have sources on the TCU staff. And I'll have someone text me that, hey, this guy just met with compliance to submit his name to the portal. And then I text the TCU staff, holy shit, y'all are losing such and such to the portal? And they're like, what are you talking about? You know what I mean? So
yeah,
a lot of these compliance staffs at school there's a lot of power tripping going on and working in sports 1,000%. So it could be some of that. It could be maybe they don't feel like they have to talk to him, or maybe there's beef there. I'm not sure. But I do know that there's a lot of times, and these guys will show up in the portal before the coaches know about it. Drew Makuba, for example, I've been able to talk to like most of my sources who I think will be able to help me out in covering Drew's recruitment out of the portal. But I did talk to some sources at Clemson this morning asking like, hey, what the hell is going on up there? And they were all the two people I talked to at Clemson are very surprised that he was leaving in the portal. Because I'm like, wow, what happened with Drew? And it's like, what do you mean? And I'm like, he's in the portal. And the reaction was, he's in the portal? And I was like, yeah, he is.
Because I think
and they're like, we thought he was going to the NFL. And I was like, I think everyone thought that.
Because I think what's worth mentioning too, kind of to reinforce what you're talking about, the thing where the transfer portal has changed things is, by the way, I've got my cup here. I'm just drinking tea, so don't nobody think I'm drinking like anything nefarious. My cup from the last year in the Irwin Center, by the way. Where the portal has changed things, it used to be if you wanted to transfer, you told your coach, and then there could be ways that, maybe they could talk you out of it or whatever. Or, why don't you, or if you do transfer, well, yeah, you can transfer, but you can't play anybody that's going to be on our schedule, and we can block you from schools within the conference or whatever. The transfer portal has eliminated that part of it in terms of restricting kids from where they can go. Now, to get released from your scholarship, all you've got to do is notify compliance. And then once you notify compliance, they have 48 hours to put your name in the portal. They don't have to Jordan's point, they don't have to tell anybody. They don't have to tell the coaches. They don't have to tell, Bob sitting 2 desks down or that's filing paperwork or whatever. It's just, hey, this kid submitted his name. All right, we got 48 hours to put it in the portal. That's pretty much all you do. And like you said, Jordan, I mean, some schools have a better relationship with their compliance department than other schools do, but I think as many staffs as you hear getting blindsided, I think that tells you in general what the relationship is between the football staff and the compliance department by and large. And compliance department they have to be a-holes to do their job, right? Because you got to make sure everything's above board. But Andrew Makuba entering the portal, this is one of those deals, Jordan. I'd heard a lot of buzz at this time last year about him potentially going into the portal, and not necessarily. I had one person tell me that they were sure if he had gone into the portal, it was going to be Texas, but just a chatter that he was thinking about entering the portal. Anyway, that never materialized. But now that he's in the portal, Texas has a needs for safeties. Jamal Fenner is high school coach at LBJ, is Sark's director of high school relations. It makes too much sense if he does find another destination that, it makes too much sense for him to end up at Texas.
Yeah. No, I mean, again, I haven't talked to anyone near Drew or any sources near Drew or anything like that. Since the news is broken, to be honest, I wasn't told about it. I was pretty surprised. I think off what I know about Drew and everything, I feel like this is something that a decision was made in the last 24 hours. Now, it might have been something they were planning about, and we're just keeping it that quiet. Can't rule that out either, but I think it was something that was decided pretty quickly. While I think Texas, for obvious reasons, is going to be in it or thought to be in it or whatnot, I think OU also, Venables is who recruited him to Clemson. And,
True. Yep.
They're going to lose Billy Bowman to the draft. I assume he's going to leave. And, I mean, while OU is starting to have their team actually look like what Venables wants it to look like, he's still an upgrade to what they have. You know what I mean? And I think the safety room and the safety situation at Texas, like, he would have much more there'd be more opportunities there. But I mean, at the same time, like, he can go play anywhere in the country. He's that type of good.
Yeah.
One thing I'm worried about is maybe injuries for him, because he has had a fair amount of injuries in his time at Clemson. But I mean, dude, he's an upgrade over anything Texas has, and I don't think that's even questionable.
No, I mean, because you're looking at, Jaron Thompson moving on, Keaton Crawford moving on. I mean, you're looking at your starting safety tandem going into spring ball. I think almost by default, it's Derek Williams and Michael Taff. Probably with, I mean, I don't know, BJ Allen and or Larry Turner Gooden are going to be back, but, you're looking at those two guys. You're looking at maybe some freshmen. Warren Roberson's a guy that, assuming something happens where he doesn't feel the need to go into the portal, if he's back, he's a guy that could be a corner, could be a safety. I think they just want to try to get him on the field somewhere. Jelani McDonald. Jordan, it's interesting about Jelani McDonald while I'm thinking about it. I don't know if long term if safety is really where he profiles best. If his body starts to fill out and all of a sudden he's 220 pounds, 225 pounds, man, spin him down to linebacker and let him be an off-ball linebacker, because the body type would definitely be there. So I don't know if long-term Jelani McDonald is a safety, but that's where he's at right now. But yeah, to your point, man, the path to playing time at Texas is for a Power 5 program coming off of a playoff appearance. The path to playing time is pretty damn easy. It's pretty damn clear. I don't want to say easy because it's not as easy, but it's much clearer at Texas than it is at a lot of other places.
Yeah. It is. And another thing too, like this is another thing I want to talk about that I think could help Texas for sure in recruiting Drew out of the portal. Him and Jade are real tight. Played on the same 7-on-7 program a tiny bit. Drew played with the Dallas-based program, and Jade was playing with the Austin-based program. But they know each other pretty well, and like y'all talk about, I'm a pretty big fan of Jade and what he brings to the program as kind of an ambassador of it. I think he'll for sure help. Another thing, him and Michael Taft know each other quite well. They have the same trainer, and I think that's also helping in Texas's favor. Another thing is just that it's a new staff at Texas. I know it's obvious, but I can tell you with fact right now, while Texas was in Drew Makuba's top 3 out of high school with LSU and Clemson, he was never, ever, 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 ever going to Texas as long as Herman's there. In fact, his original recruitment, it was during COVID, so it was a lot of people forget how wild like recruiting was during COVID when the guys couldn't visit or anything. And he was going to Clemson. He had silently committed for about a week. The day before they're going to announce it, he got a lot of second thoughts because he's like, shit, man, I don't want to be this far from my family. I don't know if they can make it up there. Kind of hard to get up there. Woo-choo-woo, all that. And so because of that, he called LSU and committed to LSU and was committed to LSU like overnight for 12 hours. And then a few hours before it came time to post the graphic, he sat down with his family, or his family actually sat him down and told him, listen, Drew, like, we're not going to be the ones wearing the uniform, hitting people, doing all this up there every day. It's you. So, like, you need to make the decision for you and yourself and not for us. You can't involve us here. And so he said, okay, and went back to Clemson. A few hours later, committed to Clemson publicly. That's how it went. But I can say with confidence, Texas was only included in the top 3 to include Texas in the top 3. The way Texas handled the recruitment of him and Latrell McCutcheon, while I think it could have been better on both sides for McCutcheon and I think the Texas staff could have handled it better. And I think McCutcheon and maybe Makuba could have handled it better. But Texas completely just, sorry for my French, but fucked that whole thing up. They just did. That was the old staff, and they just they messed it all up. It really no point of going into detail, but I don't want to say if for some reason Tom Herman was ever still coaching at Texas or anyone from that staff, they'd have a better shot of offering me a scholarship out of the portal than Makuba. Because people were like, Texas never offered Latrell McCutcheon. They did, and he told them to go F themselves whenever they actually, I'm serious. He told them to go F themselves whenever they actually offered him because it took so long. And then his trainer made him post it anyway. He's just like, dude, it's an F in Texas offer. Just post it. Yeah. That's what he did. But yeah, a lot of great Herman stories from his time in Austin.
Man, the Herman staff definitely did that. It's usually at the end, right, when staff start messing it up. The Charlie Strong staff, and it's always that last cycle too. Like the Charlie Strong staff, the ones that were really messed up were in that 2017 class. They completely botched Jeff Okudah's recruitment. They completely botched there was a how can I say this nicely? There was a lot of effort put into botching the J.K. Dobbins recruitment, if that makes any sense. You had to try really hard to not get J.K. Dobbins to come to Texas. And I mean, I'm not going to share everything J.K. told me about that deal, but it was rough.
Hey, I'm a big time J.K. I'm a huge fan of any of the kids that come out of the Grange. Because I like the coaches over there briefly talking with them, and I love Bravion Rogers and I'm forgetting his name, Jaron Woods, they had a D lineman go to Baylor last year. I doubt anyone knows who the hell I'm talking about. But J.K. Dobbins, fun fact, guess where he was actually supposed to be and drove from every day to get to the Grange?
No idea.
Giddings.
Really?
Yeah. believe they're the Buffaloes.
Yes. How far is that drive? What's that drive from Giddings to LaGrange?
Shit, man, far. I had to drive through Giddings. Bro, this is a crazy story I should have talked about yesterday. There was
Jordan, hold that thought. Y'all in the chat, knock it off. Like the political talk. Just not. I don't know how to ban anybody from the chat, but it's distracting and it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Just knock it off, please. So anyway, Jordan, continue.
Yeah, no, you're good. But yeah, there's a crazy high-speed cop chase as I was like going through Giddings on the highway to Houston last week, but not super important. One thing I before we get out of the portal talk for guys leaving Texas, I saw a lot of people on our board being like, man, he's weak-minded, whatever. He's losing or he's leaving right before the playoff and leaving his brothers and stuff. Same with Xavier Bryce. I saw a little bit of that. But, like, y'all got to realize the portal is closing January 2nd. And while playing in the bowl game gives them 5 extra days, if Texas wins that game, when are those guys going to portal? When are they going to leave? And also, like, spots are going to fill up, man. Like, they got to do what's best for them. And, again, I understand everyone saying it's weak for Catalan or whatever to do before the playoff, but, like, they got to do what's best for themselves at the end of the day, and if they're not, they're messing up. At least in my opinion. So,
hey man, you're still gonna get a Big 12 championship ring. So
exactly, and a Natty ring if they win it.
Yeah.
So
maybe get you a nice ring with one of those Sugar Bowl logos on it, like the 2018 team got. Yeah, Cooter says Giddings to LaGrange. That's what I figured. I was thinking 45 minutes. Cooter said 30 to 40. So it's not. You making it sound like you're driving across the state, Jordan. It's not that far.
Bro, that's still pretty far to drive every day of school for 4 years.
Like, okay. Yeah, I'll give you that. Okay, I'll give you that.
Schools in South Dallas, whenever they take kids from Mesquite or the TAP schools or from Mansfield or from Fort Worth ISD or DISD, they don't make them drive. They put them in an apartment or something. They don't make them drive. Like, there are obstacles that can be overcome. That could have been overcome for Mr. Dobbins, but, I guess it doesn't matter now. He's in the NFL. So,
yeah. And JK, hope JK's doing well. I know he's had his series of injury issues, but in the NFL.
If you could, you should briefly summarize what happened with Texas, though, because I wasn't around then.
I mean, it was one of those that they kind of thought they had it in the bag. And they didn't. They were going to have to work a little bit. And they had made a change at running backs coach. Tommy Robinson had left. Where did he go? Tommy went to LSU. I don't remember if that was when he went to LSU or A&M. But I think he went to LSU. But anyway, Tommy Robinson left. They hired Anthony Johnson. And the consistency and the volume of the communication was just inconsistent, and it just, Ohio State showed they really wanted him, man. So it's, it was hard. It was hard. There were some, if I remember right, there were some issues scheduling like a visit because I think they wanted him down there like by himself. So yeah, man, it was not a good recruitment, but yeah, JK told me about that on a couple different. Great dude, by the way, too, JK Dobbins. Hey, somebody mentioned Jackson Smith and Jigba. Yeah, so Jake, I'll say this, and I don't want to turn this into a dump on Tom Herman episode of It's Only an Hour, but apparently it was said in a staff meeting that Jackson Smith and Jigba and Marvin Mims were both too small to play wide receiver for Tom Herman. Too small, Jordan. The NFL didn't think those guys were too small. But
God, he's such a dumbass.
I got a Jackson Smith and Jigba rookie card set on my desk right now too. A little mosaic green right there. How about that? That's a nice little segue. Yeah, man, it's so many Bosch recruitments. But the Sark staff. What I like about the Sark staff, what I hope happens, and you talked about this on a recent episode, so I'll let you re-rack your point. But I think hiring Jamal Finner as the director of high school relations, I think hiring Chris Gilbert allowed the Sark staff to kind of get their foot in the door in South Dallas, where maybe Texas didn't have the best reputation. And that reputation comes and goes, man. Certain Texas staffs have done a really good job of connecting with schools in that area, and then it falls off, and then some staffs don't. But I think that allowed Texas to really get in good at Lancaster and South Oak Cliff and Duncanville and kind of build some of those relationships. I think Rashad Samples working at Texas when he did also help with some of that. But bottom line is, man, Chris Gilbert was a really big hire for the parts of the Metroplex where Texas hasn't always been able to go in and get a leg up on recruiting kids. What I hope hiring Jamal Finner eventually does, especially Jordan, you've been around here your whole life, man, with as much as this metro area is blowing up in Austin, there are going to be more and more kids that are capable of playing at Texas right in your backyard. And hopefully Jamal Finner being hired, because think about Jamal Finner, man. He's coaching LBJ, but what is the name for Reagan High School now? Is it Northeast is what they call the old Reagan High School? Yeah. Jamal Finner was a Reagan guy. So he's about as Austin as you can get. And I think if he can open some of those doors, especially kind of in central Austin and on the east side, where those doors haven't always been friendly to Texas and open for kids, and some kids haven't always wanted to go to Texas. If he can just allow the Sark staff to get their foot in the door and build those relationships, we know this staff can build relationships. Hopefully that cuts down on the number of kids from the Austin area who feel the need to go somewhere other than Texas.
Yeah. Chris Gilbert, do you think Jones had a private talk to what? Oh, I don't know.
I don't. There's no.
Yeah. No.
I don't even know if Jerry knows what year it is. So, and I'm being trite when I say that. It's my terrible Jerry Jones impression. But go ahead, Jordan. My bad. Austin area prospects.
Yeah. No. First of all, Gilbert getting hired by Texas.
You're like Woj on the opening day of free agency, man. Like your phone, you just keep looking at the phone, like your phone's just going nuts. I've been looking at mine too, because I've got mine on do not disturb, but I've missed some texts. So yeah.
But Gilbert was a huge hire for Texas. I mean, look, if I'm being honest, they don't get Anthony Hill if Chris Gilbert was never on that staff. Like, I'm dead ass serious right now. Texas does not have Anthony Hill on the team if Chris Gilbert was not on that staff. Mm-hmm. He was humongous in that one. And he was big in a lot of the other South Dallas area kids' recruitments. A huge part, though, too, while I think Gilbert deserves a ton of credit for that, Jeff Banks, man, look at all the kids Bama pulled out of Texas during the strong Herman era, whatever. Jeff Banks is a primary for a lot of those kids, over the majority of them, actually, over half of them. Mm-hmm. They love Banks. Coaches love Banks, especially the ones in South Dallas. They rock with them heavy. Fenner, on the other hand, from Austin, has never coached outside of Austin, played at UTEP. But the type of hire that Fenner was is a lot different than Gilbert, I feel like. Gilbert was used for his connections. I guess, he had connections all over with how long he'd been coaching in high school. Mm-hmm. Yeah. But I feel like he was more of a weapon in recruiting than necessarily recruiting the kids specifically than Fenner is. Now, Fenner, coming out of LBJ when they got so Mike called me a month before they hired Fenner, and it's hey, they're probably going to hire Fenner. Mm-hmm. I remember telling him that's a kick-ass hire. He's one of the most respected, if not the most respected coaches in all high school football when he was there in Texas. Because here's the thing, I feel like a lot of y'all know LBJ's situation, but it's not a great part of town. A lot of the kids there are below the poverty line. A lot of the kids on the team are below the poverty line. And he was taking them to state. He took them to state in 2021. Then they got screwed by Austin ISD because Austin ISD wouldn't give them bus drivers, so they made them play in a 5A district, even though they barely have 4A numbers. Mm-hmm. But Fenner has had to overcome so much adversity with his kids and in coaching LBJ's inner city program and what he did there. He earned the respect to everyone. And while Jason Todd at South Oak Cliff or coaches at Houston Lamar or the other programs are also getting a lot of respect, the respect level for Fenner was different because all the kids at LBJ were supposed to be there. None of those kids he brought in, they were all homegrown kids that were supposed to be there.
Mm-hmm.
And while I'm not trying to discredit SOC or other inner city schools that have had success, a lot of them are not like that. And so Fenner just, again, has a shit ton of respect in the Texas High School Coaches Association. And I feel like, that's a huge win for them there, and having him on staff.
Yeah, I'll say this about Coach Fenner too, because when I was at the Horn, Craig called a lot of LBJ games. Craig Way did. Craig called a lot of LBJ games, and Craig and I actually would have Coach Fenner on Fridays to do his coaches show. And it's kind of weird. Most of it was because LBJ played a lot of Thursday games, so usually it was Friday. It was usually recapping a game. Man, Jordan, there are some high school coaches that if you get a group of them in a room, they don't all have nice things to say about maybe some of the more well-known coaches in the state. I haven't met a high school coach or heard high school coaches say anything bad about Jamal Fenner, and whenever they talk about him, it's nothing but just straight up respect that they have for him. Like you don't. That's not something you get from. Like if you're at coaching school and you hear coaches chirping around one of the bars downtown in San Antonio on the Riverwalk, some of the smack that gets talked about some of the coaches, it's not it is smack, but not about Jamal Fenner, man. It's just universal respect for that guy, like you said. Yeah, no, Fenner's a man. And a lot of people don't know this. I mean, it's on the internet if you look for it, but in 2021 on Thanksgiving night, Fenner's son was shot and killed in Pflugerville, and he coached LBJ the next day, and they beat Bernie by like 60 points in the Alamo Dome. I was at the game. And that's incredibly hard to do. And I already had respect for him, but I don't know if I respect anyone else more than Fenner after that. And I know he never, ever, ever wanted to leave LBJ. He was going to die coaching LBJ, but I remember I was at the school, whenever I had already heard that he was leaving to take the Texas job. And, I asked him, like, congrats, coach, everything. Like, I know it was hard to come to this decision, and it's like, it really was. And I don't want to leave, but it was just something I couldn't turn down. So I had to take it. Yeah,
for sure. I was like, man, you got to do what you got to do. And LBJ, they retained a lot of the success without him still. But, those kids were very, very upset. They're happy for him, but they're upset that he wasn't going to be their coach anymore. And like he's a builder of young men and everything like that. And I have a great Drew Makuba story for him because they actually found Drew Makuba playing soccer in a drainage ditch at an apartment complex his 8th grade year. And wild. He was like, who the hell is that? And Drew was in the Reagan zone. And Drew went to Reagan his freshman year, and then his family moved into the LBJ zone. And the Reagan coaches were pretty upset, and they tipped off the UIL and said, hey, look at this address. They did, and no one was living there, and he had to sit out his whole sophomore year. And that sucked for Drew, but the type of guy he is, he's like, I'm not going to go play on JV and just destroy kids. Like, I'm sitting out. So he sat out his whole sophomore year. But, again, Fenner is basically the reason he ever started playing football. So that's going to help Texas for sure, his relationships there. But. Yeah. So just to kind of recap what we're talking about, the Jamal Fenner, Andrew Makuba stuff, we're talking about it because he isn't Andrew Makuba is in the portal. Jamal Fenner's not in the portal. Andrew Makuba is in the portal. Texas had Jalen Catalon enter the portal, so it could end up being a 1-for-1 trade. The bigger news, Jordan, let's talk about some team stuff, though. You can get Jordan and Hank South to keep you updated the latest on recruiting at Horns 24/7. And hey, if you're not a member on the site, get over there right now because we got our 60% off sale. You get 60% off of a yearly sub. Monthly members, you can upgrade to the yearly sub for 60% off. So get over to the site, take advantage of that right now, man. That is a great offer. You're not going to want to miss it, man. Portal season, early signing period, plenty of coverage from the Sugar Bowl. We'll have it all for you at Horns 24/7. But I do want to talk some team. And again, it leads into the safety position. Chip Brown, Chip reported, and Chip and Zay will be on here later. Chip can talk about this.
And Chip's got quotes from Greg Burks, the Big 12 coordinator of officials. He's heard from multiple people. Derek Williams will have that targeting suspension. He will serve it in the first half of the Sugar Bowl against Washington. So, Jordan, is your level of concern about as great as mine is now, knowing that with Catalon portaling, and granted, Catalon hadn't played much since the OU game anyway, but Catalon's in the portal. Derek Williams is suspended for the first half. So for at least the first 2 quarters of that game, it'll be up to Keaton Crawford, Jaron Thompson, and Michael Taft from keeping that Washington receiver core from getting over the top. Huge challenge, but man, it's a pretty significant blow, to say the least, to be losing Derek Williams, who in my opinion is your best cover guy on the back end. To be losing him for the first half is it could be much better circumstances for you. I mean, the hope is that you play the first half and you're either ahead or very much in it, and then he gets back on the field and you're off and running. But yeah, that his appeal was denied, so he'll serve that suspension in the first half of the bowl game, Jordan.
Yeah. First off, I see a lot of people saying Jade should get moved to safety for the first half at least.
Got brought up in our group text as a staff, yeah.
I understand that, but I had Houston Lamar wrong. I guess they've opened enrollment. Apologies.
Shout out to Rod Babers, DB high.
Yeah, and Arakpo was Lamar, right? Or am I wrong?
Arakpo was Lamar, but you got Rod, Jerome Sapp, Drew Kelson, John Bonney, Holton Hill, Anthony Cook. Yeah. A lot of really good DBs come out of Houston Lamar.
Yeah. Hey, man, they made a run this year. They upset the Woodlands, actually, and I think went to the third round. I can't remember who knocked them out this year. But here's the thing with Jade, if they move him to safety, that takes him away from being a nickel and having to guard Jalen Polk. And Washington, abuses the shit out of whoever the nickel is by just getting them in mismatch and stuff like that. So they need Jade to kind of stay at nickel, because I don't think Texas has anyone on the roster who can stay at nickel and hang with the receivers they use out of the slot. To be honest, as good as Jade is, he hasn't been healthy these last few. He hasn't been 100% these last few weeks. Hopefully he can get 100% healthy for the bowl game. But, there's also the element where maybe Texas could be like, Jade, we don't think that the drop-off in how you would be able to handle Polk or the slot is much bigger than, or is much smaller than it'd be if we kept you here and had a really inexperienced safety. Whoop-de-whoop.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you get what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, the other place this hurts you too, where this impacts you, is the Austin Jordan injury, especially because Sark said on Sunday after the selection show, he said he's really confident in Xavier Worthy being good to go, really confident that Ryan Watts will be good to go. He said he'll just have to see how Austin Jordan recovers. If you had Austin Jordan, you could kind of moneyball that nickel position depending on kind of maybe just give them a couple series and maybe find the hot hand between Austin Jordan. Gavin Holmes can play some of that star position, and then obviously Gilbo, and then you can put Jade at safety. But now it's just one body where you don't have the luxury to do that now.
Yeah. They're really gonna have to figure it out. I think Gilbo is the best option if they want to put Jade at safety and the nickel spots open. I think Gilbo's the best option there. One guy that really hasn't been talked about at all that I'm really, really excited for his future is Warren Roberson, man. I doubt he'll be who they lean on in this situation, but I feel very strongly that Warren Roberson is going to play in the NFL.
Let me stop you right there. Okay. I just want to let everybody know. Jordan is the most glass half empty, pessimistic guy when you're talking about evaluating guys on a practice field. Jordan won't hesitate to tell you, he won't sugarcoat it, man. I'm not going to say who he was talking about, but when Jordan went to a couple Texas camp practices, man, that dude, I don't see that dude playing. I don't think he's very good. So for Jordan to compliment somebody, we were actually went over to the LBJ library to work after practice, and we were all just kind of sitting around and writing, and we got done writing, and we're like, well, so what everybody think? And Jordan was like, man, I'll tell you who really stood out, Warren Roberson. I'm like, all right, I noticed Warren Roberson too, but if Jordan did as pessimistic and glass half empty as he's been on a lot of other guys, if he noticed Warren Roberson, then yeah, my eyes did not lie about how good Warren Roberson was.
Yeah, man. Warren just, bro, he got that dog in him. And Texas needs more people with that dog in them. But yeah, Warren, he's like hyper competitive. And one thing too, I mean, I obviously wasn't able to write about it because I was covering Baylor at the time whenever Texas got Warren. But
Sick them
Warren,
Bears.
yeah, no. Warren and Malik Muhammad are like two of the most competitive people I've ever met in my life. And talking to sources, like practices are effing crazy with those guys because they want to, they're competing against each other. And like Warren he knows he's on the bench, but like he's expecting to play and start every game. Like that's his kind of the mindset. He has the right mindset. I also think he's a damn good player. Okay, A&M is going to hire the Duke O-line coach and the cornerbacks coach. Interesting.
Oh, so there's no room at the end for Steve Adazio in College Station anymore.
No. But no, Warren's got that dog in him. I really like him as a nickel. I think he can also play safety or just straight up corner. He's really aggressive. He has wide shoulders too. And he hits the shit out of people. He's not afraid to hit people. He's built like a linebacker as well. So I really think he could be the next Jade for the defense in terms of just being a tone setter and a dog. So they could lean on him. Larry Turner-Gooden, I've never been able to actually see him play in person outside of like the fall camp windows we were given. He was hurt at the All-American Bowl whenever he committed to Texas.
Yep.
Jelani McDonald, he was always like a freak athlete, and we had him ranked high because it's what he could be potential-wise. Like he's just really starting to scratch the surface of his potential, and if he pans out, like he's going to be a first rounder. That's the type of talent and athleticism that he has. But I'm not sure if he's ready to play in the college football playoff as a true freshman. I'm not sure. So I'm very, very curious and interested to see.
Yeah, he's listed at 198, Jordan. He looks bigger than that, and that's my thing with him is like long term. I don't think you'll see much of him on the field in this game because you haven't seen it this year. I mean, unless he just balls out in bowl practices and the staff kind of forces their hand to play him, they'll probably just roll with what they've got. But long term, I said this earlier in the show, I don't know what his position is long term. Like, can he cover well enough to play that star position? Can he run? Is he instinctive enough to stay at safety? I definitely don't think he's a corner. If he at one point you look up and he's 220, 225 pounds, is he a spin down linebacker candidate? So I wanted to part. Go ahead. Sorry.
That was my main concern on him coming out of high school was because like the main thing he played at Connolly was QB, just because like usually schools below 4A or below, it's like you're our best athlete, you're the quarterback, and that's what happened. So he played mostly QB, and then on defense they'd stick him in on like 3rd and long, and it'd just be like, don't let him get a first down. And he wouldn't really play anything. It was just like his position was don't let him get a first down. Now, he obviously had extensive defensive experience as well, but he never really truly focused on one position. He was also a big-time basketball player and track star, so it's not like he was working on it in the offseason either. Like he was always super, super raw as a prospect coming in. Like Texas knew what they were getting themselves into. I think he could be like a really good, big physical nickel. I think best case scenario is if he kind of was – remember Isaiah Simmons at Clemson when Clemson was really winning a bunch?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Something in that role. I think he's the type of athlete that can do that. I don't know Jelani super well. I didn't actually talk to him a ton at all during his high school days. But to play that position like Isaiah Simmons did, you got to have it between the ears. And again, this is not because I haven't told anything. It's just like a lot of players don't have it between the ears. I'm not sure if Jelani McDonald is a player who does or doesn't have it. But I think he could be successful enough in that position. I also think he could be a damn good linebacker. I think he'd be a perfect modern day like rover.
I mean, DeMarvion Overshown spun down,
Yeah. Yeah. And as physically gifted as Overshown was coming out of high school, like, man, there are only so few athletes that are the type of caliber that Jelani McDonald is that we see every year, and he's one of them.
Yeah.
So,
and with the guys that have that athlete tag, I think Overshown, to a lesser extent, Overshown fell into this because I think everybody saw that position switch coming at some point. But just knowing the Texas history over the years, you take guys as athletes, and like a lot of times you'll tell yourself as a staff, and I've talked to college coaches who have thought this, like, hey, man, we'll just take him and figure out where he plays. Well, that's fine. But, for every Curtis Brown or, who else would be a good comparison? Like a Quandre Diggs, where you figure out kind of where to put them and it works. You can end up with a DeMarco Cobbs or a Drew Kelson, which for one reason or another, an OJ McClintock back in the day, where you never really figure out. They're so versatile and they move positions so much that you never really figure out where they best fit. And then you look up and the guy's out of eligibility and, oh man, we never really got a home for this guy. Never really figured it out. So I do see a thing in the chat about Jelani McDonald in that Rober hybrid safety role, like Jaron Curse or Marquise Bell with the Cowboys. It's a little bit different because some coaches want something different in their nickel defender. Todd Orlando and his nickel, and I think to an extent Chris Ash, the nickel they wanted had more safety characteristics. PK traditionally has liked the nickel that can cover. They want more of a corner skill set at that star position, more so than like the safety linebacker hybrid. That's why, they don't use hybrids. If you look at it, like Maurice Blackwell, I know you watched more of him, Jordan, in college than I did, but Maurice Blackwell, like I felt like if Texas wanted to, they could kind of make him their version of Jalen Petrie, like just a big nickel that can run and can cover and can do a lot of different things. But instead of doing that, they just straight up spun him down to linebacker. And we see now Mo Blackwell starting to figure it out. So, and him being healthy is a big part of that. But I say all that to say, I don't think PK's into the kind of linebacker safety hybrids, kind of the big nickel. I think he wants that corner skill set more at nickel. And then if you're that big, you're probably just making that transition to linebacker.
Yeah. I also like, and we didn't really talk about this, but like Jelani could be a menace if he's getting moved around, like in terms of rushing the passer. Mm-hmm. He's faster and explosive than hell. Like he's gonna get in the backfield. Blackwell, I've always liked Mo a lot. And if I remember correctly, wasn't there some problems with him gaining weight originally, and so they were gonna move him back away from linebacker? He's obviously back now, but
yeah, he I think. Oh man, I kept hearing his freshman year in 21 that the staff really liked him, and they had him at linebacker. And then it was pregame one. I might have been like the UTSA game last year that I look up and like, dude, I'm like, Mo Blackwell's with the safeties. It's like they had moved him back. But then by the end of the year, they had spun him back down to linebacker. And the Kansas game was the first game where I really noticed it, where he was kind of more, they used him kind of like how they use him on third down now. They kind of just went to almost what you would call like a jumbo dime package, where he's on the field with Overshown and Jalen Ford, but he's not really playing at linebacker depth all the time. They did move him around a lot. So I think for him, it's just a matter of PK figuring out, okay, where can we use this guy? And I think you go in next year, man. I think your two starting linebackers are going to be Mo Blackwell and Anthony Hill when you get to spring ball. That David Benda could come back, and I feel like that would, if Benda came back, that would fill your need for having to go get a linebacker in the portal, or maybe if there's a guy with multiple years left, maybe you go get one anyway. And I do want to hit on linebacker real quick, but yeah, I think Jordan, it's just been, they just haven't figured out really kind of where he best fits, but I do think they've got it figured out now with that third down.
Yeah. Package. Yeah. And honestly, we might have just figured out the answer for Texas needing a safety in the first half. Not really, but another thing. Yeah, and this is, I can't remember if we talked about this, but I noticed in the Tech game, there are a few plays when Jade was just at boundary. And I'm not sure if that's because the Ryan Watts injury when he left in like the first play. But Jade can also play corner. So maybe they want to make Terrence Brooks or Malik Muhammad, a safety? I doubt it. Maybe they want to make him a safety for one half.
I don't think that's the answer. I don't think that's the answer. And Jade at corner, Jade's good at corner, but you saw in the Oklahoma State game the kind of matchups where at corner he's going to struggle. Where if you just have a bigger body guy like Rashad, basically that's what Oklahoma
I'd like to take a lot of credit for saying Texas is going to struggle with Rashad Owens if Watts is out, and that's what happened.
And that's because that would have been that was a matchup right in Ryan Watts' wheelhouse. I mean, if you just want to put a big, 6'2", 6'3" jump ball receiver on Ryan Watts, dude, he will jam that guy all day long and he'll be fine. But for Jade, I mean, at the end of the day, I love Jade, but Quandre had the same problem. At the end of the day, Quandre was like 5'8". At the end of the day, Jade's like 5'9". So there's only so much you can do when you're trying to contest a 50-50 ball against a 6'3" receiver who can actually go high point the football. I do want to talk about linebacker real quick, Jordan, before Trey and BK jump in here, because Jeff Choate's taking the Nevada job. I've got some thoughts on linebacker, just not necessarily who they're targeting yet, because we're still trying to figure all that out. Like a name like Bob Gregory, who's at Stanford right now, that worked with PK for a long time at Boise and Washington, I think makes a lot of sense. But, and that's just one name, and we'll have more names. But to me, I think more so than finding a guy who's like I hate this term, but like a rainmaker recruiter, like a dude that just has a reputation for being a badass recruiter. I think the Texas brand where it is now and the NIL advantage Texas has, I think more often than not, like it's easier to attract for players to be attracted to Texas now, where you don't have to go out and beg guys or really sell yourself or the scheme or the program or whatever. I think development for your linebackers coaches, get you a damn good ball coach that can develop linebackers, because of what we talked about, Jordan, yesterday when we talked about Jeff Choate. At that point, it was looking like he was taking the job. It just hadn't been finalized yet. Now that it's finally, we know he's staying with Texas until Texas is out of the CFP, whether that's after the Sugar Bowl or through the national championship game. I think, though, with Samaje Burrell and Anthony Hill and Leonga Lafau, Darian Gillette, and any of those other young guys that are going to be a linebacker, if Jelani McDonald's a spin down guy, the staff has done a tremendous job of reshaping that room to where now you've got the body types and the potential for the next 2-3 years until you can get another cycle of recruits in to have the kind of off-ball linebackers that are going to allow you not just to succeed in the SEC, but to succeed in any matchup you play, because they are the body types and the skill sets of what modern day off-ball linebackers should be. You can't waste that, man. So if I'm PK and Sark, that's the main thing I got to look for. I got to find me a damn good ball coach who I know can develop guys, get guys ready, get guys to hit their ceilings, and get guys ready to go play in the NFL.
Yeah. I think I agree with what you said. And I feel like the staff has already shown that, like, they're not going to go out and just try to get a rainmaker recruiter. This argument's going to kind of contradict itself, because you could just use what they did a year earlier to fill the position. But like Chris Jackson, like he had absolutely no recruiting experience, none at all. And what he's done so far, landing number 5 player in the country, Ryan Wingo, not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. And, the argument that contradicts that is that they hired Marion, but at the same time, Marion had a Biletnikoff winner the year before. So,
well, but it's different though, because I said the same thing last year when they did hire Chris Jackson was, look, man, you've got Jonte Cook, you've gotten Ryan Niblett, and DeAndre Moore signed. So when you went out and looked for receivers coach, man, and at the time we were talking about too, man, can you get the most out of Xavier Worthy? Can you help him bounce back? And can you another year with Jordan Whittington, and we were still talking about Isaiah Nayer at that point coming off the injury. I mean, the bottom line for me was, man, you've got talent in that room. You need somebody that can develop it, because granted, you had quarterback inconsistency in 22 just from the standpoint of, when Quinn hit that wall after the Oklahoma game, and really against Oklahoma State and TCU, where he wasn't very good. And he would even tell you that at this point. And you funneled so many targets through Xavier Worthy. And I think the telltale sign of what Sark thought about the receiver position and kind of where they were, they ran a ton of 12 personnel. I mean, Sark's heavy 12 personnel anyway, but they ran a ton of it in 2022 and just basically doubled down on, look, we got this advantage of maybe having the best backfield in the country. Let's just get what we can out of Roschon and Bijan and kind of sprinkle in, the other receiver talent wherever we can. They didn't hardly run any 10 personnel. They even didn't run a ton of 11 personnel. So you needed to get more out of that receiver room. You needed a guy that can develop. So I think, Jordan, what you said is true about Brennan Marion, because I felt like they needed to upgrade the talent in that room. And in the one cycle Brennan Marion was at Texas, he did it. But similar to the Chris Jackson hire, I think the linebackers coach hire has got to be somebody that can just go out and coach ball and just develop guys. Man, that room is too freaking talented. If we're not sitting here in 2 years talking about Anthony Hill being ready to be, a top 50-ish pick in the draft, that something went terribly wrong.
Yeah. No, one thing I want to talk about just for that,
as BK joins us, we get ready for Trey and BK. But go ahead, Jordan. Sorry.
Yeah. I talked to a source last night who told me that PK is going to be the one in charge of the hire. Mm-hmm. If you remember the way the staff was put together, I'm pretty sure that Choate was the only defensive player that had ever coached with PK prior. He knew his he knew his defense well, and exactly how he likes to run it. Different names for stuff, and 3 years into this tenure, I don't think they're looking to bring someone in that they have to teach them how to wipe their ass and all this different stuff. So. That said, I fully expect the hire to be someone that PK has coached with before.
Yeah.
Also, that kind of narrows it down to some West Coast guys, but I would fully expect the hire to be someone that's coached with PK before, so that definitely helps us narrow it down to some names. But
Bob Gregory to me makes a lot of sense. I don't know if he's going to be the guy, but he makes a lot of sense.
I'd like to go on the record, guys, as saying it's a terrible idea to allow BK to make that linebackers coach hire. Brad Kellner doesn't know what the fuck he's doing college football coaches. So leave that to the professionals, please.
BK, would you require it? And I don't even know if this is legal in our state, that a position coach coaching for you would have to share the same faith.
No, not a requirement at all. I'm trying to win games. So
cool.
I'm trying to avoid Jewish players and coaches, I think, if I want to be successful here.
He's the most famous Jewish college football coach or football coach of all time, BK.
Ooh.
Eli Drinkwitz.
Oh, yes.
I'm sure we have somebody better than that, but he's an active Jewish coach that I know about, and Mizzou is pretty good this year. So,
dude, as a KU guy, it's got to pain you to admit that, right?
Yeah, it does. But, they duck playing Kansas every year, so that's all right. They had the chance to play Kansas in the bowl game last year, and they didn't do it. It's kind of Texas A&M like, where there have been opportunities to play in football. And, I mean, you could point fingers at both sides, of course, but it just hasn't gotten done. So, yeah, Dick Butkus, he'd be my hire. Is he still around? What's he doing?
If Dick Butkus is coaching for you, sir, then we'd have a hell of a story on our hands.
Oh, I'm going to need hologram Dick Butkus. Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. You're going to need hologram Dick Butkus.
Man. Red Auerbach, he's still alive. He was a good coach.
Yeah. Gonna need hologram Vince Lombardi could do some damage.
A lot of people don't realize this, but I think the correct answer for the best Jewish football coach of all time is Vince Lombardi. His birth name was Vince Lombardowitz, and he changed his name just to be able to get ahead in the sport. So, BK, I think that's the best answer going forward.
Thank you for letting me know. You learn something new about your own faith every day, boys.
Yes, CB mentions in the chat Bruce Pearl is Jewish. BK, I don't know if I'd claim that one. That
he does sweat the correct amount to be one of us.
My God.
That is for sure. Yeah, Jordan,
all right.
Welcome to the team, buddy.
Trey, BK, you guys have a great show, man.
All right, guys. Good job. Great show. Great show by
y'all.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, see y'all tomorrow. There they go.
All seriousness, though, that was a great point by Jordan, because PK did only hire Choate. I believe all the other coaches were in place before the DC hire was made, and it speaks to what a team-first guy Kwiatkowski is, but or maybe also it shows how great a job he's done, that he's gotten all these guys onto the same page within his defensive system. Now, you can make an argument that the secondary hasn't always been aligned with what's happening in that front 6 or 7, but he has done a phenomenal job while playing with a deck that's maybe stacked against him in the beginning, if you want to put it like that, where he was completely unfamiliar with most of these guys when he took over that defensive coordinator role.
Yeah, Trey, it's so nice to be 3 years into a defensive coordinator tenure and not be desperate to get rid of that defensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, we've had some guys who haven't even made it a full 3 seasons, and some of the guys that we have had make it 3 years, we wish they hadn't. But PK has done a great job, and considering year one was not good at all. I mean, it wasn't really good for anybody on the coaching staff or any player. This team went 5-7 and had its longest losing streak in like 60 years. But the jury was out on PK going into last year, and this defense got significantly better in 2022 than it was in 2021. Texas had a number of guys to replace, right? The offense had 10 starters back from last year. The defense only had 6. We were curious, okay, what was the defense going to do in year 3? And it's been just as good, if not even better than what it was last year. So, yeah, PK has been as advertised. I think most Longhorn fans were excited with the hire because of the resume that he had built. But he has done a tremendous job. Yeah, despite, as you mentioned, not being able to hire the majority of his defensive staff.
And the bonus to all of that, because everything you said is 100% correct, is that he may be one of those guys who recognizes that the best spot for him level-wise is the coordinator level. And so he doesn't necessarily have aspirations to be a head football coach someplace else, which means that if you can keep the relationship between head coach and athletics department and defensive coordinator healthy, this is something that could be beneficial for all sides for years to come, too.
Yeah, both coordinators, right? Because Steve Sarkisian's basically the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
But, like, maybe someone will offer Kyle Flood a head coaching job, or maybe at some point he wants to be an OC where he actually can call the plays, which obviously is not the case here. But, I mean, I don't know. You might be able to keep the top 3 of this coaching staff in place for a long, long time. And yeah, everything I've heard about PK is that he just does not want to be a head coach. So there aren't too many spots he could improve on from Texas. I guess if he wants to be a DC in the NFL at some point, maybe he tries his hand at that. But just based on PK's career path and that he's not the youngest guy in the world, it sort of seems like he could be here in Austin for a good long while, which is great news.
Yeah, CB says, remember Sark was going to hire Mike Stoops, but Twitter went nuts. And that was just going to be as a defensive analyst, correct? That wasn't considering him as a defensive coordinator. But it is ironic that Twitter went nuts considering how frequently Mike Stoops would go nuts on that coordinator's booth whenever they would show him during OU football games, you know?
God, I think it was the DC gig.
I thought it was just a defensive analyst role. Maybe it was something more than that, but I thought it was a lesser role. And even then, people were freaking out about it.
What about this one? A guy who's got a history of coaching linebackers. Guy who's been a very highly regarded defensive mind at times over his coaching career. Guy's familiar with the state of Texas.
Jerry Sandusky?
He is not still with us, is he? Is he still with us?
Ooh, I don't know.
He's rotting in jail somewhere. I don't know if he was offed by somebody in there, but no, I don't think Jerry Sandusky really checks too many of those boxes that I mentioned. What about Charlie Strong? As this team's linebackers coach.
Charlie wants to come back as this team's linebackers coach. I would consider it.
I wouldn't. I have no interest in that guy being here. What about Gary Patterson? He didn't get a head coaching job. Can he come back and be full-timer on the staff?
No, I would be much less inclined to want to bring Gary aboard in more of an official assistant coach capacity. I just think the energy gets a little bit weird there. And I know it's maybe odd to say that with Charlie Strong having previously served as the head coach at Texas, but Charlie Strong's probably not going to be a head coach ever again. Like, he's going to top out at DC, wherever he is. And so if you were willing to take a step back and be linebackers coach, and maybe he is given some other title that may have meaning in terms of the letters being put together, but in terms of responsibility doesn't have much, and PK wants him most importantly, then I would be able to concede that.
Yeah, Charlie could get a high school job somewhere, I would think. I think
the head coach, sure.
Yeah. I don't know about Power 5 college football or even G5 college football. I guess he failed at a G5 stop during his last time as a head coach, so I don't think anybody wants him. Hey, Jerry Sandusky's still alive. That's great news. Congrats, everyone.
All right. So you said another one of those most famous Jewish football coaches, right?
Yeah, I think that one is on us.
Oh, man.
I think he's one of our people.
Oof. Sorry, I didn't mean to ding you like that one, buddy.
Nah, it's all right. You guys have your fair share. I don't know about the Armenians, but
Are you
Christian.
saying Steve Sarkisian is like Jerry Sandusky? Because this is breaking news, if so.
No, I'm not saying that. That'd be the worst breaking news of all time. That's news that I hope will never ever break.
True.
For a million different reasons. All right. Plenty to talk about on today's edition of Trey and BK. We're off the rails already. We've got Where Are We At in Society coming up at the end of the hour. We'll talk about the Heisman finalists being announced. No Tavondre Sweat, unfortunately. We'll talk a little bit about Texas, Washington. We'll kind of do some NFL recap. Another quarterback went down with injury last night. The good news is it doesn't sound like Trevor Lawrence is going to have to miss the rest of the season, but obviously another star player at the most important position in the sport will be on the shelf for at least a couple of weeks, which just add them to the list. There have been a ton of QB injuries in 2023 in the National Football League. And I've got a question I have to ask Trey. I need some life advice in an area that
I love giving life advice, unsolicited, but especially when you're asking for it.
Yeah, and I hate how much you're going to get into this, and I hate that I'm even considering this life change, but you're the perfect person to ask about this, sadly, and I almost hope your answer talks me out of doing what I'm considering doing.
Oh, boy. Gym membership?
Bingo. I guess we could start right there. I mean, I already have a gym membership because my apartment complex has a gym. And it's okay. Like it's not a tiny, college dorm style gym. Like there's plenty of equipment in there. And if I go at various times of the day, it's not that crowded to where I actually can have access to a lot of the machines. But I lifted weights yesterday, Trey. Like I've hit the gym a few times in recent months, but it's usually just to do a little cardio. It's usually to just like get on the stationary bike and watch an episode of Seinfeld or It's Always Sunny, or just listen to whatever Texas Sports Unfiltered show is on if it's between 8 to 5. But I'm like, I got to put on some muscle at some point in my life. So I went and did a bunch of dumbbell and barbell exercises yesterday. I worked the biceps because I'm not gay. And it's, curls for the girls, tries for the guys. So I feel like I'm not allowed to work out triceps because I'm not into dudes. I think that's how it works.
Nope.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out because I'm pretty sore today. And like, I feel like you're supposed to be pretty consistent when it comes to a weight training regimen. And the thought of lifting a weight today sounds miserable. I think I'd be able to lift about half as much as I did yesterday. But I'm trying to figure out what I need to do to get in shape a little bit, but also put on a couple of muscles,
Yeah. Well, look, it's not difficult, but what it takes is consistency. So before you ever apply to a gym, BK, you said that the apartment gym has dumbbells and barbell. Does it have a barbell? Like, does it have a bench press rack?
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't even need a barbell necessarily. If you have dumbbells, that's a great starting point for you. And you can get, even if you go 3 times a week, you can get a good full body workout that will take about an hour. That if you do that 3 times a week and stick with it for a couple of months, you will definitely see results. Now,
a couple of months.
A part of muscle gain also has to do with your diet and making sure you're getting the right amount of protein and that you're cutting some of the other junk out. So that may be the more difficult part for you, but just in terms of resistance training, aka strength training, aka weight training, you don't even need to necessarily pay $50, $70, $100 a month for a gym if the apartment complex has free weights and has a decent amount of space for you to work out too.
Yeah, they do. And I know me, I hate working out and I'm not going to pay for it. Like I've had gym memberships before and I end up canceling them after a couple of months because it's just, I don't stick with it regardless of payment or not. So having free access and basically having it be in walking distance, even though I usually drive to the gym because my complex is huge and it's a 10-minute walk or it's a 1-minute drive and I'm going to take the 1-minute drive 10 times out of 10. I do that. But Yeah, I mean they've got the equipment I need, and there's enough space to make some stuff happen in there, I think.
What did you do yesterday?
Biceps and chest stuff. So they have like a chest press machine. I did a lot of different variations of curls, like the hammer curls, the regular curls, the inverse curls, incline stuff.
Are you having a hard time straightening your arms all the way out today because you did way too many curls and forearm related things?
This is about as far as I can go.
You look a little bit like a T-Rex right now, huh?
T-Rex arms, like that old Geico commercial, the alligator arms. Can't reach my wallet to pay the bill. No, I mean, I'm sore. Like I can actually extend, but I feel some soreness there. And I feel like, if I tried to lift anything, even if I was working different muscle groups, as if I know what the hell that means, it would cause some problems for me today.
I mean, look, I have received enough compliments over time to know that the work that I do in the gym is paying off in terms of the aesthetic to go along with the strength gains that I've made over time. And I'll tell anybody who asks, because I've actually had a couple people ask if I'm on TRT or something. I'm like, no. I'm like, I don't take anything right now. I'm fortunate in that regard.
This TRT, it's like HGH.
I mean, somewhat, yeah. It's testosterone replacement therapy, so it's taking legal steroids, which a lot of guys over a certain age end up doing because their testosterone levels drop. But that's the result of them not staying physically active or having the proper diet, and those levels end up plummeting. Now, there are exceptions to that rule too, but I'm in that lucky category of people that at the age of 45, I haven't had to worry about that just yet. But I tell people who ask, like, I don't work out for an hour to hour and a half at a time. It's really more like 30 minutes thereabouts. But I just make sure that when I go do what I'm doing, that I'm focused on the task at hand, so that I'm not wasting a ton of time between sets or exercises. And I truly go 4-5 times a week to the gym. Now, when I'm playing more volleyball, it's less than that, but I'm always finding physically active things to do all but a couple days of the week, because rest is an important part of muscle growth as well. And so for you make it sound like you did 3 or 4 bicep exercises yesterday. You probably only need to do a couple of those. And I would tell you to replace the machine chest press with, if they just have a regular bench, doing a flat dumbbell bench press where there's a balance element that comes into play.
Oh yeah, I did that.
Also work your core. Okay. So
yeah, that's tough, dude. I thought I was going to drop the weights on my head. Like I didn't even think they were that heavy. Just like the whole having to stare straight up at it. I was like, oh God, I'm going to blow this here.
Well, and yeah, that brings up another great point of don't try and do too much weight for what you're capable of. Even if you start lower, it's much easier to go up than to have to go down after you've injured a shoulder or a pec or dropped a weight on your head because it's too much weight for you to hold or too much weight for you to pump. So you do something like that. If there's a dip bars in there, you do some dips. You may need to do the assisted dips at first, but eventually you'll work your way to where you can do some of those things body weight wise. Pull-ups. I mean, in your apartment, like push-ups and body weight squats are a great starting point for you. But although, heck, with as many hours as you spend in that apartment, I would suggest you maybe going for like a 10 to 15 minute walk around your apartment complex and then doing the push-ups, the pull-ups, the sit-ups, whatever else you're doing at the apartment gym too, because you do want to get your blood pumping and get your body ready for a more physical exertion than what you normally give it.
Okay. So should I do weights or push-ups and stuff, or both?
I say start with push-ups, because you're going to do push-ups and you're going to get to where you're able to do more than, how many push-ups can you do right now?
In one, just like in a row?
Yeah, in a row.
Say 50.
You do 50 push-ups in a row?
Well, not after lifting yesterday. I might be able to do 3 right now. But
generally speaking, you can do 50 push-ups in a row.
Like before I started Texas Sports Unfiltered, I wasn't really doing work. I had a job, but it was very easy. And I gave that up for some odd reason. But No, I would do like 100 push-ups a night. I would just do 2 sets of 50, like before I went to bed, with like a couple of minutes in between.
I would suggest that you start with dumbbells then, because you
Yep.
can do a lot, and you're looking to probably get more of that barrel chest going. You want a little bit more muscle in your
I
pec
don't
than
need.
what
I
you're
don't
currently
need.
working with.
I don't need any barrels on here. I don't know what that means.
Well, you want your pecs to pop a little bit more, right?
Yeah, sure.
What do they say? Pecs for the chicks and buys for the guys. Is that what it is?
That rhymes. Yes, I think that's it. You're the workout guy here. You got to tell me. You should know these things.
But yeah, look, I'll be happy to go over a plan with you. Now, you may need to send me a video so I can see everything that you're working with at your apartment complex gym. But the fact that you have free weights at your disposal makes all of this so much easier. And using free weights with just about anything, any sort of exercise you could possibly be doing is much more beneficial than using machine weights. Because the problem with machine weights, like, look, they can have value to certain people. The problem with machine weights, though, is you're stuck on a specific tract with whatever it is that you are pushing or pulling. That means you don't have the freedom to go back and forth or get to a more comfortable range of motion for you for a given exercise. And it's also limiting in terms of some of the plyometrics that can go on when you're talking about lifting weights. Like when you do dumbbell weights, let's say. So you do dumbbell weights and you bring them together at the top, right?
Right.
So when you're bringing them together at the top, first you want your shoulder blades. You want to try and be bringing your shoulder blades back to where they're touching in your back, to where you're really isolating the traps and then the pecs, pushing that muscle up. But at the top, you also want to do a little bit of a squeeze. I think of it as the Charles Haley squeeze, where you want to get that line formed between the inside edge of one pec and the inside edge of the other pec.
Kind of squeeze, like a sphincter squeeze. What's being squeezed?
Yeah, I mean, without putting a lot of focus into it, you probably would squeeze your sphincter as much as you are your pecs and trying to pull them together. But it takes a focus. That's one of the less spoken about things with working out, is that there is a central nervous system connection that comes into play when you're really concentrating on what you need to be doing in that given moment, that helps you physically, but also really helps you mentally too.
I'm going to shit myself if I try that at the gym. I don't think anybody needs that.
Well, look, it's an apartment gym, so the likelihood that somebody else is in there is going to be pretty low, right?
Yeah, at night it fills up. Yesterday I went around like 2 or 3 o'clock, and there were only a couple of other people in there. But at night it usually gets relatively busy. It's just, I gotta go, man. It's the same problem everybody else has with the gym. It's like you go once and you're like, this is cool, and then you just find yourself coming up with excuses for why you shouldn't go or why you can't go. And I gotta get there. That's my biggest concern.
So there are a number of factors to dissuade somebody from working out consistently, and you've already crossed the threshold of one of those. You have that first workout back soreness that you're dealing with, and maybe you don't want to go back and work out tomorrow, but don't give it more than a couple of days. I would get back in there by Thursday, because the next time you work out, if it's close enough to this first time, then you'll be less sore the next time. And then it'll eventually get to a point where you're not really dealing with that soreness anymore, which, by the way, anybody who's looking to be sore after each and every workout, they're not doing it right. Your muscles aren't designed to respond in terms of strength and growth changes by getting sore like that each and every time. That's actually doing more damage than it is good. So you've already gotten past that very first workout and the unfortunate soreness that comes with it. So go tomorrow or go Thursday at the absolute latest and do some of those exercises again. Like I said, I'd be happy to help write a plan out for you. And there's even some stuff on off days or days where you don't want to make that 10-minute walk, which I would encourage you to make that 10-minute walk.
That's
or a
so
4-minute
far.
walk, whatever you said it was, to do some things around the house too.
That's so far. 10-minute walk. I could just drive and be there in like 90 seconds.
Is it no, walk it. Walk it. That's the first, no pun intended, the first steps.
Yeah.
And you getting consistent with that workout because it's actually good for what you'll be doing when you're pushing weight too.
I'll walk there and then I'll Uber back. That's the big issue. I don't want to walk back after a workout,
You know what? If you need to Uber back from the apartment gym, then you do that. As long as you're walking there, I think that's a great compromise.
The best use of $1.79 I think I've ever spent. I think that's how much it would cost to get there. All right. So there's
unfortunately the Uber driver would only get about 13 cents of that. What's up, Papa Sorrell?
Hey, Mr. Sorrell,
man.
Congrats to your son.
Yeah, I was glad to hear him getting some love. You were at the game, BK. I don't know if you've gone back and actually listened to the broadcast to go along with watching it, but he was getting some love from the broadcasters on Saturday. Love to hear that because he is one of the unsung heroes of this year's team. He's had his individual moments at times, but he is an important piece in the cog that is that defense and their ability to shut opposing run offenses down and also doing a great job of getting pressure on quarterbacks too.
It's the best D-line in the country, and he's a starter on that group, so he's been a big part of that unit's success, and they got the job done against Oklahoma State on Saturday, keeping Ollie Gordon in check, and they're going to need to get the job done against Washington, right? Washington's got a much better passing game, so they present new challenges to this Longhorn defense, but that D-line is going to have to win up front if Texas is going to win the Sugar Bowl and get to the national championship game. And the Longhorns are going to be a little bit shorthanded, Trey, because within the last 24 hours, we've gotten a couple of unfortunate pieces of news surrounding this Texas defense, more specifically this Texas secondary. We found out last night that Jalen Catalon has entered the transfer portal. Jalen, we hardly knew ye. 17 tackles this season, 1 forced fumble this season, obviously dealt with a shoulder injury that kept him out of a few games. And I don't know if it was injury related or he got benched or he was in the doghouse for something. I don't know what it was, Trey, but over the last couple of weeks, Steve Sarkisian said Catalon was healthy and we all just kind of assumed he was going to be getting more snaps, but that didn't really happen. So maybe the writing's been on the wall for a while. But Jalen Catalon, who was brought in here with the expectation and hope of him being a really, really impactful player for this defense, leaves without really doing much at all.
Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer, especially because safety has been the most suspect position on the field for this football team this year. But you also can't lose any sleep over that right now because they have made it this far without getting much of his services, and especially in the second half too. I mean, obviously he gets hurt in that Oklahoma game, and it was announced that he would be back, I want to say for the Iowa State game, but he didn't play at all in that game. He played a handful of snaps against Texas Tech in garbage time, and then he, if I'm remembering correctly, he didn't play at all in the Big 12 championship game either. So I'm bummed, I guess, because we thought that Jalen Catalon, when he was healthy enough, would actually be a plus player for you out there. But that's just hasn't been the reality for the second half of the season.
Yeah, I was holding out hope that, hey, the month gap between the Big 12 championship game and the Sugar Bowl was going to be enough time for Catalon to get fully healthy, or at least close to fully healthy, and that he would be able to make an impact against that high-powered Washington offense. But yeah, not the case. Not the case. He's hitting the portal. And a lot of people are like, why are you hitting the portal now? Why don't you try to stick it out and you could be a part of a national championship team? Like, why wouldn't you wait and play out the rest of the year? Well, the portal closes right after the new year. And obviously teams are trying to fill up spots as soon as possible. So Jalen Catalon entering the portal is going to give him as many options as possible. So that's why. And that's why you want to get your name out there as soon as possible so interested teams can reach out and you can try to figure out where you're going to go sooner rather than later. But yeah, it sucks. I was hoping Jalen Catalon would be a beast for this defense, and things just did not work out. So that's one piece of bad news for the Texas secondary. The other piece of bad news is something that was reported by our own Chip Brown, who, of course, will be on from 1 to 3 today with Zay. Derek Williams will miss the first half of the Sugar Bowl against Washington after his appeal for that targeting ejection in the second half of the Big 12 championship game was denied by the Big 12 conference. Trey, it kind of feels like one final parting shot from this conference to Texas on its way out the door. There were some people who thought that maybe the suspension could get pushed to next year. So, hey, Derek Williams can play in the playoff. but he'll be suspended for the first half of the season opener in 2024. But apparently that is not the case. Chip reporting that, nope, the suspension has to be served in the very next game that Texas plays, which, of course, is on January 1st against Washington. So no Jalen Catalon at safety and no Derek Williams for the first half at safety against the number one passing offense in college football. That is not ideal.
It's a bummer. Yesterday, I spoke with the confidence of somebody who had read otherwise on Twitter and then seen our guy Jake here on the YouTube comments section mention that the suspension wouldn't happen until, or potentially happen until the first game of 2024. But credit to Chip for going right to the necessary source. That would be John Bianco. He talked about it. I forget if it was you and I signing off or when I was signing back on with Jeff Barker at 3:00. Yeah, he went to Bianco and Bianco said, no, there's a concern that this is going to affect him for the first half of this game. And like, in terms of which news matters to me more, Derek Williams or Jalen Catalon, it's Derek Williams by a mile. Been the best safety for this program this year. I know there's an argument for Michael Taft, but I'll take Derek Williams 7 days of the week and twice on Sundays, as the saying goes, BK. That's a bummer. And it does feel, I don't know if malicious is the right word, but it's a fitting final ref call that screws the Texas Longhorns, even in a game where it's not necessarily them going up against a Big 12 foe, that it is going to affect Derek Williams' first half status.
Yeah. Was it even a targeting? Like, I don't even know if this was actually a targeting that they called in the game, let alone something that would warrant the suspension into the next game. Like, I know what the rule is, but I was hopeful that the Big 12's office would look at this and say, nah, that one didn't need to be called targeting, so we could just forgive this thing. And Williams being ejected and having to miss the most of the second half against Oklahoma State is enough of a punishment. Like that feels like the right thing to do. And you would think this conference would want a team in its conference to win the national championship because that makes the conference look good. Even though Texas is leaving, like, they still have Big 12 on their chest, on their jersey patch for these last couple of games. Like, you would think the conference would try to do something to benefit Texas, but I guess not so much, and maybe we shouldn't be surprised.
Can we take that patch off for the semifinal and potentially the championship game? Like, is that allowed?
That's a great question. I mean, what would the Big 12 do?
Get that fucking patch off your uniforms. You're still a part of the conference, but it's just another bit of stitching on the uniform that can just go away.
Yeah, that's a great question. Like, I think there were Texas fans who hoped that had been the case all year long, right? Just get rid of the Big 12 patch altogether. But now, what are they going to do to you? You're not playing any more conference games. You don't have to deal with any more Big 12 refs the rest of the way. Like, what type of punishment could they actually levy on Texas for doing something like that? Could they fine the school?
Yeah, you asked if it was a targeting. Like, the crown of his helmet hit the other player's helmet first, but like, targeting, it's not that black and white. There's a subjectivity there. Like, did he try and use his helmet as a weapon to get the ball carrier down? No, it was just the circumstance of the play that saw those two helmets come together.
Yeah.
Like, he wasn't launching himself torpedo style like Steve Atwater or Chuck Cecil. Name a safety from the 1980s or early 90s that was really good at making guys scared to run over the middle of the field because of the price that they would pay. Like, this was about as innocuous as a crown of the helmet to another helmet gets. And unfortunately, the Big 12 officials who are deciding Derek Williams' fate didn't see things that way.
Yeah, I want to show the video, but YouTube copyright rules are a nightmare, so I'm worried we'll get in trouble for it. But I'm looking at this play right now, man, and it's just so minor. And it was dumb by Derek Williams too. Like,
I don't disagree with that.
Part of me is like, he's getting ejected for being dumb, but it wasn't a dumb enough mistake, and it wasn't an egregious enough penalty to warrant him being suspended for the first half of a college football playoff game.
Yep.
I mean, that's a joke. Like, it was a kickoff that resulted in a touchback, right? And there was no need to even block anybody, let alone kind of hit somebody from the side like that. But obviously, it did not warrant the targeting, and sure as hell doesn't feel like it warrants the punishment that's being handed out.
So it does almost feel like that was an extension of the unnecessary roughness penalty right there, because that was completely unnecessary by him. It was a bit of a cheap shot that he took. It's just like, how much of that was him trying to hit that dude above the shoulders? And I don't think it was that, but you're exactly right. He unfortunately put himself in that position by doing something dumb to begin with. And sometimes a mistake can be a sort of double down where it ends up costing you more than once. And that's sadly what's happened here. But hopefully we get a guy who comes back very motivated in the second half and has a really good final 2 quarters against Washington.
I will share this. This is a still shot of some of the Texas players' reactions when I guess the official on Saturday announced that the call had been confirmed and Derek Williams had been ejected. You've got a couple of flabbergasted guys right there on the Texas bench, like in disbelief that call had stood. And that's kind of how I felt too, honestly.
Either that or they're doing their best Mike McCarthy impersonation, because he is the king of looking up at that giant screen with his mouth agape. So it's one of those two things. But yeah, you're probably right that it's them being shocked and disappointed that Derek Williams just got tossed.
If it was a McCarthy impersonation, they'd have like a pizza in their hand or something. There'd be food involved in some form or fashion, right?
True.
Those guys have a lot of pizzas to down to get anywhere close to McCarthy level. And guys, anyways, so there you go. There's your unfortunate safety news for Texas. Jalen Catalon is out, and Derek Williams is out for the first half against Washington. So what? You've got Michael Taff, you've got Jaron Thompson, and you've got Keaton Crawford. Those are your safeties who will be responsible for handling the first half against Roma Dunze and Jalen McMillan and Jalen Polk and quarterback Michael Penix. So buckle up and bet the over, and be my advice to y'all here on December 5th. So I think
Daryl said skid marks parting gift for the booze.
Could be. Skid mark. I like that. All right, Trey, let's give some shout outs to some of our sponsors here before we get into.
Hey, Jake, don't get defensive. Don't get defensive. You're right about a lot of stuff. I mentioned you because I saw you and believe what it is that you say. That happened not to be the case this time, but you and I had seen something similar on Twitter or elsewhere, and so we ran with it. It's okay, brother. It's the name of the game, not getting it 100% right.
Are you blaming him? Why don't you say I got it wrong?
I'm saying
this guy got it wrong. I got it wrong.
Twitter. Chip had a much better source there. My source off with Chip Brown went score Chip Brown, which is typically the case.
Yeah. Chip's got a few more sources than you do, I think.
I mean, he asked John Bianco directly. I trusted fucking Twitter.
Well, you can't put anything on the internet that isn't true. Don't forget about that. So if it was on there,
anywhere between 5 and 95% of what you read on the internet is complete truth, and the other 5 to 95% is outright bullshit.
Yeah, and that was Martin Van Buren, I believe, who had that line back in the day. Yeah, I think that checks out. All right, shout out to our friends at Covert BK. Love our friends at Covert BK. You talk about holiday gifts. How about a new car or truck or SUV for yourself, for your loved one, for whoever? They got it at Covert BK. 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, 7 different brands on 42 acres of beautiful Central Texas hill country. Covert gives you an unparalleled car buying experience. They've got a ridiculous selection. They've got fantastic service. They're going to treat you like family. They've treated us like family from day one. They're one of our biggest partners here with Texas Sports Unfiltered, and they've shown nothing but love to us, but they'll show nothing but love to you as well. And there's a reason they've been around since 1909. And of course, the prices. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. That's what they say, and they truly, truly mean it. So selection, service, and prices, all the boxes you're looking to check off when you're looking to buy a new or pre-owned car, truck, or SUV. You can find all of it at Covert BK. Check out their website, covertbk.com. Shout out to them. And how about a recorded spot from our man, Tom McKay and the team over at Audio Visual Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audio Visual Consultations, and all of us at Audio Visual would like to wish you and your family a happy holiday season. This time of year can get a little hectic, so we want to remind you to relax, enjoy the season with your family and friends, and give us a call for all your home entertainment needs. If you save the time you spend in traffic and big store crowds, you'd have more time with the people you actually enjoy. So smile, hug your kids, make love to your wife, and cheer the game with your friends. Call us at 255-8678. That's 512-255-8678 or online at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultations and shout out to Altstad Beer as well, the best beer that you could find all throughout the state of Texas. Get you some at HEB, Specs, Twin Liquors, Total Wine. Wherever you go to buy your beer, make sure you are getting Altstad Beer. No impurities, no regrets. Trey, some NFL conversation to get into. Where do you want to start?
Real quick, BK. Jake, understood, no defensiveness. Guess what? None of us know anything about the NCAA and just how those morons think. It's why we all hope that they're not a part of college football here in a couple of years.
The NCAA?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be nice. That would be nice. This is more of the Big 12, though, than the NCAA, I think. So just another reason to be mad at this conference that we're leaving here in a couple of months. Where do you want to start with on the NFL? Monday night game last night, Cincinnati looked pretty good. Nice victory for them. Jake Browning, speaking of Washington, former Washington quarterback, got his first win as an NFL quarterback. Nice performance against a good Jacksonville team on the road. Trevor Lawrence gets hurt, potentially opening the door for the Texans. You've got the Texans. You've got the Niners just running over the Philadelphia Eagles. What were your big takeaways from Week 13 of the National Football League?
Well, look, we talked about it when we made our picks on Thursday that it's felt very strange that the 49ers were favored over the Eagles in Philly. Typically, Vegas knows something in those situations. They realize that this is a healthy 49ers team going up against a Philly squad that had been teetering on the brink of a loss for about a month. And it was a perfect storm of conditions that saw San Francisco fall down by a little bit early. But once they got their act together, man, there was no looking back for them. And they have to be considered the prohibitive favorite as your next Super Bowl champion as of right now. Look, things can change. We obviously still have another month of the regular season, but watch out for San Francisco. If they are healthy, they are going to be really difficult to beat come playoff time.
Yeah, I was a little surprised to see the Niners favored on the road in that game in Philadelphia, and it turns out they weren't favored by enough. I mean, they were only 3-point favorites, and they won that game 42-19. And boy, Brock Purdy, I mean, what a kind of roller coaster ride it's been for him this year, isn't it? Like through 5 weeks, he was the favorite to win MVP. And then the Niners had that 3-game losing streak, and Deebo Samuel was hurt, and everyone's like, oh, Brock Purdy actually sucks. He's just only good because of all of the weapons he has around him. And, well, he's been lights out since that 3-game losing streak. The Niners have won their last 4. And what do you know? Brock Purdy is the current Vegas favorite to win league MVP again. So, look, it helps that he's got Shano, who's the best offensive mind in the NFL, in my opinion. Obviously, it helps having Deebo and Ayuk and McCaffrey and all that talent. But Purdy's found it again. And, yeah, to do that against the Eagles and that defense in their house, I mean, big play after big play after big play, too. Just ridiculously impressive by San Francisco. And good news if you're a Cowboys fan, because now if the Cowboys can beat Philadelphia this week, they'll be tied for first place in the NFC East. So the Cowboys looking to win that division, looking for some home playoff games instead of having to start on the road like they did last year. A chance now for Dallas to get back into things a little bit because of what San Francisco did. And Philadelphia is a little banged up right now, and maybe San Francisco put some stuff on tape that Dallas can exploit here this Sunday.
Who was Philly's other loss?
The Jets.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Jesus.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what the ultimate tiebreaker would be because it's hard to see either the Cowboys or the Eagles losing another divisional game this year because the rest of the division is so bad right now with Washington and the Giants jockeying for worst in the NFC East status. But you need to obviously get back to tie before you have a chance to overtake them. Dallas has a brutal end of year stretch in terms of playoff teams or potential playoff teams. So this would be a huge boost for their confidence and also letting people know what they might be capable of the rest of the way too, because even though they beat Seattle last Thursday, BK, there are valid questions that still exist. I mean, they trailed for much of that game, and Seattle is not even close to one of the best teams that you're going to be facing the rest of the way, too. So we'll see if the momentum of coming back and winning that game can serve them well against Philly this coming weekend.
Yeah, the Cowboys play 3 of the top 5 teams record-wise in the league over the next 4 weeks, and the one team that isn't in the top 5 is Buffalo, who's 6-6. But I mean, we know how good Buffalo has been over the last few years, and we know what they are capable of. So Dallas, a 3.5-point favorite. We'll give a pick on that game later in this week, but I was very intrigued to see what that line was going to be. The game's in Arlington. The Cowboys have won, I think, 14 straight home games dating back to last year. It's the longest active streak in the league, and Philly's coming off a loss. Dallas had a couple of extra days to prepare, so maybe some things going in Dallas's favor. But, yeah, obviously a massive matchup in the NFC East coming up on Sunday Night Football. Packers-Chiefs, Sunday night. I mean, the refs really stole the show down the stretch. They missed calls both ways, but Kansas City, you feel like, should have had a 1st and goal in the last minute with the chance to tie the game down by 8, and the refs decided they just weren't going to call any pass interferences. What a mess, but a nice win for Green Bay, and they're 500. Jordan Love looked pretty good, and the Packers are in the mix for a playoff spot.
And he has looked good for several games in a row now. Green Bay has reason to believe that he may be the heir apparent to Aaron Rodgers at this point. It's interesting to watch him, BK, because he has some of Aaron Rodgers' mannerisms as he plays that position. You'll see him backpedaling and throwing off the back foot, but still completing passes at times. And there's some other little things like that that are reminiscent of Aaron Rodgers. For the Chiefs, though, look, you're not sounding an alarm necessarily because the defense is still pretty good. Pat Mahomes is still Pat Mahomes, but that is a football team that needs to get its receiver issue figured out. And I just don't know how much of an answer there is other than continuing to hope and pray that the guys currently on the roster can actually get their shit together.
Yeah, I don't know what they do. And Travis Kelce just hasn't been as consistent this year as he's been in years past either.
Started with that knee injury at the start of the season, you know?
Yeah. And Jordan Love played really well. Kansas City's defense has been great. I think that's the most points anybody has scored against Kansas City this season.
Yep.
And Jordan Love did it. 3 touchdowns, no turnovers for him. Nice win for the underdog Packers at home on Sunday Night Football. The Texans, they win, but at a cost. Tank Dell out for the year with a broken fibula. What the hell kind of play call was that, Bobby Slowick? You're going to make Tank Dell a lead blocker at the goal line with all of those big bodies in there? You're going to really have that dude basically blocking the A gap? What are you thinking? And that was the play. Somebody fell on Tank Dell's leg, and that's it. That's his season. And one of the most impressive rookies in the NFL is out for the year.
Yeah, sometimes you as the coach needs to be the adult in the room. And even if the guy is coming to you saying, hell yeah, I want to be a part of this play, be smarter than that, please. You weren't trying to fake anybody out with him running through the middle of that pile and being open in the end zone somewhere. A tight end or even an offensive lineman who is checked in as an eligible receiver can do something like that. It was just needless. And it's unfortunate for an offense and a football team that has a great opportunity in front of them now with regards to taking lead in that division and maybe making some noise in the playoffs, because that defense is really coming on now too for them, BK.
Yeah, Will Anderson's played really well as of late. And yeah, the Texans right now, 7-5. They're the 8th seed just by tiebreaker rules. They're out of the playoffs right now, but they're only a game out of first place in the division. We mentioned that Trevor Lawrence is hurt, probably going to have to miss a few weeks. So a chance for the Texans to overtake the Jags and maybe win the AFC South, but it's going to be tougher without Tank Dell. He's been a stud, and outside of Nico Collins, the Texans have not gotten super consistent wide receiver play. They're going to need a guy like John Mechie maybe to step up and show out here.
Speaking of the AFC South, how about the Indianapolis Fighting Minshew's finding themselves at 7-5 right now? Look, I get it. Some of the teams that they're beating are complete garbage. Patriots suck. They're clearly trying to tank one of the top 2 picks in the NFL draft. Titans aren't that great either. Will Levis at quarterback right now, but they beat the Bucs a few weeks ago. And, for every Carolina Panthers win, you do have them jumping up and winning other games here and there. Ultimately, are they going to do a whole lot in the postseason? Hell no, they're not. No. But this is a team that was well on its way to being one of the worst in the National Football League. And not only are they far from that, they are in the playoffs as of right now, aren't they?
Yeah, they're the 7th seed. And because they beat the Texans way back in week 2, they're the team keeping the Texans out right now. So I don't think the Colts are going to make the playoffs, but they have won 4 in a row. Yeah, against bad teams, but you can only play who's on your schedule, and they've been taking care of their business as of late. And they will get the honor of taking on the great Jake Browning next week. Colts-Bengals noon on Sunday. But yeah, the Colts, one of the better stories. They had a top 5 pick last year, and the guy that they spent that top 5 pick on has been hurt since like week 3. The mustached Gardner Minshew making it happen.
Week 18 may determine which team between the Colts and Texans makes it into the playoffs. Here's the Colts' end-of-season schedule. You just mentioned at Cincy this coming weekend. After that, they play a Saturday game against Pittsburgh. Very winnable, especially with Kenny Pickett out for 2 to 4 weeks with ankle surgery. Yeah, Mitch Trubisky, a starting quarterback in the NFL once again, as hilarious as that is. Out at the Falcons after that, Atlanta, a much better team at home, but they are clearly not world beaters right now, even though they do find themselves in playoff contention. Then you get Vegas at home. They suck. And then Houston at home to end the regular season.
Okay. All right. We'll see. It could happen. It could happen. The AFC South, a little bit more interesting than I think people thought it was going to be at the start of the season. All right. There's some NFL roundtable conversation for you as week 13 is officially in the books. We've got about 6 minutes left on a Tuesday edition of the award-winning Midday with Trey and BK, which means it's time for a little Where We At in Society, and we will go with a recorded spot today.
Pest wranglers, pest wranglers, pest wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember pest wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest wranglers, pest wranglers, pest wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
All right, it is your daily look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, we'll bring you stories that provides a sense of optimism that has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But sadly, today is not that day. BK, we love talking flying on airplanes, commercial flights, and just the colossal mess that humans are when it comes to travel in general, but especially air travel. Well, pilots have spoken out in a recent article that was posted in The Sun, which is a UK newspaper, where they're revealing the biggest lies that they tell passengers on delayed flights. Some of the excuses that we hear, most common excuse has to be mechanical issue, right?
Yep, something's wrong with the plane.
As soon as you say that to your passengers, they're like, well, by all means, take care of this mechanical issue. And then 3 hours later, as you're still on the runway, you're wondering, was that actually a mechanical issue, or are you just completely full of shit right now?
Yeah. That's number one.
Well, let's find out.
Oh, okay. So, all right. The actual reasons. This is what you have, not the reasons they tell us. These are the actual reasons why flights get delayed.
Yes. Oftentimes it's just a matter of disorganization in the skies. That's right. Too many planes and not enough places to put those planes that are trying to land. And therefore, they're just think of it as a traffic jam. It just the backup is happening on the runway versus in the skies.
Yeah, I don't get how that works, how they're able to schedule all of these flights flying from different airports all over the world. And the fact that there's like never collisions in midair and there's almost never close calls too. Like we hear when there's a close call and that scares the shit out of me. But like the fact that, yeah, there are all those flights and all those different airlines all over the place. And then you got private jets and all this random shit. Like, it's amazing what air traffic control does. So if they've got to make us wait a little bit to ensure that it stays that way, then I'm all for it.
I've become, since Justine and I started having kids, I've become anxious at the starts of flights. Like as you're starting to go faster on the runway and about to take off, like this irrational fear that we're about to crash comes into my head. Boy, I hope this doesn't get cut up in a couple of years and I die in a plane crash. But each time as I start to feel myself getting worked up, I have to remind myself that flight and airplanes are truly one of humans' greatest inventions. Our ability to take these giant tin cans with wings into the sky and literally cut hours off the ability from getting from point A to point B and not have to take a multiple hour car ride to do so in the process, or take it back even further, horse and buggying it for an entire season just to get a state over. It is truly remarkable. So that usually calms me down.
The Wright brothers, man, Orville and Redenbacher, just finding a way to make that happen. I don't know how that shit works, but I'm glad it works.
Great airplanes and great popcorn too. So the other big lie that this article talks about is when pilots say, hey, we're a little bit late, but we're going to make up time. Guess what pilots can't really do that much more of? They can't really make up more time. They are supposed to fly at a fairly set speed. They might be able to go a little bit lower, but that's not shaving a ton of time off. But they do want to say that to try and calm people down. But the reality is that airlines are very savvy with this. They'll tell you what the estimated arrival time is. Usually if your plane's on time, you're going to get in before then.
Yeah.
So they give themselves that buffer to where even if you're a couple minutes after the estimated time, well, look, we waited for 30 minutes and we're only 5 minutes behind that estimated time or 10 minutes behind that estimated time. We made that time up for you, even though the reality is that's complete bullshit.
Yeah. That's a real thing, right? Yeah. If your flight actually does take off on time, it's going to land a few minutes before they say you will. And that's cool. The rare time that happens, that's awesome to be a part of. But it feels like way more often than not, something's going wrong and shit just takes way too long.
And that's it for the lies that pilots tell their passengers, according to this Sun article is related through the New York Post.
I don't think I ever showed you this video.
Let's see it.
This is Bucky and I talked about this maybe last week, but another wild woman on an airplane.
Oh boy.
Had all sorts of airplane issues this year, haven't we? Like, I'm hoping we can leave those behind in 2023, but I got a hunch that that's not going to be the case.
I think every flight needs a hottie screaming about some person who's not real in the back of the plane.
Well, this one is not a hottie, and well, maybe she is. I don't know what you're into. But NSFW, there are curse words in this one. So if you're watching at work, you got kids in the car, there's your fair warning.
What the hell are you doing playing this show to begin with, or this channel, by the way, because we cuss on this channel.
Yeah, that's kind of the beauty of the unfiltered thing. But here's this woman. So a little background. She is trying to get to the bathroom on the plane. And it seems like the flight attendant is not allowing her through to get to the bathroom. So she's just kind of standing in the aisle, trying to get by, but she's being rejected. And Bucky's already seen this, and I know some of our listeners and viewers have already seen this, but I don't think you have, Trey. Just check this out.
I'm ready to be over here. Sorry, everybody. Are you serious? I'm Bucky. Okay, let me do the I don't give a fuck. No, fuck you. Fuck you. I gotta go pee.
All right, you still want random crazy people on all these airplanes, Trey?
Needs to be a hottie. That's the stipulation here.
Yeah, I guess it wouldn't have been that bad if someone better looking gave us a show, but instead we got the full moon from Big Kahuna over there.
Kidding me? Plenty of you sickos out there pay for material like that online.
It's true. Not me, though. Just want that on the record.
Oh, you get yours for free, huh?
Yes, I do. I'm not getting that anywhere. I wouldn't get paid for that, but
no. I don't, dude, I don't understand foot fetish videos, much less that level of things.
Yeah, that's nasty. And I love the apology, the sorry, everybody. Like as if that makes up for the long time damage that she has just caused on everybody who had to see that on that plane.
Sorry, I got to go. She didn't end up. There weren't even drops that came out though, right? Like this,
No.
that stopped before she followed through with the act.
Yeah, I think she was just trying to prove a point or just make the flight attendant feel like they had to let her through. So that was her threat.
How many beers? If you drop, I don't know, a keg on my head and then prop it up with popsicle sticks, that might allow it to happen, Jay.
Nah, that won't even do it for me. I'll know better.
Well, the popsicle sticks are doing all the work at that point.
Nicely done. There you go. All right, there's where we at in society today. What a way to end it. 1 o'clock. Time to bring on the fellas. It's Chip Brown. It's Zay Collier. It's Chip and Zay. Gentlemen, how we doing?
What's up, fellas? What up? What up?
Not much. What's new with you guys?
Yo, who was that with all that ass before I jumped on? Who was that?
You're into that, Zay?
No, I just said, who is that with all that ass?
Oh, okay.
I might have to see that one more time.
All right,
I didn't
yeah.
get a good look.
We've got our latest crazy woman on an airplane. And sorry to the people who have already seen this once. Now you got to watch it again. Blame Zay, not me.
I'm ready to be over here. Sorry, everybody.
Are you serious?
I'm Bucky. Okay, let me do the I don't give a fuck.
God.
That tattoo is on her right thigh or right hip.
I'm not watching it again, dude. You'll have to guess.
Oh my gosh, man.
What is wrong with people?
Nasty. Just nasty.
Let's cleanse our palates, guys. Let's cleanse our palates here.
I'm telling you, I'm getting the off, and there's a reason why I'm getting the off, and everyone can either believe it or they cannot believe it. I don't give two but I am telling you right now, that back there is not real. And you can sit on this plane and you can die with them or not. I'm not going.
I'm going off that
video is
plane.
the cell phone that goes to the back of the plane.
Oh man. Yo, I've seen Fatal Attraction. I'm getting off with homegirl. Fuck that. No. Can't do
Where's
it.
my parachute?
Yeah. Bucky said he would have elbowed her, knocked her out as she was walking by.
Oh, good Lord.
He would have broken his elbow if he's trying to elbow somebody.
Yeah, that would have hurt him more than it would have hurt her, I think.
Oh, boy.
Oh, man.
Goodness. All right. What's on the docket today, gents?
Well, Derek Williams will not be a part of the first half of the Sugar Bowl. His appeal has been denied.
Good call on that one, Chip. We had a source off, you and me with Twitter, and you, John Bianco, and you crushed me in that source off.
Hey, I actually talked to Greg Burks, the Big 12 director of officiating, just to confirm that he did indeed have to serve the suspension for a half in the next game that Texas plays. And then I was able to track down that the appeal had already been denied. So
who was making the decision on that appeal? Is it the guy that you spoke with?
No. Different source.
Huh?
What's that?
Say their name, Chip. Say their name. Put them on blast, man.
Who decides the appeal?
The national director of officiating.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Wow.
So it goes beyond the Big 12's hands at that point.
Yeah, so we're taking auditions for safety.
Here he goes, man. I'll just, come on.
Jade Barron?
We got guys. You got to believe, Chip Brown.
Oh, yeah. We got to believe.
You got to believe. Mookie Taft. Come
All
on.
All right. Well, then let's get to it. You can convince me.
I need Mookie Taft one-on-one with Roma Dunze all game long. Give me that. How about that? You know what I'm saying?
No.
What's up?
Please.
I'm starting a college fantasy team, and my first pick is Roma. Thank you for that.
Roma Dunze. That dude is serious.
He's a problem.
Although Texas held him in check last year. The only 100-yard receiver in that game was Casey Kane.
Yep.
Oh man.
So, come on, have some faith. Look what my man No says. Faith, baby.
Yeah, he's talking to your ass.
Hey, I just told you can convince me.
Auditions for safety. Fellas, we're in the college football playoff, and this dude's talking about auditions for safety. He was trying to get Blake Gideon canned yesterday, saying if he doesn't get the job done getting these guys prepared, then Blake Gideon might have to look for a new gig.
I said I hope Blake Gideon doesn't cost Texas another national championship.
Oh, God damn. That was savage, Chip.
Oh,
but it's true.
Come on, Blake. Coach him up, baby. You got 15 practices. 15. That's spring football. Gosh, you can develop a whole lot in 15 practices.
If you and I were walking down the street, Chip, and Blake Gideon punched you in the face, I don't know if I can help you up, bro.
Oh, trust me, Blake Gideon would not punch me in the face. I have helped him out many times over the years. So,
damn, I might have to hear that for another day.
He's just fine.
Don't ever ask him to hold anything for you because you know he's gonna drop it. So
y'all are killing me, man. Blake, I'm sorry, bro. I ain't a part of this. If this gets out to you, I ain't a part of this, man. I love you. You know what I'm saying?
When you're a white safety that plays at Texas, this is what you have to expect during, but especially once your playing career is over with. We haven't even gotten started with Dylan Haynes yet. Michael Taft, get ready. 3 years from now, I'm sorry, bro. It's not personal.
Jalen Catalon is transferring because he couldn't get back in the rotation.
Thank goodness he's not a white guy. Can you imagine what would be said about him by Texas fans today?
Hey, 15 practices, baby. 15 practices to get that pass defense on lock.
Gosh, man. I'll see y'all later. Appreciate y'all. How to deal with this guy. He's on one. Man, you are on one today. I love it. This is what makes our job fun.
I'm just telling you. This is why people tune in to Chip and Zay. They want to know what's going on.
That's true.
And the bottom line is Derek Williams not going to play in the first half of the Sugar Bowl. Now, here's the deal, Zay. And I broke it down. I'll retweet the story here. But give me your reaction when you saw my news.
Disgust. You know, this is Bush League. Like, this is the college football playoff. You know, there should be different circumstances and situations to where Derek Williams should be able to play. Like, just next season, game 1, do that. But guys have been working their whole lives just to get to this point. And Derek Williams has the opportunity to be a freshman coming into Texas and gets legitimate playing time. And now you're penalizing him for a mistake. Like, the guy that he hit didn't get hurt. It wasn't malicious. It might have been quote unquote illegal. I get it. We're trying to improve the game and these guys' safety. I understand that completely. I'm all with that. Like, CTE, that's a serious problem. It's very troublesome for guys after their career. But again, Derek Williams, he's a freshman. Like, it should be a 3 strikes and you're out type of thing, Chip. You know what I'm saying? If you have a record, if you're out here like Draymond Green's out here getting penalized and getting crazy fines and stuff because he has a record. You know what I'm saying? Like, that makes sense. If the guys are just having like one-time offenses, then okay, throw the flag on them, maybe throw them out the game depending on how malicious it is, but don't penalize them for a half of the next game, especially a game this critical, this important. I think that's absolute Bush League. Derek Williams doesn't deserve it. And a team that's already a little vulnerable in their secondary, especially against arguably the best passing game in the nation coming up January 1st, it just got a little bit more vulnerable. So you don't like that at all, when it comes to an X's and O's standpoint, but you got to feel for Derek Williams a little bit just because, again, he wasn't trying to make a dirty play. He's not a dirty player. He's an aggressive player. He's tough. And it was kind of one of those wrong places at the wrong time moments. But do I think he should be suspended for the first half? Absolutely not.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny Barron can play anywhere on the field. I guess if because here's the numbers. We've talked about this, but the numbers say that Jaron Thompson is the best coverage safety Texas has, that Derek Williams is the second best coverage safety Texas has, and also the best run stopping safety, the best tackling safety. Third would be Michael Taff. Fourth would be Jalen Catalon, and fifth would be Keaton Crawford. Jahdae Barron's one of the best coverage guys on the team. Now, he struggled in the Big 12 title game, but the guy is one of the best players on the defense, period. Do you trust Jalen Gilbo to play nickel? He's got experience. He's been on the field a lot at nickel when they've had to move Jahdae out to corner. I mean, it's just food for thought. This is a huge challenge. I went to my daughter's doctor appointment today, and the doctor said, I think Texas has a tougher matchup with Washington than they would have against Michigan. And I said, yeah, I agree. I mean, this is going to be, look, you got 15 practices. I'm not being a jerk when I say that. That's a ton of time. You can game plan. You can put in a whole new defense if you want in 15 practices. If you want to really study the film and look at who's given Washington the hardest time and adopt some principles from what that defense did, you got time to do it. So I would expect this coaching staff to comb every corner for every detail for an edge, because you're playing for a national championship. You are 2 wins away from the confetti falling on you and Bill Hancock handing you that national championship trophy. And this is no time. Like they had been saying about the Big 12 title, we didn't come this far to come this far. We're trying to get to the mountaintop. And that win over Alabama got them in. And now it's time to, have the coaches do everything they can to put the players in the right position to be successful. And, when you look at last year's game, I mean, it was 27-20. And what? Xavier Worthy dropped 2 touchdown passes. I mean,
yeah.
It was not a great game. It was not a great game for the Texas playmakers, but Jalen McMillan was the leading receiver, 8 catches, 58 yards. Rome Odunze had 5 catches for 57. If that, and Jalen Polk 3 for 45. If those are the numbers on January 1, you're jumping for joy. You're flat jumping for joy.
Yeah, and these are the 3 best wide receivers that you're going to see all year, arguably the best wide receiver corp in the nation. Rome Odunze, he's right there with Marvin Harrison Jr. I think if Marvin Harrison –
neighbors.
That's what I'm saying. I think straight up, if Marvin Harrison Jr. didn't have the name of the famous father who's a Hall of Fame wide receiver, Pro Football Hall of Fame wide receiver, I think it'd be closer than you think. And just being in the Pac-12, Pacific Northwest, like a lot of these East Coast guys, they're not really watching those Pac-12 games like we are just because the time difference is crazy. But Jalen Polk, the Lufkin kid, like that dude, I bet you he can't wait to play against Texas because I feel like it was one of those situations where the Horns probably didn't recruit him like they should have. You know, like you think about it now, how can you miss out on that? You know, that dude's an absolute stud. And then Jalen McMillan, who has missed games this year, he made some huge catches against Oregon last Friday. So that trio is as dangerous as I don't know what. And they line up anywhere. You know, all of them could play the slot. All of them could play on the outside. And with Michael Penix and the arm that he has, it just makes this team so dangerous, man. And, you know, I just – before yesterday, before I started cracking down the film on Washington and, you know, going back and watching these games, went back and watched the game against Oregon, you know, watched some clips of them against Arizona, about to watch Arizona State later. Just I felt like this is the best matchup for Texas just because Washington hasn't been here before either. So DeBoer, this is uncharted territory for him. Again, he doesn't have that background like Sark does, being with Pete Carroll all those years, being with Nick Saban. So I think that plays into the Horns' favor. And then you dodge Alabama, obviously, because they want to beat you twice. So that's just scary. If you meet them in the national championship game, it's for the natty. Like everybody's going to step up. And then just that Michigan defense, you know, even though they haven't played nobody, like they've been blowing everybody out. So when I see Washington struggle with Arizona State, when I see Washington and USC, even though they put up serious numbers on USC, 50-something, like USC wasn't that good though, you know, and this Texas offense, the way they're rolling, like they got to stop them too. So yeah, it makes me nervous. Like Terrence Brooks, man, that's keep convincing me that he wasn't scared, Chip.
He's focused.
He's focused. Okay, keep convincing me because I'm telling y'all, go back and watch that clip of when the Horns got in and everybody went crazy. There's one person that didn't go crazy, and that's Terrence Brooks. Read it how you want to read it. That's fine. We're going to be positive, get a benefit of the doubt. He is focused, and he is not like a scared puppy who just pissed himself. That's what I tell him. Because, again, that wide receiver matchup, I'm scared for him, you know? So Malik Muhammad, you know he's fearless. Like Terry Joseph, Blake Gideon, Pete Kwiatkowski, everything has to be to a T. And you keep mentioning those 15 practices. Before that, like cracking down on film, that has to be huge because, again, just – watching Oregon on Friday and then watching them again yet last night, they were playing off coverage because they're so scared of Michael Penix's arm and him taking them over the top. And then Michael Penix, he'll roll out to the left, Chip, and then he'll throw it all the way to the other side on the right for somebody like on a crossing route or something. It's very unorthodox. And Michael Penix, that's a special arm, man. So
that's even more reason to get up and press these guys because you've got to give your pass rush an extra second. And look, you're probably going to have to put 6 DBs on the field. You're probably going to have to, you know, Mo Blackwell's a versatile, interesting defender. You know, the injury to Austin Jordan is significant, but getting Ryan Watts back, you can put Gavin Holmes out there with Terrence Brooks, and you got 15 practices to figure it all out. Sark knows who to call over there in the Pac-12. I'm sure he's got buddies who he can, you know. But that's why these guys make the big bucks, and they know what's on the line. I'm fascinated. To see what they come up with because this is what coaching is all about.
For sure.
You know, what you've seen from Texas up to this point. I mean, look at Quinn Ewers. Quinn Ewers, I thought played well in this game. Let me double check that. Ewers was 31 of 47, 369 yards passing, 1 touchdown. I thought he played well in this game a year ago. There were some drops that cost Texas points in a 27-20 loss, but no one is better at the screen game than Steve Sarkisian, and he beat Washington with a screen pass to Jonathan Brooks in this game. I mean, look, if it's going to be a shootout, if it's going to be a 36-33 type game, and you're asking Michael Penix against this Texas front to, be spectacular. He's not much of a runner anymore. He used to be when he was at Indiana. But if you look at his rushing numbers this year, it's all negative thanks to the sack yardage, which is the stupidest thing college football does. Put the sack yardage on the passing numbers. But yeah, I mean, this is going to be fun. Anyway, my point was about Quinn Ewers. Ewers got better in the bowl practices. Like, he came out with confidence, and guys who've struggled can totally turn it around. And that's what coaching is. I mean, you get this break, you get this pause. Sark's given the guys this week to recover, and then it's going to be game on, and you can totally change everything. I mean, look at Michael Taft. Michael Taft was hardly being used before Catalan. I mean, not hardly, but limited reps. Catalan goes down. Taft's reps go way up. Now Taft's got the second most reps on the defense.
Yeah.
Kudos to him. 3 interceptions in 3 straight games, 1 interception in 3, whatever. He had 3 straight games with interceptions. And he's given you some level of consistency. So let's see what Texas comes up with.
And that's it. Like, you kind of hit it there, Chip, with the coaching aspect. Like, Sark has been here before as an assistant. Kalen DeBoer, go look at his track record. I mean, at Southern Illinois, Eastern Michigan, Fresno State, Indiana, which is why he has Michael Penix in the first place. So it's just, he hasn't been in these moments. Like, this is uncharted territory for him, which he's going to be kind of learning stuff on the fly. Sark knows because he's done it before and won at those levels and gone through the process and gone through just the downtime you have to give players, and then, saying, okay, it's time to lock in on football, and then when to take time off, because it's a long time from January 1st to now. I know you're anxious and stuff and you want to play as quick as possible, but hey, there's a way to go about this that coaching somebody that has the experience, that's been there and done that could be a huge advantage against Kalen DeBoer. So I'm expecting to see that, just all the, motion that Sark does. Like, I'm expecting to see all of that and then some, because we've seen some serious creativity to where it's not cute. It's not too cute. Like, it's effective with Sarkisian's play calling these last few weeks. And it's been very refreshing to see, because we know how it could get. We've seen how it could get stagnant. We've seen the non-adjustments in the second half and teams coming back and whatnot. So to finally have that rhythm that you want in your offense, where everything's clicking, everybody's getting touches, what do you look for? What do you stop? I do expect it to be a juggernaut, very high-scoring game. And I think if Texas could just make a couple of plays on defense, a couple of stops, because if I'm Kalen DeBoer, I'm going for it on 4th down. With Michael Penix, like, there's a reason why he's going to New York. Like, he's a 6-year senior. I'm trusting him at this point of the season. And if you're in those 4th and 5s, 4th and 6s, depending on the momentum of the game, why not go for it? Why not test these? Because it was working against Oregon. So, and Oregon still made some pretty big time plays in that second half, holding them to a 4th down and picking off Michael Penix once. So, you look at their roster for Washington and their tackles, both sides, their offensive tackles, they're solid. So that interior game, that plays in the Texas' hands. Byron Murphy, Vernon Broughton, obviously Defensive Player of the Year, Trevondre Sweat, Tro Carter, Alfred Collins. Those guys got to be huge in this game, because, again, you got to muck stuff up and get Michael Penix as uncomfortable as possible. If you do that, then Texas has more than a chance.
Yeah. I mean, they're their defense is, middle of the pack, giving up 23.6 points per game. Their run defense is 38th in the country. Their passing yards allowed is 120th. So look, they got issues too. I mean, if Quinn Ewers is locked in with Xavier Worthy, Adonai Mitchell, JT Sanders, and the screen game, that's the 120th ranked pass defense they're going up against in Washington. And you'll take your chances.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, because their defensive line is solid. They give up a lot through the air, as you just mentioned, but you think about Trice, Trice is a hell of a player on the edge for them. And if they could get pressure on Quinn Ewers and they could kind of, just muck up this running game for Texas that you got to be really confident about if you're a Longhorns fan. I mean, Keelan Robinson, what he did against Oklahoma State, what he did against Texas Tech, this dude, he's for real. And finally, he's getting the opportunity to get the ball. And again, it's just pick your poison. Jaden Blue, he's for real. You could count on him. And CJ Baxter, the healthiest he's ever been this season, he's showing why he was starting over Jonathan Brooks first game of the year versus Rice. So all of those things, there's so many matchups in this game. It's so fascinating. I can't wait. It's crazy that we have a month to get ready for it. But yeah, I just think Texas right now, with the confidence that they have and the opportunity that they have, I feel like everybody is just meshing at the right time. And that's exactly what you need this time of the year. But the Pac-12 champs, they also are too, so that's what you want. And that's why the committee did a really good job. Say what you want about Florida State, whatever. I know they don't got no heart, absolutely. But hey, ratings wise, football wise, we're going to see a better product with Alabama and Texas in. And yeah, that's what makes it fun.
Well, I look at, Texas's defense. Statistically, it's better than Washington's. I mean, number 13 in scoring defense, 17.5 points a game. Number 3 now in run defense, giving up 80.8 yards per game after stuffing Ollie Gordon to 13 carries for 34 yards. And, Texas 95th in passing yards allowed. That's not great. But Washington 120th in passing yards allowed. All right, we got to be quick with our man Hummer today because he is manning the portal for 24/7 Sports. In fact, Hummer had the breaking story last night, Jalen Catalon in the portal. Hummer, I know you're going 100 miles an hour. Any new? Can you give us the rundown on Texas players in the portal at this moment?
Yeah, to be honest, my head's spinning a little bit. It's been a day, but I believe it's just Jalen Catalon and then
Xavier Bryce.
Yeah, those are the only two. And I would be surprised if anybody else popped up before the playoff, but you never know. There are obviously some players that are strongly to consider entering, but the portal's open for a while, so we'll see.
Do you get the feeling that either of these players will stay with the team through the Sugar Bowl, or do you think they're up and out?
Do I think they should, or do I think they should?
Well, do you think they will, and do you think they should?
I think if I'm a player and I have the opportunity to play for the college football playoff, I'm going to stay on the roster. You have an opportunity to win a national championship. You try to win a national championship. That's just my view. I understand that it's more advantageous to enter the portal early to potentially find a spot. But if you're a player coming off a roster like Texas, you have had a background in the past where you were probably safely going to find a spot no matter what, to the point where waiting an extra 3 weeks isn't going to be that big of a deal for your future. It might be a different conversation if you play at a position with a limited number of opportunities or spots. And I think there's one particular person on the roster that'll be interesting to follow over the next couple weeks. And you're shaking your head, Chip. It's obviously Malik Murphy. But otherwise, like, I don't see a reason to jump in so quickly.
Yeah, Chris, you think about Jalen Catalon, had so much hype coming from Arkansas, and he got hurt, was out a couple of games. And this is kind of a shocker to a lot of Texas fans, including me, because, again, it seemed like he just needed to get back healthy. And with this team's success, why wouldn't you want to be a part of that? And I feel like I've heard Sark say in different interviews, once you're in the transfer portal, see ya. Like, you're not coming back to the team. So I'd be surprised.
Tom Herman.
Yeah,
I will say I do remember a situation last year where a receiver went in a portal and then played the next day for Texas. I'm trying to remember the receiver's name.
Oh.
Not good radio. Not good. But, there was one situation last year, but yes, no, it strikes me. Zay, I totally agree. It strikes me as super weird for Jalen Catalon to go in the portal the way he did. I would personally want that chance, especially given how thin safety is for Texas right now. Would want that chance to play in a playoff game.
Was that Jaden Alexis?
Yes, Jaden Alexis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hummer, what did you think, of Texas getting into the playoff, the 4 playoff teams, how the committee handled it?
Well, I think we thought it at the time, and it turned out to be that way. The most important game of the season was Texas over Alabama in Tuscaloosa in week 2. I think if Texas had not played that game and Texas was 12-1 and Alabama was 12-1, the committee would have put Alabama and Florida State in over Texas, to be frank. I know Texas got that 3 seed, but I think Texas was kind of chained to Alabama because of that victory, and it positioned Texas really well. And I think it put the committee in a really difficult spot. So it was obviously well earned by Texas to run the table, go 12-1 the way they did down the stretch is very impressive. But that win over Alabama, the most critical win of the season for Texas for sure, because now they have a chance to play for a national championship. And I don't think they would, or at least get to a national championship. And I don't think they would have had that opportunity if that game wasn't on the schedule.
Yeah, Chris, as excited as I am for Texas making it at that 3 spot, obviously it's good for our business, but the heart in me feels for Mike Norvell and Florida State. And just like, man, if Jordan Travis was available, like you hear people saying, man, if they just lied about Jordan Travis's, health and said he was day-to-day, what would the committee have done then? But clearly he's being out for the season, so those are speculations.
Honestly, the Florida State situation is just wild to me, because what if, like, Jordan Travis, what do you say on Twitter? Like, I wish I'd broke my leg earlier so I don't have to, they could see, like, my team was more than just me. And Florida State didn't just win their final 2 games. They beat 2 ranked teams down the stretch. Like, they had to play good defense to do it. Like, the SEC was way down this year. And no offense, I think I would definitely take Alabama head-to-head over Florida State. There's no question in my mind about that. But, like, if a team's going to go 13-0 and not get in the playoffs, like, why play the games anay? This is a subject John could have explored in depth, I'm sure. It's just like, it's very frustrating and confusing to me as a college football viewer for a committee to decide a 13-0 team is worse than a 12-1 team.
Yeah. If what Bill Hancock said, 4 best teams, I think the committee tried to do that. And
well, if it's the 4 best teams, like, let's all be honest, would you pick Texas head-to-head over Georgia right now?
Maybe with that run defense.
Would you pick Georgia head-to-head against Washington?
I don't know. Washington's an interesting cat. Let's
I'm
get
saying,
to that.
Like, you open up a Pandora's box by saying, like, it's just the 4 best and then ignoring results on the field. Because I would personally take Georgia over, no offense to the Texas fans listening, I would take Georgia over Texas right now, and I would take Georgia over Washington. I might take Ohio State over Washington as well. I don't know about Texas in that one. But, like, you just put yourself in a weird spot when you just say that a team is better than the other just based on eye test, basically.
All right, well, let's get to the matchup. You were just kind of going through them. Texas and Washington. 15 practices between now and then, Hummer. But Michael Penix, Roma Dunze, Jalen Polk, Mr. McMillan, they put on a show to win the Pac-12. What do you think of that matchup?
I mean, we saw it last year, right? Like, It was an interesting one last year, and in a lot of ways, I think Texas matches up really well, but in a lot of ways, I think Texas matches up really poorly. So I think that makes it interesting. I think the stress point for Texas all season has been how does the secondary hold up? Obviously, very thin at safety right now. Ryan Watts keeps getting hurt at corner, and Texas looks different every time Ryan Watts is out of the lineup. You would imagine he'll be healthy by the time they play that game on New Year's Day. But Washington's got one of the best passing offenses in college football. Kalen DeBoer's scheme is super well respected. So I think that's potentially problematic for Texas. Texas has thrived against teams that run the ball and have to run the ball for success. Washington is not that. So that is a disadvantage Texas hasn't had since they played in the really the Cotton Bowl. So that matchup's interesting. But on the other side, like I think Texas is going to score on Washington. Like teams put up points on Washington all year. So I think we could be in for a shootout.
Yeah. Hummer, when you think about someone like Rome Odunze, he's up for the Biletnikoff Award. We all know it's going to go to Marvin Harrison Jr., but I don't think Rome Odunze gets enough credit. Like this dude, to be second behind Marvin Harrison Jr., like that's not ruck roast or anything. The dude's for real. And I think he needs the respect and deserves more respect. But again, with that guy in Columbus getting so much attention, it's hard for somebody in the Pacific Northwest to get that love too. You dig?
Yeah, no question. That whole really like Jalen Polk, Jalen McMillan, that whole Washington receiving core is really good. I think when you talk about Washington's top trio of receivers and you talk about Texas's top two receivers, I think this is the best receiver matchup. Obviously, they're not going head to head against each other, but when you talk about the totality of the talent on the field, I think this is going to be the best receiver group that you'll see all season. It's not quite like Alabama LSU back in 2019. Like I'm not expecting like 7 first-round picks or anything. But I think there's legitimately 4 to 5 day 1 or day 2 draft picks on the field between those two wide receiver groups. It is an excellent wide receiver matchup across the board. And I think people should be really excited. And I know Texas fans are familiar with Rome Odunze because I saw him. I think he had like over 100 yards against Texas in the Alamo Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. I could be getting my Washington receivers confused. But
yeah, actually, he didn't.
Excellent. He didn't.
Jalen McMillan had 8 catches for 58 yards, Rome Odunze 5 catches for 57, and Jalen Polk 3 catches for 45. I was saying earlier in the show, Hummer, if Texas can hold those receivers to those numbers this time, they'd be ecstatic.
Didn't Penix throw for 300 that day? Like, where did all his yardage go to?
Yeah, he spread it around. Taj Davis, Jack Westover, Devin Culp. He threw for 287 yards, 32 of 54.
And that was the game where they ran for like 8 yards a carry, right?
Yeah, Wayne Talapapa.
Yeah.
Okay. Averaged 7.7 a carry. Texas's run defense took the well, it's a lot better now. Let's put it that way.
It is definitely a much different.
So, and if you're neck deep in it and you need to bounce, just let us know. But what would be your early projection for that game and for the other semifinal?
I go back and forth in the Texas-Washington game. I think if Quinn Ewers plays turnover-free football, I lean Texas. That is obviously a big if. Quinn played the best game of his career on Saturday in the Big 12 championship game, but even then, there was still that really squirrely interception, I believe, in the second quarter. That could have flipped the game if Oklahoma State had been able to stop a nosebleed on Saturday. So as long as Quinn plays really well, and that's where Texas's game plan usually hinges, I lean Texas. I think Texas has a legitimate chance of going to the national championship game. And obviously the Rose Bowl has been very kind to Texas over the years. So, oh, well, I'm sorry. They're not. And anyway, I'm getting my games confused. It's been a long week.
Well, they won the Sugar Bowl in the 2018 season and the national championship. They'd get to go to Houston.
Yes. Very favorable path. I don't think Texas has to go more than 7 hours away from home to potentially win a national championship. So great for Texas. And if they win the Sugar Bowl, they can obviously really say what Sam Ehlinger actually said, which is they're back. Because if you go to a national championship game, you absolutely are. I think the other game is really compelling. I don't really know which way I lean in that one. I think Alabama's the team I'd least want to play among the playoff group right now, without much question. You just don't want to see Alabama in this situation. But I think Michigan's set up to defend them reasonably well. They've defended running quarterbacks well all season. They have elite cornerback play that can slow down the vertical passing game of Alabama. But I do wonder how that Michigan offense, which has been a little hot and cold over the last month, holds up against an excellent Alabama defense. So I lean picking Michigan and Texas in those semifinal games, and that would be fun given that they get to play in 2024 anyway. But I think this will be usually semifinal games are blowouts. I don't think that'll be the case in either one of these circumstances.
Any portal targets that you see Texas zeroing in on or to keep an eye on?
Yeah, I'd probably keep an eye on Andrew Makuba. He just went in the portal today, Clemson safety. For those who aren't familiar with him, he played at LBJ High School in Austin, Texas. His head coach is now the director of high school recruiting for the Texas Longhorns. There's a lot of natural connections between Andrew Makuba and safety or in Texas. And obviously Texas has a really big need at safety. I think that's in play. I would keep an eye on guys like Juice Wells, the South Carolina receiver, the Vanderbilt receiver, Will Shepherd, and a few others. Texas is definitely going to add a receiver in the portal. Texas is definitely going to add a safety in the portal. There will be other positions of need too, but those are a couple names I would definitely keep an eye on.
Yeah. Hummer, who are you more shocked of transferring, Dylan Gabriel from Oklahoma or Kyle McCord from Ohio State?
Shocked is probably not the right word for either one of those guys. Was very aware Dylan Gabriel was going to go in the portal. Not at all surprised. Kyle McCord, maybe a little more so. That's been a rumor behind the scenes for a couple weeks now that Ohio State thought they could maybe upgrade at the position. I was surprised by the timing of that one. It happened at 5 a.m. the day the portal opened. That one definitely caught me by surprise. That was a nice thing to wake up to. But yeah, not shocked in either circumstance, but probably lean towards McCord. And I think the McCord news is the more significant one because, as somebody told me yesterday, Ohio State gets to eat first. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's a couple schools that really get first dibs, and Ohio State's one of them. So what they choose to do in the quarterback market will shift the rest of it. So I think that's the more interesting and probably more compelling storyline right now. Whereas Dylan Gabriel, I feel very confident at this point will probably end up at Oregon.
Wow. You think Gabriel will end up where?
At Oregon.
At Oregon.
Makes sense.
Well,
Hawaiian dude, Oregon. Makes sense.
I mean, everybody grew up watching Marcus Mariota, myself included, and I'm sure it has a special meaning if you're from Hawaii. So, yeah.
Dan Lanning doing his best Lincoln Riley impression of pulling quarterbacks out of the portal before grooming a high school talent at quarterback.
Yeah. I mean, I think they have to massage that quarterback room pretty well. I know a lot of Texas fans that follow recruiting are probably familiar with Austin Novosted. He is on that roster. Ty Thompson, a really well-respected young backup. A lot like Malik Murphy, really just big frame dude with massive arms with a lot of potential. Also could shake loose potentially. So that's something I don't think a lot of people consider with all these quarterback dominoes. Like, you run the risk of running off your younger quarterbacks. And that doesn't always matter in this era because you can, as you see, replace quarterbacks pretty easily in the portal. But if you want to build towards the future, you really run the risk of running off your younger passers if you take older quarterbacks every time.
Hummer, we know you got to go. Any other nuggets at the top of your notebook right now?
And just trying nothing. One thing I was tracking all day was UNT quarterback Chandler Rogers, and he officially went in earlier. I know nobody's familiar with his name, but he's going to be a upper level Power 5 guy potentially. Really well respected, committed to Cal for a short time last year before flipping to UNT. And I think people should be familiar with that name. A lot of quarterbacks though. So good luck everybody keeping up with it. I'm having a hard enough time on my own.
Hey, everybody follow Chris_Hummer on Twitter. Hummer, always appreciate it, my man. We'll let you get back to work.
Absolutely, y'all. You have a good one. Thanks.
All right. There he is, Chris Hummer, 24/7 Sports. He has been doing an amazing job of manning the transfer portal. Of course, the transfer portal opened on Monday, and it's been popping. to say the least. Obviously, the Texas news, Jalen Catalon in the portal. I was told that Catalon will transfer somewhere else as a grad transfer. Felt like he just wasn't in the plans for with Blake Gideon, who's trying to groom the young guys. Derek Williams, Michael Taff is a redshirt sophomore, but you got to have some experience in the room, and you just heard it. Andrew Makaba, Hank South, who we're going to talk to here at 2:15, immediately posted a story saying, okay, Texas's top portal target is now in the portal. Andrew Makaba, the safety from Clemson. You had an interesting look on your face there, Zay. You got thoughts on Andrew Makaba, or you got thoughts on something else?
Andrew Makaba and Jalen Catalon. I'll start with Jalen Catalon first. I mean, look, I think what this team, what the coaching staff did seemed like it was best for him, which I'm speculating here, but I feel like he had the idea of, I'm a big time player. Whenever I'm healthy, I'm going to play 90% of the defensive snaps. And that's just not the case with this team. Like Pete Kwiatkowski, he likes to rotate guys. He likes to keep you fresh. You see it with this defensive line. You see a 5-man rotation with the safeties when all healthy. Keaton Crawford, Mookie Taft, Jaron Thompson, Derek Williams, and then Jalen Catalon. So for Jalen Catalon's history of being injury prone, this was best for him. And he still got hurt, Chip. Like, he wasn't playing all these snaps and he still got hurt. And he knew that under Pete Kwiatkowski in this defense, it would be different from at Arkansas, where he was playing that version of a 3-high safety look. And he was able to roam at that safety position that he played and stuff like that. He knew that he would have to adapt. So it is a bit confusing. You hear rumors that he was cleaning out his locker yesterday, and I'd be surprised if Sark let him play in this game. Like, this is too big of a game for you to be 1 foot in, 1 foot out, indecisive. Like, how locked in are you in, really?
Right.
That doesn't sit right with me. It's better off for this team, because the team, if I'm a teammate, I feel a certain way about you. Like, no, it's a privilege that we got here in the national championship game. And Jalen Catalon, you were a part of it. Like, I remember you knocking out Jason Bean to force the fumble that led to a touchdown anyway. But still, like, Jalen Catalon, it wasn't like he just didn't get any clock at all. Xavier Bryce, I get that. That makes a lot of sense. Jalen Catalon, I need more, which we probably will never know, but this is very odd for me to understand. Again, you're not going to no rinky-dink bowl game. You're not going to a Texas Bowl or Alamo Bowl. You are going to New Orleans for a shot to play for the national championship potentially. So like Hummer said, like, it's just these opportunities don't come around very often. And the fact that he's saying, you know what, I can't do it no more. I want to move on. I want to see if the grass is greener on the other side for my last year instead of playing for this obvious winning culture in Texas. That rubs me the wrong way. I wish him the best, but man, that leaves a sour taste in my mouth for a guy that had so many expectations coming into this 2023 season.
Yeah. You've got Jalen Catalon making this decision. Derek Williams, as we said, coming into the show, not going to be available for the first half of the Sugar Bowl. That's, again. So how do you make up for that? Do you move Jahdae Barron? Do you feel good about BJ Allen or Larry Turner Gooden coming on? This is where Blake Gideon, Terry Joseph, and Pete Kwiatkowski make the big bucks, because this is not the Alamo Bowl. This is the first step to playing for a natty, and Texas matches up well, I think, with the teams on the other side of the bracket. And I think they match up better with those teams than they did with Washington. But I agree with Hummer. Washington's defense is not it's not a world beater. You can make yards. Bo Nix made plenty of yards against that defense. And Steve Sarkisian and Quinn Ewers, again, Xavier Worthy. You've got Adonai Mitchell. Is that guy not the national championship? I'm not even going to say good luck charm. I mean, he's the mojo.
Winner. He's
Winner.
a winner.
Like, whoever has Adonai Mitchell wins. Because that guy, all he does is win natties.
Yeah.
So, and I mean, I love it that Adonai Mitchell, I was told point blank before the season, AD Mitchell wants to go somewhere where he can catch 50 balls and 10 touchdowns. And he's got 51 catches and 10 touchdowns.
Yeah.
So keep feeding the man. Keep feeding the man. Because
that's how you get out of these red zone woes, which you've slowly been getting that stigma off you. Like everybody,
because you've been hitting from 23 and 57.
That's what I'm. Yeah, that too. But they're still making plays in the red zone. Like Oklahoma State, they didn't know what to do with them. And Sark was creative. You saw Trapondre Sweat. You saw Quinn fake to the left, roll to the right, pump. Jordan Whittington, who was more on the inside route, and then hit Adonai Mitchell on the corner in the end zone. Like, you're seeing different things with Sark being in his bag and being more creative and not as cute as we saw at certain points of the season. And
man, if you'd have had that Tavondre Sweat pass play against OU.
That's what I'm saying. Texas might be in number 1 seed right now, dadgummit, but hey, we're in. Can't bitch too much. You think about the matchups, Chip. For Texas's offense, they match up with Washington better than they do the other teams. I think Michigan's defense is for real. I think Alabama's defense is for real. And those Alabama, they definitely have motive when it comes to wanting to beat Texas again. But then the defense for Texas doesn't match up with Washington at all. Well, the secondary doesn't. Defensive line, they do. But Washington matches up better with Texas than Texas defense does, I think, against Jalen Milroe or McCaffrey, Michigan, and Bama.
You know, they had Talapapa at running back last year. This year it's Dylan Johnson. And
I like him.
Yeah, and they've been relying on him. And I like Texas to take him away. I mean, he had 26 carries for 256 yards against USC. How about that USC defense? He had 23 carries for 104 yards against Utah. 28 carries for 152 yards in the Pac-12 championship game. So this is a guy they've been leaning on pretty heavily here down the stretch. And I like Texas to take him away. And that's why I say play up, play man, try and get hands on these guys, try and get hands on Rome Odunze, and don't have Malik Muhammad playing off. This team, just take your chances, man. Try and get a hand on him, slow him down, because your pass rush is going to be your best friend in this game. And if you give guys free releases, Michael Penix is going to eat you alive. So,
yeah, if you go back and watch that game against Washington, Washington did a good job of just kind of, mucking up Texas pass rush by throwing those middle screens to like the tight end and stuff. Like, they will still do that. Michael Penix will throw those screens to even the wide receivers, have those guys in motion, and then they just kind of go up the field and guys block for them down the field. So if you're a good pass rush like Texas and you're getting pressure and you're right there, Michael Penix dumps it off, which, man, that arm's so pretty, man. Just watching that dude throw after throw, more film than I see on that guy. It's like, you know how I feel about lefties. Like, when it comes to a lefty with an arm, it's just a sight to see. And that dude, he has one of the prettiest balls you're ever going to see from a quarterback. Like, I don't know if it's as pretty as Tua, but he has a way stronger arm than Tua. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's like Tua has a pretty ball, which that's why everybody fell in love with him coming out of Tuscaloosa. But Michael Penix, like, that dude, you see that he's a 6-year senior. Like, you see the maturity, even though he had that bad throw against Oregon. Like, you see how good he really is. And the fact that he's played so many years, in college football, even though he's been a little injury prone, like, that dude, ain't nothing that he's never seen before when it comes to a defense, and that's what scares you as a Texas fan.
Yeah, it's a great story because he was, with Kalen DeBoer in 2018 at Indiana. Kalen DeBoer was the offensive coordinator, and then Kalen DeBoer goes off to Fresno State, has success, and says to Michael Penix, "Hey, man." And Washington fans thought Kalen DeBoer had no idea what he was doing in bringing a broken down, quarterback who had some injury issues at Indiana to Washington, but no one's questioning it now. And Kalen DeBoer has 23-2 in 2 seasons or 3 at Washington. I mean, this guy has done everything right, and it's going to be an awesome matchup. I mean, thank God the committee got it right. You know what I'm saying?
Committee, y'all cold.
You know who else gets it right? Apple Leasing gets it right. Apple Leasing makes everything so easy. You've never had a new car buying experience like this, because normally, you go on to some sales room floor, you're going to have people fighting over you to tell you why you need to buy one of their cars. At Apple Leasing, they don't care what car you pick. They want you to pick the car that's best for you. They lease every make and model of car. You want something hard to find, they're going to get it for you. And that's the cool thing about Apple Leasing. The other cool thing is you're not paying for the future trade-in value of the car. You're only paying for the car while you're driving it. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's brand new. You're picking everything. You're not buying a used car with someone else's problems. You're buying a new car, and you deserve that. You're going to be in traffic here, especially here in Austin. You better be happy with the car you're in. So Apple Leasing, appleleasing.com. Give them a call, 346-9977. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And yeah, I'm rocking the Olipop today. Got the cream soda going. It's fantastic. Love it. And when I'm not rocking my Olipop, I'm popping in my Brain Vault mouth guard. I'm going to wear it for my tennis match on Thursday morning, Zay. But Brain Vault mouth guard, proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion. If you have a young one in everything from lacrosse to cheerleading, protect them with a Brain Vault mouth guard. And if you're the team manager or coach, they do group fittings. They will come to you. So go to brainvault.com to set up a fitting today. Zay, we're going to talk to our man Hank South here in a minute, but I'll tell you what, if you, Jonte Cook, who has, blossomed, he's had some moments, we should say. He's going to be the heir to Xavier Worthy. How you feel about that?
I love it. You heard all those rumblings and just statements of he's basically a baby X. He just has to get the playbook, understand how Sark wants to use him, understand that even if you're a big time target as far as receiving wise, you got to block in this offense. Like, even though, Xavier Worthy isn't the best blocker, we've seen him out there at times just because you got to show defense things that they might not expect. So Jonte Cook, coming out of DeSoto, just so much hype with him. And I think the time that he's been out there, he's made the most of it. He's had a couple of big time catches earlier in the season, and then you just kind of didn't see him as much due to just there's so much talent around. It's hard to get the young fella in. So yeah, I'm excited about his progression and his future. I think next season is going to be a huge season for him, so we'll see if he's ready for it. I think he is. Obviously, him and whoever's going to be back as quarterback, they have to have good chemistry. We know Jonte and Arch Manning are really tight, so I don't know what's gonna happen there for Arch, depending on what Quinn and Malik do. But yeah, I think Jonte Cook has a huge future ahead of him, and he just has to stay a course along with Ryan Niblett, DeAndre Moore, and some of the other guys that are waiting their turn.
I love this. Our man CB, who's covering Texas basketball in Wisconsin Wednesday. That's
let's go, man.
Eric Henry will be on the case. He'll be on the case.
Not feeling good about that one, Chip. Not gonna lie. Not feeling good about that one.
You play those games early in the year so that you know what you got to work on.
Yeah. I'd feel better if Marquette didn't just lose to their rival in Wisconsin. They're gonna be pissed off. Because losing to, the Badgers, that's in Wisconsin and Madison. Yeah, that's not a good look because now they think they're the king of that state. If all the hype that Marquette has, and it was just like if they would have just lost that game earlier. If they got a win under their belt, so they're not pissed off and ready to get back on the court. But yeah, them going back home, playing in front of their fans with a Texas team coming in, their first true road test this season. Not feeling too good about that one, but we'll see. We'll see if Rodney Terry has his team ready to play.
Yeah, no one's picking them, right? So pressure's off. Go steal one.
Yeah.
Go steal one. We SD says Shaka's really good in the regular season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because that team last year was really good. That won the Big East, and they lose in the second round. So this don't mean shit right now, Shaka. Like when this comes to picking my bracket, I'm gonna look at Marquette, and depending on the matchup, I ain't picking them to win the whole thing. I know they're capable, and if they do, hey, prove me wrong, Shaka. But what I've seen with Shaka Smart and a team that has expectations, like VCU didn't have any expectations. Like when nobody's talking about you and nobody's picking you to win and you're the Cinderella team, I wouldn't say it's easy. It's not easy to get to the Final Four. Absolutely not. But it's easier than it is when you have that pressure put on you and people are picking you to win it. And you got Dick Vitale and the president, Barack Obama picking you all to go deep and stuff. Like that's a different type of pressure that I don't think Shaka is still ready for yet. So yeah, they might blow Texas out now, but yeah, ask me about this Golden Eagles team when March comes around.
Well, SD is this is terrible. I mean, if we had that lady beater beard, hey, he took some licks too, SD. I'm not sure.
He took some licks too? What?
Oh yeah.
Yo, man, the beard,
he was cut up.
You gotta go Mayweather and just chill. I don't know what it got rowdy. We know that, but yeah, it wasn't like she was just a saint.
Right.
She wasn't
right.
no,
She even said in the police report she instigated it by ripping his glasses off his face. Anyway.
What? You scouting right now? Give me that. You pay attention to me.
Just staying in that mess.
Come on now. Chris was
SD
just trying to
I'm on
scout.
fire. But SD's point was that Beard's team would have bullied Shaka's team because Beard would have brought in a bunch of beefcake. But I like Texas's front court. I like Caden Shedrick.
Yeah.
When are we getting to Zoo back?
It'd be nice if it was tomorrow. I mean, give him 12 minutes. 12 minutes. That's it. That's all he needs. To ease him back into it. By the time Big 12 comes around, it should be about 25 or so. But yeah, I mean, if we could get Max A. Smith shooting in that corner all the time, then that dude's money in the corner. he don't miss many corner threes or corner shots, period. If we could run some plays to get him corner shots, that's going to be huge for Texas. And, I liked his game against Texas State. That was solid. But we've seen when he plays against these Power 6 teams, these teams that you're going to see potentially in the tournament, like we saw against Louisville and Connecticut, it's a little different for Max Asmith. So that's what I'm going to be locked in on. Like, can this guy, yes, you're a big time scorer, one of the best in college basketball history, but that's out on the G5 level. Can you do that against guys that are extremely athletic and extremely long? And, even though he's around 5'11", they put a 6'5" brother on him. Can you score and win? And is Rodney Terry going to put these guys in the best situation where he could get his shot off? They ran some good stuff against Texas State, man. They ran some different things that if they could bring that energy and Tyrese Hunter could get his shot off and IT Horton could lock in and Dylan Mitchell could worry about defense first, offense later, they could go in and get a little upset up in Milwaukee tomorrow. But
I like their numbers. The fact that Texas is averaging 50% shooting. You got 3 guys averaging over 40% 4 guys averaging over 40% from 3. Brock Cunningham, Ithiel Horton, Caden Shedrick, who's 1 of 2. Max Asmus, who's 21 of 51, 41%. They're shooting 72% from the free throw line. They're averaging almost 38 rebounds per game. I like the numbers. They're averaging 81 points, giving up 65. So
yeah,
they're trending in the right direction.
Yeah, they got a 7-man rotation that I like right now. In college basketball, you want a 9. 10 would be ideal. If you could have a 10-man rotation that you feel comfortable with, because not everybody's going to have it every game. So if you could just kind of, figure stuff out on the fly based on how deep you are, that's obviously beneficial. But right now, Rodney Terry's trying to figure out, can I trust Kendall Weaver? Can I trust Chris Johnson? Because those are the guys that I think are going to make that 9-man rotation. I don't think both of them could fit in for 10 just because Max Asmith is going to play a lot, IT Horton, Tyrese Hunter, etc. But yeah, like Zirek Oyema, Tyrese Hunter, Max Asmith, Dylan Mitchell, Caden Shedrick, IT Horton, and Brock Cunningham. That's the 7-man rotation that they have that Rodney Terry feels absolutely confident in. Kendall Weaver, he's kind of like 7.5 right now just because, his shot, it ain't there yet. He shot a good percentage at UT Arlington, which, again, that's G5. There's a difference now. But if he can start knocking down shots, because his defense is there. That's why Coach Terry, he really wants to play him. But offensively, it ain't there right now for my light-skinned brother. So if he can knock down some shots that goes along with that pretty, effective defense that he has, then he can jump in that rotation. And then when Dylan DeSoup comes back, that will make it 9. But right now, it's just at 7. And yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, Kendall Weaver's got to calm down because he's like too amped up.
Yeah.
He's just not into the flow of the game.
One of the possessions in New York, I don't know if it was against Louisville or UConn, I don't remember, but he airballs the hell out of a 3. But then he comes back on the other side and gets a block out of bounds just off hustle. So there's pros and cons with him, and you're right. He does have just like an anxiousness about him, which is good. You want that. You want that intensity. I'd rather have that than a laid-back guy where you're telling them to play hard.
Right.
But it's just controlling it to where when you catch the ball for shots, you don't want like crazy intensity on the shot. You want it to be nice, smooth, and effortless. So yeah, once he starts playing more and more, comfortably with this squad, then yeah, he'll get playing time and he'll be a lot better. But Chris Johnson's the opposite. Chris Johnson, like he has a smooth like pull up and just like pretty nice offensive game. He's just trying to figure out the speed because Kendall Weaver has the advantage of playing college ball last year. Chris Johnson was out Mount Verb, which is basically like a college with, all the stars that they have there. That's like the new Oak Hill, when it comes to these prep schools and high school basketball. But defensively, Chris Johnson ain't there yet, and they're trying to figure out that knife spot, man. If they could get it, then this Horns team, which BYU's out here undefeated, one of the top teams in the nation right now, like the Big 12, we knew it was going to be good, but U of H and BYU coming in and those teams both being very high in the rankings says a lot.
Yeah. Kelvin Sampson, man. That dude can flat out coach. And you talk about teams being physical. Man, Kelvin Sampson owned Rick Barnes when Barnes was in the Big 12 with him when, Barnes was at Texas and Kelvin Sampson was at OU. And then, he left to go to Indiana and Barnes started beating OU again.
Right.
Because Kelvin Sampson don't mess.
I still remember Hollis Price knocking down jumper after jumper. Mid-range after
Eduardo Nahara.
Oh my God. Nahara. He was good. He was nice. He was like 6'9", could shoot it a little bit.
Physical. Agitated.
Yeah, he was so physical coming out of Mexico. I was like, who's this Mexican cat out here giving buckets? Who is this guy? They hoop in Mexico like this? Like, he got drafted, had a decent career with the Mavs and stuff. Yeah, man. I heard that dude was nice with it. God, I hated him.
I mean, that's Sampson, though, man. I was surprised. Well, I don't know. I was there. I watched Houston.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, I saw that Houston-Miami game last year from courtside because they were in the same spot as Texas and Kansas City. And I was a little surprised that Miami was the more physical team and the better composed team in that matchup. Houston was getting pissed at each other. And maybe because they hadn't run up against a team like Miami. And obviously Miami was unbelievable. I mean, that kid Woodward hit 11 of 11 against Texas. They were on fire, but Texas was still up 12 with 13 minutes left to play. Just this close. Just
gotta
this
win
close.
That one. The refs were real sketchy that game, though.
Yeah.
Refs were
with a minute to go, it's
sketchy.
tied, and they called Brock for that undercut.
Oh, such a bad call.
If Brock would have just not taken the extra step or two to make it look like
you're taught. That's
I know.
What teaches you.
I know, but everybody's triggered by him. Like everybody's the refs are looking to call fouls because they think he's dirty and excessive. And if he would have just, he was blocking out. If he'd have just taken one step back, you got, the dude coming over the top. But Brock kind of took 3 quick steps so that he'd fall like almost on top of his head. But
that's my dude. I love him.
I do too. I love Brock.
You know how I feel about Westlake. For me to love you, it takes a lot. But I will admit, the dude's a little dirty. The dude's done some things where I'm like, that's wild, Brock. That's wild. That's a little unnecessary. He has a lot of Draymond in him, but he don't be talking. So, you can like him a lot more. But if any other team, I know they hate Brock Cunningham. You got to. Just because he's this dude. Then he knocks down threes too. That's when it's the worst. When he's knocking down threes, you're like, wow.
I love his 3 early in the shot clock, not late.
No.
I don't need him to be the guy the ball lands on with 2 seconds left on the shot clock.
Yeah, he can't dribble. He can't dribble. Like, that's late in the shot clock, you need some creators. That's where Max Asmus comes into play. Like, you need somebody that could get a step back off or a nice crossover to create some separation and then be able to get a clean jumper off. Brock Cunningham, if he doesn't have his feet set, if the wind's not the right way and the ball's not rotated, on the right spot, then I really don't want him shooting it. But it seems like he gets the ball at the right spot because usually he's ready to shoot when he catches it, and he's been knocked down ever since. He's come a long way with his jump shot because I remember watching him demolish my Bowie Bulldogs, which I know my pop still has PTSD, just nightmares about Brock Cunningham giving them like 25 and 15. But he wasn't at like outside threat at all. He was all post work, like great footwork, great jump hook, and he'll out tough anybody, especially with his size too in the high school level. So for him to improve the way he does, it shows his character and his work ethic.
Well, let's bring in the recruiting guru from Horns 24/7, Hank South, who's also keeping an eye on the portal. Had a story first thing this morning. Once Andrew Makaba, the safety from Clemson, had entered the portal, that Texas now had its top target in the portal. Hank, how you doing?
Yeah. Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
Doing well.
Yeah.
I mean, what a week. Well, we got a lot to talk about.
Yeah. Yeah, no kidding. It's been a busy one.
So Andrew Makaba, tell the folks about why this name should matter to Texas.
Yeah. It makes so much sense. It's like, I was texting our Horns 24/7 group chat today, if Texas doesn't go out and, at least try to get him, what's the point of the portal? I mean, you look at the need for Texas at safety, Jalen Catalon into the portal yesterday. You're low on guys as it is, going into the Sugar Bowl, but that's a need position. We're seeing Texas still heavily recruit the high school level at safety with, Xavier Filsaime, the Florida commit, Kobe Black, who's ranked as a safety. You got to imagine that safety's right there on their list for the portal as well. And, with Andrew Makuba, Austin native, went to LBJ High School. So right there off the bat, that makes sense. His high school head coach at LBJ was Jamal Finner, who is now the director of high school relations at Texas connection. And the need, it makes too much sense. And, there's still a chance, I guess, you could say he's going to enter the NFL draft. I've seen previous mock drafts, I think prior to this season, at least, him potentially being a first round pick. So, I'm sure that's still something he's considering, but, you got to put Texas right there at the top of the list in terms of, the schools that make the most sense with him. So we'll see what happens. I reached out to him. I met him a long time ago when I was covering Alabama. LBJ had a cornerback named Latrell McCutcheon, who was committed to Alabama. Went out to see him at LBJ, and Andrew Makuba's out there. He had just transferred in from Reagan High School in Austin, and was just out there making plays. I think I saw them play Elgin in that first game of the 2019 season, and I was like, man, this kid can play. I think he had an Arkansas offer, so I want to give Arkansas credit there. I think that they had seen him already. So, but he blew up after that, got the Clemson love. Obviously Texas recruited him. This was during Tom Herman's era. LSU was in it heavily for him, but I'm watching Texas close here with him now in the portal.
Yeah, hey, you think about Andrew Makuba, like how did he get out of Texas in the first place? I know that there's too much talent here and to keep everybody. I understand that. And, if you have a chance to go to Clemson at a certain point, like I'd go to Clemson over Texas based on Texas success compared to Clemson in the last 10 years. But still, like the fact that they let him get out, like Tom Herman, those guys let him get out. It's just very odd to me. And Latrell,
and honestly, Mike Roach might be, or even Jordan might be Scruggs might be a better person to ask. I was covering Alabama, so I'm not totally sure all the dynamics. Alabama was trying to recruit him too, so he was on their radar as well. But yeah, it's I'm kind of curious myself as to how he got out of Texas. There's a few of those throughout the last few years. How did Garrett Wilson leave Austin? And there's other ones. Like Texas can't recruit everybody, but there's some of those that you're just like, how did this kid not end up here? So, but transfer portal, gives you a chance to redeem yourself. So, and it wasn't Sark's staff that recruited him, so you can't really fault them. But we'll see if they can get it done this time around.
Talking to Hank, South Horns 24/7. Any other? I know you've mentioned Will Shepard, the receiver at Vandy. We're talking to Hummer. Hummer mentioned maybe Juice Wells at South Carolina. Any other portal names to keep an eye on?
Yeah, so I actually checked in on the Juice Wells front as well, and I'm not sure how much contact is happening there. Obviously, the portal just opened yesterday, so guys are just kind of starting to actually be able to have official communication with coaches. But I know he is on Texas's radar. I was told there's half dozen receivers they're evaluating, looking at. I checked in with Will Shepard yesterday, the Vandy receiver, who, excuse me, makes a lot of sense. I think we talked about him last week, just kind of that Adonai Mitchell type that has SEC experience, big body, big frame, can be one of those 50-50 ball guys. Hasn't heard from Texas as of yesterday, so we'll see if that changes in the weeks to come. But Deion Burks is another one. Steve Wilfong on 24/7 Sports wrote yesterday that he had heard from Texas. He's the Purdue wide receiver transfer. I don't have his stats pulled up right in front of me, but he's a guy that's getting a ton of interest, Michigan native. So we'll see if anything kind of happens there with Texas going in for him more. Cameron Martinez, who's a Ohio State safety transfer. Tom Loy reported that Texas had made contact there. So that's another one. And, I started a transfer portal HQ over on Horns 24/7 just because, Texas is going to reach out to a lot of guys. There's not going to be, doesn't mean there's serious interest or, vice versa. They could just be feeling things out. So there's, hour by hour updates are probably going to, keep flooding in there on that HQ. But and another one, can't go without mentioning Walter Nolan as well. He just entered the portal today, I believe, officially. And Steve Wilfong reported that, Texas might be a school to watch there as well. So, he's originally from Tennessee. Does he go back home to Tennessee? That would be a pretty big gut punch to Texas A&M to leave the Aggies and go to Texas. But, we've seen things like that happen before. So we'll certainly be watching him as well, considering, defensive line is such a need as well.
Hank, how shocked are you about Jalen Catalon leaving? I mean, very awkward time. Your team makes it to the college football playoff. It seems like this would be everyone's dream. Xavion Bryce, he didn't play at all. But again, Jalen Catalon, it seemed like he came to Texas to be in these situations, to potentially play for a national championship. And we know the rotation that they have in secondary, but still, it's a bit odd,
Yeah, it is. And, I guess we're not still 100% sure whether he's going to stick around and play, and maybe try to advertise himself to his next school. If he could, I feel like that would be a really good opportunity if he does want to go somewhere else, to go shine at the college football playoff level like Adonai Mitchell did, and maybe, get your name out there more. But yeah, weird timing. Not the greatest of timing, just like, again, they're low on depth there. And when you got the nation's #1 passer you're about to face, you want to be all hands on deck, full strength if you can. So, we'll be keeping an eye on there if he does end up playing. But yeah, kind of weird timing in terms of it all. But, the transfer portal is, you never know with the transfer portal. Craziest things can happen. You look over at Alabama, they got Jermaine Burton. I always mention Alabama, sorry. They got Jermaine Burton right after he just beat them in the college football playoff at Georgia 2 seasons ago, and now he's making plays for Alabama. So it's a crazy thing. You never know people's personal situations, opportunities they have elsewhere, and you just kind of have to try to follow it best you can.
Hank, Jeff Choate is now the head coach at Nevada, the co-defensive coordinator, inside linebackers coach for the Texas Longhorns. How will this impact Texas in recruiting?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to, can't say enough good things about him. Everyone loves Jeff Choate. I was watching his introductory video with the Nevada football team, and I found myself kind of getting kind of pumped up. I was like, man, those guys got a good one. But, guys like, potentially Ty Anthony Smith, the Texas A&M linebacker commit, they had still been, trying to work on to flip. Maybe it impacts him. I think he was pretty happy with the Elko hire at A&M, so I'm not sure if that was going to end up happening anyway. A guy like Justin Williams, the Georgia linebacker commit, Texas is still trying. They're still, if he wants to come, I think there's a spot for him. the 5-star from Oak Ridge out in Conroe. But it'll have an impact. How much? I don't think it's going to have this huge drop off. They're going to go hire somebody very proven and with their credentials and a recruiting background. So and that's another testament to the culture that they have in place. You can have this attrition on your coaching staff and you can keep chugging along. That's the sign of a healthy program. So I think they'll be fine.
Yeah. Hank, tell us a little bit. Go read it in the article that you put out. Great job as usual, Horns 24/7. But Mike January's pops, the Texas linebacker commit, his pops talked with you a little bit. How was that? How excited are they about the Horns getting to a CFP? It felt like when you see those results, it makes you feel good about the decision that your son could make.
Yeah, they were pumped. It was funny. I asked him, obviously he played for Texas in the 1980s. His son's going to play at Texas. He's 30-year season ticket holders. So, I was like, yeah, Sunday morning, you see that, what was the reaction? And he said, he was like, oh, we were excited. He's like, Alex is like a really kind of a low key, doesn't really show his emotions kind of kid. And he's like, as opposed to me. So it sounds like, Mike January got pretty pumped up when that announcement came down. But, no, he was saying, with him, he thinks Alex will get to that, once you get into the program and you kind of see what these guys put into this, what goes into making a run like this and everything that, these guys go through together. I think he was saying he thinks Alex will get to that level where, this really means something to him as opposed to kind of being an external fan and, in that regard. So, but no, it was a really good conversation with him. I asked him about, the decision to commit to Texas back in the summer. He's a quiet kid, so we haven't really heard from him much. He kind of committed and, he was committed. He's playing with Duncanville. They're trying to make a state title run. And his dad was just saying, it was going to, he said it, he didn't want to put words in Alex's mouth, but he was saying, that was a hard thing for other teams to overcome. The fact that his dad played at Texas, grew up a Texas fan, had all these things going in favor of Texas. Obviously, Bo Davis, his development, his track record, it was going to be hard for another team to overcome Texas. And that's exactly what happened. And, since then, his dad was telling me, LSU and Florida State have still kind of tried to stay in contact, stay in the mix. But I think they've kind of gotten the message that, he's not going to change his mind. So he's locked in, he's excited. And, it's going to be interesting to see, this kind of, once he gets to Texas, gets in the strength program, kind of see how his body, takes shape and what he can do down the line.
Hank, you had a great nugget in the Insider last week about the number of early enrollees coming to Texas in the 2024 class. Tell the folks, because it's a pretty good number.
Yeah, it's I think it was about half the class. My computer's not loading for me, but yeah, it's a good bit, and it's it's the position groups. Obviously, that will be helpful to have early enrollees to get a semester under your belt. I don't have it right in front of me, but I know for a fact, and it'll be interesting too here. These kids can, assuming they get their credits done and everything they need to do to graduate early, some of them can start practicing with the team during the bowl practices. So, and we've seen this in the past where, I think in the 2016 playoff, when Bama was playing Clemson, Jalen Hurts was the scout team Deshaun Watson and helped them prepare for Deshaun Watson in that title game. And so I'm not saying there's, these guys that are coming in that, can go simulate that, but, to have extra guys on hand to get that college experience, to go through practices, see what it's like. And I think they can suit up with them too. Everyone keeps asking on our board, hey, can these early enrollees play in the bowl game? It's like, no, but I think they can at least be on the sideline, wearing jerseys, which is still pretty cool. But, Jarrett Gibson, the running back,
Ryan Wingo,
Ryan Wingo, big one, Colin Simmons, Brandon Baker, all your big names right there.
Wardell Mack.
Yeah, you probably have it pulled up in front of you, but big time names that are
Trey Owens, quarterback.
Yeah, Trey Owens, Daniel Cruz, I think is going to practice. Jared Gibson's supposed to practice. Christian Clark said he was going to practice. So maybe one of these guys can be like Dylan Johnson or something. I don't know, but yeah, so it's a big deal getting these guys in early. That's kind of been the trend we've seen more and more in college football. If you can get in early, do it, get that semester under your belt, so you're going into your freshman season more as kind of a sophomore at that point.
Yeah. Hey, how funny was it to see Rivals put out that post about Ryan Wingo potentially flipping, and Ryan Wingo responded by nah and the hook 'em emoji. I
Yeah.
thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah, no, it's funny. Everything just blows up nowadays on social media. Yesterday, Chris Hummer on 24/7, you guys just talked to him, reported that Arch was happy, he was staying with Texas, and everyone's why are you even reposting this, Hank? And I'm just like, well, I mean, there's every time I get on Facebook or social media, I see a fake graphic of Arch Manning is considering Ohio State, Clemson, Miami, and it's just like, and I've gotten texts from family members who aren't reading us on Horns 24/7. They're like, "Oh, is Arch Manning really transferring?" I'm just like, guys, come on! Like the picture of him on his high school visit to Ole Miss with Jeff Lebby, who's now the head coach at Mississippi State.
That's my favorite, Hank.
That's the bit of research can take care of that. But no, so that was there. You got this time of year, it's always wild. People will chase anything. Who are the latest follows on social media? What tweets are they liking? So no, it's wild. But that was pretty funny with Ryan Wingo.
Well, Hank, what'd you think of the college football playoff matchup for the Longhorns?
Yeah, no, I this is going to be a fun game. And I think it's a matchup, outside of, Texas's vulnerabilities at safety and in the back end, that I think they match up pretty well. Obviously you can't say enough good things about Michael Penix. The guy's really, really good. I think, you kind of have to just expect he's going to get some of his plays in. You're not going to shut him down. They have a stellar wide receiver core that's going to be the best Texas has faced. And so, you're going to have to just limit the big plays, I feel like. But, I think this is a really big opportunity for, Texas at full strength. We saw them play last year. They were down Bijan, Roschon, and Overshone. And, now that they're full strength, they're going to be healthy by January 1st. You assume, Worthy escaping serious injury, I think was a really big deal. Looking at it now, obviously it's always a big deal if you get hurt, but the fact that he looks like he's going to be available and be at full strength. Ryan Watts, you have to imagine, is going to be back at full strength, because you're going to need all the guys you can to defend Penix, and kind of just sustain that first half without Derek Williams and hope that, maybe you can affect Michael Penix, get him a little rattled, get him off, get in his head a little bit. But no, I think Quinn Ewers and this offense are going to have big opportunities. I think they can stretch the field. I think it'll probably be a pretty high scoring game. I feel like, Texas is obviously very talented defense, but again, you're playing the number one passing offense in the country. These guys can score points, and I think they're going to score some points in this game. But I like the matchup for Texas. I think they have a good shot in this. I would say, I think Washington really took it personal that Oregon was favored by 10 points in the Pac-12 championship, and they were the ones that beat Oregon. So, Texas, 4.5 point favorites right now? Or was that the latest one?
Yep.
Maybe let's not give Washington any bulletin board material or anything, so we'll see. But no, I'm excited for this one for sure.
Last one for me, Hank. Trey Johnson was in town with Link Academy last week for Thanksgiving for that Thanksgiving showcase up in Duncanville. How was that? Saw the picture with Frank Haith and Rodney Terry with Trey. It seems like he's still all in with the Longhorns and having a good year to go along with other commits like Cam Scott and Nick Choate.
Yeah, you catch me off guard here a little bit. I didn't watch that game, so I've been all football mode the last week. But no, I mean, I'll have to go and look at the box score. I didn't catch that one, but no, I mean, I've heard nothing but things from his camp that he's excited about Texas, and obviously they're excited about him. So, but if you ask me next week, I'll go and look back on that.
Appreciate it, Hank. My bad, dog.
No, you're good. I should have tuned in on that.
Hank, what did you think of the Alabama-Michigan playoff pairing?
Yeah, another one where it's kind of, Texas has experience with Washington. Alabama is not as recent, but, they played Michigan fairly recently in the, I guess, what was it? The Orlando Bowl a few years back after Tua got hurt and Mac Jones took over. And maybe it's like me having covered Bama for so long. I think Bama's going to smoke them. Michigan's talented. They've got guys, but it's just a different speed with a team like Alabama. I think we're going to see why it made sense to make sure the SEC was included in the playoff. And I think they're going to I think they're going to cause a lot of trouble for that Michigan defense. I think, Dallas Turner, Chris Braswell, I think they're going to get after J.J. McCarthy. So it's going to be a really big test for them. But, the Rose Bowl, I think Saban, you give Saban a month to prepare. I think they're going to cause issues for Michigan for sure.
Well, and Jalen Milroe, I said this going into the SEC championship game. I don't think people understand what a competitor that guy is. Yeah. And now that he knows what to expect from his coaches, he's getting better and better and better.
Yeah. And I was talking to someone today. It's like, and Bama played Ohio State in the championship game 2 years ago. And I mean, they obviously Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State, all those teams have, elite level athletes. They're really, really good. But, you watch them in that title game during the COVID year, and Ohio State's defense could not keep up with Alabama. And given they were playing Jamison Williams, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle. So yeah, you're playing some speedster guys, but it didn't even look fair at some points. And it was a 6-game season for Ohio State, so you can look at that. But I see that kind of a similar thing this year. Isaiah Bond's really come on as of late. They've got Amari Niblack who scored a touchdown against Texas. So, if Texas and Alabama get to meet in the national championship, man, that's gonna be a heck of a game in Houston. I hope that happens. That'd be really fun to cover in Houston for sure.
Yeah. Hank, good stuff, man. We know you're going 100 miles an hour. Keep up the good work. We're reading at horns247.com.
Sure thing. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Hank. Appreciate you.
Breaking it down. And we've also got a 60% off promo with the portal. It's the portal promo. So if you missed out on the most recent promo, you get another chance here because the portal's open and that promo ends soon. So get over to horns247.com, become an annual member, and you get all the advantages. You get VIP access to every team on the preeminent 24/7 sports network. So you can check in on the Washington Huskies. You know what I'm saying? Zay, let's move toward the chip shot and the right call here. Great Blue Heron Furniture, greatblueheronfurniture.com. I love what they've got going because they've got beautiful furniture that might just cause you to realize, you know what, it's time to remodel a room in our house with some Great Blue Heron furniture, whether it's the couch, the recliner, the bar stools, and you can design your own furniture. It's really cool. Just go to greatblueheronfurniture.com, check out that design option and see for yourself what that incredible furniture would look like in your house. And don't forget to use the promo code HOOK'em. That is the Texas Sports Unfiltered promo code, 15% off, greatblueheronfurniture.com. And of course, if you don't have the big screen that makes you feel like you're on the sideline, then you need to give Tom McKay an audiovisual consultations a call at 255-8678. Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. Don't go shopping. He'll bring you the best price on big screens, surround sound, surveillance, new lighting, electronic shades. You can do it all. All you got to do is make that phone call. 255-8678, avconsultations.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. And of course, Salt Traders Coastal Cooking. You got happy hour tonight from 3:30 to 6:30. You're getting $5 off all the beginnings menu. Eat like a king and a queen off of that menu. It'll make you feel like it'll get you ready for New Orleans. I'll tell you that. The New Orleans barbecued shrimp, the grilled oysters. You'll love it. Salt Traders, Coastal Cooking, Zilker location, and Round Rock. All right, Zay. It is time for the chip shot. And I was making some phone calls this morning and was able to track down the news about Derek Williams and the fact that his appeal had already been denied and that he will have to sit out the first half of the Sugar Bowl. And that, as soon as that targeting call happened in the second half against the big, in the Big 12 title game on the opening kickoff, you were like, uh-oh, because Derek Williams has been he's just improved as the year has gone on. He's got the look. I mean, he's a long, hard-hitting, good tackling safety who has energy, maybe a little too much energy on that kickoff. But this, this is now an opportunity for someone else. And, whether it's, BJ Allen or Larry Turner Gooden, or, I don't know. I don't know if you move Jahdae Barron or if you, play some kind of hybrid in a dime package. Maybe you can play Jahdae Barron and Gilbo together and kind of hide that safe. But you're going to have to do something, and you're going to have to be creative. And that's why you have this coaching staff. That's why they make the big bucks, because look, Jeff Choate leaving doesn't help, because Jeff Choate, co-defensive coordinator, was a guy that everyone listened to. He's more vocal. He's more of a step right up and say it guy than.
So he's not coaching in the game?
Well, he's going to be distracted. Let's put it that way. At the very least, I have not gotten a response yet on what his role will be in the 15 practices versus what he has to get going for Nevada. So he's going to be distracted at the very least and maybe unavailable. And look, grad assistants who've been assisting Choate can help a little, but Choate's expertise going into the game plan and how to deploy certain players, this is what Nick Saban has to deal with all the time. So this is what happens. You get cherry picked. You win big, your staff starts to get cherry picked. So this is, I'll just keep saying it. 15 practices, man. You got 15 practices to get it figured out, because you've got this incredible opportunity. I mean, outside of the pass defense, Texas matches up really well with Washington. Really well. I mean, from a run stopping standpoint, from a pressure package standpoint, the Texas defense can make life easier on the secondary, but they got to be aggressive, and they just have to roll. They can't be trying to play soft coverage from the beginning. They'll get killed. So it's one of those opportunities for the players. And I think Quinn Ewers becomes a huge figure in this game, because if he's locked in like he was in the Big 12 title game, and he carves up that Washington defense with Adonai Mitchell and Xavier Worthy and Keelan Robinson and JT Sanders, then bring on the shootout. Texas will engage. I think it's going to be a really fun matchup, and Texas's defense is no joke. So, yeah, it hurts. No Derek Williams first half of the Sugar Bowl, but let's get creative and build confidence in that game plan, so that by the time they hit the field on January 1st, there's not a doubt in anyone's mind that Texas is going to win that game. My 2 cents.
Yeah, and SD says do not move Jahdae Barron. I respectfully disagree. If you have to move Jahdae Barron around, he is good enough where you could do that. And I don't know if you go to a BJ Allen or Larry Turner Gooden just yet. I trust Jalen Gilbo more than any of those other two guys. So if he has to play more of the star position, nickel spot, where Jahdae is playing more of a traditional safety until Derek Williams gets back, then so be it. because, again, I trust Jahdae Barron, one of the most underrated defensive players in the nation. Like, I think a lot of people are going to understand how big 23 is for this Texas defense, especially with the ability to move him around. So, Keaton Crawford, Jaron Thompson, Michael Taft, as long as those guys aren't lining up playing just straight like in that star spot like we saw against U of H where they got picked apart, like Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford, that was their worst game, especially together. Like U of H, Donovan Smith, he picked those guys apart all game long. And you can't get in those situations with Jalen Polk and Jalen McMillan and Roma Dunze. Those dudes, they're just too talented. These are three guys that are going to be playing on Sundays. So you got to play some type of a tight coverage, but you also got to respect them enough to where there has to be help if they want to beat you over the top, because Michael Penix's arm, it's special. So as long as the run game, Dylan Johnson, he can't get going. Like, he's had a tremendous year, and I think he's been slept on, and that's what Kalen DeBoer, that's what he wants. I think that's how he's gotten over on all these teams to go 13-0, is that when you prepare for Washington, you focus so much on Michael Penix and this passing attack that guys like Dylan Johnson could get you for 130 yards per game. Like, he's well over 1,000 yards, like that's a guy that I don't know about the rest of the running backs in the Pac-12, but if he's not on the first or second team, then hey, what are we doing here? That dude, like, he has some juice to him, and he lit up Oregon a couple of times to move the chains for the Huskies. So again, the defensive line, that front seven, they got to be as locked in as ever to help that secondary out, because regardless of what we talk about, Chip, Michael Penix is going to put up some type of numbers. Like, he's just too good. Like, there's going to be some things that you just can't stop. But when you get into the red zone and stuff, if you limit instead of sixes and get threes out of it, I think that's going to be huge for Texas, because right now I can't see Washington's defense stopping the Longhorns. Like Quinn Ewers, even if he throws one interception or so, I think they could still come back and get those explosive plays. And if they aren't getting explosive plays, they could dink and dunk their way up the field. We saw against Oklahoma State when they're put back on their own 5-yard line and their own 15 and stuff, how they're able to just get the ball up the field. Well, Sark's got to trust that. Sark, with 15 practices and over a month to go, I think he's going to find a game plan that could absolutely demolish that Washington Huskies defense. And yeah, this should be a shootout, but if Texas could find themselves, get a couple of sacks, timely sacks, third down sacks, fourth down stops, red zone stops, I like the Horns right now. I really do.
Yeah. I mean, you've got to, play excellent defense between the 20s and get them into the red zone and limit them to field goals. And that's where Washington's offense has slowed down at times, is in the red zone, kind of like Texas. So they want to hit you for big plays, just like Texas. And that's where this is going to be really fun. Dylan Johnson, the running back, has 19 catches on the year. So he's not as prolific of a pass catcher as Jonathan Brooks was, or, as prolific as the running backs in Sarkisian's offense typically are. But you've got to make sure that Dylan Johnson doesn't get you on the ground, because last year, that's where Washington was able to get over the top on Texas with Wayne Talapapa going for over 100 yards in that game and keeping Washington balanced. That's why they were able to score 27 points. So it's going to be fun. All right, let's get to the right call. And yes, thank you, Engaging Life's Moments. Please hit the like button. That helps us with our bosses and with our growth. Tell your friends and enemies to subscribe to the Horns 24/7 YouTube channel. And, make sure that you're setting alarms in your phone for 1 o'clock weekdays to remind you to hit the Texas Sports Unfiltered app as well on your phone, so that, you're always in the know. All right, let's get to my man, Zay, and the right call.
Yeah, before we get to the right call, shout out to Covert BK. Been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years, and they've been committed to providing customers with a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. So that ugly bucket that's just, you wash it and you think it looks better, it doesn't look better, bro. It don't matter how many times you wash that thing. Rusted paint, all this stuff, just, you don't need that no more. Go down the Dan with the family and go visit them at Covert BK and upgrade for you, upgrade for the missus, upgrade for the hubby. Or Christmas is coming up, we want to get the kids something because they deserve it, and you're tired of driving them to the soccer practices and all that, and they finally got their license. Go to Covert BK and reward those kids for getting the license. You know what I'm saying? Because they got 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Cadillac, Jeep, and Ram. You're going to find what you want. Or go to covertbcave.com and you'll see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Ship, a little 2-for-1 for the right call today. I just want to briefly talk about the in-season tournament in the NBA. Watched it last night, the semifinals with Indiana versus Boston. Yo, that was a very March Madness feel with that game. Adam Silver, kudos to you, bro. NBA, they found something. I was very skeptical about this in-season tournament just because, we don't like change. You're changing what Magic and Zeke Thomas and Larry Bird and Jordan and Barkley, all those legends, you're changing what they had to go through. And now, how's that going to look? Perfect idea. It was great basketball. The guys are playing hard because the incentives are like 500,000. So you're getting paid. There's guys on 2-way contracts that aren't making as much as these max superstars. And these max superstar players, they want to play for their teammates. So everybody wants money. Everybody wants to go to Vegas and get this money. So very impressed with the product of basketball that I saw yesterday. Those dudes were hooping. And yeah, Adam Silver, you did that. They got 2 more games tonight, I want to say, with the Bucks and the Knicks. And then the Lakers play against KD and the Suns. So those should be some good battles. Check it out. Good basketball. All right. The real right call today. This is the petty shit that y'all come for. Aaron Rodgers, with his crippled ass, was talking spicy today on the Pat McAfee show. And yeah, this dude, talk about petty, talk about saltiness. This dude is still bitter for his Cal Golden Bears not making it to the Rose Bowl. And instead, the Longhorns, or Vince Young, lit up Michigan, making it and winning it. Listen to how he felt when he was asked by Pat McAfee and crew about the CFP rankings and how it went down on Bootleg.
Florida State, those boys. That was my team growing up. That was my team. I think they should have got in. Over? And Texas. Okay.
Nice. He's doing horns down right here.
All right, but Texas beat Bama 4 months ago.
Yeah, and Saban called us to tell the College Football Playoff Committee to put them in. So
that's how ESPN. Yep. That's why you just said what you just. Oh my God, he's an ESPN show now. Wow. Show. How? Because you want the SEC in there. Mm-hmm. Wow. Hope you feel good. Welcome to New York.
All I know is
welcome to New York.
All I know is the Pac-12 is in. Finally, the West Coast bias ends. The last year we're in the goddamn division, or actual division. Last game in the Conference of Champions history. California Golden Bears go to the Rose Bowl and take down the UCLA Bruins to earn a bowl game. Shout out Justin Wilcox, everybody in Cal Bear Nation. Adam Durst for coming to my party on Sunday. Love you, bro.
Yeah, it's great to see you, dude.
You are the Reign King. And shout out to you guys for having me in here today. See you in Indy soon. Not too soon, but soon.
Yeah. Well, first off,
yeah, Aaron Rodgers dropping the GD because he's so salty and still is hating on Texas because he felt screwed over, even though they went to their bowl game and lost to Texas Tech that same season. But yeah, man, Aaron Rodgers throwing the horns down. You know what? I wanted him to come back. I wanted him to maybe squeak the Jets in the playoffs. Now, I don't give a damn. I hope the Jets lose every game from here on out. How about that? Garrett Wilson, I hope you get your love just because you're an Austin Knight and you're my guy, like Travis alum. But everybody else, yeah, miss me with that BS. Aaron Rodgers, you're a hater, bro.
Aaron Rodgers still mad over what he thought was some politicking by Mac Brown.
Yeah.
Get those Longhorns into the Rose Bowl.
Look at this fool. Horns down. It looks like he's wearing an A&M hat too. It's not. I don't know what it says, but him wearing those colors, throwing up horns down. Wow. All right. All right, Rob.
Come on, Aaron.
Yeah. All right.
He's got bigger and better things to do. Apparently not.
No, he don't. Rehabbing. That's what he has to do. Take drugs that are illegal. Why isn't he locked up? There's a lot of people locked up right now that have taken way less than what he's taken. Come on now. What are we doing?
What are we doing?
Yeah, dropping the GD, man. Damn, man. That's how you really feel on national TV? All right.
I love it.
It's Texas Sports Unfiltered. I ain't even dropping no GD on here. That's it's a wild boy, that Aaron Rodgers, man.
I love it.
Lord have mercy.
Then from Adam. Hey, Chip, how soon could we see some transfer commits? I think that could happen in the next several days. And remember, Texas will tell the players there's 2 transfer portal windows. The other one is May 1st through May 15th. So you can go through spring. If you're not just in a hurry, you can go through spring and then have an even better idea, because that's the last chance. So the coaches have a better idea of exactly what they need. Now, I think they would take a Walter Nolan, obviously. I did an insider over at Horns 24/7 on the highest priorities for Texas in the portal: defensive lineman, linebacker, receiver, safety. If they find the right guy in those areas right away, like a Walter Nolan, they would take that. Otherwise, they might take their time to see if, to see what's out there in the second wave of the portal. So kind of a tough one but you probably will see, 1 or 2 portal commits before the Sugar Bowl. I think that's fair. Texas could, depending on how many guys turn pro, Texas could be in the portal for a tight end. They could, they've averaged 6 portal transfers each of the last 3 years. You could see that number be a little higher, depending on the number of players who will leave early or leave with a COVID year to turn pro or leave the program. So,
well, what's exciting that you've seen in this 2023 season, Chip, is that yes, they've done a good job in the portal, but depending on that freshman coming in, they've done a hell of a job developing the freshmen to where we're talking about Derek Williams being seriously concerning, him not playing in the first half. Like, that's a freshman we're talking about. And what also sucks for Derek Williams? He's going back home to the boot. Like, he ain't even going to get to play a full game. He a Louisiana kid. So I feel for him on another level with that. But Malik Muhammad, Anthony Hill, CJ Baxter, again, even if you don't get the ideal guys for each spot that is needed in the transfer portal, you gotta like this coaching staff's job of developing these freshmen that, hell, with Derek Williams, he ain't even come in early. The dude came in the summer and is now
like Kelvin Banks.
Yeah, this is now a huge, part of this defense. So, I'm not going to look at the transfer portal. Yes, you want to get as many top tier guys as possible. That's obvious. But if they don't, I'm not going to really be that concerned. I mean, yes, we're going to the SEC's different schedule at 2024. Absolutely. But those guys coming in, the Colin Simmons of the world and Wardrell Mack and stuff like that. Like Mack's probably thinking, oh, I'm a safety. They need a safety. Okay, sure. Get me ready, coach. Get me ready. Or once I step on campus, I want to do what Derek Williams is doing. I want to do what Malik Muhammad's doing. How do I get there? And if you're a big-time recruit that's maybe in the 2025 class or 2026, you see all the freshmen that are getting playing time. So you know, oh, if I'm good enough, Texas has proven they're going to play me if I'm prepared, if I'm ready to go. So I can appreciate that, and that's something that we haven't seen in recent years with these young guys coming in and being ready off the bat.
Right, and that's a great point, and I think that Sark and his coaching staff are very aware of that. They only want to complement in the portal. They don't want to stifle or build through the portal. They don't want to, stifle the growth of their young talent. But if you feel like, and this is where we're going to find out in the bowl practices, how much do they think of BJ Allen? How much do they think of Larry Turner Gooden? Because depending on what happens with Jaron Thompson and Keaton Crawford, are those guys ready? Are they recruited over?
Warren Robinson.
Now when we start talking about Jelani McDonald and Warren Roberson, those two dudes they're going to be factors. I can't wait because Jelani McDonald looks like Ryan Watts. He might be bigger than Ryan Watts.
Yeah.
And they're talking about him at corner. So, yeah. And you've already got Malik Muhammad out there. You got Derek Williams, Anthony Hill, we mentioned, and look, Sadir Mitchell's going to take a big step up next year. You got some young dudes who are ascending, and let's see how much progress they make. I knew something was up when Catalan didn't even get into the Big 12 title game. Everyone got into the Big 12 title game.
He didn't play in that game at all?
And he was fine after the game because I was walking right next to him down the tunnel. I think that was that,
Damn. If he was healthy and he didn't play, that's a bad sign.
Yeah.
That's a bad sign. But again, like, how are you presenting yourself when you come into work every day? Because coaches can see how locked in you are, especially if you were locked in at a certain point of the season and now you're acting different. Your attitudes change. And again, this is all speculation. I'm not saying this is what Jalen Catalan did, but it's just, you got to speculate because this is just weird. Again, you're in the CFP. Why are you announcing that you want to be in the transfer portal? This is what guys dream about. Like, ain't this why you transferred to come to Texas?
Right.
If that was the case, you could be sitting at home still at Alabama because they ain't make no bowl. So,
right. Or like Hummer said, wait, Adonai Mitchell went through the whole playoff national championship before deciding to leave. You can, do you really need to beat the Christmas rush here in the first wave?
Yeah, and again, like that goes to the playing part, like not playing him in Arlington. Like, how are you with your teammates now? Because they know they're not dumb. They know how locked in you are. They know how engaged you are. They always know. So again, if as vulnerable as this secondary is right now, if Derek Williams possibly are not playing, he's not playing in the first half. And then you got Ryan Watts. We still don't know how healthy he's going to be, even though we're expecting him to play with a month out. If Jalen Catalan had the ability to play, if I'm Sark and I ask the players, I'm saying, hell no. No, this dude doesn't want to go to war with us. This dude thinks so little of us at this moment that he doesn't want to play for a chance to win a national championship. He's just caring about himself. And I get it, you got to look out for yourself, but also it's the damn college football playoff. Like, how many opportunities are you going to get to have these moments? And Jalen Catalon, if you're not all in, then to hell with you, bruh. Like, good riddance. Have a nice life after Texas, because that ain't it. I don't want that energy. Stark doesn't need that energy in the locker room. We need guys that want to win and want to be there. And if homeboy is 1 foot in, 1 foot out, thinking about his next destination and trying to make these tackles on one of the best secondaries in the nation, I can't have that. Miss me with that bullshit, KD and Trey. I can't have that. No.
I mean, y'all are great. And that was great stuff right there. It's why we love you and Chip. But yeah, I agree. But also, it's like the whole Notre Dame, Chip, Michigan philosophy. Like, I know guys who have an 05 ring who are making $800K a year in some random job their skill set doesn't work for. But they walked into the interview and had the 05 ring, and they're like, "Yep, you're hired. We're going to get you with our oil guy in West Texas." And all of a sudden, he's taking vacations that he shouldn't, because he lasted and waited as a backup, but he's got that ring. Like, you're kissing the ring if you win a championship with the Texas connections. Chip, is that right?
Oh, yeah. Yes, absolutely. And that's another thing. Like, A.D. Mitchell and his family, they they're like, "Where do you want to live?" And AD said, "Texas." Okay, then Texas.
Right.
And, Jalen Catalon, that one's a little bit of a mystery, but, he wants to keep playing. I wasn't sure he wanted to keep playing, but either way, I would stick with this team and ride through this playoff because this is once in a lifetime.
The NFL, checkout on the combine, his shoulder is going to get there's like freshman year at Arkansas. You look like if you could learn how to cover a NFL guy for 7 years. You're not. Like, take the long-term benefit of being a UT guy your rest of your life.
That's a great point. Great point.
All right, guys. Great job. Appreciate y'all.
Hey,
Appreciate y'all.
Peace. Have a good show.
Bye, guys. Thanks.
What's up, brother?
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are you on this Tuesday?
Doing great, man. Beautiful day.
Yes, it is. And it's a day that is fitting for both of us because it starts out a little bit cooler in the morning, which you're a big fan of. And I completely understand that. By the way, both my kids, much bigger fans of cold mornings than the moderate mornings and hot days. But right now is perfect. I mean, this weather right here is why people deal with all the bullshit that they do in Southern California so that they can have like 300 plus days like this throughout the year.
Can you imagine Paul Christ, who was at Wisconsin, played there, I believe, OC, then head coach? Like, today is why he's thinking, this is why I'm getting paid $120 a year or whatever he's getting paid, and hanging out downtown and, just enjoying what December is like in Texas.
Yeah, that and the fact that Wisconsin is probably still paying him millions of dollars per year too. So,
right.
I mean, if you are making millions, then some of the added cost of living in Austin proper, not around Austin, living in Austin become pretty negligible because you can afford it at that point.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's got plenty of money. Kids are probably out. Him and his wife probably are eating in Austin. And I mean, they were in Madison for a long time, which is a pretty cool city, but Austin is Madison, 50 years fast forward. And so he's probably enjoying it. And, it's why Gary Patterson was here. It's also why UT's been so good. I mean, I rewatch a game a couple of times and seeing guys like him on the sideline. Like, I mean, we have finally coaching wise caught up with where we should be. We finally have, a boardroom which makes sense for the payroll we have.
Yeah, I think that was something that Texas should have been using to its advantage for a long time. But it also took a forward thinker like Nick Saban who understands the loopholes
Yep.
you can use to your advantage in exploiting the system. It took him doing that first before a lot of people or a lot of other programs around college football realize that that's not something that they should deny themselves of too. But it may also take the right guy to make that happen. Like Steve Sarkisian has the demeanor to bring guys in who have been head coaches elsewhere and not feel threatened. Whereas I know Tom Version did a version of this. He would bring other people in too, but it wasn't somebody along the lines of a Paul Christ. It was like people from who had been responsible for lesser programs and hadn't really had successes at those programs. But hey, they were former college coaches, so theoretically they should be able to help you out.
Yeah, Mac brought in Dick Tomey, who really helped out, but not a threat. And both those guys probably saw stuff, and most coaches do, as a threat.
And
Dick
Tomey
people do, by the way, in any job. Like, I'm not going to bring you on, like, help me out here. Oh, shit, he may take my job, you know?
And Dick Tomey was a position coach, too. We're talking about, like, offensive and defensive.
Dick Tomey wasn't even that. He was just an assistant head coach, remember?
For some reason, I thought he had a role in defense.
Did they bring in Larry McDuff?
No, I'm thinking of Dick Tomey back when the media and fans were allowed to congregate for the first handful of practices on that field near I-35. I specifically remember Dick Tomey walking around without shoes, but like doing his version of whatever drill they were asking the defensive backs to. And so I equated that in the moment to him coaching defensive backs, but obviously he didn't. That was Dwayne Akina doing that.
Akina, yeah. Akina would have been there then. But yeah, no, Tomey was so, yeah, I mean, that is the lack of ego, but more self-confidence that, no, I'm running this, and to make this the best that it can be, we're going to hire people, and I'm not going to feel threatened. And like, yeah, Paul Christ coming in, like Paul Christ on the sideline is huge.
Mm-hmm.
Tashard Choice, once again, I love running backs. I've always said they're like recently I said, but I've always felt like they're the uncle, and the way he coaches his players, the way Bo Davis does, and you could say the whole turnaround could have been Bo Davis on the bus after Iowa State. In terms of culture, like he's put together a really good staff, and I think there's ways to improve on it and get it better. I think there are a lot of free agents available, Corey Raymond, who are guys who I would go after. You just lose your linebacker coach to Nevada, and congratulations to Choate on that. But like, let's upgrade. Let's go get Antonio Pierce or someone like that.
Yeah, I mean, if Antonio Pierce is willing to step back or take a step back into college.
He's the head coach of the Raiders, interim head coach. And if you pay him enough, he may take this job because he's still growing as a coach, and he knows that.
Was he the DC there too, or did they elevate him from position coach to interim head coach?
I don't think he was a DC. He was a DC for Herm Edwards at Arizona State. But yeah, then he went there, but yeah, I mean, that's one of those where I don't know if it's him. I don't know if it's Corey Raymond. I think it's Raymond. But go upgrade and make this even better because you're going to the SEC. And I know that's crazy at 12-1, but there's something really special here and could be special, but you can't rest on your laurels in year 3.
So Antonio Pierce started out as linebackers coach and recruiting coordinator for Arizona State, eventually moves into a co-DC role as well as coaching the linebackers. And with the Raiders, he was the linebackers coach and got bumped up to interim head coach. So that's a great idea. And looking for replacements, Kwiatkowski, based on how he insisted that Washington handle the Jimmy Lake situation, when Jimmy Lake was potentially going to bolt for another gig. And he said, look, I don't care that I've been the DC here for a long time. Give him the DC job. And if it takes giving him play calling duties to keep him around, then I'll keep him around. That's the type of teammate, figuratively speaking, that Kwiatkowski is. So I think that would make a lot of sense if that's the route that they would want to go. And of course, you can money whip the guy too if need be.
Right. Money whip him, and Pierce is co-DC, Raymond's assistant head coach, or vice versa, which bumps up the deal, and give him about $1 million a year. They'll come here. They can build for 2 or 3 years a resume and be like, look how many All-Americans and first-round picks I have. And then go do what you want to do. And probably more Pierce than Raymond. I think Pierce wants to be a head coach, and he is fast-tracking there. Raymond maybe at a spot. He's been around long enough. He's like, DC at the most, but I want to be a secondary coach and get paid a ton. We can do that. I mean, there are ways to still elevate this program, because as we have the Washington matchup, as you and I have talked about over and over again, I mean, the big kryptonite with this team, and the obvious thing, I rewatched the game. Man, I've rewatched this game 4 times now. Bathing in it. Like if I would have been with, Alba back in the day and I had a porn of it. Not me. I don't want to see me, but like just like a eye porn, like a GoPro. And we, first possession should have been a PI. Gundy was right about that. If Charlie Strong would have done that, he would be in prison right now, in terms of how he reacted. But that was a PI. They got another one later. There was 21-7. Terrence Brooks got beat and a touchdown. Michael Penix hits that, and that's a touchdown. So our biggest kryptonite is the secondary, and I'm kind of worried about Washington, and I think it's going to be a high-scoring game, and they're going to score, man.
They are, and I think that they're going to have more success running the football too, because they've done a great job throughout the year of passing to set up the run. And Dylan Johnson is a really good running back. He's
very good.
The saving grace for them in the second half of the season, a sort of unsung hero outside of Washington circles. Washington people realize just how good he's been. Really starting in that Oregon game is where he got it going, but he's a big reason why they were able to make it through the regular season undefeated. But you're right. It begins with that passing attack, and Michael Penix is extremely accurate all over the field. And that includes those intermediate and deep routes that have caused Texas secondary guys problems at times. And if the front line can't get consistent pressure on Michael Penix early and they allow him to sit back and have time to find that open receiver, it's going to be a problem. And you're right. Washington is going to score some points regardless. They're just that good as an offense. Perhaps the saving grace here is I feel really good about Texas' chances if they get in a shootout with Washington, taking into account defenses occasionally making plays, whether it's forcing turnovers to flip the field or a sack on a quarterback that forces a punt. I have more faith in Texas' defense being able to do those things than I do Washington's defense.
Washington's 93rd overall in total defense. And total defense is different than scoring defense or red zone or against the run, so it's all matchup. But I totally agree. Texas is a more complete team. Texas should win this. Bama probably should win. It's probably a rematch, I hope. But Texas-Washington is going to be tight because it'll come down to turnovers and random things. I do feel good. I feel like liberated that we're done with the Big 12 officiating. Like, I feel like we may get a fair shake in this game. I mean, I feel like the last 28 games I've watched UT in, 28 in conference, I'm just waiting for an obvious hold that's not called, a random hold that's called on us. Like, I'm just waiting for, the face mask on the second quarter late when before Ethan Burke recovered the fumble. Like, I've gone back and looked at that. There was no face mask anywhere, man. Like, they just made that call poof out of nothing. They never gave a number, which they always give. They just said face mask. Blackwell made the tackle, and he made it right here. So I'm looking at rewinding it, looking at every other player for any hands to the face. Nothing. Poof. So luckily we don't have that. So it's a fair game. And fair game, I think Texas wins this in a shootout, but they could lose.
Yeah. Both these matchups are really close, and that was part of the point, according to the College Football Playoff Committee, is finding the most compelling matchups.
So I'm curious to get your take. So, I mean, I'm watching all that. I haven't had like that. You know, I don't record stuff on selfies on FaceTime because I'm an adult. But, you know, just watching it by myself here. And when they showed Texas number 3, I mean, I let out a roar, man. I was so happy and giddy and surprised. I kind of knew from talking to people that the night before, it had turned into a Bama FSU conversation.
Yeah, I knew Texas would end up at number 3.
I know you did.
I don't know what
You're part of my connections, so.
I just knew after Alabama beat Georgia, I'm like, this is going to turn into an Alabama-Florida State debate, and Texas is 100% in because of how they played, the fact that they had the trump card over Alabama.
Yeah.
And even though the playoff committee or the ranking committee, as they were during the year, you know, they have their shenanigans and they like to play their little games to create conversations. They consistently kept Texas ranked better than Alabama through it all. So I knew that would remain the case, even with Alabama beating Georgia.
Yep.
Because of their insistence on valuing head-to-head matchups. And Texas, other than that OU game, didn't have any other real slip-ups that resulted in losses. And ultimately, I think it really sucks for Florida State. I get their rationale. I think that you could make the argument that you don't actually have the 4 best teams playing against one another because you seriously leaving Georgia out if that's the criteria.
Right.
Value the conference championship games to a certain degree now too. Florida State went undefeated in a Power 5 conference.
An awful conference. It was so down and it was so bad. Trust me. So Notre Dame broke FSU's record. FSU, the best program by far at that point. Their all-time or tied their all-time record for conference wins. And they're not even in the conference, and Notre Dame's been good but not great the last. So I'm giving you this year, but the last couple of years too. Fair?
Yeah, look, the Big 12 was
that's a Notre Dame guy. Like, that's a joke. Does Notre Dame the last couple of years compare to Florida State in that time?
ACC is down, no doubt about that. Big 12's down. Hell, the SEC was down this year. It's been a weird year in college football. The reality is they scheduled a tough non-conference opponent that they beat. And yeah, LSU wasn't a world beater this year, but you don't know that when you're scheduling this game 5+ years out.
Fair.
They went undefeated, and with their third-string quarterback looking much more like a pedophile than a guy who was capable of starting at the FBS level, they beat the second-best team in their conference by 10 points in that conference championship game.
Yeah.
They end up getting left out.
Yeah.
I know that the biggest thing that the committee pointed to was Jordan Travis being hurt and that making Florida State not as good. I think that does a huge disservice to one of the best defenses in the country.
Agreed.
Statistically and eyeball test wise.
Yeah.
And a really good group of skill guys, including a future first rounder at wide receiver, another guy who's likely going to be playing in the league, good running backs.
Yeah.
And by the way, they're going to be getting their backup quarterback back for the bowl game. Travis is out for the year. Their backup was only out likely for that week, maybe one more week because of a concussion that he suffered against Florida. So it sucks. Like I understand and I agree. You have 2 better matchups than you would have had if it was Florida State and Michigan, which apparently Vegas would have had that as a double-digit line. but it still really sucks for Florida State that they went undefeated like that, and their consolation prize is facing Georgia in a New Year's Six bowl.
Everything you said, I agree with 100%. And it does suck, and it blows. And they do have 6'6" Johnny, Arizona State kid on the outside with Keon Coleman, Trey Benson behind. Trey Benson is going to be a great NFL running back. He's a fucking beast, man. I mean, he reminds me of, God, who's the Florida running back who I loved who ended up going to Jacksonville?
Fred Taylor?
Yeah, he's Fred Taylor, bro. Like, in terms of and can go.
And then the other kid who was the biggest reason why they scored a touchdown on Saturday.
Yes. No, they have a really good tight end. They've got a good, kind of a Texas offensive line, probably not as good, but a functional offensive line, more like a Clemson during their run offensive line. No first-round picks, but we work well together. Jared Verse, obviously, who came back defensively, and you're right about their defense. Their defense is damn good, top 5 good, playoff good. I agree with everything you said, and it's probably going to be a really good early life lesson for all these kids, because I don't know when you and I got this. I mean, I got it at 18, obviously, when I almost died, but I didn't really get it in terms of there are going to be times where you do everything right, succeed, and it doesn't work out. And it blows. Welcome to life. And they also, I say all that with the committee made the right decision. Finally, like they've been saying forever that it's for the 10 years. It's about the 4 best teams. You haven't done that. You've done conference championship, undefeated, sweethearts. And the reality is, for any of us with eyeballs who have watched this I've been watching it for 40 years, so whatever, 5-10 years, Florida State's not the same team. And not even fucking close, Trey. Like, Jordan Travis was that good. It's more of a compliment to him. He took up so much of their equity offensively with running, throwing, everything. And yeah, Rodemaker may be back. With Rodemaker completely healthy, they're not a top 7 team. So it sucks. It's the last year, so it's never going to come to this again. So don't worry. But also on the flip side, that when Deion Sanders was playing Texas baseball in '86, I became a huge FSU fan, right? Because Texas at that point in the Southwest Conference, to get to all this, the evolution of where we're at now with 2 big conferences, FSU was fun. They were cool. They were hip. I was 9 years old. So I'm seeing Deion in baseball and football, and I'm seeing later on Terrell Buckley or Charlie Ward, and they were fun. And Florida State, for about a 14, 15-year period, if you want to go with how the committee judged this, they had a wide right, a wide left, 1 loss, and they were clearly one of the top 2 teams in the country and should play for a national championship. And I argued that with the Noles fans. And they were arguing that for 14 to 20 years, every year. Yeah, we have a loss, but we played a tough schedule. And we're one of the best teams, eyeball-wise. And they were right. And they should have played for more and probably should have won more. You can't turn that around now in 2024 when you were arguing that from 1988 until 2002 that, all right, eyeball wise, we're not one of the top 4 teams. That is, what do they say at full stop kids do now? That's 100, Trey.
Yeah, people overhype Jordan Travis as a runner. I get it that he's a better runner than the backup, but he's not Vince Young. He's not Jaden Daniels as a runner.
I never said that, but he's much better than Rodemaker. Like, Rodemaker's a fucking stiff, bro.
I understand that. But they don't need Jordan Travis's legs to win games against good competition.
They need his arm, though, and his brain, and he's grown so much. So, like, they are a completely different team, Trey. Did you watch a Louisville game?
Yeah, Rodemaker wasn't in there for that game.
Okay. Did you watch?
They had a guy who was.
Did you watch the Florida game?
Yes, I did. He was concussed for half of that game. I realized that he wasn't great in that game, but you give a guy a little bit of leeway.
He got knocked out in the fourth quarter with 6 minutes to go, bro. He was not concussed half that game. He was there that whole game, and they looked like they were down. They looked like dog shit, man. I'm just being honest.
He also led his team back from being 12 points down early on. And I realized statistically he wasn't great, but it was also his first collegiate start. And again,
I agree.
This comes down
agree with all that.
This comes down to believing that Florida State is a one-trick pony in terms of why they're good versus giving credit to some of the other really talented pieces around Jordan Travis on offense and then the other side of the ball too. Like, people point to Cardale Jones and him being good in Ohio State's conference championship game, the year that he led them to that title. Like, that's a misrepresentation of what was going on with that team at that time. Ohio State's defense was really good, and Ezekiel Elliott was doing a lot more for that offense than Cardale Jones was in the conference championship game.
He was. All those are fair points, and I think it's a fair argument. And once again, I think Florida State has every right to be pissed off right now. And this is one of those where you're pissed off. You have every right to blow off the steam. You should be pissed. You should let it go. But it'd be like one of those, like if I had someone super close to me who died, a parent, mom or dad, and you come over and I'm just barking for the first 24 hours, whether it's about her death or his death or whoever in my life. And I'm like, I don't know if this is right. Maybe they were murdered. And you're like, all right, I'm going through shock at that point, right? And that, and you're just being a good friend and saying, all right, let it out, let it go. If I'm saying that in 4 weeks, you probably at that point need to come check on me, right? So let it out early. But the reality is, and once again, getting back to it, I was a Florida State guy with y'all. From 88 on, I don't know. How I'll go through it. It may have been 11 times where we're arguing with the top two at that point. They should be one of them. Really top one because bowl games change, but they should be in that mix. And yeah, Mallory missed it wide right against Miami, who was number one in the country. They should be in there. Florida State's played that game on the other side. They've been on the other side more. It's a microwave dynasty. Florida State was a girls' school, a teaching school, women's school until 58. Like they didn't turn into anything nationally relevant until the mid 80s. They're still very new money. And for them to, in their new money age, for 2 decades, take the other side and now try and flip it. I think they should be able to see rationally, objectively what all of us see. That's my point.
Yeah, fan bases. That's asking way too much of a fan
I
base.
know.
I agree with you. I'm not arguing that, but that's asking too much of any fan base, much less one that feels like they were spurned because they did go undefeated. I get it. The starting quarterback, who is the better option, it's why he's the starter, is out. But I would also point to some inconsistency with the selection committee with where they ranked Washington and Michigan based on that, because Michigan's
agreed
schedule was shit. Washington, while they weren't great down the stretch, they played ranked teams for their last 5 games. The other one was against a rival. And Michigan suffered a huge injury in that Ohio State game, losing one of their best offensive line was Zinter going down with that lower leg injury too.
Yeah.
But I also wonder if they were intentionally trying to set up what would be looked at as better matchups with Michigan and Alabama, and then Washington and Texas. Sarkisian, the history that he has with Washington. Kwiatkowski. And maybe with the exception of Washington, but I think I include them on the back end of this. Like it's, Alabama, Michigan, and Texas are all blue blood. So at that point, it becomes what would be the best matchup for Washington? Because we could go one way or the other on Michigan and Alabama, but we can't put Alabama at 3 and Texas 4.
I agree with that to some degree, and actually,
I'm not saying that was their line of thinking.
No, I get it. I get it.
Possible because I don't quite understand the rationalization for putting Michigan over Washington. If everything else that we've been talking about with Alabama over Florida State is true, which they made the right call there, by the way. You hear me defending Florida State fans' frustrations. I agree with the selection committee that we have the best matchups in place, maybe with the exception of Georgia replacing somebody, but that's moot because Alabama beat them.
You're going to love this. So I tweeted this out before everything came out, I think Saturday night. This is not too far conspiracy. The NCAA is investigating and has had a lot of issues with Jim Harbaugh in Michigan the last couple of years. Is that fair?
Say that again.
The NCAA with Michigan and Jim Harbaugh, kind of a weird relationship right now, right? And has been in the last couple of years. So he was suspended before this whole sign stealing thing came out.
To be fair, Jim Harbaugh has a weird relationship with everybody. I think that
fair. Except for Milk.
Even with Milk, like I think that the World Autism Society needs to embrace Jim Harbaugh as the one of the greatest successes in that history. Dude, did you watch him run away from getting the Gatorade bath?
No.
What the?
I didn't watch 1 second of that game, man.
Yeah, nor should you. I just happened to see it on a Twitter highlight. It's like, what the fuck is this guy's problem? I mean, is he going to start shedding tears if he gets wet? Like he was literally he sprinted through a crowd of players to avoid the Gatorade bath.
He's a weirdo. Maybe they do give him that and he'll be right there with Dustin Hoffman.
Maybe.
Yeah. In terms of, how everything plays out. So I don't want to go too, I'm not a conspiracy theorist. But I also know the relationship the NCAA has had with him and what they currently have with him and Michigan. Who's the best college football coach of all time?
Nick Saban.
What's the best modern day dynasty of all time?
Alabama.
Who looks like a team nobody, including Texas, you name it, would want to play right now, where the quarterback has gotten a lot hotter and the offensive line has gotten a lot better and a defense that looks like it always does?
Texas.
Alabama. And Texas. But this is they weren't going to give Michigan FSU without Jordan Travis. I love how you downplay Jordan Travis. He's not Vince Young. Nobody is, man. He's not Mike Vick. Nobody is.
He's not.
Jordan Travis was their fucking offense.
He's not the dual threat that everybody has been making him out to be over the last 3 days now.
He was much more of a concern and threat and danger when he would run. He's gotten so good at identifying, anticipating, releasing, getting it out to Johnny or Keon or the tight end or giving it to so he didn't need to. Dude, he was their guy. Fair?
He was their starting quarterback. Yes, I agree with that.
No, God. I don't know how Justine deals with you.
It's a rough life for her. Just ask my kids.
Man. So it's much easier to give. No one wants to face Bama. I would say no one wants to face Bama, Texas, or Washington right now. I would think Michigan is actually the underdog of all this. They haven't played that many people. They played Ohio State, who's good, really good, certainly not great, and not to their level. Penn State, who's Penn State with James Franklin and Aller, who, shits his fucking pants every time third down comes around. It's better to be third down. Oh! All right, we need to change your pants here. We're wearing all white. But McCarthy last year against Ohio State when they let it go and really did some good play action, some really smart stuff. And I do think all 4 coaching staffs in this playoffs are bright. Like, that's all going to be there. And McCarthy looked really good, fit some stuff in. McCarthy hasn't looked that good. And I'm not sure Michigan is that good. I don't know. I mean, because I also thought Georgia, but as I told you, I never thought Georgia was great. I thought there were you asked me last week who's the best team. I go, Georgia. But was I shocked Alabama beat Georgia by 3? No.
Oregon State had been one of the best teams in the second half of the season.
Right.
And they're not in it at all. Like, they're lower than Georgia is, as they should be, because they lost the second game.
No, Arizona could get into this tournament right now and fuck some shit up. Like, I mean, there's not much separation, but I do think the NCAA a little bit and the committee, it was, dude, you're not getting a free pass. You're going to go beat Bama and then go beat Washington or Texas. Good luck. Because
I like that rationale. It makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not out of the blue. It's not, we didn't land on Mars because I've got shadows on a photo I'm looking at. I mean, they've been battling Michigan and Jim Harbaugh for a little while now. And they're in the heat of it now and they can't do anything. And this is the best way to get back at them and say, all right, man, we're probably going to retract this if y'all win it in about after we give you 3 months to, appeal. But if you're going to go do it, you're going to go do it. You're not going to go beat Rodemaker or Brocky Poo or whoever. I know you think Rodemaker's the next Trevor Lawrence. But
no, that's Arch Manning.
But we're going to make you go do it. Go guard Jalen Milroe and go deal with that, And by the way, the other thing too, so the big trump card Texas had in all this, which was so great, is that they, in front of everyone, went to Tuscaloosa, beat them by 10. Should have been more, and anyone with an objective eye in New Hampshire is watching that. I have no dog in the fight. Texas won by 10. Felt like 21. I watched it, right? That was the trump card. The irony of all this is that Texas and Bama, with the SEC move, kept that on. And it helped out both of them, actually. Certainly Texas. Oklahoma and Georgia had a game, too, scheduled.
Was that for this year?
Yeah.
Wow.
And they canceled it. If Georgia takes that game and plays it and beats Oklahoma by 21, boy, the trump card turns into a bunch of shuffling cards. Because at that point, you've got all these teams. And that's where Georgia could have been like, well, wait a minute. We beat Oklahoma by 21 on a neutral field. Yeah, but Alabama beat you. And Texas beat them. Yeah, but Oklahoma beat Texas. Where it could have turned into these 4 people throwing around stuff. Thank God Oklahoma and Georgia canceled that game.
See, I wonder, though, with the butterfly effect, if that affects Oklahoma's ability to beat Texas. Like, I think if Oklahoma does have that loss, and Georgia just put it.
Oh, you're thinking way too deep. What are you, a woman? Like, stop there. I just gave you the.
Just a fan of the Ashton Kutcher movie from the early 2000s.
What was that called?
The Butterfly Effect.
Never heard of it.
Yeah, well, then you miss out on Ashton Kutcher continuing to go back in time to try and change the future based on his actions from the past, and it eventually turning into the Kutcher fetus hanging itself with the umbilical cord in the womb to keep from ever being alive. That was the grand finale and the director's cut. You got to watch the director's cut to get that ending of the Butterfly Effect. Spoiler alert.
I'm so glad I live in reality and just watch real stuff, you know?
I would argue that reality television is more fake than fiction.
Fuck you. You have no idea.
Oh, man. Look, this has been...
I actually hooked up with Lori. How dare you?
Yeah, well, that's true. That was the last real year of reality television, and it was way too real and subdued, including you and Malika escaping the cameras to just go have a little bit of normalcy.
But it was also really fake. I mean, not that what we were doing, but you can, you get 6 hours of video or 6 months of video on anyone, and you do 22 episodes that are 22 minutes long. Or I'm sorry, 44, because that was an hour-long show. Yeah, you can slow down and with music, like even in 2000, without the artificial intelligence, you can fuck some shit up.
Edit footage, yeah, exactly. All of that.
Right, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would see stuff, I'm like, whoa, I can tell with my hair because it's me and I know that was 2 months before. Why are you showing that?
Oh, they were patching it together like that. I didn't realize that. See, I stopped watching.
No, but in fairness, like for them, not like where I was yelling at someone, and they're like, but it was more I'm walking down 6th Avenue, and I could tell with my hair or because I mean, you saw me, I was really tan 2 months ago. Now I'm pale. So I'm usually tan from like April because I love to be out and I love the water but I'm also Irish, so when there's not sun out and it's cold, like I could tell, and I was like, motherfuckers.
Were they using like contextual shots of you walking to let people know kind of where you were, or just to provide a transition from one point to another? Is that what it was?
Yeah, but it was also with a couple other things where interviews, and I'm like, no, I didn't say that about that then.
Oh, that's fucking egregious, dude.
Yeah, dude.
It's completely taking your comments out of context. If it's
yes.
like you're commenting about something that you're not. Wow, that's fucking.
Yeah, and it wasn't like it wasn't over the top. It wasn't like I said something. They were like, he said this is about women or Mexicans. It's like, no, I didn't know. I was talking about a pasta over there. What are you talking about? It wasn't that, but I can tell it was out of context. I'm like, what are you doing, man? Like, even if you have to cut all this together, just don't put it together.
And they wonder why you never competed in a real world road rules challenge.
I know.
And by the way, your group was one of the last normal groups. That's why the year after that, I forget if they went to Chicago or Vegas, wherever they went, they just pumped them full of alcohol and said, go at it. Like they actually tried to have y'all live somewhat of normal lives, as normal lives as you could, working jobs at Arista and having cameras following you around at all times and having Molly Ringwald getting unnecessarily rude towards you in the subway.
Oh, that was
just like, fuck this. All bets are off. We're giving you all a bunch of alcohol. We just want you to hook up with one another and don't even worry about anything else.
I haven't thought about the Molly Ringwald thing in a long time. But yeah, no, you're right. To where, in fact, they even extended our stay where we went to what's the really bougie beach that is so over the Hamptons. So it took us out to the Hamptons with the road rules people. I'm hoping, we'd all fuck and go berserk. But they extended our stay because they needed more film. They needed more action. And then I talked to a guy who had worked with us. Cool fucking dude. And he was working on the Vegas deal. And I'm back in Austin. And he calls me. He's like, dude, what's the reaction like? He's like, you must be getting laid like it's going out of style. I've done 7 of these. And I was like, well, dude, what's Vegas like? He's like, we could have wrapped, honestly, after 4 weeks. Like they're like,
So
like
crazy.
There's like, a threesome and 69ing in the hot tub. And it's like, we could have wrapped after this. We could have made this 3 weeks seem like 6 months.
We've got an episode a day for all 22 episodes. That's funny. Hamptons, by the way, we've all heard of the Hamptons. The Hamptons are where everybody in New York goes to get away. I don't know if this is your all-time favorite beach, but the beach you're most familiar with, the South Padre, which is a world-renowned beach. It is that good of a beach. What did you make of the Hamptons when you went out there?
I've been all over California. I've been in San Sebastian, Spain's great. I've been on the top of Spain, lower part of Spain, Portugal, Italy. I've been to some good beaches. Not as many as a lot of people, but I body surf and surf. That's one of the things I love. So I'm very good in water, familiar with water, feel comfortable in water. Been to a lot of East Coast beaches. Like there are some great beaches all over the world, but certainly in North America. The Hamptons is as overrated as like British tea. One of the most overrated things I've ever experienced in my lifetime were the Hamptons.
Like even the like when TV shows or movies shoot there, I'm like, this is the fucking beach that you people are going crazy about. Like there's barely any sand into the water, and the water looks rocky too.
Water's rocky. It's cold. It would have been probably May at that point. And it was cold and it wasn't great conditions, but there was no break. There's no break. You can't body surf. You can't surf. And by the way, you had a wedding in a place like that. I don't need to always surf and body surf. If you are in a place where you can't surf and body surf, make it crystal clear and beautiful. And you can go snorkel and you can go underneath and there's sea life everywhere and you can see everything and it's Caribbean. Like that's fine. West Coast, Northwest Coast and Northeast Coast beaches are as much as I love water, it almost is frustrating. You're almost putting me in a spot where I've got women dancing in front of me and I can never have sex with them. It's called the strip club.
You would have felt that frustration where we were in Oregon and Newport as we bring BK on, because the sand was unbelievably expansive, more beautiful just in terms of the look than any beach I went to in Hawaii. And the waves were just continual, but the waves were too much though. So you wouldn't have wanted to get into that water on top of it being too cold. You wouldn't have wanted to get into that water because it was unrelenting.
Right.
And that first time you didn't catch that first wave, there's a chance you're just getting sucked out to sea.
Yeah, that's why you go to Galveston, boys, because that combines everything. You get the breaks, you get the waves, and you get the clear water. Most importantly, it is crystal clear. Oh yeah,
I mean, dude, that's Bahamas clear.
That is as clean as Charlie Sheen down there, boys.
Oh, that water definitely has a sheen to it.
A clear sheen, of course. You can see yourself in the mirror of that water. It's that clean.
To your point, BK, I think a couple of people have caught AIDS from getting into the water in Galveston, to your Charlie Sheen comments.
Well, it's a poor part of town, so you can get financial aid if you're down there. They have the food stamps program and government assistance programs there as well. So, yeah, of course you can get AIDS there. Absolutely.
Where did Kevin go?
I don't know.
It's supposed to be me that's cutting out right now. What the hell's happening here?
He's going to pick up your daughter from school, I guess.
Well, shit. She's going to be waiting for a while because I know where he's coming from and I know what traffic is right now.
If I've got a solo bullshit for a bit, I can. If you need the boogie, I don't know what happened to him. His mic and his camera just disappeared. There he is.
Here we go.
I turned the AC down. Give me a fucking break here.
Oh.
All right, guys. I'll be back in just a sec.
All right,
dude.
What's up, bro? Man. How are you?
So I've got I've got a myth to debunk here, Kevin. Are you familiar with the power nap?
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely taken some good power naps before. I mean, I don't like the power nap as much now. If I'm gonna nap, I want like an hour and a half. Yeah. I don't want to. So I don't power nap anymore. I will close my eyes, rest my eyes, meditate for like 20 minutes, but I'm never asleep.
Yeah, I just tried a power nap and it was about 25 to 30 minutes long, which I think qualifies as a power nap, right?
Yeah, it's power nap. That's power nap. Yeah.
Yeah. And I set an alarm because I knew Trey was hopping off for a few minutes to go pick up his daughter. So I set an alarm for like 3:45.
You do look like you just fuck someone you shouldn't have.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I did that instead of feeling how I feel right now. Like, that does not work. There is no way the power nap actually benefits people because I am exhausted. I feel lost. I have no idea what's happening right now.
Disoriented. Right?
Yes. Yeah. And that's kind of why I took one. Like, I'm usually not a power nap guy, but I woke up, I overslept a couple of alarms this morning. And my last alarm woke me up. And you know how like you just kind of get woken up suddenly, like how that F's up your whole day.
Yeah.
So I've just been on like.
That's why I'm single.
Yeah. That and a few other reasons, I think. But yeah, so I've been like that all day and I'm like, all right, let me try a power nap. Maybe that will offset some of the just weirdness I've been feeling today. And now I basically doubled down on it and I have no idea what's happening.
Yeah, no, I'm not a big power nap guy. I tried them and in theory they work, but I'm either give me an hour and a half nap, like I'm asleep, or close your eyes, rest, and just breathe, focus on breathing, kind of meditate for 20 minutes, right? And have your alarm, but you never fall asleep. You're just kind of. And that can kind of bring you back.
Yeah. Maybe I should have tried that. Like I had the intention of actually closing my eyes and falling asleep. And I think I did, which is the problem. Like it probably took me 20 minutes to fall asleep. And then I slept for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And boom, the alarm goes off. Yeah. So
did you beat off?
No. I mean, I can right now, I guess.
No, please don't. Please don't.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't planning on doing that.
But that's usually before a nap. A good thing is get that out of our system. And because naturally, you do that and you get that reaction and you're ready to go to sleep. By the way, is there any other reaction in mankind, any species? I mean, does a squirrel react differently after something than right before you're about to have an orgasm and then right after? I mean, I've never been in a spot. Women I've loved, I've wanted to marry, I've been so enamored with. And right after, just the feeling, and certainly the other ones, which are like the 90%, which I'm not in love with or enamored with. Man, I've never had a flip of mindset and emotion and feeling like that. I mean, I want to be with you and just be with you forever to get out of my house and let me watch TV and get a beer.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if squirrels
I'm proud of it, but that's mankind.
Sure. Well, it's PNC, KD.
What's that?
Post-nut clarity. You've never heard of this?
No, I don't hang out with the fucking degenerates that you do. All right.
There's a whole ballpark in Pittsburgh named after that. Post-nut clarity park. the most beautiful ballpark in baseball. That's why everybody says that, because of that. Yeah. Now, I don't know if other species have that, but you're right. Like, that is a real thing that we as
It's
men.
a real thing. Women, we're assholes, but like that is like that's how we feel.
Yeah. There's got to be some science behind it. I haven't done the research for like why or how or what causes that, but no, that's a thing, dude. I think if you don't have that, you're in the minority. Like, it's an anomaly if you don't feel that way after finishing.
And by the way, women, it's crazy. It's not like a 10-minute deal. The second after you nut, everything in your brain, everything you've been feeling completely changes. Get me to the couch, video games, a bongers, a beersies, a couple of buddies coming over. You're all in there. I got you on Amazon. I gave you a couple gift cards. You go do your deal, but we're not snuggling. We're not cuddling, and I don't want to talk to you for the next 3 hours.
Yep. That's a very normal
But
feeling.
I'm a romantic, so.
Yeah, always have been. Always have been. Yeah, I don't know. Do you think squirrels do that? Like, you think they have those conversations with each other after, or like rabbits are hooking up all
Well,
the
squirrels
time,
do
right?
get a nut, so.
Yeah, there you go. Nicely done. Isn't it rabbits? Rabbits are the animals.
Rabbits
that are
fuck
known
a
for-
lot, yeah.
So do they?
Rabbits have to be like that, yeah, because they're constantly fucking.
Yeah. And is it the same person, or are they just rolling around like just Mormons married to like 4 at a
don't know.
time?
You know, it's funny with everything now. I see everything. I see like, some 3-year-old getting its head blown off on Twitter. And I'm like, oh, great. That was a good thing to start the morning off with. I appreciate that. Glad to see humanity's doing well. But I've never seen rabbits fuck. Like, I've seen deer fuck. I've seen dogs fuck. I've seen cats fuck. I've never seen rabbits actually fuck, but apparently they fuck a lot.
Yeah, that's the thing. I've got a couple videos I'll send your way if you're looking for it.
No, I'm not looking for that.
Oh man, yeah, that's their bit right there. It's a nice life that
Their
I think they
bit.
get to live.
That's
Yeah,
a pretty good bit, by the way, though.
yeah. And I've got some friends. We call guys and their wives or guys and their girlfriends. We call them rabbits because that's just what they do all the time. That's their thing. That's a good, healthy relationship right there. If you're on the rabbit,
Do they have a bunch of kids, or do they tell you that they fuck a lot?
You just that more the second one. Yeah, I know.
No, good for them. No, honestly, good for them. Because most people, when you get in a relationship, that's the toughest thing when you get into the finances and we got kids and you got to drop this off and you got to do this. And you kind of get away from the fucking, which is why the Europeans are so slender, I think.
That checks out.
Italians and French and Spanish, like they have a bunch of sex. The women are a lot cooler there.
It's a good workout,
Yeah.
Burn some calories doing that.
Right.
It's good. I like that. So what's
Well,
new
here's
with
the
you?
deal. You should never hold sex, and women have done this forever, and understandably so. You should never hold sex over the other person's head as leverage. No, we're fucking. Like, we're in a relationship. We can hold other stuff over each other's head. You didn't do the laundry. You didn't do the dishes. But like, not that.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, it's not what I do, but you're looking at a guy.
Well,
who's
yeah, but we're guys.
So yeah, you're looking. Yeah, exactly. We're guys, and we're
We're
single
not
guys,
going to hold that over anyone's head.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, that's a real thing, and that's got to be annoying. I like if I'm with the girl long enough to where stuff like that starts happening, that's my cue to get out and find somebody else.
Yeah, which is why you've been called KD 2.0, because you're going to be 45 and single, very happy, by the way, and still getting laid. So life could be worse.
No, it could be. I'm sorry to you that you've got to be associated with me like that,
No, people are like, dude, this kid reminds me more of you than anyone I've ever met. I'm like, who the fuck is this kid? And I meet you and we start hanging out. I'm like, he kind of is like my younger brother.
Yeah, shit, this sucks. I
know. And then I tell BK that he's like, that's one of the worst things I've ever been told.
Whatever, dude. Oh man, how you living? I haven't talked to you in a few days. Good weekend, everything all right?
Yeah, I mean, great weekend. I mean, at the end of the day, I'm watching Trevor Lawrence come off again.
Oh, dude, brutal. It looked worse. I mean, they're saying high ankle sprain, but thankfully it's not Rodgers-like, you know?
Yeah, I don't think it is. No, I don't think it's Achilles. And but in terms of the weekend, you know, you and I are the same way in a lot of ways. We just talked about it, but like I love this program and team so much. But also, and by the way, BK was a huge part of what I was doing at Morgan Stanley. To be completely upfront, is it cool if I say that?
Sure.
Okay. And BK was going to be a part of that, and I made some different changes and said, you know, this isn't the right thing for either of us. But we got to know a lot of these players and got to know who they are as people. And Texas could have gone 8-5 this year, knowing Kelvin, all these guys. And I would have been really proud as an alum. The fact they go, 12-1 and win the Big 12 on the last year out and look the way they did going out and balled out and got to the playoff. Like, I'm not in shock, but like, I'm just still really giddy even on Tuesday after what happened on Saturday. Like, I'm really fucking proud. I'm happy. Just a lot of positive vibes going through my blood right now.
Yeah, I feel the same way, man. Like, just watching that game on Saturday unfold the way that it did was beautiful. And then just to see the guys get rewarded on Sunday, right? Because there was obviously a chance where Texas won and won handedly on Saturday, but didn't get rewarded with the trip to the college football playoff. And instead it's, hey, congrats, you're playing in this same stadium against Mizzou in the Cotton Bowl. And that just that would have been such a letdown for everybody affiliated with Texas.
It would have been. There's no way to sugarcoat that.
Yeah, and I just wouldn't have cared. Like, I would have felt like for Texas Sports Unfiltered, we should have been there. And I'm sure we would have done a pre- and post-game show because, you know, whatever. But God, it just the whole vibe and mood around everything would have been so bad. And then for Texas to hear their name called, just so happy for really everybody. Obviously, the players and coaches, it means more to them than it does to any of us. But I mean, you, me, any grad of Texas, any fan of Texas who's gone through these last 13 years of just pure and utter shit together, like to get to this point, man. And look, to feel like, hey, we're not just in and it's over. Like, we're in and we've got
a shot.
Yeah. To feel that is great. But obviously just to be in compared to where we have been is pretty cool, man.
So I've seen Notre Dame go into semifinals as a Notre Dame guy and knowing there's no way in hell they win this whole thing. We have to win 2 games and we ain't winning this first quarter against Bama.
Yeah.
Sundays, you know?
Yeah.
2000 Texas gets into Omaha. And then Augie had a team later. I think I was still calling games in 2012, maybe. That got in. I knew they were 0-2. 0-2 barbecue. Dude, we got to Omaha. And thank God. But I've also been a part of other stuff as fans where it's like, dude, we got a shot. And Texas has a shot. Texas can absolutely win this whole thing. They can beat Washington, and they can beat Michigan or Alabama.
Right.
And by the way, this is one of those cool playoffs. I can see all 4 teams winning. I'd put Michigan at the worst odds with Washington. But all 4 of these teams could win it. And a lot of times you get to a Final Four, you're a big college basketball fan, and it's like, all right, there are 2 teams that can win it, or 3 that can win this whole thing.
Last year there was one. Yeah, with UConn.
Right.
Yeah, like you just knew when the Final Four was set, Texas should have been a part of that one, but that's a conversation for another day. Now there are times where it's clear and obvious who the favorite is, but I feel like you could pit any of these teams together and the Vegas line would be like 5 points or less for any matchup between these teams. So I'm with you, man. Like, look, Texas already proved that it can beat Alabama. And like, I don't put much stock into the Alamo Bowl last year, but that was a close game. Texas had like 80% of its team opt out, and they like played a pretty close game against the same quarterback and coach and a lot of the same receivers the Longhorns will see on January 1st. And like Michigan, I don't think anybody believes Michigan is unbeatable. And I don't think they've scouted Texas this year, so I'm not worried about them knowing our plays like they've known plays for most of the teams they've gone up against this year. So, yeah, like it's awesome, man. Like, obviously not counting the chickens before they hatch. I'm not making too many plans for January 8th in Houston, but to feel like this team has a legit shot to have the confetti falling on them at NRG is damn cool.
Yeah. Should be fun, man. You're definitely going, BK?
Yeah. What about you? Maybe an off-air conversation, but what do you think about?
No, I'm kind of you know me, I'm a homebody, but I'm this is one of those like New Orleans, New Year's Eve. Got a couple restaurants that I want to go hit. Trey, did you ever get that Noki at, was it August?
Yes. Let's fucking go.
Dude, the flights are out of control. I have enough money to do any of this, but I'm also, you guys know me, like I'm frugal in a good way. Like I'm not going to spend 10 grand to go there.
Trying to figure that part of the equation out myself right now, because what's happened to flights to New Orleans is stupid.
Yeah.
Have y'all looked at, like, I'm sure you have, but San Antonio, Dallas, Houston flights just cut the price a little bit. Obviously, you got to drive, which sucks.
I'm lazy enough to where I have enough money to where I'll just pay the extra instead of driving to San Antonio.
Yeah.
I'm lazy enough and willing to get into the kids' college fund to avoid that too.
No, get in the 5-2 now.
Come on, man. That's a smart move right there. How often do these opportunities come around?
That's what I tell them.
Your kids will be in college for 4 straight years. Texas won't be in the playoff for 4 straight years. You know how this works.
Not even gonna use any of his college fund money. He's already telling us how much he hates school right now. So
Calvin is?
Yeah.
Good for him. Go to a trade school. You know, I mean, hell, go find out. You know, I had a chance to invest in crypto in 2007.
Yeah.
Find the crypto investment.
Yeah.
With this money and you'll be good. No, just you. I told him, look, if you don't want to go to college, that's fine. Figure out a good way to spend that time though, and the amount of money that it would normally cost. Like travel the world, get real life experiences, expose yourself to other cultures.
He'll remember all this by the time he's 18.
BK, I'm grabbing a water. I'll be 20 seconds, but talk to Trey about your nap because I want to hear that.
Oh, right. Yeah, I don't know if you remove. Oh, man. Hey, your son's got a job at Texas Sports Unfiltered when he turns 18 if he wants it. Now he'll want to go to college after hearing that.
Texas Sports Unfiltered or audio-visual consultations, one of the two.
Yeah, Tom will definitely hook him up. So I took what some call a power nap right before hopping on the show with y'all, and it did not work. And I'm calling BS on the whole. Maybe you and I have talked about this at some point in our radio careers together, but I'm just calling BS on the whole power nap. Like there are people, I have friends who swear by this thing. Dude, I'll go lay down, I'll close my eyes, I'll fall asleep for 20 minutes, and I wake up feeling like a new person. I'm so refreshed, and everything is good, and my day has changed with the power nap. So I'm like, all right. I texted you after our show. I'm like, dude, I feel off today. Like something's wrong. I'm not myself. I was hoping to take a longer nap, but I had a call that got pushed back, and so I ended up getting like 25 minutes to go to sleep. Mm-hmm. And when the alarm went off at like 3:45 to wake me up to join this, I felt like shit, and now I feel even more disoriented than I did before trying the power nap.
So there's a catch with the power nap. The power nap can be a valuable tool if you're generally well rested enough in a day. You're already trying to catch up on sleep. All the power nap's going to do is make you want to sleep more. So as soon as you're done here, and I appreciate you helping out for a few minutes so I can go get my kid from her Math Olympics practice, if you need to yank it again, go yank it again, and then go right back to sleep until tomorrow morning.
That's what Kevin had.
Yeah, I told you about yanking it.
Yeah.
Like, beating off is the best way for me to get to sleep. I mean, I had anxiety, depression. I had, at times where I couldn't sleep, and beating off is the best way to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. I usually don't have problems sleeping at all, like at night, but last night was just, I don't know what it was. It was weird.
Yeah.
Three.
Did you have your usual vibrator next to the bed that I've seen before, BK?
Yeah, I had both of them there. No, that's not an excuse.
Where does the other one go? In your mouth?
Yeah, it depends on sometimes the ear. More of a left ear guy myself.
Have you tried both ear holes before?
Of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
I've got 3 strategies that help me fall asleep on a given night. One is that. The other is reading a book until your eyes start to get heavy.
And the third is kill.
No. Trying to have a serious conversation here.
I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
And the third is watching Iowa Hawkeyes highlights.
Wow. Honestly, for me, because you actually like reading, Trey, and Books on Pod, great podcast. Y'all check it out if you haven't yet.
Yeah, but it's a pod. I like listening to that. It's not reading, BK.
Yeah, for me, it's like that's a tough choice, reading or Iowa football. What's worse? Like, I think I'd rather watch Iowa football. Reading would put me to bed quicker than watching Iowa football, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I think the other thing, I think it's the other way around. Watching Iowa, maybe the defense doesn't put you to bed, but as soon as you watch that Iowa offense, it takes 1 3 and out for you to be out like a light.
Yeah, and watching Louisville play football makes me want to bomb an entire state of Kentucky after watching that shit on Saturday.
Dude, I don't know how the hell Jack Plummer statistically is one of the top 3 quarterbacks in the ACC this year, because that guy fucking.
No. Well, first off, he probably had to be adopted, because I saw Jake with Keith Poole at Arizona State, the 96 night game where they won 19-7. Look that up. Make sure that's right. But whatever it was, they beat Nebraska, 2-time defending champion with Scott Frost. He's not his dad at all. And that was tough to watch. But I also watched Louisville against Notre Dame. They're not that bad either. It's why I love when people come in for 1 week in any sport and just go, oh my God, I can't believe it. Dude, you've been watching for 12 weeks. People look different. Texas looked different the last 2 weeks than they did against Houston. And that's what really gave them the beauty pageant. We're forgetting that all this is still so subjective and people are so weighed by prisoner of the moment stuff. Texas prisoner of the moment the last 2 weeks, they impressed the shit out of that committee and everyone else. Where Sean McDonough and Greg McElroy at the end of the game are saying, if they're not in, it's a fucking joke. They're a top 4 team right here.
Yeah, you're right. I was prisoner of the moment with Louisville, but I still want to bomb the state because they suck.
No, I was too. I mean, I'm watching.
Also, Jack Plummer does not look like Jake Plummer because they're not related. The more you know.
Oh, is that it?
I found that out last week too, dude. It was one of them.
Okay, yeah, because I had someone text me. They were like, dude, this is Jake Plummer's kid. And I didn't even look it up, and BK did. So well done. I feel better now. So he's not adopted. So he's like rich Plummer.
Just comes from an unathletic family because Jake actually had some wheels.
Right
for a football where dual threat quarterbacks weren't valued.
Yeah. So what'd your dad do? Was he the quarterback? No, he's an accountant. All right, that makes sense then.
Jake the Snake and Jack the Hack are the nicknames in that house, I believe. For the two of them. On that shitty bad joke.
Go get a real nap in right now and beat off.
Which one first?
I'd probably go, who is the porn star who was in love with you? Oh, you mean, okay, never mind. I thought you were talking about order of Mia or Maya Khalifa, whatever. Who's
Maya Angelou, I believe, is who you're looking for.
That's who. No, it's Mia Hamm. That's who.
Okay, Garcia Parra. Okay, I'd missed out. She got married to somebody else. I blew it.
Nobel laureates hand job.
Yeah, you blew it, and go blow it.
See you guys.
So how was the Math Olympics?
It's just some sort of math competition that Vivi's school, Rick
No,
Pelican.
and not what. How was it? Like
How
this?
was it? She said she had fun. She said they played a game today that she's not crazy about, but she still kicked some butt and took names in her in whatever the competition was at Rick Perry Elementary School here in Cedar Park. Craig gets a kick out of this. It's a great term, beat off. Great.
Yeah. I mean, is that, is that been canceled yet or not? Like, I mean, guys masturbate, women masturbate. So we all masturbate. Like, it's one of the things that was tough for me growing up because I wanted to be real with everything. And I would say stuff at 9 years old and it was not kosher or did not fit the environment. But we all masturbate and that's okay.
Some of us started later than others. I could see how that term might get canceled just because.
Yeah, when did you first masturbate? Like 19 or something like that?
19, yeah. I lost my virginity at 21. Started that at 19. Late bloomer is what I like to call myself. But I can see how that term would get canceled because it does imply violence, even if it is violence against oneself. But
violence relief. 19, that's crazy, man. Like most kids start beating off, most boys start beating off, depends with puberty, but like 11, 12, 13.
You know why I believe you when you say that, other than the fact that you're my best friend, and
But also, why would I lie about that? Like, I'm not selling a vacuum.
I dreams at like 13 or 14,
right?
So an insane number of those all the way up until 19, and then it didn't completely go away because I've had some stretches where I've challenged myself not to do that for an extended period of time, and inevitably, when you do that, you start having crazy sex dreams afterwards.
Dude, I've quit pot, cigarettes, dip, alcohol, coffee. The two things I've never really been able to truly self-discipline wise get off: sugar and beating off. And when you beat off with sugar, yeah.
That doesn't get a little.
These are like the two things right now. If you told me, Kevin, beating off's great. I also have a bunch of friends now who have ex-wives who were Bs or ex-husbands on the female side, and they're getting fucked over financially and have to have this partnership with their kids. And you know what? I may be lonely and miserable 68, but right now I'm pretty happy that I can beat off and still have relationships and sex, because you want to beat off the whole time, and not be stuck in a miserable life, which you're not, because you have a great relationship and a great family. But half my friends are. You know that, right?
Yeah, you tell me that, so I appreciate you.
But I also mean, like, with your friends. I mean, are half your friends probably also in weird divorces or have been the last 10 years and kind of in that weird moment, because that weird spot where your kids maybe divorcing, not happy with the relationship, all that?
It's definitely a mix. I can think of a few relationships that I would consider good/healthy. And then there's those that are either really unhealthy and it's two miserable people, or the relationship is done for. So I believe the 50% divorce rate bit, because my friends are living proof. And then I have friends that for one reason or another have chosen not to go down that road. And they, in a lot of instances, seem to be good with it. But like you and I have talked about this, I guess I should get a microphone more in front of my face so you can actually hear me. Can you hear me better now?
Which is why I always go here.
Yeah.
I need to get a better setup. I need to get just a desk to where, because I can tell when I hear myself, I'm off here. I'm like, dude, what's going on there?
Yeah, it's I still need to come over there to help you out with that. When we watch that,
check. How does that sound right there? Does that sound like more like me on the horn?
Sounds good. Now whisper sweet nothings.
I'm really glad some woman taking out my money.
I didn't hear that last part, but that sounded great. I mean, there are people that pay for that sort of whispering into a microphone and just random noises that people make into the microphone, like scratching the mic condom elicits $10 super chats on certain sites.
The mic condom, man. I mean, the condom was great. I love Craig Way to death. Good guy, one of my buddies, but like Craig has like his breath with like the old mic condom. You could tell which mic condom was Craig's.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
No, that was a different condom. But yeah, the mic condom too.
I never followed Craig. I never sat in the seat that Craig was sitting.
I used to follow Craig with Chad and BJ. You were producing it and on air and like running the whole fucking thing. Like Trey was for the Chad, BJ, and me show, which had the best ratings in Austin at the time. Trey was like the guy behind it running the whole fucking thing, dude. You were.
No, that was a crazy time because I was at one point for a year producing both the morning and afternoon drive time shows.
That is
you, Chad, and BJ. Then it was you and Chad when BJ went to go work at CBS or whatever it was. I think it was it CBS that he went to at the time? I don't even remember. Or if it was
CBS, I followed.
Yeah. And then Bucky and Aaron in the mornings. You want to talk about losing your mind and not being able to squeeze in a quick power nap and have it do any good? Yeah, that qualified from that era of life. But hey, you do what you have to. And when you've got the energy as a younger person, you try and challenge yourself in those ways before you realize how fucking stupid it is.
Yeah.
Eventually, I realized how fucking stupid it is. And now I try and avoid morning shows altogether if I can help it.
I'm glad that both of us like worked our ass off and worked a bunch of hours and put in time when we could. Now we're being smart and efficient and, realizing about passive income and all the other benefits were like, dude, I can live a really good life and not destroy myself,
Yeah. Sometimes you have to learn those lessons. You have to understand what your limits are and learning the value of admitting you don't know when you don't know something, or the value of saying no to something that's a little bit over that line. Like I'm having to come to terms with that at 45 right now. I was just thinking about this yesterday about how I'm still committing myself to doing too much to the point where I'm having to shoehorn stuff into days where it's like if one thing goes wrong, all of a sudden everything else, it's like a house of cards. It's all going to come crumbling down. And so I just need to learn to either provide more space between things or say no to certain things that aren't
the latter.
Prioritize a little bit better.
The latter, bro. I mean, one of the great things that like everything was sped up for me in a weird way. It was retarded. And I mean that by the actual definition, slowed down, which is a word, not retarded, like retarded. It was slowed down for me until 18 and then sped up way too quickly. And when I got to 22, everything just went way too quickly. And what I realized with the whole experience was you have to be able to say no to some stuff. And everyone may want to have a piece of your time or a piece of your energy. And, and you're a good person, which you are, and you want to, you're a people person too. As much as people don't think you are, you really are. Like you can talk, which is why you're such a good interviewer, dude. You can talk to almost anyone. So being a people person isn't necessarily I'm fine. It's being able to communicate and really talk to a wide range of people, which is what you can do. But you have to be able to say no. And you have 2 kids. You've got, shit. I look at it, you almost have like 3 jobs. You got a very successful wife. a great relationship with her, but she's busy. You've got family stuff. You have a lot going on, man. Like, you're never going to be busier in your life than you are right now, Trey. You're going to be 71 and retired and be like, holy shit, I miss all this. Like, you're juggling a bunch of shit right now. And
a lot of it
is I see it.
A lot of it is during the day when they're not around. I'm granted some of it is, I just had to pick one of my kids up from math practice, but like they're on screens, they're getting their hour of screen time right now. So it's not as big of a deal. It really, some of it does bleed over.
You get 1 hour of screen time?
Yeah, it's sometimes more than that, but that's
good for you. You know me, I'm not going to argue that.
Typically, that's what we aim for. Look, they're eventually going to have their own screens, and it's all going to go to pot. But for right now, we're trying to teach them some semblance of moderation. We'll see what effect that has long term, and if they maintain the ability to be present, or once they get those cell phones, and it's over with. But there's another side to that as well, because you're right. You can work so much to the point that you miss stuff. But there's also a value in working in front of them so that they can not just see you working hard, but see you enjoying what you're doing. Because like there's little aspects of this job that I actually enjoy doing, whether it's editing audio or video or creating little promo or trailer clips. As stupid as it is for social media, like there's something really satisfying about doing a good job with those things.
Yeah.
Obviously, the interviewing thing is fun. Doing shows with you and BK is legitimately, I don't know, one of either the top or one of the top 2 things that I've ever gotten to do in my career, in my life as a broadcaster is to just shoot the shit with you guys. Truly unencumbered, by the way. We don't have commercial breaks. We don't have an FCC to answer to.
Think about what we've said this whole hour or in 30 minutes.
Yeah.
With you and me, BK included, like we could have said that on the air. And we try to hint at it. And it's like, hey, we're guys. But, and by the way, a bunch of women love this podcast, which I love.
That's great.
Because they're real. And guys are guys. And they want to hear guys being guys.
It's great to hear because you're thumped over the head with the idea that all that matters in sports radio is males 25 to 54. That's not to say that group doesn't matter, but to completely neglect any other age group or the other sex is foolish. It's you don't understand there are potential fans all over this place, especially because at the foundation of it all, we're talking Longhorn sports.
Yeah, and you also mentioned like was on 6th Street, like women. Craig had mentioned it. Big Craig. Women are as disgusting as men. They're just much more bright about it in covert. But I've heard Rocky and Megan. I listen to their show all the time, and they've said some stuff. I'm like, and I also am personally friends with them and hang out with them outside of it. I'm like, y'all are as dirty as men. You're just more clever about putting it out there.
Yeah, clever until you all get into the bathroom together, and then apparently that turns into a show.
Yeah.
Not saying about Rocky and Megan. I'm just saying, generally speaking.
No, not Rocky and Megan, but that was my Big Craig story earlier.
That's what Big Craig said. That's what Earl told us back at Penfield when you and I and others were at the Zone, that the women's bathroom was always the nastiest.
Was Earl even at that point before the whole thing going in the women's restroom?
Well, he was having to clean the bathroom.
I'm kidding.
Oh, Earl, I see what you did.
Earl was this ginger, super sweet gay guy at Penfield. But I mean, one of those, as David Cross always said, not all gay men talk this way, but only gay men talk this way. And Earl was that. But Earl, you and I were super tight with Earl. I didn't realize Earl was going into the women's restroom. I didn't know if it was, whatever.
It was because he had to clean them, unfortunately, for Earl.
Oh, God.
Because he was having to clean up after these gnarly women at Clear Channel who were, apparently going in there and just blowing all the stalls up like it was going out of style, like it was 1999. I know. I have a friend who.
Yeah, I haven't thought of Earl forever, and it's so funny. I'm thinking about like stories he told me now, and I was fucking like what 23, 24, and he would have been 30 something at that point. I'm like, Earl, what's it like being a gay guy? It's like I've given more blowjobs to married men than you'd ever know. And I'm like, all right, I know. Good.
Earl did not hold back. When you would talk to Earl,
No, Earl would give. He's like, and we do this and that, and I'm like, all right, Earl, I love you. Like, let's go get a beer right now. But I don't need to know about the 3 married guys you're gonna fucking force him with.
So where are you with the Michigan-Alabama matchup right now? Like, who do you think wins that game? And we obviously have several more weeks to talk about it, but as it stands on December 5th.
Alabama. I don't think there's much separation with anyone, man. There's just really not. So do I think Alabama's turned into the Alabama of old? No. They are beyond beatable. So is Texas, so is Washington, and so is Michigan. Michigan may be, if I had to rank the favorites to win this right now, you know, I'm not a gambling man.
4th.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
I like Roman on the outside. They lose, was it Gentry, the All-American guard? Corum's been really good. I like Donovan. My biggest question is, and I never know, because they're kind of one of those people who, it'd be like a fighter who really never shows anything until he has to get in that big match. JJ McCarthy has regressed this year. He hadn't looked that good, man. And last year I would have said the same thing, and they had 2 or 3 games, especially in Columbus, and they took some good shots with tight ends, play action, good design, a lot like Sark in the Big 12 championship game. Where you go, how much is that is yours, and how much is that is great design and play calling? And he hit it. So I don't know where McCarthy is. I don't know how good he is.
Like,
you know,
even the Ohio State game, like they scored 30 points in that game. They weren't great offensively.
No.
If you look at the overall numbers, 150 rushing yards, 182 yards passing. Corum averages 4 yards a carry. And I get Ohio State. Their defense was good against the run. They very easily could have lost that game if they hadn't forced, 2 interceptions, I think, from McCord, who, by the way, unsurprisingly is in the transfer portal right now. Ohio State fans never.
Unsurprisingly, that surprised me. Like, he's a 5-star, and you and I have been all on him all year, both of us. Like, he's average, they're average, but like, isn't that surprising that he's in the transfer portal, man?
No, and I'll tell you why. Because Ohio State fans have been shitting on him all year, and eventually that shit wears on you.
Yeah.
Like, I haven't seen a ton of Ohio State fans defending the guy, and he's actually
you're right.
Better. He was better in the second half of the season. I'm not saying he was good, but he showed signs of progress. It wasn't quite the level of Carson Beck at Georgia, but he wasn't like he looked pretty pedestrian the first 4 to 5 games of the year. Like that Notre Dame game, he was not good in that game. Like he had been better since then, but there was still
Notre Dame should have won that game. I told you at the time, and and what did I tell you at the time after that? Neither are a top 5 team.
You did say that,
and they just weren't. Texas. The funny thing about Texas is that chick who can look super hot, can be super cool, and then be a bitch. Like they are they're hot and cold to some degree, and the cold's not cold; it's more lukewarm. So you beat Houston, you beat Kansas State, beat TCU, you look like shit in the second half, and you still won. But Texas, when they fucking doll themselves up and get the petties and the manis and the arm hair relieved, like they look pretty fucking good,
They've looked good for at least a half in every game this year. And in some cases, you've had sluggish first halves, and in other cases, you've had weird second halves that have led to inferior competition nearly coming back on them. But ultimately, they held on and won those games. And I think that speaks to a quality about this team that we've talked about all year long that has me really confident that they can win these next two games. And that is they have a resilience about them. They have a grit.
Yeah.
They respond to the most stressful adversity in really positive ways. Whether you're talking about responding to Alabama taking the lead for the first time in that game, then almost immediately scoring a touchdown and the defense forcing a turnover, or tightening up when they need to tighten up to beat a Kansas State, a Houston, Iowa State, where they just blew the doors off in the second half. Obviously, Texas Tech was a pretty complete effort from beginning to end. And then the Oklahoma State game. So we have 2 straight games now where they have played complete games after a season of them really being good in one half of the other. There were exceptions in there. They were pretty good beginning to end against Baylor. Trying to think if there was another game. I mean, Alabama.
Not Wyoming. Alabama, I would say. I mean, considering who it was and the way they finished off, they won by 10 and should have won by 21. So, but Wyoming, like,
that was a close game at halftime.
Right. I mean, there were games that nationally, and I watched this stuff nationally, and, you know, I wanted to pick Washington. You and I both picked Washington with the points. And by far, we're like, oh, this would be a 2 or 3 point game. It was 3 point to Washington, but I should have picked them. One thing I am worried about, first off, I told you a couple weeks ago or last week, I think Kalen DeBoer is the best young coach in college football. He's not that young, but I mean new coach.
What's
so if you said, pardon me?
What's his age?
I don't know. He was at what was it? D2, won like 5 championships there, which you never know how that'll translate to the next level. But a lot of times, whether it's fucking Jim Tressel or Chip Kelly, or a lot of times that translates. If you're that dominant at that level. Hell, you could even say Chris Peterson at Washington. It wasn't D2, but you're at Boise State, you're dominating. Can you really get to the big boy level? Yeah, I can. If I built this for fucking 10 years and won 5 national championships, yeah, I can go to the next level and take that. But he's very bright offensively. So is his OC. They run a lot of stack bunch. So by stack, I mean you run trips, and you've got a guy in the front and 2 guys behind it. But the level of intricacy and brilliance is probably too far, but how good they are with the releases and the 3 guys, and they create space. They create space in different ways. Usually one guy's going to push vertically. One guy's going to subtly work an inside. One guy may work the outside inside. One guy, like, it's high level, man, and it hits our kryptonite. What they do so well is what we don't do well. So Texas could very easily lose this game, but dude, I'm just so glad we're in. I'm so glad we're at where we're at. And not only what I did before, getting to know these guys, but now, like, shit, like, we can really put together a run. And it's in the SEC, a new SEC, but let's get in the 12-team playoff every year and give it a flip.
I do love that the idiotic alliance from a few years ago, which was a power play attempt made really by George Kliavkoff, who is, I guess, still in charge of the Pac-12, whatever the hell that conference is now. The Big Ten and the ACC led to the expanded playoff not starting this year, and it being delayed by a season, and it screwing an ACC team in the process. Nice job, guys. Stupid power grab in that moment. It led to the Pac-12 completely imploding after the Big Ten stabbed you in the not even saying stabbed you in the back. They stabbed you in the front.
Yeah.
Your four most valuable schools. The Big 12 rated you of any other school with value, and you're left with Oregon State, Washington State, and schedule full of Mountain West teams. Whereas the ACC is hanging on for dear life right now, and don't be surprised to see Florida State, Clemson, North Carolina, Miami. I mean, anybody that has a semblance of self-worth in the ACC figuring out what they can do to convince either the Big Ten or the SEC to let them join.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked.
And I know that
Pac-12's done. I mean,
the wrong way. It rubs me the wrong way in a lot of ways too, but that's where it's all headed now. So I would rather it get better organized than it remaining a complete shit show where we've got American Athletic Conference teams that are making this 12-team playoff, and it's like they're getting fucking blown out every year because they don't belong. They're playing with less resources and they are playing with less talent, and that will be evident far more years than not when they take on fill in a blank of that other team that is a representative of the SEC or Big Ten.
I think most people like us, independent thinking people that aren't weighed to a side, whether it's politically or with sports or whatever. It's like, just give me a good idea. And I may say yes, I may say no. We would be a lot more open to change if everything in our life, systematically, socially, politically, any legislation, once it happens, you can never go back. Be able to go back. Be able to say, you know what, we're going to try this. We're going to try a 12-team deal. And 2 years ago, you know what, it should be an 8-team deal. It should be a 16 deal with a possibility of 8, an exception of 8. If we get to that point in the year, it's like, there are 8 teams like this year. Most years are having them, which is also funny, the correlation or the timing of this is the last year and the 1 year where it's like, see, I told you we should have 12. Look at the last 25 fucking years and tell me when we should have had 12, bro. Or even 8. If you really know college football, and I know that comes off as, oh, you really know. Yeah, I do. And so does Trey. And so do a lot of you. So for any of the jackasses in your office who don't know shit, ask them about what you do with the triple option. Who does Darian Hagan read to pitch or not? Like, ask them shit like that and see if they know. If they don't, be like, you don't know college football, shut the fuck up. Stay out. I don't go into accounting firms and be like, look, let me tell you how we should really run this. And that's kind of the bothersome thing that we're in that 1 year where it actually makes sense, but it usually won't. I mean, Trey, think about most of the years we've been following. If we have 12 teams in, there's like 7 teams competing for a national championship that have no business doing that. And it also affects the whole regular season because KD ain't going to give a shit about October games anymore. Whatever. It's like the NFL. Hey, dude, Dallas lost to San Francisco. Who fucking cares? They'll win the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that the regular season does still matter. It's just when you do lose one of those games, all is not lost at that point. And by the way, the NFL is a great example this year of a league that probably doesn't need 14 teams going to the playoffs.
Agreed.
There's maybe, I don't know, 4 or 6 teams.
Why did the NFL do that? Why did Major League Baseball do that? Why is the NBA doing in interseason right now? Why did the NCAA basketball tournament go to 68? Why did the baseball tournament, when it was 48 for a long time, go to 64?
I realize that it's all about money, but I also think that college football, it was time for college football to evolve their postseason because
I agree, but not 12, right? I told you 6 and then go to 8. And maybe we get to 12. And maybe we want to go to 16. Let's do this incrementally. Let's treat this baby and this beautiful fucking thing in our life with the care and slow nurturing that it deserves.
I would have
and not go straight money.
I would have gone to 8 first.
Fair.
And then settled on 16.
Well, I don't like that because you said I'd go to 8 first, and so I'm going to cut 25% of the company, and I'm going to go to 50, but only if it makes sense. Well, you already said 50, so you're obviously going there. So just cut fucking 50% of the company. And go.
All right, hear me out on 32. Hear me out on 32.
Cut the fuck. No, stop. And fuck yourself on 16 too, asshole. Like 12. Like, think about some of the teams that would be competing for a national championship. Dude, Kev, they do that in basketball and baseball. I know, which is also why for 25 years on the radio, I told you one of the most unique and special things about college football is that it's different than the other ones we love. I mean, one of the most unique things about Trey is his weird attitude, but also his thumbs. Give me the thumbs. Give me the thumbs. Nobody has thumbs like that. He's unique that way. And we still love Trey. We love Trey. What are you doing? Like a coke bump there? Like a key bump? Or actually, your key bump would be a thumb bump, right?
I mean, yeah, I could serve it up on a platter here.
But it was unique. It was different, Trey. And that's what always separated college football for me from the other 5 sports I loved. Like, that's okay. It's okay to be unique. It's okay to be Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, all right? Not everyone's Donner.
Yeah.
Oh, was Donner his dad? I forgot that whole story.
Donner, I don't know. I'm not that familiar with the Rudolph story.
Did you ever watch the cartoon? The Rudolph? Yeah, the CBS deal they play every year.
I've seen that before, sure.
Yeah. You said what's cute?
It's cute.
Yeah, no, it's that is a Bob Dunn definition by far.
So they are doing a version of what you're calling for, of going to 6 and then maybe considering 8. They're doing 12 and then they're eventually going to settle on 16. Because what's going to happen, you're going to watch this over the next 2 years as they're...
Everything in my life gets turned into horrors, including my women.
So this is what's going to happen is they're figuring out that next TV deal after 25 is we're going to watch those first 4 teams miss out on ticket revenue from not getting that additional home game that counts as a playoff game.
Trey's exactly right.
We're going to want to whack some fucking AAC team or some 3rd to 4th rate team from the
Hey, Liberty got in. Pick on the 5 seed.
What's that?
Liberty got in. Taking the 5 seed. By the way, if we're gonna do all this, here's the other thing I hate. Like, if we're gonna be real and you're gonna be, hey, meritocracy, let's fucking go. Let's see where it's at. Don't let Liberty in. We're gonna send you in. The reality is OU would be a much tougher test for them. All right, that's a reality.
I want
OU and fuck Liberty. Go tell your fucking grandma that you won this year and give them a trophy.
It's very simple. I do not like soccer, but soccer gets one thing right. They have levels, very distinct levels, and you can play your way up or down levels. If you suck, you get bumped down to the lower division. If you're really good in that second division, you get bumped up with the big boys. But get ready because you're going to have to compete with the big boys. And I think that you completely eliminate the possibility of a Liberty making the top level of college football's playoff. That next level, hey, congratulations. You're going to have a chance to win a national championship now, unlike any chance that you might have thought that you had. I don't know, Cincinnati, although Cincinnati's in the Big 12 now, it still wouldn't matter because it would be the Big 10 and the SEC. Cincinnati, UCF. I mean, name a school from the G5 that has gone undefeated or gotten close and is pissed off because they didn't make the college football playoff. You'll have a chance to win a championship now because even if you made it into the playoff, you were going to get waxed, like what happened with Cincinnati a few years ago.
Agreed. But here's the next thing that we're going to face from this next year on. And we're going to be in it as Texas people. That you've got two major power conferences now. That's a reality. You can talk about the SEC, the Big 12. They're cute now. And I mean Bob Dunn cute. They're cute.
My favorite version of cute.
Right. But there are going to be years where we look at the Big 10, Washington, Oregon, Michigan, Ohio State, Penn State. I mean, go through the whole fucking list. Texas, Oklahoma, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, Tennessee, LSU, A&M. We go. There should be 11 out of the 12 teams should be from those two conferences. And they're going to have their still built-in, fucking poverty-stricken government entitlements on this and be like, well, I have to give them in because it wouldn't be fair. Then, no, fuck you. You built your lot in life, and here you are. So I know that you had a down Big 12 schedule and somehow went 11-1, but fuck you. You shouldn't be in. Eyeball-wise.
That's the way that it is right now. I am not going to be surprised if in 2 years that completely changes, because the SEC and Big Ten, which obviously have the most say-so here, have already started to hedge on the teams that have automatic bids in. Like, they're already arguing that it needs to be the top-ranked teams that are getting the first-round bye or that are getting the better seeds than merely conference champions. If you've got a conference champion that has 2 or 3 losses from the fucking Big 12 or whatever else, like, no, they don't deserve to be one of the top 4 teams, even if they're the 4th best ranked team. And so ultimately that will move to, sorry guys, we're the big boys and y'all are kind of the also-rans now. So you're going to get to form your own division. And we can talk about relegation, but
that'll suck, dude. If the Big 12 and ACC, and if they have to form their own division, watching at this point 4 division champions, that's not what this is about, right? There had to be a better way to make all this work, dude.
Yeah.
And we talked about it on the post game. I mean, I'm not a socialist. Although I also agree with a lot of socialist policies, whether it's Social Security or other stuff. We always try to use that term and word and don't really realize what some of the things that we have legislated that we agree with.
Yeah, U.S. healthcare system is a
conservative or independent, right?
U.S. healthcare system is a disaster. It could use a little bit of cleaning up.
You and your wife, especially your wife, know a lot more about that than I do. I totally agree. As a consumer, I agree. But there had to be a better way to keep all 5 of these conferences together without, and I get it. I mean, it was a market-driven thing, and free markets and advertising money and TV money and the SEC and Texas especially. People are pissed off at Texas. You're pissed off at us? We fucking paid your rent, motherfuckers, for 28 years. And you shit on us when we came over to pay your rent. And you shit on us. You rich motherfucker. And then we leave and say, fuck it, we're not paying your rent anymore. And you're pissed at us. I don't know. I mean, I hate to be that guy, but I get every side in every scenario here. There are a lot of pissed off people. It's like a family argument, and you get every side, but
You know why that was never going to happen, and we probably could have called. I mean, I'm sure we did call a version of this back in the day, is because too many of these leagues were being led by fucking gatekeeping dinosaurs who had no interest in thinking forward about anything. We're just trying to maintain status quo and keep enriching themselves and the other members of that good old boy network while not realizing where the sport was. And by the way, the NCAA was led by a fucking gatekeeping dinosaur too.
No.
Bob Bowlesby's in that category. Pick a fucking Pac-12 commissioner.
Dan Beebe. I mean, these are fat hat bureaucrats. And I'll give this to you. I went back and rewatched the post game, and God, you and I are good together. We really are. Objectively.
It's no wonder we're best friends with that.
Yeah, I know, but you and I are going back and forth on your mark. And most people would have watched it and been like, are these guys going to like never talk again? And you and I were just laughing about it. You made some really good points. And considering where the Big 12 was after Bowlesby and it was a BB before, that probably was he may have saved this with the Big 12. I doubt it, but he may have, because he is that guy. And a lot of what I was mocking and also having fun with. I'm not anti-Italian. I'm not anti-New York guy. A lot of my friends sound like that in New York. And they're also telling me I don't trust that fucking guy. But he may have been able to save it, but I also don't blame him I don't blame. Feels like a divorce, man. Like my parents' divorce. I don't blame either of them.
Yeah.
It needed to happen, and it happened.
Just think about it this way. The Big 12 very easily could have become the Pac-12, but the Pac-12 got really sanctimonious.
Very fair. You're right about that. You're right.
They were the ones that eventually got purged.
Yeah.
And the Big 12, they didn't do the primary purging. They did the secondary purging, though.
And they were better than the ACC. I would say of the three, the Pac-12, Big 12, ACC, which one survived the best? Big 12 by far.
Yeah,
ACC, I'm not sure what the ACC is going to be.
Yeah, the most valuable teams in the ACC don't want to be in that conference anymore.
No, Florida State wants out.
Right. And that's only going to – that demand is only going to get louder now that they were left out of the college football playoff. It is, because they're going to be like, our shitty-ass conference kept us from being able to get in. Because we played a bunch of scrubs. Clemson's down this year. Miami's a head case. North Carolina's North Carolina. Mac's going to be good for the first 8 games, and they're going to start to fall apart. That, unfortunately, they didn't have really good in-conference competition to lean on with that selection committee on top of the Jordan Travis injury, too.
Yeah.
All right, brother. You know that I'm not normally about cutting it off right at 5, but we got to be done right now. So I got some stuff to take care of. Let you and I talk on the phone off the air in just a second.
Sounds good, guys.
All right. Thank you to KD and everybody else at Texas Sports Unfiltered for doing such a phenomenal job from 8 to 5 today. Thanks to you for listening and watching. If you are on YouTube right now and have not subscribed already, please do so. And do make sure to grab that free Texas Sports Unfiltered app through Apple or Android. For Kevin Dunn and everybody else at Texas Sports Unfiltered, I am Trey Elling. We will talk to you tomorrow starting at 8 a.m. with Bucky and BK. In the meantime, have yourselves a great rest of the evening and hook 'em.